Chapter 381 is sold out. The Idle Public Resources Trading Center is located in the XC district of Idle City, adjacent to the Idle department store building, which consumes heavy money. It is also one of the key projects in the expansion plan of the Idle new city. Although this large-scale building is not a spectacle, in fact, it has a lot of human and material resources it uses. As the name suggests, the Idle Public Resource Trading Center is actually a subordinate agency supervised by the Government Affairs Office of the Principality of Idle. Its responsibility is to provide a platform for the transaction of land use rights and the procurement of public basic materials within the framework permitted by Idle law. In short, all the land and finances that belong to the Principality of Idle, as stipulated by the Principality of Idle, must be traded at the Idle Public Resources Trading Center and recorded and archived if one wants to obtain the right to use them for a certain period of time. But in fact, the office space of Idle Public Resources Trading Center only occupies about 1/3 of the area and space of this huge building. As for the west side facing the department store and the southern half of the building, they are occupied by Riverside Properties and the first auction venue of the Principality of Idle respectively. As for the sales office of the Noble Manor project, it is located in the southwest corner of the building. Idle Daily has long announced the date and time of the official opening of the Noble Manor. Therefore, in the evening, a carriage stopped next to the road. The merchants who heard the wind also gathered in front of the sales office early. Some of them, like Justin Lucio, really want to buy a house. But a small number of them just want to see what the Riverside Real Estate Company is up to. After all, the house hasn't even been built yet, but they're already asking people to buy it. This is the first time they've heard of such a thing. And this kind of thing in the sales office also makes these rich merchants feel very strange. They do and think about it. They are obviously a house covering the city outside Idle. Why did they go to the city to sell it? In the evening, night falls and the lights come on. The magic lamps inside the sales office were lit up, and the bright lights shone through the large transparent glass windows, slanting onto the street outside the window. Although most people arrived in the afternoon, the actual opening time for sales was 7 p.m. Justin Lucio sat in a carriage on the street, occasionally lifting the curtain next to the window and looking at the crowd gathered in front of the sales office. People, really a lot. Most of the people in the Principality of Idle are just civilians who can barely eat and clothe themselves. But as more and more big businessmen take root in this land, there are definitely quite a few wealthy businessmen. Now, almost the entire Idle Principality's wealthy merchants have gathered in front of the sale of the Noble Manor, waiting for the official start of the sale. Justin Lucio even saw several traveling merchants among the crowd whom he had met in the Kingdom of Basel. As time went by, looking at the crowds of people in front of the sales office, Justin Lucio felt a little nervous for no reason. So many people are queuing up to buy a house, and I don't know if I can actually buy one. Finally, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the young girls employed by Riverside Real Estate pushed open the door of the sales office and welcomed the guests with polite smiles. Justin Lucio, who had been impatient for a long time, walked into the sales office with his wife almost immediately. Although on the street, the merchants saw the exquisite and luxurious decoration in the sales office across the glass. But when the Justin Lucio officially entered the door, he still couldn't help but amazed. From preparation to decoration, the interior renovation of the sales office alone took several months. Under Bruno's instruction, Hallie Santa Cruz even invited a senior engineer who was originally responsible for the construction of Idle Public University to supervise and improve the interior design throughout the process. That is why, when the sales office of the Noble Manor officially opened its doors to all businessmen, what they saw was a hall as luxurious as a palace. Under the backdrop of the magic lamps, the smooth marble slabs reflected the flickering light, and the entire hall looked magnificent. However, Justin Lucio did not stay here for too long. All the guests, led by the sales staff, entered a door on the side of the hall one by one. Then, they were completely stunned. Why did Hallie Santa Cruz take so long to prepare? Because Riverside Real Estate wants to show its strength in this sales office in the city of Idle, so that the wealthy businessmen living in the Principality of Idle will never forget the shock that the aristocratic manor has brought them. However, the location of the Noble Manor is a bit too remote, and the villa in the manor has just started construction. Therefore, under his operation, the River Home Industry opened a separate area in this sales office. Here, the model room between the Noble Manor project was temporarily set up to show guests the new home they would have in the future. Spacious and bright living room. Soft and large sofa. Simple and elegant bathroom. This luxurious model room, designed by Bruno himself according to the living habits and decoration design of his previous life, almost blinded the eyes of the guests present. Although many businessmen present, including Justin Lucio, were unfamiliar with some of the facilities in the model room, the salesperson's introduction made them feel impressed. For example, the thing called a faucet by the salesperson. You only need to twist it gently with your hand, and clear water will gush out of it, which surprised everyone present. The merchants present couldn't figure out the principle of playing the meaning, but it did not prevent their hearts from getting hot, especially after they took their seats in the spacious hall and followed the sales staff to visit the gorgeous bedrooms, wine cellars, lounges and other rooms in the model room. They felt their hearts boiling with emotion. Although this house has not been built yet, it seems much more comfortable than my current residence. No wonder noble lords like Earl Dale and Earl Bailey no longer live in manors and castles, and instead go to the noble manors that have not yet been built and pay for houses. Turn out to be. Is this the villa? Although the word villa has been mentioned frequently in the Adar Daily for a long time, to be honest, most people are still relatively unfamiliar with the term villa as a type of house. But when Mrs. Lucio saw the luxurious decoration in front of her and felt the soft sofa wrapped around her, she could hardly walk. Even the look she gave Justin Lucio seemed to say, "I want it." In fact, Justin Lucio was also a little confused by this move of Riverside Real Estate. Sure enough, this villa is really great. Not only can I live next to the nobles, but it is also so comfortable to live in. Of course, it was not just the Lucios who had this idea. When the businessmen walked out of the model room and returned to the lobby of the sales office, many of them were already eager to pay. While the guests were visiting the model room, the sales staff set up a larger sand table model in the center of the originally spacious hall, which showed what the noble manor would look like after it was built. Perhaps because the sand table had just been placed. When Justin Lucio returned to the hall again, he felt that his surroundings had suddenly become much more crowded, and the originally spacious hall was now filled to the brim. This villa in the noble manor, is it so popular? At this time, the salesperson's voice reached the ears of many wealthy businessmen. Although the current noble manor has just begun to be built and the supporting facilities are not yet complete, Riverside Real Estate will provide all owners with the best possible service. For example here, the salesman was seen talking while gesturing on the sand table with a thin long wooden stick. According to the plan of our Adar Principality, Jingsha Road will continue to extend westward, and even reach the Sky Garden near the Almes Mountains. The speed of construction of the infrastructure of our Adar Principality must be obvious to all businessmen. Don't think that the noble manor is located on the outskirts of Adar City now. But in a short time, with the extension of our Adar Principality's roads and the continuous construction of the transportation system, this noble manor will not be considered a remote place. And you need to know, this noble manor, where the nobles live, whether it is security or the surrounding environment and supporting facilities, it is definitely not that the residences in these cities can be compared. Isn't it still a wasteland now? At this moment, a slightly sober voice seemed to emerge from the crowd. Wasteland? Hearing this, the salesman's voice could not help but rise a few degrees. And there was even a hint of grievance in his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, if it weren't for the opportunity to give you a customized house, the noble manor would have stood on the banks of the Adar River long ago. Custom made? That's right. Just like the model room you just visited, Riverside Real Estate can provide our customers with a variety of customized decoration plans, so that you can feel like an aristocrat without leaving your home. Moreover, although the location of the aristocratic manor seems to be very remote now, but within 3 years, Adar Public University will build an affiliated middle school near the noble manor, and Adar Public Hospital will also plan a branch near the noble manor. In addition, there will be various shops and facilities. So, by the time you can move in, the supporting facilities of the noble manor will have been fully built. When these words came out of the salesperson's mouth, the businessmen present all gasped. Businessmen are unaware of the government affairs department's future plans, and the department has never disclosed them to the outside world. But, who is the industry on the banks of the river? Since the people from Riverside Real Estate have given such an affirmative answer in front of everyone, there should be no other variables. So, at this moment, the merchants are really tempted. And this is not just an ordinary desire. They really want to spend a large sum of money to buy a good villa in the aristocratic manor. Even in this entire continent, is there probably no better house than this? Please look at the sand table. There are a total of 70 villas in our first phase of construction. All of them are located in the southeast area of the entire Noble Manor project, close to the Idar River. Limited quantities are available for purchase while stocks last. Among them, 3 villas have already been reserved by several nobles. So, the salesperson paused, then continued, so, there are only 67 villas available for you to choose from. Although there have been rumors in the city, mentioning that nobles purchased real estate in the Noble Manor project developed by the River Home. Before that, the River Home property only mentioned neighbors with nobles. As for the news of the purchase of real estate in Earl Dell and others, they just listened to others. But at this moment, when the sales staff of Riverside Real Estate took the initiative to give a positive answer, the businessmen present immediately felt relieved. You will never go wrong if you follow the nobles. And there are only 67 villas for sale in the first phase? As if I had thought of something suddenly, Justin Lucio looked around, and the entire hall was full of dense crowds. Looking at it, I am afraid that it would not be lower than the number of hundreds. Not only that, merchants accompanied by servants would continue to enter the sales office. At least, half of the people won't be able to buy a house. When this thought came to Justin Lucio's mind, he actually felt a sense of urgency. In fact, to be honest, the reason why the crowd seemed so crowded was completely intentional. When merchants entered the model room, under the arrangement of Harley Santa Cruz, the sales staff not only placed a 3-dimensional sand table to display the villa model in the lobby, but also temporarily placed many sofas, chairs and tables. Even the renderings that could be posted on the walls were placed on shelves in the hall. As for the crowd leaning against the glass windows, since the opening time was set at night, the working civilians also got to contribute. After hearing the news that the Noble Manor was on sale, many people came to watch the fun. But the merchants in the sales office don't know this. They only knew that before they entered the model room to visit. The hall was very empty. But now, there were people outside the door and inside the door. And there will definitely be people who can't buy a house. The standard room type is priced at 20 gold coins per square meter. And the size of each room ranges from 300 square meters to over 1,000 square meters. If you need customization, we need to discuss it in detail after booking. 20 gold coins. In fact, for most businessmen, this is definitely not a small amount. Even Justin Lucio's shops can only make a profit of 30 or 40 gold coins a month. It's so damn expensive. Even though most of them have saved a lot of money over the years, they can only buy a villa by spending most of their savings. Although many of the merchants present have the ability to pay thousands of gold coins at one time. But no matter how much they like it, they still have to consider it carefully. But as if he had anticipated the amount of money in the merchants' pockets, the salesperson immediately said, "It doesn't matter if you are temporarily short of funds. Idar United Savings Bank can provide you with low-interest loans. You only need to repay at least 20 gold coins per month. And the loan term can even be as long as 20 years. I want to order a set." While Justin Lucio was still considering it, some businessman suddenly shouted, and the scene in the hall suddenly became boiling. "I want to book one too. I want to book the one closest to Count Dale's villa. If this is just these, it is nothing. The most important thing is, Justin Lucio even saw several people who had met with themselves, became a businessman and shouted loudly to the salesperson, "Good job. My colleagues have already booked without hesitation. So what are you waiting for?" Then, after exchanging a glance with his wife, Justin Lucio gritted his teeth and joined the ranks of home buyers. If you don't buy such a good house now, it will be gone. Chapter 382 Idar United Savings Bank. Are those businessmen who spend most of their savings to buy houses stupid? Of course they are not stupid. As a commoner, he was able to accumulate a fortune of thousands of gold coins by relying on his own abilities in an era when nobles were rampant and the people were suffering. This is definitely not something that an ordinary person can do. Therefore, they not only need to have an extremely flexible mind, but also know how to advance and retreat, understand the truth, know what they can and cannot do. And the most important thing is to see the general trend clearly. It is for this reason that they came to the Principality of Idar in the east of the empire, when the situation in the inland of the empire was in chaos. In just 2 years, the income of civilians in the Principality of Idar has at least tripled, and prices in the Principality have also risen slightly to a certain extent. This is naturally inseparable from the rule of Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar. But it also means that a large amount of money began to flow into the Principality of Adar. And this is just the beginning. This land located in the eastern part of the empire will surely become the most prosperous place in the entire continent under the rule of the Stuart family. This is also the consensus of all civilian businessmen. So, even though the current price of 20 gold coins per square meter is jaw-dropping, these businessmen have already had a bold idea in their minds. Which is, if a period of time passes, the price of this noble manor may not be as simple as 20 gold coins per square meter. Although such a conclusion seemed a little unbelievable to the businessmen, this was indeed their guess after witnessing the development of the Principality of Adar with their own eyes. It is precisely because they saw the future in the Principality of Adar, and the bright future that businessmen have, that they dared to spend most of their wealth to buy a villa of 300 to 500 square meters. Not to mention that living with nobles is indeed a very prestigious thing. You have to know that the property developed by Riverside Real Estate is the property of Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar. You can't afford to suffer a loss. And you can't afford to be cheated. Therefore, these factors already made the businessmen present eager to try. And coupled with the hot atmosphere deliberately created by Riverside Real Estate, the 67 villas in the first phase of the noble manor were actually sold out in just one night. Only, when Lucio, accompanied by his wife, happily paid the money, signed the purchase contract of the villa, and walked out of the sales office, he still couldn't help feeling a little unreal. A down payment of 2,000 gold coins, plus a loan of 4,000 gold coins, with a monthly repayment of more than 20 gold coins, to be paid off in 16 years. A civilian businessman who originally had a fortune of thousands of gold coins. But overnight, he was burdened with a debt of up to 4,000 gold coins. Not to mention Lucio, who had worked hard to save money. Anyone would feel a vague sense of worry afterwards. Where am I? What was I doing just now? Just for a villa. It spent more than half of his life savings? Is this really necessary? But it seemed that the emotions of these merchants after the purchase had been anticipated. Early the next morning, the Adar Daily published the grand sale of the noble manor on its front page. Shocking. Nearly 100 villas were sold out overnight, with a total value of hundreds of thousands of gold coins. In fact, this article is not just an ordinary shocking article. Despite the somewhat exaggerated title, the book recounts the changes in the development of the Principality of Adar during this period from various angles, vividly depicting the great attraction of the eastern part of the empire to merchants. Of course, the article also expresses a point of view. Good job on buying a villa. They are all smart people with foresight. And, almost the next day, Riverside Properties sent a detailed construction schedule to all customers who signed contracts, specifying when construction would be completed, when decoration would begin, and when they could independently choose the interior decoration theme of the villa. When a series of perfect planning was seen, the stones in the hearts of the merchants gradually fell down. Anyway, this will never be a losing deal. And those businessmen who did not buy a villa are all barefoot and feel quite annoyed. The hot sales of the noble manor, and the income and expenditure of Riverside Real Estate during this period were delivered to Bruno's desk early the next morning. How to say? Just relying on the down payments and deposits paid by the merchants, Riverside Real Estate can fully recover the initial construction costs. But Bruno had expected this, and was not too surprised. Or to be more precise, he had already been surprised. How many gold coins were there in the Stuart family's vault when Bruno first came into this world? Bruno remembered clearly that due to his original body's unique skill of squandering money, the amount of gold coins he could use was only 2,520. Among the countless nobles of the Norman Empire, he was undoubtedly at the bottom. Therefore, in order to build the hanging gardens, Bruno improved the salt drying method, opened a sugar-making workshop, supported coastal residents to go fishing, and organized serfs and civilians to form production teams. There was only one reason why all these things had to be done in such a hurry at that time. That was because there was no money and no food. But what about now? After such a long period of development, just by selling a few houses to wealthy businessmen, you can earn a profit of tens of thousands of gold coins. Is this a large number? Many, but not enough. Whether it is the construction of basic disciplines, or the promotion of social progress, and the improvement of the comprehensive national strength of the Principality of Adar, these simple-sounding words require a lot of human and material support. But Bruno alone is obviously not enough. Bruno needs to tie more people to the chariot of the Principality of Adar, no matter whether they are merchants or nobles. As long as they agree with Bruno's ideas and become citizens of the Principality of Idar, they can become a driving force for the continuous development of the Principality of Idar. Therefore, Bruno's goal now is very clear, which is to take money out of the pockets of merchants and nobles, and use it to promote the progress and development of the Principality of Idar. The science and technology of this era were very backward, and the people were very poor. But the nobles and businessmen were not poor. However, Bruno could not use a tough approach. He wanted the nobles and businessmen to willingly take out the money from their pockets, while allowing himself to gain money. He also wanted the nobles and businessmen to have a sense of satisfaction, so as to achieve a win-win situation. Therefore, it is not only due to the riverside property responsible for Harley St. Cruz. Even the original intention of Bruno's order to establish the Idalco Savings Bank was the same. But, although it is called Idal Joint Savings Bank, in fact, the first bank of the Principality of Idal, which was established by Bruno, would not provide services directly to the civilians of the Principality of Idal in a short time. Its only clients are the nobles and merchants of the Principality of Idar, and its business is simply to absorb deposits and make loans. In Bruno's view, economy and finance are a very complicated discipline, and it must not be sloppy at all. If you are not sure, then you might as well not do it. Not to mention the convenience of borrowing, convenient borrowing, inflation rate, open market operations, and other messy things. For the Principality of Idar today, it is probably impossible to solve even the most basic issues such as how to calculate the discount rate and how to determine the reserve requirement ratio. The Principality of Idal did not have talents in this area, and Bruno was worried that if the bank was tampered by rash, would it bring unpredictable economic risks to the original developed stable development. After all, whether Bruno's economic knowledge can be applied in this era, and whether it will not be suitable for local conditions, remains to be considered. So, only when businessmen, only those who need to borrow loans can store and borrow from Idal's joint savings banks, and can get more funding support with the support of Idal's joint savings banks to create more jobs. When Bruno wrote on the table case, while thinking about the next development direction of Principality Idal, Monada knocked on the door and walked in. Master Isabel. Come here. Let her in. With the establishment of Idal Public University, Isabel's status can be said to have risen. Proficient in mathematics, she was not only appointed by Bruno as the vice president of Idar Public University, but also had the important task of teaching mathematics knowledge to students of Idar Public University. You know, although Isabel has not been exposed to mathematics, especially advanced mathematics, for a long time, she has become one of the top mathematical elites in the Principality of Idar with her extraordinary mathematical talent. Therefore, since I was thrown to Isabel a lot of mathematics books, after her research, the number of times of Isabel came to the garden in the garden, and it has become less and less. This time, Isabel was shouted by Bruno. Otherwise, Isabel, who has long been immersed in the world of mathematics, would generally not take the initiative to visit. I heard from Mr. Nicholas that you should be teaching mathematics to both the Institute of Technology and the School of Economics. Bruno spoke first before Isabel saluted him. Yes, the Duke. Isabel nodded. Although the number of students in the first batch is not large, they are already rare elites in the Principality of Idar. Whether it is comprehension ability or other comprehensive abilities, they are all very good. Maybe Isabel was just a noble lady who didn't like socializing before. But when Bruno introduced the subject of mathematics to her for the first time, Isabel fell in love with it, with her racking brains to solve the mathematical problems, and then hand over the mathematical knowledge and problem-solving methods she understands to others. This seems to have become the whole of Isabel's life. The Faculty of Economics at Idar Public University will offer a new course next semester. Briannaton paused, pointing at the book on the table, and said, "This incident is given to you with Julian Haydn. In short, the School of Economics must cultivate a number of good seedlings. This is extremely important for the future of Principality Idal." Prior to this, Bruno had been mentioning the cultivation of basic discipline talents with Mr. Nicholas to clarify the important role of artisans with skills. But it is clear that as the pace of Principality Idal is getting faster and faster, talents in the financial fiscal sector are also essential. For example, Harlem had been asked to plant tulip. If there were no suitable hands to perform the plan, even though the Principality of Idar had the ability to launch the tulip war, he could not perform it. Coupled with the establishment of Idar Savings Bank and the arrival of more and more merchants. If the Principality of Adar does not have talent in this area, how can it supervise it? How can we maintain price stability and promote steady economic growth? Nowadays, all things are steered by Bruno. But who is Bruno? Looking in the direction of Bruno's finger, Isabel picked up the book that Bruno had placed on the corner of the table. Although the dense mathematical formulas in the book filled Isabel's heart with curiosity, the name she had never seen before made her feel confused. Things like discount rate, rediscount rate, interest rate swap agreement, these are all concepts that Isabel has never heard of. This is finance and economics, but it relies on mathematics. Your and Julian Heaton's mission is simple, which is to train economic talents needed by the Principality of Adar. In a sense, this is also a deeper application of mathematics, Bruno explained. That's right. Bruno called Isabel for only one purpose, which was to cultivate talents. With the end of the wine war, Julian Heaton had long since left the kingdom of Basel and returned to this land in the east of the empire, where he served as the dean of the School of Economics. Although shouting Julian Heaton and issuing orders, it is completely possible. But Bruno is all a pile of man around him, and he is not curbed. After a long time, he will inevitably feel boring. And calling an attractive girl to bully, no, it's giving an order, is obviously much more pleasing than grabbing a man over. Well, I'll try. Hearing this, a bright light ignited in Isabel's eyes. Is this also related to mathematics? That dare to be good. This, she can do it. Chapter 383, The Small Middle East of the Continent. The Golden Triangle of the Other World. Isabel left in high spirits. But after a short while, Will Roach and Mike arrived together. Since the birth of the Protestantism, Mike, who was originally a cardinal of the Eastern Diocese, changed his body and completed his gorgeous turn. With the support of Bruno, he became the Pope of Protestantism. However, this also made his responsibility, which was more than doubled, and even the pressure on weekdays increased a lot. This is not because of concerns about the Church's attitude, but because he is busy preaching in the Cathedral of St. Sophia. Anyway, Protestantism has been built, and the guardian of faith is also found. At that time, the Holy Education Army was great, or the Principality of Idal's army budding. Anyway, Mike is full of confidence in the strength of the Idal army. And when it comes to the spread of faith, perhaps it was due to the missionary bonus brought by the guardian of the faith. Or perhaps it was due to the propaganda of the Adar daily, the chaotic situation in the interior of the empire, and the huge contrast between the generally poor lives of the people of this era and the peace and tranquility of the Principality of Adar. The spread of Protestantism in the Eastern Empire can be described as smooth, as more and more exiles are accepted by the Principality of Idal. Of course, more and more believers of the bright church pour into this land. But, no matter how sincere faith they have for the Guangming Church, after the believers saw the St. Sophia Cathedral standing on the Sorfa land for the first time, they would shock. No believer has the courage to say no to Hagia Sophia. It is like no one can say no to the swimming pool and a massage bathtub, which is the same. When believers who come from afar see the magnificent Hagia Sophia for the first time, they will feel an extraordinary respect and affection for the clergy living on this land. As for the next, as the Pope, Michael will do his best to enumerate the sins of the Church of Light and expound new doctrines, so that the believers, who already find some of the Church of Light's practices puzzled, can understand the pros and cons of the two. What made Bruno unexpectedly thought that, with the efforts of Mike and all Protestant clergy, even the Ling Ling of the Principality of Idal, west of the Valence Plain, north of the Kingdom of Basel, the land that was bordering of the Principality of Idal gradually appeared. As for Vir Robic, although he was once a legion commander in the Crusaders, in the Principality of Adar, Duke Bruno's steward of Adar was the supreme commander of all Adar troops. No individual other than Bruno was allowed to have a private army, including Crusaders. The Protestant is no exception. As for the reason given, it is also very simple. Who is Bruno? He was not only the ruler of the Principality of Adar, but also the guardian of the faith of Protestantism. So, since Bruno had the army in his hands, that was enough. There is no need for things like the Crusaders. Apart from wasting time and money and increasing the burden on the people, it will not play any practical role. Therefore, since he has chosen Protestantism, Will Roche, the original commander of the Crusaders, will naturally have to change his position. So, Will Roach wears 3 hats. At the same time, he was appointed as the Ministry of Gospel of the People's Congress, the Minister of the Saint Department, and the Ministry of Faith, and was responsible for conveying the morality to the people, and encouraged the people to use their hands and labor to change their lives. But it is just called that the Protestantism can only preach their teachings within the framework allowed by the Idal law, and the doctrine mentioned can only be appeal, not force constraints. As for these 3 departments, you can tell from the name that they definitely did not exist in the original Church of Light. But this is Protestantism after all. Not only the doctrines need to be new, but also the institutional setup needs to be new. So it is quite reasonable to carry out a slight secular reform. Moreover, most of the clergy staff are not full-time. At the request of Bruno, Mike's screening for clergy staff is strict, and even most people have to engage in production activities that they can do. Otherwise, could it be that the new religion born in the Principality of Adar would also be like the Church of Light, raising a bunch of charlatans who just eat and wait to die and waste the air? This is what Bruno will never agree. And it is absolutely impossible to agree. Bruno's attitude towards Protestantism is actually very simple. If there are too many clergy staff in the church, the time is long, and it will inevitably become the financial burden of the principality. Therefore, the government hall of the Principality of Adar not only set a clear upper limit on the number of churches in each administrative region, but also encouraged citizens to perform simple prayers before going to bed or before meals. In a word, as long as you have faith in your heart, that is enough. As for collective prayer and blessing ceremonies, they should be saved as much as possible. After all, every laborer in the Principality of Adar is extremely valuable. Bruno wishes that there were only Mike and Will Roche among the Protestants. It is precisely for this reason that, although it has been established for quite some time, the total number of clergy in the entire Protestant church does not even exceed 100. And this number even includes the ants, who are responsible for cleaning the church. It is precisely because Bruno has always had a strict restriction on religious expenditures. Although the tax on the church has been reduced to the church, it still has a lot of surplus. The tax income of this part is directly allocated by Brion to the financial income of the Principality of Idal, to support the development of medical care, education and other welfare undertakings of the Principality of Idal. Come to the Bright Church again? When Bruno saw Mike and Will Roche coming together, he couldn't help but ask. Due to the extremely busy missionary mission in Eder, Bruno has not seen these 2 people recently, so there is some guess. The reason why he asked was because the Bright Church had previously sent a lot of letters to Mike and Verliki. The purpose was to determine whether the birth of Protestantism was rumored or fact. After all, since the establishment of the Guangming Church, this happened for the first time. This undoubtedly made all the clergy and believers of the Guangming Church feel aggressive. To know, when the news of the establishment of Protestantism in this land in the east of the empire was spread to the inland of the empire by merchants, not only the Church of Light, but almost all the nobles and common people in the entire inland were in an uproar. A cardinal of the eastern diocese appointed by Cardinal Camus Blanchard not only enumerated the evil deeds of the Church of Light in the eastern part of the empire, but also went straight to the point of establishing a completely new religion in the Principality of Adar. Is there anything more outrageous than this? This is even more unacceptable and unbelievable than the Odin Empire crossing the forest of monsters. It is said that, when the Bishop Camus Blanchard heard the news, his nose was crooked. To know, Mike is the Cardinal of the Grand Bishop of Red, and Veer Rock is also the leader of the Holy Military Army in the Guangming Church. But whether the bishop sent out, or the head of the bishop, who was sent by himself, the 2 actually formed a unified front in the Eastern Empire, all of which were standing in the new religion camp. If you send people to the Principality of Idal, although the behavior of the 2 people is the trampling of the dignity of the Light Church, the forces owned by Principality Idal have made the Red Bishop Camus Blanchard have to think again. Because, in addition to the trade-offs in military forces, he must also consider the risks brought by the church to the church. If you send someone to the Principality of Idal, then the Protestant is assimilated. Does this mean that the Protestant is more advanced than the Bright Church? Where does this make the Bright Church's face go? That's not the case. Mike said truthfully, since you sent the reply letter, the holy city of Bethlehem has not sent us any more letters. And the Church of Light has become much more stable all of a sudden. Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but chuckle and said, That's true. In fact, Bruno's letter did not use any particularly frustrated tone and punctuation, and there was no bright threat. But his reply brought great detriment to the Bright Church. For example, Bruno mentioned in a calm tone the cause of death of the former Norman emperor, Raphael Alexander, and the raid of the Norman Empire by the Ottoman Empire. There are many more besides this, and a large part of these contents were not announced to the people. So, as long as the Bishop Camus Blancat is not a fool, then in the current situation of the empire's inland situation, the Bright Church will not be too tight to Idol. What is that? Actually, it's some news about the Augurs region. After a moment's silence, Will Roche, who was standing behind Mike, finally raised his head, looked at the Duke in front of him, and took the initiative to speak. Auguste Rees? Bruno was very familiar with this name. Or, the reason why the Principality of Idol was able to become a must-have between the Normandy Empire and the Kingdom of Basel is a place for business exchanges to a large extent. The Augustres region, also known as the Augusta region, is located at the junction of the Normandy Empire, the Kingdom of Basel, and the Principality of Sitten. No matter which country is bordering, there are not short boundary lines. Only, the businessmen who had come to and from the Norman Empire and the Kingdom of Basel would rather choose to go north to the north, pass through the Principality of Idol, or westward all the way to the Princesses of Sidon, and are unwilling to choose to pass from the Augustres region closer. The reason is simple. Although the chaos of the empire inland made the people of the Normandy Empire miserable, if the Normandy Empire today is compared with the Augustres region on the border of the three kingdoms, the Normandy Empire is enough to be regarded as the political people and the abolition. If Bruno were to describe the Augurs region in one sentence, it would be the golden triangle of the otherworld, the little Middle East of the continent. It's messy, and not just any kind of mess. The region of Augurs had long been famous throughout the interior of the empire, but it wasn't a good reputation. There are all kinds of thieves and wicked bandits on this land, and the prisoners offered earlier, they not only often plundered the business team, but also the means were extremely brutal. Coupled with most of the Augustres region, it is actually located in the vast desert in the northwest of Sitten. Special geographical location and special climate environment make the Augustres region become the famous land of this continent. Only, although the surrounding countries are regardless of it, some people manage it. And this person is Bright Church. I don't know when it started. The Bright Church began to put on the grounds of letting people who sin, feeling the God of light, and putting it on the sacred military army in the Augustres region. The Holy Army, which belongs to the Guangming Church, has also become the only legion forces stationed in the Augustres region. What's wrong with the Augustres area? Bruno couldn't help but straighten himself and motioned for Mike and Will Roche to sit down and talk. Before I became the commander of the Crusaders, I once followed the Crusaders and stationed in the Augurs region. I also carried out the mission of transporting food and supplies to the desert. As he spoke, Will Roche gradually showed an expression of reminiscence. Since I joined the Protestant Church, I have actually been thinking about some of the things I have seen in the holy city of Bethlehem and everything I have experienced. So some of the strangeness has caught my attention. Oh! Hearing this, Bruno immediately became interested. Keep going. This is very important for Protestantism and the Principality of Idar. Will Roche nodded and continued. In my opinion, the reason why the Church of Light stationed troops in the August region is definitely not just for the lame reason of spreading faith. And it is definitely not as simple as it seems. Although before this, the Church of Light had been promoting their achievements in the August region, letting everyone know that they punished criminals and saved the people. Perhaps the Church had done all these things, but this was definitely not the Church's main purpose. Otherwise, how could they not build a decent safe zone with so many Crusader soldiers? And why would the caravans always avoid the August area? The reason why other countries and forces did not care was undoubtedly because the cost of governance was too high. The desert was vast, and there were no noble fiefs. Therefore, they let the land run its course, and were unwilling to intervene. But you have to know that although they are not as strong as the Idar army, the Crusaders with their faith are one of the strongest armies on this continent, and can even be compared with the most elite soldiers in the Norman Empire. If we really want to quell the chaos in the Augurs region, relying on the strength of the Crusaders, let alone being stationed in that land for nearly 100 years, even a dozen years would be more than enough. Before I came to the Principality of Idar and came into contact with the Protestant Church, I had some doubts about these things, but they soon dissipated. After all, at that time, I was just an ordinary member of the Crusaders, and many of the decisions of the Church of Light were beyond my understanding. However, After seeing the policy of the Principality of Adar to gather refugees, and the love that the civilians and serfs have for you, I suddenly realized that if the church really wants to save those people living in dire straits, the church can completely set up refugee camps like you did, so that the suffering civilians can find another way out. So, maybe because of my faith, I was previously blinded by the Church of Light. Bruno frowned slightly and said, "But this doesn't seem to mean anything, right?" Hearing this, Will Roche looked into the Duke's eyes and said seriously, "That's because you don't know how much money and grain the Church of Light spent on that piece of land." Chapter 384, Ogre Desert. Will Roche did not keep the secret any longer. He moved his mouth and said a number very directly and affirmatively, a number that even made Bruno's eyes narrow slightly. "Why are there so many?" Bruno was surprised and said, "If what you said is true, then the Church of Light spends almost 1/3 of the tithes it collects every year on the Auguste region?" "That's right." Will Roche nodded seriously. "You may not have much impression of that land, but as a former crusader, I know it very well. The amount of food and fodder that the church sends to the desert in the Auguste region every year has reached an incredible level. I have never been sensitive to these figures before, but since I was valued by you and appointed as the minister of the Ministry of Doctrine of the Faith, I started to look through the accounts and check the income and expenditure. So, it was not until a few days ago that I suddenly realized that there were many suspicious points in the arrangement of the Church of Light in the Auguste area." As he spoke, Will Roche couldn't help revealing a look of shame. In his opinion, if he had realized this earlier, he might have reminded Bruno this morning, allowing the Principality of Adar and Protestantism to explore the secrets hidden in the Auguste region earlier. It's not too late to say it now. Bruno naturally saw the expression on Will Roche's face and said seriously, "This information is extremely important for the development of Protestantism and for the current Principality of Adar. Whenever you think of anything related to the Church of Light in the future, you can report it directly to me. Clear?" Hearing this, Will Roche nodded quickly. As Will Roche learned more about the Principality of Adar and Protestantism, his sense of belonging to this land became stronger. Although Bruno exercised extremely strict control over the spread and development of Protestantism, it was also because of this that Protestantism lacked a lot of complicated trivialities. This did weaken the authority and autonomy of Protestantism, but it enabled people like Will Roche, who had sincere faith in Protestant doctrines, to fulfill their mission in a pure environment. And this is actually exactly what Protestant believers expect. After describing the situation in the Auguste area in detail to Bruno, Will Roche left with Mike. But Bruno fell into deep thought. Even if you use your toes to think about it, you can understand that such a large amount of money and grain cannot be used for missionary work and whitewashing the people. Because, if the purpose is to preach and cleanse the land, then why would there be any need to choose the Auguste area? No matter how remote and desolate the eastern part of the empire, where the Principality of Adar is located, isn't it much better than the Auguste region, which is full of yellow sand and has always been in war? Not to mention, even Will Roche, who was once the commander of the Crusaders, did not know when the Church of Light began to invest money and food in the Auguste region. After hundreds of years of investment, the Auguste region is still in a bad state today. The situation in the Auguste region is even getting worse. Even if the cardinal's nose, which had been crooked by the people of Adar, was straightened out immediately, Bruno, as the Duke of Adar, would never believe the explanation given by the Church of Light. Are you still feeling the care of the God of Light? I bother! And, most importantly, as a noble, although Bruno did not know the exact amount of tithe collected by the Church of Light every year, he could calculate a rough amount based on his mathematical calculations and his understanding of the various noble territories of this era. According to Will Roche, the Church of Light will invest approximately 1/3 of the total tithe into the Auguste region. That's a tithe. You should know that the tithes collected by the church are different from ordinary taxes. Not to mention the Norman Empire. Even the people of the Kingdom of Basel and the Principality of Sidon had to pay taxes to the Church of Light in the holy city of Bethlehem. This means that, except for the pagans of the Ottoman Empire, no matter whether you are a believer of the Church of Light or not, as long as you live on this continent, you will be forced to pay a 10th tax or fodder. Highlight the key points. The scope of taxation covers the entire continent except the Ottoman Empire, even in this era of backward small peasant economy and extremely low productivity. This amount of wealth is even equivalent to a country's annual taxes. Moreover, this does not include the tribute that the Principality of Sidon, which has an extremely sincere faith in the church, pays to the Church of Light every year. But such a huge amount of money and food. But they were all smashed into the chaotic Augurs region by the Church of Light? Even Bruno, a time traveler, couldn't help but feel a little unbelievable, and even shocked, when he first heard Will Roach's words. "Mondel!" Bruno suddenly shouted. "Your Excellency the Duke! Do you have any instructions?" Hearing this, Mondel quickly opened the door and walked in. "You go to the Adarcia and tell Claire in person to send people to the Augurs region to thoroughly investigate everything the Church of Light has done in that land. Also, be sure to send experienced operators," Bruno said in a deep voice. Clear. Auguste region. The reason why this land located at the junction of three countries is called the Ogre region is ultimately because of the Ogre Desert located in the northeast of the Principality of Sidon. As the second largest desert on the entire continent, the Ogre Desert does not have a clear concept of seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Yellow sand fills the sky, and rocks and sand fly everywhere. This is the norm in this land, coupled with the brutal bandits and criminals from various countries who fled to this land. The Auguste region has become a place that almost every merchant traveler is afraid to avoid. It is for this reason that the southwestern part of the Augurs region, those lands located in the Augurs Desert, have always been sparsely populated, even comparable to the Warcraft forest. So, whether they are robbers or murderers, whether they are people who were unfortunately born here or criminals who were exiled here, most of them live on the plains in the northeast of the Auguste region. These vicious bandits acted recklessly in this lawless land, causing countless killings and tragedies. Only, the church, however, does not care about this. The sky was filled with yellow sand, and the wind was howling, compared with other desert areas on this continent. Perhaps due to the unique geographical environment and monsoon climate, the windy season in the Ogre Desert often arrives earlier. Therefore, when the people of the Principality of Adar were immersed in the joy of the harvest brought by the golden autumn of October, the Ogre Desert finally ushered in the second half of the wind season. In the desert, the windy season is often considered the most dangerous time. But, in this endless desert, a group of figures are looming under the cover of wind and sand. This is a camel caravan. There were a total of 40 or 50 camels in the team. In this desert, such a team can actually be regarded as an extremely rare large force. Generally speaking, when traveling through the desert, the number of camels in the team must be greater than the total number of people in the team. In addition to serving as mounts, camels often carried large amounts of luggage and drinking water, providing logistical support for teams traveling through the desert. Only, the camel caravan marching in the wind and sand before us was obviously different from an ordinary caravan. In addition to those figures riding on camels, there seemed to be quite a few human figures at the end of the team, stumbling forward along with the camel caravan in the endless sea of sand. This is the sound of shackles and chains colliding with each other in the wind. The people following the camel caravan were obviously captives of this team. They walked barefoot, struggling on the sand, and slowly moved forward dragging heavy shackles. They wanted to stop and rest, but the other end of the chain was tied to the camel in front. If someone is physically exhausted and cannot keep up with the team, the only possibility is that he will be abandoned in this sparsely populated desert to fend for himself. So, although they didn't know what was waiting for them, the instinct for survival still supported them, and they followed the camel caravan and marched forward with difficulty. Trails of blood extended from the broken wounds on their bodies to the soles of their feet, and they also left a trail of blood behind them. But, in this vast desert, these traces of human footsteps will be obliterated by wind and sand in almost the blink of an eye. Their throats were dry, but the amount of drinking water they were given each day was so little that they felt dizzy and staggered when they walked. Damn you guys! Hurry up and leave. Only those who can make it to the end can experience the care of the God of Light and receive God's salvation. In the camel caravan, a man gulped down a big gulp of water to moisten his throat, then turned around and shouted loudly to the exhausted people behind him. Although most of these guys riding on camels were wrapped in white robes to protect themselves from the flying dust, the pale golden cross worn on their chests revealed their identity as Crusader soldiers. That's right. They are all Crusaders affiliated with the Church of Light. He rode a camel and had plenty of time to drink water and rest, but he scolded the shackled walkers for their slow progress. Although this seems a bit ridiculous, the large-scale double-standard scene in front of us has been generally agreed by the vast majority of the Crusader soldiers. If you don't go through untold hardships, how can you possibly gain the favor of the God of Light? You damned unbelievers! You foolish sinners! Without the mercy of the church, how can you possibly be reborn?" As he spoke, a Crusader soldier took out a whip from his hand at some point and hit a criminal in shackles with it. All that was heard was a sudden groan from the man, and then he fell heavily to the ground in the sand, never to get up again. Obviously, that person's physical condition had reached the limit of what he could endure. Seeing this, those ordinary people who were called criminals all showed expressions of fear and dared not make a sound. They are not the vicious bandits living in the August area, but the most ordinary civilians. Not only can they survive with difficulty in this extremely chaotic land, but they also have to constantly fear the plunder and invasion of bandits and robbers from other forces. They also wanted to leave, but they couldn't leave at all, because, no matter how vicious the robbers and bandits are, they still need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. As carriages and horses on the continent were circling around, powerful bandit gangs began to fight for territory. And under each force, there were many civilians. These civilians grow food and provide food for specific forces. Therefore, although life is difficult, if they are honest and obedient, they can still barely get by. Only, just a week ago, all that changed. Dozens of Crusaders broke into their village brutally, burned their houses, gathered all the villagers together, and put shackles on their hands and feet. The Crusaders called these civilian sinners, or guilty people. But here's the thing. Mukran Hafid didn't know why he was guilty. And he never thought he was guilty. As a young man who was unfortunately born on this land, from the year he was able to work, he began to follow his father in farming and devoted all his energy to cultivating the land. He had never committed murder or robbery, nor had he ever tried fraud or theft. Mukran Hafid had always been an honest farmer, living a hard life on his own 10,000-acre land. However, the arrival of the Crusaders disrupted his originally peaceful life. Driven by the Crusaders, they were taken into the desert and struggled to march through the endless desert. According to the Crusaders, this was to allow them to wash away their sins and gain the salvation of the God of Light. In fact, Mukran Hafid was not interested in such statements at all. If Mukran Hafid had a choice, he would choose to leave without hesitation. The temperature in the desert is very changeable. The day was extremely hot, and the sand, which had been baked by the scorching sun for a long time, was terribly hot. The night was extremely cold, and the howling cold wind was enough to make these thinly dressed civilians faint. Under the huge temperature difference between day and night, the elderly villagers could no longer bear such torture, and the young villagers were also exhausted. But these Crusaders who always claimed that the God of Light was so merciful had never cared about the feelings of civilians, including Mukran Hafid, and would whip and curse them, or even use weapons at will. Mukran Hafid saw his friends falling one after another, but as an ordinary person with his hands and feet shackled, Mukran Hafid had long lost the ability to resist. He could only follow the footsteps of the Crusaders in a daze, relying on his instinct for survival to hold on, hoping that the God of Light, who was highly praised by the Crusaders, would quickly end his so-called care. Chapter 385 Pyramids in the Desert? Occasionally, vultures would fly across the sky, as if waiting for the sinners to fall quickly so that they could have a chance to have a full meal. Mukran Hafid had seen his dead companions being pecked at by vultures and had heard the laughter of the Crusader soldiers. These are a bunch of religious lunatics. The shrill laughter echoing in his ears and the harsh faces appearing before his eyes were the only impressions that the Crusaders and the Church of Light brought to Mukran Hafid in these days. They had no mercy on the civilians who were pecked by vultures. Instead, they attributed the deaths of civilians to their own serious sins, and therefore did not receive forgiveness from the God of Light. But the old man who was pecked by the vulture was actually Mukran Hafid's neighbor. Even in the chaotic and difficult Ogurez region, the old man always maintained a kind heart and was willing to help friends and villagers who had been hurt. If Mukran Hafid had a dagger in his hand at this moment, if he was not bound by shackles at this moment, then he would definitely choose to pick up the dagger and fight desperately with the fully armed Crusader soldiers. However, as time went by, Mukran Hafid increasingly realized that any resistance would be futile. The wind in the desert is not just wind. It will roll up the sand and rocks on the surface and hit everyone's face mercilessly, like a rough and rusty dagger, leaving scratches on the face. Even when speaking, sand and dust would enter the mouth, causing a dry cough. Even the Crusader soldiers wearing head scarves and riding camels felt uncomfortable under the wind and sand. Not to mention the civilians who had experienced countless devastations due to the huge temperature difference between day and night. But everyone dare not stop. Because if the wind continues to increase, then the rolled sand dust is enough to annihilate them. And then buried in the dunes that are constantly moving. I don't know how long I walked. Maybe 5 days, maybe 7 days, or maybe even longer. In the midst of confusion, Mukran Hafid seemed to hear the surprised shouts of the Crusader soldiers. "We're here. We're finally here. Finally. Have we arrived at the destination mentioned by the Crusaders?" Mukran Hafid had almost used up the last bit of strength in his body. He raised his head with difficulty and looked into the distance. In the desert not far away, a fortress built with stone walls and wood is already in sight. And further away, he seemed to be able to see several square-bottomed conical spires sitting in the boundless sea of sand. Under the blazing sun, those huge square-bottomed spires seemed to be dyed golden, looking extremely magnificent. There. Is this the place where I can be redeemed by that damned god of light? As they thought about this, the civilians, including Mukran Hafid, who had long been exhausted, finally fell to the ground one by one. Only, Mukran Hafid didn't know, nor did he want to know, what was waiting for him. If Bruno were here, then, there is no doubt that he would look at the buildings in the distance and utter the quintessence of Chinese culture. Damn it! Because, if we use a more concise word to describe it, then the four-cornered square-bottomed conical spire that Mukran Hafid saw can be commonly called pyramid. When they saw the pyramids in the desert in the distance, the Crusader soldiers riding on camels all showed a trace of awe. They quickly jumped off the camels and crawled on the hot sand. Hill of Light. Although they are all Crusaders, the Crusader soldiers stationed in the Ogre Desert are completely different from other Crusaders. They must be absolutely loyal to the Church of Light. And a large number of them are religious lunatics, who have been raised by the Church of Light since childhood and have been brainwashed countless times. They have no parents, wives, or children, no relatives or friends. The only thing they know is the Church of Light. And the only thing they have to do is to complete the tasks assigned by the Church. In their view, only the Church, only the great God of Light they worship, can cleanse their sins and gain the opportunity to enter the kingdom of heaven. So, it is precisely because of their paranoia and enthusiastic faith that these sacred soldiers stationed in Augustres are often exposed to deeper religious hidden secrets. The pyramids in front of them were called Hill of Light by the Crusader soldiers. It symbolizes the creation of the world of light. And it also represents the immortal gods in their hearts. The soldiers did not know what was in the Hill of Light. And their mission was simple, to guard these buildings and bring the sinners here, so that those survivors who could cross the desert would have the opportunity to experience the care from the God of Light. This fortress, located not far from the Hill of Light, is the Crusaders' headquarters in the Ogre Desert. This is a vast fortress. The city walls with masonry and stone barriers are strong and solid, enough to resist the erosion of the windy season and sandstorms. Although it looks a little humble, this is in the desert, you know, even for the Principality of Adar, which is proud of its infrastructure construction speed. Building such a fortress in the uninhabited desert would require unimaginable manpower and material resources, as well as a lot of time. But, relying on decades or even hundreds of years of accumulation and construction, the Church of Light, relying on the lives of countless soldiers and laborers and hundreds of thousands of ties, managed to build this fortress in the vast desert. More than a dozen people died, and there are 32 people alive. The Crusader soldier in charge of the escort was reporting the gains of this trip to a Crusader who looked like a superior. The man's face and body were covered by a white robe, and no expression could be seen. Even when he heard the death toll, he was indifferent, as if the dead were not humans, but just some dispensable livestock. That's all? It is the windy season after all, and the survival rate is indeed much lower than before. The Crusader soldier looked embarrassed. Hearing this, the man in white robes frowned slightly and said, "Escort them all to the cage. If it were in the past, these people would be enough. But the whispers of the gods have become more frequent. You should prepare in the next few days and gather at least 100 people. But Fengji, we are worshipping the great God of Light. If you can't even do these small things, how can you ever gain the favor of the God of Light?" The white-robed man said sternly. "Clear. The soldier's gone." But the white-robed man turned back, looking at the towering golden-shaped tower not far away. Before this, A crusader only needed to sacrifice a sinner to obtain the God of Light's gift. But recently, if one wants to obtain the God's blessing, the number of sacrifices has doubled. But this seems like a good thing, because this means to realize the great cause of the Guangming Church. It has made the bright church great again, and it can't take long. Thinking of this, the man in white robe couldn't help but raise his head, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and under the cover of the white robe, a faint smile appeared on his face. When Mucklin Hafid woke up in a daze and wanted to open his eyes again, the scorching sunlight suddenly pierced his eyes. He quickly turned his head with all his strength. And then, a large, dark, wrinkled and dusty face suddenly came into his sight. "Are you awake?" the man asked. "Where is this?" "Ogyur Desert, Crusader Fortress." Seeing that Mucklin Hafid had woken up, the man sat back down, leaning against the bars of the cage, and answered weakly, "Who are you?" "Just like you. I was captured by them. I meant the name. Now that we're here, does it matter what my name is?" The man seemed a little lonely. As he spoke, Mucklin Hafid finally supported himself with his hands and managed to sit up from the ground. He seemed to be unable to adapt to the strong light in front of him, so he could only squint his eyes slightly and look around with difficulty at the environment he was in. Then, he was stunned. The place where Mucklin Hafid is now located is probably a huge square in the center of the fortress. Only, there were dozens of huge iron cages placed in the center of the square, and he himself was in one of them. There were about 20 to 30 prisoners in each iron cage, and the villagers who were escorted here with Mucklin Hafid were detained in different iron cages. The scorching sun baked the ground, which was covered with bloodstains that had long since solidified, making it look particularly creepy. What the hell is going on? What on earth are these crusaders trying to do? Although Mucklin Hafid was extremely weak at this time, he still hobbled to the man's side and asked nervously, "What?" "Of course, they are sending us to see their great God of Light." The man's tone seemed full of resentment. Even though he was already weak all over, he could hardly hide the hatred in his eyes. "Then Mucklin Hafid looked around at the people huddled in cages, their eyes filled with resentment, fear, or even insanity, and he wanted to say something, but the man seemed to have lost interest in continuing the conversation with Mucklin Hafid. His eyes flickered, as if he remembered an extremely painful experience. "Stop talking. Wait for death. Lateran Palace, Holy City of Bethlehem. Shameless bastard. Savage pagan. Unscrupulous careerist. Oh! Respectable God of Light. If there is still a choice, I swear I will kick roaches as hard. Let him eat the dirty and smelly black bread on the table of those damned untouchables in one bite. And damn Mac, what he said stinks like Pete's boots at the city gate. If I had him in my hands, I'd make him howl like Bishop O'Connor's dog. I swear. I will." Ever since the news of the official establishment of Protestantism in the Principality of Idar reached the ears of Cardinal Camille Blanchard, this powerful cardinal has been furious. Furthermore, the leader of the Crusaders he had sent out actually joined the Protestant Church, which made him feel greatly insulted. Therefore, cursing Mike's betrayal and Will Roche's backstabbing has almost become Camus Blanchard's most important pastime in his spare time. Not to mention, the letter from Bruno Stuart, Duke of Idar, made the cardinal so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. Will Roche? Or Mike? Who leaked the internal information of the Church of Light? How did this news reach the hands of Bruno Stuart, Duke of Idar? In fact, as early as when the Principality of Idar was negotiating peace with the Odin Empire, the cardinal had already anticipated that the transaction between the Church of Light and the Odin people might be known to the Idar people. But what caught him off guard was that in addition to all this, Duke Bruno Stuart of Idar even knew the truth behind the death of Emperor Raphael Alexander. Bruno's letter alone was enough to make the Church of Light afraid to take direct action against Protestantism on many issues. All this showed him that there are huge problems within the Church. And are there spies from other forces hiding in the holy city of Bethlehem? Cardinal Camus Blanchard realized this extremely serious problem almost immediately. But, fortunately for Cardinal Camus Blanchard, the interior of the Church of Light had already been divided. The deepest secrets were hidden in the boundless Ogyur Desert many years ago. Therefore, even people at the level of cardinals only have a vague understanding of many of the deeper secrets of the Holy See. Even Cardinal Camille Blanchard himself did not know everything about the Church. For example, the money and food supplies transported to the Ogyur Desert every year. Even though he was a powerful cardinal, Camus Blanchard only knew a rough amount. He had no idea what the money was used for, or where the grain was used. After all, a person who can become a cardinal and assist the church in handling the daily affairs of the Church of Light is definitely not just a believer. Camus Blanchard knew very well that in many cases, the more you know about some things, the better. Chapter 386 Indulgence is a good thing. Master Camille Blanchard. While the cardinal was still furious and wondering what impact Mike and Will Roche's defection would have on the Church of Light, his attendant approached cautiously with his head lowered. "What's wrong?" The cardinal frowned. "The bishops have arrived." The attendant added cautiously, "You ordered them to come to the Lateran Palace today to discuss matters yesterday." Hearing this, the cardinal finally took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then nodded to the attendant. After a while, the bishops who received the order from the cardinal filed in one after another and stood on both sides very respectfully. Of course, they knew how the cardinal felt these days. Even when they passed by the Lateran Palace, they could hear Camus Blanchard's roar and curse in the side hall, and could hear words like "let the damn Mike eat Horace's stinky leather boots." In fact, when they heard that Cardinal Mike of the Eastern Diocese had established his own sect and founded a new religion in the eastern part of the empire, and that the commander of the Crusaders who were sent out to gather information and intelligence had also converted to Protestantism, almost all the bishops of the Church of Light were shocked and confused. The reason is simple: this has never happened since the founding of the Church of Light. And the Protestant doctrines and the Duke of Adar's interference and influence on this new sect also made them feel nervous. This is even more serious than simply submitting to the pagans, because this directly touches the foundation of the Church of Light and affects the believer base of the Church of Light. But what surprised them was that the Church of Light did not respond at all. "Your Excellency," Cardinal Camus Blanchard, the leading bishop, spoke first, founded by the evil betrayers Mike and Will Roche. Before he finished speaking, the cardinal interrupted him without hesitation. "I didn't call you here today for these things." Upon hearing this, everyone present showed surprised expressions. What about the Protestantism that was born in the eastern part of the empire? For the Church of Light today, is there anything more important than this? Is the Church of Light simply going to swallow this loss and turn a blind eye to the unstable factor that could shake the Church's foundation? Arch-Cardinal, the existence of Protestantism is a humiliation to the Church of Light. If this matter is not properly resolved, how will the Church of Light cope with itself? Just as the bishops present bowed their heads, waiting for the cardinal's instructions, another bishop raised his head and questioned in a stern voice. "This is an extremely irresponsible behavior on your part. Have you ever asked the Pope for his opinion?" Hearing this familiar voice, Camus Blanchard couldn't help but raise his head and looked at the bishop who was speaking, Theo Green, with a very gloomy expression. Theo Green, the second-ranked cardinal in the Church of Light, is the third most important figure in the Church of Light, second only to the Pope and the cardinal. However, the conflict between Cardinal Camus Blanchard and Theo Green has long been an open secret in the Church of Light. As early as when the current Pope Clement V was selecting a new cardinal, Theo Green was a strong contender for the position. The bishops promoted by Theo Green control almost all the dioceses in the western part of the empire, and are the most important force in the Church of Light. And now, as the inland of the empire was raging and the situation in the western part of the empire was relatively stable, most of the Church's tax revenue came from the western part of the empire. In addition, Mike, who betrayed the Church, was promoted by Camus Blanchard. So, Theo Green's voice in the Church is more important than before. So, the purpose of mentioning Michael and Protestantism at this time is not simply to discuss the influence of the Church of Light in the eastern part of the empire, but also to shake the status and authority of Camus Blanchard. The cardinal stared into Theo Green's eyes and said word by word, "This is exactly what His Holiness the Pope ordered." As he spoke, Camus Blanchard gently placed the gold medal from the Pope on the table in front of him. Seeing the familiar cross, crown and scepter on the pure gold token, Theo Green frowned slightly. But he didn't say anything, so he slowly retreated back to the queue. Ahem. After the incident just now, the cardinal cleared his throat and continued in a cold voice, "We have only one topic to discuss today, which is, the Church needs a way to raise money and food." When the cardinal finished speaking, the bishops present, including Theo Green, were more or less confused, and some even began to whisper. In fact, when the bishops heard the cardinal solemnly say that he wanted to discuss the matter, Most of them thought that they would discuss many issues related to Protestantism and the Principality of Idar, as well as the countermeasures that the church would take. But what caught them off guard was that the big matter that the cardinal was talking about, the big matter that required convening all the bishops of the holy city of Bethlehem to discuss together, turned out to be money and food? This was something almost no one had ever expected. After all, when has the church ever been short of money? When has the church ever been short of food? As the only organization on the continent that can collect taxes from all countries except the Ottoman Empire, the tithes collected from civilians every year by the Church of Light are an astronomical figure. In the bishop's impression, even though the church spends money lavishly on a daily basis, and the bishops who support it enjoy an extremely luxurious life, these are insignificant compared to the huge tithes. It is precisely for this reason that the Church of Light was able to build churches all over the empire, appoint clergymen on a large scale, recruit crusader soldiers, and become the undoubted uncrowned king among the mountains in the southern part of the empire. Over the years, the church can be said to have never had to worry about money. That is why, when the cardinal brought up this topic so abruptly, everyone present was stunned. Camus Blanchard looked around and naturally noticed the surprised expressions of the people. Although it sounds unbelievable, the shortage of money and food is indeed a real problem that the church is facing now. Yes, the Church of Light does have a large surplus from the tithes it collects every year. But Cardinal Camus Blanchard knows very well that these surpluses only exist on paper. In fact, all these extra food and fodder were transported to the August region by the Crusaders under the instruction of Pope Clement V. Over the past year, the chaotic situation in the inland of the empire has greatly affected the collection of the tithe. A large number of people have become homeless and naturally have no extra money to pay taxes. In fact, if it happened in the past, this would not have brought much impact to the Church of Light. After all, the church itself still has some savings, and it can always be squeezed out with a little effort. However, for unknown reasons, the expenses of the Church of Light in the August area have been rising day by day, and the construction of the Colossus outside Bethlehem will also cost a large sum of money. So, in an instant, the Church of Light, which was once extremely wealthy, was faced with the dilemma of shortage of money and food. No matter what happened, the construction of the Colossus and the supply of money and food to the August region must be guaranteed first. This was the death order given by Pope Clement V to Camus Blanchard. Because this is about whether the Church of Light can become great again. It is about the great cause of the Church of Light. It was for this reason that Camus Blanchard was in a state of confusion during this period. There's nothing I can do. My major is not suitable. If he were asked to preach to the believers, Camus Blanchard could definitely make them cry and their hearts tremble. But if he were asked to raise money and food, the cardinal would be at a loss and at a loss. Because it is really not an easy thing to do. Everyone. The situation in the interior of the empire has greatly affected the collection of tithes this year, coupled with the expenses of building the Colossus and expanding the Crusaders. The Church of Light is in urgent need of a way to raise money and food. The reason why I have gathered everyone at the Lateran Palace today is to ask everyone to come up with ideas and think about how to make up for the current financial shortfall of the church. The cardinal had made his point clear, but the bishops present still looked at each other in bewilderment. There was nothing they could do. Camus Blanchard's expertise was not suitable. But could their expertise be suitable? As a charlatan, as a devout clergyman bathed in the glory of the God of Light, who the H.L. knows how to make money. After a long silence, finally, a bishop tried to speak. Your Excellency, Cardinal, I think we can call on the nobles of the empire to donate their property to alleviate the church's current financial and food problems as much as possible. To be honest, even though they didn't know much about money and grain, the charlatans present knew that this proposal was extremely unreliable. The nobles have always been a group of stingy guys. Although many of them are believers of the Church of Light, most of them are reluctant to pay the tithe. In the entire empire, the only noble leader who paid taxes on time every year and even exceeded the task, and was very friendly to the church, has become the patron of Protestantism and is playing against the Church of Light. In addition, this war also had a great impact on the nobles of the Norman Empire. Therefore, it was almost impossible to ask the nobles to donate extra money on top of the tithe. The man thought about it, and seemed to feel that his suggestion was somewhat unreliable. So he tried again. How about calling on believers to donate? As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence all around, and even many colleagues looked at the bishop, who made the proposal with complicated eyes. What the H.L. is this idea? Not to mention that most of the believers of the Church of Light are civilians living in poverty, and cannot donate much money. As long as one commoner really makes a donation. Then, how should the bishops of the church deal with it? You know, the clergy of the church have always enjoyed the offerings of the believers, and lived a happy life relying on the tithes. So that almost everyone has valuable wealth in their hands. So, if the civilians living in poverty donate, then as the most devout believers of the Church of Light, should the bishops of the church donate? In any era, moral kidnapping is a very unsolvable thing. If you don't donate, does it mean you are not devout enough? Indeed, in the Church of Light, he does have bishops and priests who are willing to donate their wealth for their beliefs. But this is only a part of it. If there really is a devout bishop who is willing to go bankrupt and donate all his wealth, then how much should others donate? If you donate less, does it mean that you are only enjoying the support from the church, but not considering the Church of Light? Not to mention in this era, even in the previous life, this would definitely be an extremely troublesome problem. I seem to have said something wrong. This doesn't seem to have much effect. The bishop who spoke earlier finally came to his senses, and hurriedly made amends. Bishop Barbosa, what do you want to say? Camus Blanchard had long seen what everyone was thinking. So when he saw Bishop Barbosa hesitating, he took the initiative to ask. Bishop Barbosa's heart trembled when he saw that the cardinal suddenly called out his name. He did have some ideas in his mind. But the problem was, in a sense, these ideas were not his own. But Mike has defected from the Principality of Adar. Since both Mike and I were members of the Inquisition, I often discussed issues with Bishop Barbosa before Mike left the holy city of Bethlehem. So, Mike had also discussed related topics with him unintentionally. But is it really appropriate to bring the ideas of a guy who has already defected to the cardinal? Never mind. Give it a try. Since Mike had always been a subordinate of Bishop Barbosa before his defection, the cardinal has always been resentful of him ever since the news of Mike's establishment of Protestantism reached the holy city of Bethlehem. Therefore, in order to change the cardinal's opinion of him, Barbosa finally gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency Cardinal Camus Blanchard, I think we can try to issue some indulgences." That's right. It's an indulgence. The indulgence that Mike mentioned to Bishop Barbosa was the fuse that triggered the religious reform on earth and the culprit that caused the people to erupt in a wave of resistance. Only, Bishop Barbosa had no idea of the side effects it would bring. And the clergy of the era had no foresight either. So, driven by the principle of taking what is useful, and at the request of the cardinal, Barbosa finally took out this so-called good thing. When Mike mentioned indulgences, Bishop Barbosa was a little indifferent. After all, in his opinion, the thing that the Church of Light lacked the least was money and food. But what I didn't expect was that it would come in handy now. He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to say that this was Mike's idea. So Bishop Barbosa could only take the credit for this great invention. When everyone present heard Bishop Barbosa offer indulgence once, they were a little confused. But, although I don't understand it, I feel it's very powerful. This thing, which I have never heard of before, seems to be much more advanced than those previous rubbish suggestions. But what is an indulgence? The cardinal also looked bewildered. But Bishop Barbosa's proposal made him feel that he saw hope. A hope that would allow the church to perfectly fill the current financial gap. Ahem. Bishop Barbosa cleared his throat solemnly and introduced. The reason why I was able to come up with this indulgence is actually thanks to the teachings of Master Camus Blanchard. According to the description in the church scriptures, if the confession of a commoner can touch the God of light, then the light of God can wash away the sins he carries. Indulgences are another way for believers to cleanse their sins. The construction of the Colossus is for the return of the God of light. And the existence of the church is the representation of God in the world. So, when believers donate money for the operation of the church and the construction of the Colossus, can they get the care of the God of light? Hearing this, everyone present nodded, feeling that it made a lot of sense. So, Bishop Barbosa took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Since donating money to the church can gain the care of the God of light, then we can sell indulgences to believers. Whoever holds an indulgence can be forgiven of the sins he has committed." Hearing this, the cardinal's heart was slightly moved. Although in essence it was just about getting the common people and nobles to pay again. After being packaged by Bishop Barbosa, it sounded much better. To know, according to the philosophy preached by the church, Only those who are recognized by the God of light can enter the kingdom of heaven after death, while those with serious sins will be thrown into hell. Such rhetoric has a very broad market in this era of extreme poverty, and has long become the spiritual sustenance of countless ordinary people. After all, not all of the aristocratic color can make everyone live and work like the Principality of Idol. This idea sounds really good. The cardinal could not help but nod slightly, and looked at Bishop Barbosa with great favor. But if you just issue a redemption voucher, some are too monotonous. Bishop Barbosa continued. Oh! In fact, the bishops present were shocked as heaven. But I did not expect. The money that nobles have, and the wealth that commoners have are two completely different concepts. So, if we really want to issue indulgences, we naturally can't generalize. You mean? The Bishop of Red asked quickly. The talk of indulgences had cleared up all the grudges in the cardinal's heart, and the heavy stone in his heart fell. I didn't misjudge him. Bishop Barbosa, you are such a genius. First, indulgences must be graded. Anyway, it had been said, and it had excited the cardinal in front of him. So Bishop Barbosa simply repeated all the words that Mike had mentioned before. Grading? That's right. Bishop Barbosa nodded very seriously and said, the indulgences issued by the church can be divided into yellow diamond indulgences that forgive the greatest sins, gold indulgences that help nobles continue to enjoy noble treatment in the kingdom of heaven after death, silver indulgences that wash away minor sins of ordinary civilians, and bronze indulgences that allow serfs to gain freedom in the kingdom of heaven. We can formulate a set of price standards and sell indulgences of different levels at different prices. We can even guide nobles and merchants to hoard indulgences and use them as gifts. Good job. After hearing this set of theories, the cardinal was completely shocked by Bishop Barbosa. The nobles feared the most that they would not be able to enjoy their privileges after death, and the serfs feared the most that they would be oppressed after death. The indulgences after classification could directly hit the vital points of different groups. Bishop Barbosa was able to come up with such a brilliant idea. This is simply the God of light blessing the church. Not only the cardinal, but also the bishops present were extremely excited. The reason is simple. Who am I? I am a clergyman of the Church of Light. I am the most pious and pure believer. How could I be tainted with sin? Bishop Barbosa's proposal not only perfectly avoids the dilemma of having to empty his own pockets to make contributions, but it can also solve the difficulties of the Church of Light and open up a lasting source of income for the Church of Light. Good job, Bishop Barbosa. Indulgence sounds like a good thing. Chapter 387 New World. The sun is shining brightly. The sky is clear. Seabirds are flying across the blue sky, and the clouds are stretching lazily. Under the leadership of Captain Hausen, the three-masted warship explorer belonging to the Adar Navy was moving forward with difficulty against the sea breeze and huge waves. On the rough ocean, the surging waves hit the hull again, and the flag with the Stewart family emblem hanging on it was rustling in the howling sea breeze. The waves of the waves also raised the head of the Idle Navy's three-mast battle boat, and then fell again and again, splashing the scattered waves on the bow. The three-mast battleship created by the Idol Naval Shipyard is enough to be called the most top naval warship in this era. But in this boundless sea, it is still like a leaf. The violent turbulence and shaking of the ship were enough to make even the most experienced sailors dizzy. But for the Adar crew, who had been at sea for more than a month, these shakings were already commonplace. Keep vomiting, and you'll get used to it. When they first started their ocean voyage, their bodies did feel extremely uncomfortable. But they were, after all, the best sailors in the Principality of Adar. When such bumps and jolts gradually became the norm, they gradually got used to the bumps and jolts of ocean voyages under the influence of their strong willpower. And the slight bumps and waves in front of them, in their opinion, were already excellent weather conditions. Ocean navigation and ordinary offshore shipping are completely different concepts. The storms on the sea may appear thunderstorms and tsunami, and various climate change may occur. These are all uncertainties that cannot be predicted in this era. So, even with the nautical charts provided by Bruno, ocean sailing is still an extremely difficult task. At this moment, Captain Hyacinth was standing in front of the captain's room window, observing the surrounding sea surface with a telescope, and behind him, a detailed and complete sea map was mounted on the wall of the captain's room. The nautical charts provided by Bruno enabled Captain Hausen to successfully avoid many meaningless explorations. But, after all, this was the first ocean voyage of the Adar people. Even though Bruno Stewart Duke of Adar, had provided extremely important assistance. Everyone, including Captain Hausen himself, was extremely nervous. You know, this place is not only far away from the mainland of the Principality of Adar, but also an unknown place that no one has ever set foot on. If I say I'm not panicking, that's definitely impossible. Fortunately, the nautical chart provided by Bruno was extremely reliable. With the specially marked deserted islands and signs, the explorer was able to move forward on the correct route. It should be almost here. Captain Hausen looked at the vast ocean in the distance, then came to his senses and carefully compared it with the nautical chart hung on the wall. 1 month later, I think about where I am now. If there is no problem with the navigation map given by the Duke, then the new continent in the Duke's population, the land marked as a landed land, should be close to it. Captain Hausen. While Captain Hausen was having a daze, his deputy pushed the door and entered. It's time for lunch. As he spoke, he placed the cans and biscuits in his hand on a corner of the table. Compressed biscuits, canned vegetables, and a piece of air-dried meat. Whether it is Captain Hausen or ordinary sailor, this is their daily diet. In fact, when they first set sail, Captain Hausen did not really realize how much benefit these foods could bring to the sailors. But, when they carried out their last land supply in the Faroe Islands, and continued to sail towards the vast ocean in the northeast on the Explorer, the advantages of these easy-to-preserve foods gradually became apparent. Small volume and easy to save. These are just the most insignificant aspects. Compressed biscuits are very filling, while canned vegetables and canned fruits can provide sailors with essential nutrients. This is like a magical weapon for sailors who cannot get supplies from land, because they prevent the invasion of sepsis and ensure a healthy and reasonable diet for the sailors. Captain Hausen bit a large piece of jerky and said seriously, "Well, let me tell you. If everything goes well, we will see the outline of the new continent this afternoon." Hearing this, the adjutant showed a rare look of surprise on his face. After all, although the Adar Navy has unwavering beliefs and bears the Duke's trust and expectations of achieving great things, but ocean voyages are undoubtedly an extremely boring thing. If it weren't for the Duke bringing entertainment activities such as poker and mahjong onto the ship, and also equipping the three-masted warship Explorer with teachers who could teach the soldiers to read and spell in their free time, this boring life day after day has already made these soldiers sick. At IFF's%. Just then, there was a sudden loud noise on the deck, and a naval soldier came running and knocked on the door of the captain's room. "Captain Hausen, please come and have a look. Something happened at the back." Upon hearing this, Captain Hausen's face suddenly became serious. This is almost the place. If there is any unexpected problem now, maybe it will be a loss. So, Captain Hausen immediately followed the sailors and came to the deck at the rear of the three-masted warship. At this time, a large group of naval officers and soldiers had gathered there. What happened? Captain Hausen frowned slightly and asked, sinking. When everyone heard Captain Hausen's voice, they all slightly tilted their bodies to make way for him. "It's probably someone who fell into the water." "Captain," one crew member said excitedly, "maybe the waves just now swept him here, and the shackle on his body happened to get caught on the hull. And it was Huma Oaks who found him. Well done. Give Huma Oaks some chicken thighs later." Captain Hausen was delighted. And not only him, but also the faces of the crew members around him were gradually filled with surprise. You know, this sea area is definitely a place that the ships of the Adar people and the Norman Empire have never set foot on. But the Adar naval ship actually discovered an unknown person who fell into the water here. There is only one explanation, and that is, I am not far from the unknown place marked on the nautical chart. Moreover, it was an inhabited land. Only, after his joy, Captain Hausen frowned again. Although he had most likely found that distant continent, if there was a powerful country like the Norman Empire on that continent, how would the Adar people gain a foothold? How would they expand their territory? It would take at least a month to travel from the Principality of Adar to this land. With only a few hundred people on a ship, it would be difficult to gain a foothold on this continent. And except for a nautical chart from the Duke, all the Adar people know nothing about this distant land. If the country in this land is stronger than the Principality of Adar, with a larger territory and a more powerful army. So, does today's overseas exploration count as inviting a wolf into the house? Is it telling the other party that there are traces of humans overseas? Thinking of this, Captain Hausen leaned down quickly, trying to tentatively breath the waterfall. seem still alive and breathing. Where's the military doctor? Where is the military doctor? Why hasn't he come yet? We must save him. If the Adar people can rescue the person who fell into the water, then they may be able to understand everything that happened on that continent through this person in front of them, and make judgments and responses in advance. Although the soldiers of the Principality of Idal were all interested in opening up the country and earning military merits, they should be cautious and not less at all. What's more, the long distance between them and the mainland of the Principality of Adar at this time made them have to rely on themselves, the cooperation of the naval soldiers, and the weapons and equipment they carried with them. The military doctor is here! The military doctor is here! In a mess of shouts, the doctor of the army finally crowded over, and began to press the water cavity of the falling water to discharge the poured seawater with the assistance of the assistant. People must save me! Arrange soldiers to guard. If they wake up, they are not obedient after waking up. Then talk about it first. Captain Hausen's kind side is only shown when facing the Adar people. Therefore, before the drowning person in front of him gave the Adar people the information they wanted, Captain Hausen would definitely be 200% alert and be vigilant to possible accidents. Everyone else, get fully armed. Return to your posts and be on standby at any time. We are getting closer and closer to the continent on the other side of the ocean. Captain Hausen cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice. Yes. The interlocurrents in the middle did not affect the speed of the explorer. As the distance to the destination was getting closer and closer, the originally blue sea surface slowly began to change color. This may be the reason for the weather or water quality. Right. In the captain's room, the first mate glanced at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window and said uncertainly. Hearing that Captain Hausen said nothing, but his frown tightly showed the anxiety of his heart at this time. At this time, the explorer seawater has become more and more darker. The more you go forward, the color of the seawater is getting dark. If it goes forward, the color of the seawater is dark and depressed. The seawater here is not a visual feeling presented by the refraction of light, but a completely dark darkness. So, Captain, come and have a look. We can see land in the distance. Suddenly, the first mate's exclamation interrupted Captain Hausen's thoughts. He hurried forward, took the telescope handed over by the first mate, and looked at the gray area in the distance through the glass in front of the captain's room. Seem, it really is land. Has the guy who fell into the water woke up? Captain Hausen suddenly asked. Not yet. The person who spoke was the adjutant standing nearby, in order to facilitate reporting to the captain. He was in charge of the arrangements and supervision of the people who fell into the water. No matter what. Since we are here, we can find out what is going on by going up and taking a look. Captain Hausen pondered for a moment and finally ordered, find a suitable anchorage and prepare to land. Yes. As the distance is getting closer and closer, the soldiers of the Idle Navy are becoming more tense. There is naturally excitement and a desire to achieve success. But there is also tension in facing the unknown. After all, the dark sea water that was opened by the explorer not only can see that Captain Hausen can see that these most ordinary naval soldiers can also clearly see. As the distance to the land gets closer, the color of the sea becomes darker. There are even countless skeletons floating next to the rugged reefs on the coast, piled up densely under the beating of the waves, which looks particularly terrifying. What surprised our soldiers the most was that even the color of the corpses had a black luster. That's right. If Bruno were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize that the skeletons in front of him are exactly the same as the skeletons found by Agent Adar in the Venice arsenal. The only difference is, on the coast of the Principality of Adar, agents of the Adar CIA only found a black skeleton. But here, looking around, the shallow sea area near the shore is almost completely occupied by these skeletons floating with the waves. Doing pang. The skeletons of unknown creatures, instigated by the waves, slammed against the hull of the explorer, making a series of extremely faint impact sounds. If it were any other soldier, they would have turned around and fled. However, the well-trained Adar soldiers and the skilled and courageous sailors still mustered up their courage, shuttled among the reefs and bones, and gradually moved closer to the shore. They have guns in their hands, cannons on their ships, and in the armory on the lower floor. There are even a large number of magic bombs and melee weapons that may be used when exploring new continents. And this is exactly the confidence of Adar soldiers. Although the drowning person, who might be living on this land, has not woken up yet, The Adar soldiers who dared to be the first have already begun preparing for their first landing. The idea in their minds was actually very simple. After a month's ocean voyage, they certainly could not return empty-handed. Since they were here, they had to find out what exactly was on this land on the other side of the ocean. Whether it's ferocious beasts or other human civilizations, or the unique flora and fauna and gold, silver and jewelry of this land. These are what they want to figure out. Otherwise, they would be sorry for the countless Adar people, and even more sorry for the trust and expectations of Lord Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar. Chapter 388, Green-Faced and Fang-Newton. Salazar falls into the water. When Captain Hausen led the fully armed Adar soldiers, took the lead in the landing boat, bypassed the corpses floating on the coast, and officially set foot on this land where no Adar people had ever landed, his heart was filled with excitement. Although this is only a small step for me, it is a big step for all Adar people. The distant overseas does have the existence of landing, no matter what he could gain this time. The plan of Duke Bruno Stewart of Adar to see the sea had at least achieved victory in the first stage. That is, the people of Adar set foot on the land on the other side of the ocean for the first time. Only, the land in front of him made Captain Hausen frown slightly for a moment. Black. All black. Whether it was the surging sea water near the coast or the land under his feet, it was all pitch black. In Captain Hausen's eyes, this was undoubtedly an extremely strange phenomenon. In addition, the sky gradually became gloomy after landing. The original clear sky had gradually faded away, and was replaced by thick clouds and a depressing atmosphere. Therefore, after the initial excitement, Captain Hausen inexplicably developed a sense of vigilance towards his surroundings. There were thick clouds above his head and dark earth under his feet. But the forest and land in front of him showed no signs of logging or reclamation. However, as an experienced old captain, Hausen sensed a hint of something unusual in this silent atmosphere. It was as if something was observing me in some unknown corner. Everyone be careful. Advance in battle formation, Captain Hausen said in a deep voice. Yes. The Adar soldiers present seemed to have sensed the unusualness of this land. They held their magic rifles tightly in their hands and moved forward cautiously. Only, it seemed that the Chow Chow had arrived as soon as he was mentioned. Before he had taken a few steps forward, a strange noise came from the bushes about 40 or 50 meters ahead. Then, under the gaze of the Adar soldiers, a guy about 2 meters tall appeared. What is this thing? The leading soldier couldn't help but exclaimed. The guy in front of them was definitely the first one the Adar soldiers had ever seen in their lives. His ugly appearance and ferocious eyes made even the well-trained Adar soldiers shiver. Green face, fangs, wolf tail, and black claws. Its back and limbs are covered with dark gray hair. The claws on its forelimbs and the feet on its hind limbs are exactly the same as humans' hands and feet except for their dark color. What surprised the Adar soldiers the most was that there was only one blood-red eye on the front of this creature, right in front of them, above the sharp teeth on the upper and lower jaws. The only eye seemed to reveal a bloodthirsty light, and it kept making howls like a baby crying, which even sounded creepy. However, even so, when the Adar soldiers exclaimed, all the soldiers present responded quickly. They all raised their guns. If the strange-looking guy made any unusual movement, they would be greeted with the first firing of magic rays on this continent. Be careful. Let's retreat slowly, Captain Hausen ordered. Captain Hausen still hasn't figured out what this ugly monster is, nor does he know how powerful it is. Therefore, Captain Hausen does not intend to take the initiative to attack before this extremely strange-looking thing takes the initiative to attack. After all, no one knows how many magic rays are needed to kill the guy in front of him. And no one knows whether the creature in front of them is acting alone or in a group. In this unknown land far overseas, the Adar people were extremely cautious in every move they made. Besides, they were only the vanguard troops that landed first, and their duty was to survey the surrounding environment of the landing site and look for possible safety hazards. And it is obvious that their goal has been achieved, because the so-called safety risks have emerged on their own. He has the support of hundreds of Adar soldiers behind him. So, according to Captain Hausen's idea, if the guy in front of him does not initiate an active attack, then he will wait until he returns to the small boat used for landing, and then let the soldiers fire a few shots and cannons to test the strength of the creature in front of him. You know, the land in front of us is pitch black, and the creature in front of us is also black and looks particularly ferocious. It is hard for people not to connect the two. And, if Captain Hausen's guess is correct, Those skeletons floating in the ocean should be the corpses of the creatures in front of him. If you put this kind of environment and these strange-looking creatures together, even the most reckless person would probably be cautious. What's more, Captain Hausen is a very patient man. Otherwise Bruno would not have sent him to lead this ocean exploration. Only, unfortunately, before the landing team could take a few steps back, the strange creature in front of them seemed to have sensed the retreat of everyone present. After letting out a creepy howl, it rushed straight towards the Adar people. Its speed is much faster than that of ordinary beasts. The blood-red eyes in the middle of its forehead seem to reveal its desire for food. With a strong push of its strong hind legs, it can cross a distance of several meters. Good job. I didn't hit you just now because I thought you were ugly. It would be unfair to your appearance if I started fighting you right away. Now look what happens. You actually rushed towards me. Seeing this situation, the Adar soldiers present were definitely not afraid. Since they couldn't hide any longer, they decided to start fighting. Following Captain Hausen's order, a series of magic rays burst out from the muzzle of the magic rifle and shot towards the extremely strange-looking creature. By Yubu. Although the magic power contained in the dense magic rays is not much, when they are concentrated at one point, the power they possess cannot be underestimated. Because the Odin people in the northern border of the Norman Empire had already confirmed this with their own evidence. The animal's instinct for survival seemed to have made the strange creature in front of it feel the magic power contained in the magic rays. But the Adar people shot too fast after all. And before the thing could react, its body was pierced by magic rays. Don't be fooled by its green face and fangs. But no matter how powerful a creature is, it can only fall under the dense magic rays of the Adar people. The only thing worth mentioning is, even after being hit by several magic rays, this creature did not die immediately. Instead, it fell to the ground and let out a series of wails. It possessed a vitality far stronger than that of ordinary beasts. And that's not all. As the strange creature in front of him fell to the ground, more and more creatures emerged from the dense bushes. At first glance, there were about 17 or 18 of them. The same big blood-red eyes, the same green face and fangs, gray back and black claws. This is a social creature. The situation that Captain Hausen was most worried about seemed to have occurred. After all, they only landed to investigate the situation, and it was impossible for them to carry a large number of magic missile magazines with them. Therefore, the Adar soldiers who landed surrounded Captain Hausen and retreated to the coast in an orderly manner while attacking these strange creatures rushing towards them with magic rifles. It wasn't because he was afraid of the number of these creatures, but because, although he carried a lot of weapons and ammunition on his ocean voyage, most of them were still placed in the armory of the explorer. After all, who could have predicted that they would encounter so many ugly monsters as soon as they landed? But, after all, the soldiers of the Principality of Adar are not ordinary soldiers. Not only do they have guns in their hands, but there are also cannons on the ships behind them. As Captain Hausen retreated to a safe distance, the gunners who had been ready on board immediately activated the magic cannons that had been aimed in advance. Rumble. After a huge roar, the ugly monsters that were originally so aggressive had already broken their legs and were wailing. And they looked much more pleasing to the eye. You're so ugly, and you're still here to scare people? Captain Hausen walked forward, took out the magic pistol on his waist, and without hesitation pulled the trigger at the ugly guy who was staring at him with his big eyes. Boom! Blood splattered and some kind of white sticky substance spilled all over the ground. Keep the ones with broken legs, bring them back to the Duke for a fresh look, and kill the rest. Captain Hausen pointed at the ugly monster who had lost his ability to move but was still alive with his strong vitality, and said in a deep voice, the mission of exploring the New World, of course, also includes recording everything that has happened on this continent. In Captain Hausen's opinion, it would be better to be able to directly bring back the real objects. And several animal cages had already been prepared in the cabin of the explorer. And some soldiers were equipped with nets to catch new prey. So it was not considered an unnecessary incident. Judging from what I have experienced so far, this kind of creature is obviously widely present on this continent. If I bring it back and the guys at our public university can figure out something with it, then I will have made a great contribution. At this moment, the adjutant who was originally on the ship suddenly rushed over in another landing boat. He glanced at the devastation left by the artillery bombardment with a lingering look in his eyes, and said breathlessly, Captain Hausen, the drowning man, he has woken up. In fact, Salazar Knox had already woken up when the gunfire on the Explorer sounded. But since Salazar Knox was placed in the inner cabin of the Explorer by Adar soldiers, he only heard a series of dull sounds like thunder. The interior of the cabin is simply furnished with a wooden bed, a wooden table, a chair, and a locker fixed to the wall next to the door. Salazar Knox managed to support himself with his arms, and sat up in bed with great effort. Myself, where is this? He looked around him with difficulty, and felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. But even if he just thought about it for a moment, Salazar Knox felt dizzy, and his head was throbbing violently, as if his head had been kicked hard by a wild donkey, and was filled with sticky paste. I didn't even have the strength in my body. Even completing the simple action of sitting up from the bed took me a while. Moreover, there was a strange taste in his mouth, which made him feel very sick and nauseous. After a long while, he endured the pain in his head, and recalled some of his previous experiences. Today was my turn to go out hunting. But perhaps I was not paying attention for a moment. So I crossed the safe distance opened up by the city-state's army, and then encountered a group of mutants wandering around. Then, knowing that the mutants were afraid of the ocean and being familiar with water, he jumped into the sea while escaping. However, he did not expect to be swept farther and farther by the fast-flowing water until his legs twitched and he was exhausted. But here's the thing. Where am I now? Who saved me? Thinking of this, Salazar Knox couldn't help feeling a little confused. The shaking of the floor made him aware of where he was now. This should be a ship. And based on his memory before he lost consciousness, he seemed to have seen an extremely large ship. However, there are only a handful of city-states on the continent that own ships, and the ships of these city-states are far from as large as the one he saw before he lost consciousness. What's more, each city-state is quite a distance away from the place where he fell into the water, and they do not usually cruise in this sea area. So, while he was thankful for having escaped death, Salazar Knox was also very confused. But just when he was feeling dizzy from his strenuous thinking, the wooden door of the room finally creaked. The door opened. Seeing this, Salazar Knox quickly looked towards the door. A middle-aged man in a navy blue military uniform and a dark blue captain's hat walked into the room with a serious expression. The middle-aged man's uniform has an open collar and a scarf-style tie. This is the standard uniform of the Adar Navy. It is designed to reduce irritation to the throat during seasickness and prevent the collar from being caught on various protruding objects inside the ship. A light purple badge with a light gold border hung in the middle of the captain's hat, and light gold symbols and emblems were also painted on the waistcoats on his shoulders. And behind that man, there were several young soldiers wearing uniform and carrying standard weapons. They were well organized and well trained. Although Salazar Knox did not know the meaning of these badges and marks, those badges, whether simple or complex, made people feel powerful at first glance. I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying, but I want to tell you that you are now on the three-masted warship Explorer, which belongs to the Adar Navy fleet. I am Monsieur Hausen, captain of the Adar Navy, commander-in-chief of the Adar Navy's ocean fleet. Looking at the drowning man who had just woken up, Captain Hausen said in a deep voice, Chapter 389, The Adar people are so terrible. Although for Salazar Knox, Captain Hausen's pronunciation was somewhat different from the spoken language he was familiar with, and some of the words in his words were things he had never heard of before. He still understood what the captain meant. The one who saved him was a ship belonging to the Adar Navy. But the problem is Adar the name of a city-state? Is there a city-state with this name on this continent? Captain Hausen's words made Salazar Knox feel a little confused. Although he had lived on the west coast of the continent since he was born, he had heard of the few powerful city-states on this continent. But the name Adar felt extremely unfamiliar to Salazar Knox. If you want to own a ship, the first requirement is to be close to the coast. But how easy is it to fight against mutants while still having enough energy to build ships? What's more, Captain Hausen mentioned the word fleet, which means that the so-called Adar Navy is definitely not just the ship in front of him. At least in Salazar Knox's understanding. A force that can own ships of such a scale is definitely not an ordinary one. At the very least, it should be a powerful city-state with a population of more than 100,000. But this city-state called Adar has always been unknown in this land. Although Salazar Knox still felt a frequent throbbing pain in his head at this time, it did not hinder his ability to think independently. So, he almost racked his brains to search for this name in his memory. Only, his approach was doomed to fail. After a long period of contemplation, he still couldn't think of any information that could be linked to Adar. It's like it appeared out of nowhere. And Salazar Knox knew what a captain was. But what was a colonel? Was it a title like a general or a guardian? For him, although he could understand most of Captain Howson's words, if he connected the words together, Salazar Knox was still a little confused and couldn't figure it out. While Salazar Knox was busy in a daze, Captain Howson was also looking at the drowning man in front of him, who had just woken up from his coma. In fact, Captain Howson had already looked at Salazar Knox's clothes and searched through the belongings he carried with him before rescuing him. How to say? The clothes were very simple, and the weapons were very primitive. The clothes Salazar Knox wore were not much different from those of the lowest serfs in Idar before Bruno came to power. This can no longer be said to be patching clothes, but rather using many patches to piece together a piece of clothing that barely fits. As for weapons, if there were any large weapons, they would have been washed away by the sea when he fell into the water. The Idar soldiers only found a dagger tied to his calf by vines on his body. And this dagger is even made of animal bones. Add to that his sallow complexion, skinny body, and the signs of severe malnutrition diagnosed by the military doctor, and it is obvious that the man who fell into the water must have been living a very hard life. But what surprised everyone present was that he was carrying a waist badge made of fine mithril. The material of mithril is different from ordinary gold and silver. Although most of its physical properties are exactly the same as those of silver, it can play a more important role in the hands of the Idar people. It is also an extremely important mineral in the world. If this badge were sold in the Principality of Idar, the price would be at least dozens of gold coins. This made Captain Howson a little confused. To say he was poor was not entirely so. That badge alone was very valuable. But it is absolutely impossible to say that he lives a good life. Because whether from the clothes or the sallow and thin complexion, the civilians of the Principality of Idar look much better than him. So, after dealing with those ugly monsters on land, Captain Howson now has only one priority. Whether through convincing people with reason or through spiritual influence, he had to pry open the mouth of the drowning man in front of him to learn everything about this land, so that the people of Idar could have a comprehensive and systematic understanding of this land on the other side of the ocean. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Captain Howson, the drowning man finally spoke. "Dear Captain, I sincerely thank you for your rescue. I am the city-state defender of Padilla, a native of the West Coast, an indomitable attacker, and the storm-born Salazar Knox of the Knox family, from Padilla on the West Coast." Captain Howson? Adjutant? Accompanying Idar soldiers? Captain Howson was both surprised and delighted to hear what the guy with the long name said. What made me happy was that he could speak human language. Well, no. Anyway, what I meant was that he spoke the same language as the Idar people, so at least I could communicate smoothly. What surprised me was that what he said was a bit long, and I couldn't quite understand it. Just now, how many names did he mention? 3? 4? So what is the name of this drowning man? Stormborn? Unyielding attacker? Or some other nonsense? Or did the previous sea water damage the guy's head? Seeing that Captain Howson seemed a little confused, Salazar Knox introduced himself again very considerately. "I am the city-state guard of Padilla, a native of the West Coast, and an unyielding." Okay. This native guard, who never gives in the storm. Please tell me, how did you fall into the sea? Captain Howson, intent on listening to his long-winded name, interrupted Salazar Knox very quickly. It was the Stormborn, the indomitable attackers, and the natives of the West Coast. Salazar corrected. "You can call me Salazar Knox, or Salazar, my respected captain." As for the reason for falling into the water, seeing the captain in front of him take the initiative to ask, Salazar did not hide anything. He talked about everything from hunting in the forest to jumping into the sea to escape the mutants. And he was very emotional. Just like some online writers who don't wear women's clothes. He didn't know how to use the right amount of details or omissions. So, those ugly creatures with green faces, fangs, gray backs, black claws, and a big eyeball on top of their heads are called mutants. Right? Captain Howson briefly summarized the useful information he had extracted from these episodes and experiences, and found that it could be fully summarized in one simple sentence. Now it was Salazar Knox's turn to be dumbfounded. This isn't the point. I spent so much time and effort laying the groundwork and exaggerating the details, mainly to show my experience of fighting wits and courage with the mutants, and to demonstrate my brave and flexible fighting ability even though I fell into the water. But the captain in front of him seemed to have never seen a mutant before. He was particularly interested in those monsters, and looked like he had never seen the world before. Those things, the ones with big eyes you mentioned. Aren't they called mutants? Salazar Knox felt that his cognition was challenged and asked back. You know, mutants are the biggest enemy of humans on this continent. But the captain in front of him seemed to have never seen mutants before. This is unreasonable. Moreover, even this ship exudes an unusual atmosphere everywhere. Not to mention anything else. The uniforms of these soldiers alone had already made Salazar Knox jealous. As a member of the Padilla city-state, although it is not wealthy, its area is not large, and its population is not large. But on this continent, Padilla is already considered a human city-state with good strength. As a guard of the city-state, Salazar Knox had a good family background and social status. But even so, his clothes were still far inferior to those of the people from the Adar city-state in front of him. That's right. Although Salazar Knox did not find any memory of the word Adar in his mind. In his subconscious, he had already regarded it as a city-state on this continent. Because with the breadth of Salazar Knox's thinking, he could not think of any other explanation. Let alone imagine whether there might be other land on the other side of the ocean. This is the first time we have encountered this kind of creature, and the first time we have hunted them. Captain Housen said very frankly. First, this is their first time. Salazar Knox was already a little confused. And at this moment, after hearing what Captain Housen said, he was completely stunned. He had no time to think about what Captain Housen said about hunting them. He only heard the word first time lingering in his ears over and over again. I seem to discovered a powerful force? Excuse me, where is the Adar city-state you mentioned? Aren't there any mutants there? After pondering for a moment, Salazar Knox finally couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. No, Captain Housen answered simply. Hearing this, Salazar Knox took a breath. No one could fully understand Salazar's extremely complicated feelings at this moment. You know, all human beings living on this continent have been living under the shadow of mutants since birth. These creatures seem to have an innate hatred and disgust for humans. From time to time, they rely on their powerful strength to attack humans, forcing the surviving humans to unite together and form one city-state and human settlement after another on this land to jointly resist the threat posed by mutants. But Captain Housen's words really shocked Salazar Knox. A land without mutants. Its attraction to Salazar Knox was incomparable to anything else. And then, Captain Housen did not keep the topic in suspense. After all, if he wanted Salazar Knox to speak and become his guide in exploring this land, then he must first make him understand the power of the Principality of Adar. We are from the Principality of Adar, which is located on the other side of this ocean, several weeks' voyage away from this land. The Principality of Adar is a powerful principality under the rule of the Stewart family. It has a population of millions and is the most powerful principality in that land. And the three-masted warship Explorer that you are on now is just the tip of the iceberg of the Adar Navy fleet. Follow me. As he spoke, under the leadership of Captain Housen, Salazar tremblingly walked out of the cabin for the first time and came to the deck of the Explorer. To Bruno Stewart, the Duke of Adar, such a three-masted warship was nothing special. But that was looking at the warship from the perspective of a time traveler. Whether it was the ordinary people of Adar or the nobles, merchants, and civilians of the Norman Empire, everyone who saw this battleship was amazed at its huge size, huge sails, and powerful firepower on board. There is no doubt about how much shock it can bring to Salazar, an ordinary person living in a foreign continent. The only boats Salazar had ever seen since he was born were rafts made of many sticks and planks, which were used for fishing in rivers and offshore. So, looking at the wide deck in front of him, the hull that was 2 stories high, and the Adar soldiers busy on the deck, for a moment, Salazar was speechless. He really didn't know what words he should use to describe the huge ship that appeared before him. All Salazar could do was stand there, staring at the Stewart family flag hanging at the top of the mast, and stare blankly. Facts are far more convincing than any simple words. And, in such a short period of time, this young man who had never left his birthplace suffered so much shock. Although young people have a stronger ability to accept new things, at this moment, whether it is their outlook on life, worldview or values, they need a lot of time to reshape. There is land overseas. There is a country on land, called the Principality of Adar. Their ships can cross the boundless ocean and reach this land thousands of miles away. Although Salazar had little experience, he was not stupid. He clearly understood how powerful this meant the Principality of Adar, which was far away on the other side of the ocean. I am afraid it is much more powerful than those powerful city-states. However, Salazar did not have much time to sort out his thoughts. This was not because Captain Hausen was too lazy to wait, but because a roar. That's right. When Captain Hausen heard the news that the drowning person had woken up and couldn't wait to return to the three-masted warship Explorer. At the same time, the Adar soldiers were also cleaning the battlefield on the coast very efficiently. The vast majority of mutants were killed by Adar's soldiers, ensuring their death. But there were 2 mutants that only had broken legs and were unable to move, but had extremely strong vitality. They were caught in the Adar soldiers' hunting nets and locked in cages that had been waiting for a long time. When Salazar came to the deck, the 2 animal cages were being carried to the deck in an orderly manner by Adar soldiers, and the mutants trapped inside let out a few shameful roars from time to time. Asterisk, at OB #_%UMFJO. The roar, like a baby crying, brought Salazar back to reality almost instantly. Such a familiar roar, at such a close distance, it almost made Salazar shudder in an instant. He turned around in horror and looked at the iron cage that was being carried onto the deck. How could you? How could you? Salazar couldn't even speak clearly at this moment. There was no way. He had just escaped from the claws of the mutants. But he didn't expect that these Adar people from another continent in front of him would actually carry the mutants directly onto the boat, although they were separated by a cage. Salazar still felt cold under his feet. What are you doing? Hearing this, Captain Hausen seemed not to notice the expression on Salazar's face, and said rather heartlessly, "We don't have this thing on our continent, so we plan to bring it back to our Adar Principality's experts and scholars to open their eyes, and do some anatomical experiments to figure out why this thing is so ugly." For a moment, Salazar was speechless. In order to capture these 2 live mutants, "I'm afraid you suffered heavy losses," Salazar said with some regret. To know, every year, some of Salazar's companions die at the fangs of mutants. Not to mention capturing such living creatures. Just hunting mutants is extremely difficult. Although he didn't understand how the Adar people conducted research, and even less understood what dissection meant, the scene before him once again made him realize how powerful these Adar people were. They are not easy to catch. In order to catch these 2 mutants, we've lost 3 traps. An Adar soldier shook his head regretfully. There is also a lot of loss of weapons and ammunition, another soldier added. How many people died? Although he felt that it was a bit impolite to ask, Salazar couldn't help but ask. Dead people? How could a mere dozen beasts cost the lives of the elite Adar soldiers? Hearing this, Captain Hausen replied confidently, Adar soldiers are equipped with a full set of magic rifles and powerful magic cannons. Plus, they have the advantage of terrain and people. Under such circumstances, if they face only a dozen mutants, it will cause casualties. So how can Captain Hausen still have the face to show off here? No, not a single soldier was lost? Hearing this, Salazar fell into deep confusion again. What kind of monsters are these Adar people in front of us? And how powerful is the Adar Principality that they are so proud of when they mention it? Salazar couldn't even imagine these things. Salazar knocks. At this moment, Captain Hausen's words interrupted Salazar's thoughts. I think we need to talk about the land you live in and these mutants that are everywhere. Chapter 390. Selling bread is not as good as making bicycles. More than a month has passed since Captain Hausen left the Principality of Adar to explore the unknown land on the other side of the ocean. During this time, a lot happened in this land in the eastern part of the empire. For example, the first department store in the Principality of Adar opened for business. The construction of a noble manor in the northwest of Adar City started. There was the anti-gangster campaign presided over by Old Ford himself, and the first civil service exam in the Principality of Adar. The interior of the empire is still in chaos, but the Principality of Adar is still thriving. The sky is blue, the grass is green, and everything in the Principality of Adar looks like a prosperous scene of a heavenly kingdom. Since moving to the Principality of Adar, Justin Lucio has become idle. War and chaos greatly squeezed the living space of civilian merchants. In addition, the shop he ran in the Principality of Adar was thriving, which made him give up the idea of returning to his old business. Since you can make money safely and steadily, who would risk their life to earn that hard-earned money? Justin Lucio quickly realized that the noble character of the Adar people was the reason why those risky trade routes should be left to the peasants living in the inland of the empire and the kingdom of Basel. However, Giving up the idea of returning to the old job does not mean that you will just live a life of idleness and wait for death from now on. Although he could repay his loan on time and enjoy life in peace and stability just by relying on the stable income from the shop. But Justin Lucio has always been a guy who can't sit still. When the Noble Manor was just open for sale, he gritted his teeth and bought a property worth thousands of gold coins. But this also put him on a heavy debt. But what made him extremely excited was that after just over a month, the house prices in the aristocratic manor had already started to rise. With the release of the latest 3-year development plan outlined by the Idar City Government Hall, Idar City's development plan for the next 3 years has also been officially announced. Affected by this, the price per square meter of villas in the Noble Manor has increased from 20 gold coins to 21 gold coins. In other words, after buying a 300 square meter villa, I made a net profit of 300 gold coins without doing anything in this month. This is not a small amount no matter what industry you are in. After all, on this continent, the exchange rate between gold coins and silver shillings, and between silver shillings and copper coins is as high as 1 to 20. This time, I really made the right bet. Justin Lucio feels like bursting into tears whenever he thinks about the decision he made that night. To know, according to the legal provisions of the Principality of Idar, the Idar Government Office and the Idar City Planning Office divide real estate into 2 different types, residential housing and luxury housing, and set maximum price fluctuation standards for ordinary residential housing to regulate prices, in order to prevent merchants from hoarding goods on a large scale. Therefore, whether it is a businessman who wants to live in the house himself or to invest, almost all of them have set their sights on luxury residences. But currently there is only one luxury residential builder approved by the Idar Public Project, and there is only one project, which is the Noble Manor project under Riverside Real Estate. In a sense, as one of the first people to try it out, Justin Lucio really got a big bargain this time. But he knew very well in his heart that such opportunities would not always come along, and the right way was to continuously expand his own industries and sources of income within the legal framework of the Principality of Idar. So during the days in the Principality of Idar, except for the time spent at home reading newspapers, Justin Lucio walked almost every street and alley in the Principality of Idar, whether in the Merlin District, Idar City, Soraberg or Cologne Industrial Zone. Justin Lucio has left his footprints and figure. As a businessman, he did see countless business opportunities hidden in the booming Principality of Idar. For example, bread. Although potatoes and corn are becoming more and more popular in the Principality of Idar, the most widely sold and highest selling food is still people's beloved bread. And with Bruno's support, Millie's bread factory is booming and expanding. As people's demand for bread grew, Miriam's original cake shop was divided into 2 and reorganized into the New Idar Bakery and Eugenie Cake Shop with Bruno's financial support. Among them, Eugenie Cake Shop was left to Miriam to tinker with, mainly producing cream cakes loved by businessmen and nobles. The New Idar Bread Factory is much more formal than the previous ones. Not only does it employ professionals to manage it, but 1/3 of the bread supply of the Principality of Idar comes from it. This is a large bread manufacturer endorsed by the Idar Chamber of Commerce, with Idar nobles as shareholders and professional management. Driven by so many factors, Justin Lucio is optimistic about the future of the bread processing factory. Therefore, he quickly submitted cooperation documents to the New Idar Bread Factory, hoping to become a partner of the New Idar Bread Factory and sell the produced bread to various parts of the Principality of Idar. After all, it is actually a very time-consuming task to contact the shops and merchants scattered across the Principality of Idar every day. Justin Lucio believed that with his extensive business experience, he would be able to make the bread produced by this factory more smoothly available to every household, while making a profit for himself. He would also make more profits for the New Idar Bread Factory. Although he received a reply right after submitting the cooperation documents, the content of the reply was not what Justin Lucio wanted to see, because that was not the cooperation that Justin Lucio wanted, but a tender notice. Justin Lucio saw the problems that arose during actual sales. So the New Idar Bread Factory, backed by the Duke of Idar Bruno Stewart, naturally saw the same flaws. Therefore, in order to sell the bread produced by the New Idar Bread Factory further and reduce unnecessary trivialities, the bakery divided the Principality of Idar into several regions and launched a large-scale bidding for recruiting regional partners. This caught Justin, who was originally full of confidence, off guard for a moment. He did participate, but was eliminated as expected. This was not due to any insider manipulation, but because, compared to others, the quotation and sales strategy given by Justin did not actually have much advantage. This also made Justin Lucio realize for the first time how terrifying the number of merchants gathered in the Principality of Adar was. However, no matter how fierce the competition was, the screening model of selecting partners through bidding opened Justin Lucio's eyes and amazed him. Although the screening method is cruel, it makes Justin Lucio both painful and happy. The mistake in the bidding made him feel a little depressed. For several days in a row, he leaned on the sofa in boredom, reading the Adar Daily word by word, trying to see if he could find other business opportunities. Come and see. Dear father, the bicycle I mentioned to you a few days ago has been bought by me. At this moment, little Lucio's voice came from the yard. Hearing this, Justin Lucio put down the newspaper in his hand and walked out of the room. In today's Principality of Adar, learning to spell and read aloud is the dream of almost every child. The hardships of life have made them understand how difficult it is to climb up, and have also made them clearly realize how lucky they are to live in the Principality of Adar. After immigrating to the Principality of Adar, little Lucio was sent by his father to 2 Point Academy to learn spelling, hoping to get a good ranking in the Adar Public University entrance examination next year. You know, although the civil service exam can allow little Lucio to make money faster and integrate into the society of the Principality of Adar, Justin Lucio is rich and the Lucio family is not short of money. And he could see the importance that Duke Bruno Stewart of Adar attached to Adar Public University. Not only does it provide students with tuition waivers, accommodation subsidies, and food subsidies, but the social status of public university students has also been greatly improved. They can be said to be the talents most valued by Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar. As for the bicycle that Lucio mentioned, since Justin Lucio had been concentrating on preparing for the bidding, he didn't pay much attention to the means of transportation that was frequently mentioned by his son and the Adar Daily. In his opinion, since he already had a horse-drawn carriage. As for the so-called bicycle, couldn't it run on its own? But unable to resist his son's suggestion, and considering that the price of the bicycle was not expensive for Lucio's family, he nodded and reluctantly agreed. But when Justin Lucio walked out of the room and saw the thing that was being pushed into the yard by little Lucio, he was stunned for a moment. Then, what the hell is that? Ever since the Adar Institute of Basic Industries solved the problems of bearings, steering and tires, thus making the first bicycle of the Principality of Adar finally successfully launched. The remaining work has become much simpler, and most of it is just adding or subtracting details. For example, in order to increase the practicality of the bicycle, craftsmen added a seat above the rear wheel and a hanging basket to the front of the bicycle. After solving the problems of raw material supply and bicycle mass production, the bicycle factory of the Principality of Adar was officially built in the Golan Heights as early as half a month ago, and began to recruit workers and production, and named it Holden Bicycles. The origin of the name is also very simple. The person in charge of the research and development of bicycles is named Matteo Holden. Bruno didn't care about the name, but it could greatly motivate the craftsmen and make them realize that as long as they achieved something, they would have the opportunity to make their descendants proud. The first generation of Holden brand bicycles did not have good enough shock absorption means, and were far from comfortable to ride. However, this was enough for the Principality of Adar and the civilians living on this land. Riding a brand new Holden bicycle on the cement road just paved by the workers in Adar, with your lover or children on the back seat, has become the dream of almost all young people in Adar. And this dream is not expensive, costing less than 500 copper coins. In the past, this price would have been very high, but for the people of Adar today, it is roughly equivalent to 3 or 4 months' salary for a family. Although it is still not cheap, it is not an unbearable burden. In order to make bicycles more quickly enter people's lives, factories in which Bruno has a stake, such as the Adar Steel Factory and the Adar Textile Factory, will even provide employed workers with the option of advance payment of basic wages, thereby promoting Adar people's consumption of bicycles. But these, Justin Lucio didn't know, because when the news of the bicycle went viral in the Principality of Adar, he was busy with his own bidding and planning his future business ambitions. So, today was actually the first time for him to see this much talked about means of transportation with his own eyes. How to say? In his opinion, the appearance of the bicycle was actually a bit weird. There are 2 huge wheels underneath, a basket in front, a small seat in the middle, and some messy things further down. And most importantly, this thing can't stand on its own. If there is nothing to support it, it will fall to the ground. Is this a bicycle? Seeing this, Justin Lucio couldn't help but ask, how can something that can't even stand be used as a means of transportation? Or is it, this is actually just part of the bicycle? Justin Lucio couldn't help but look around. But it was obvious that there were no other parts. If we're heading to the baths of Caracalla, this bicycle is much more convenient than a horse-drawn carriage. Little Lucio said this as he showed it to his father with great interest. Be careful. Justin Lucio was quite worried. But before he could finish his words, he saw little Lucio quickly climb onto the car and start circling the yard. If the space here wasn't so small, I could ride much faster than this. Although he was a little unfamiliar with it, little Lucio still pedaled the bike and shouted to his father. The scene before him stunned Justin Lucio. This bicycle actually does not require animals to pull it, and can actually move very fast relying solely on human power. As a businessman with a keen business sense, he knows very well how huge the market will be for such a means of transportation. Suddenly, Justin Lucio rushed into the room like a madman, as if he was possessed, and took out today's Adar Daily and read it carefully. Finally, he found the inconspicuous advertisement in the center of the newspaper. Big news! Holden brand bicycles are urgently looking for agents. Those with experience in business are preferred. Seeing this, Justin's eyes swept towards the bicycle that Lucio had just bought, and his blood boiled. Why am I still struggling here to sell bread? Wouldn't it be better to sell bicycles? Chapter 391 New World. November. 538th year of the new calendar. Although the second Prince Riaz has broken through the blockade of the Imperial Guard Division on the Central Great Plains, and is approaching the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, this does not mean the end of the war. The emergency call from the imperial capital St. Lawrence caused Pitt's men to desperately plunder soldiers and confiscate food and fodder, causing the civilians who could barely survive to lose the last bit of food stored in their homes as winter approached. When the number of refugees began to increase, even the dumbest nobles would gradually become nervous. Many nobles began to flee the lands they had ruled for generations, and headed to places far away from the center of the war to avoid the war. But even the carriages and horses of the Norman nobles would be greatly hindered in their progress when faced with the chaos in the inland and the hordes of refugees. Therefore, even though they had left the imperial capital of St. Lawrence earlier, when the Graf's siblings had gone through many hardships and finally arrived in the Principality of Adar under the protection of mercenaries, it was already early November. The temperature has cooled down a bit, and the scorching sun has faded away quietly. This is probably a sign that early winter is approaching. To the west of the Stranglethorn Customs, out of humanitarian considerations, the Adar government office has set up a large number of tents to accommodate a large number of refugees from the inland of the empire. Not only were they penniless, but their already empty bags did not even have enough food to fill their stomachs. What's worse, even if they can't be said to be ragged, they can at least be said to be naked. It is no exaggeration to say that if there had not been the relief provided by the Principality of Adar, a large number of innocent civilians would have frozen to death this winter. In fact, Bruno knew very well that the east and west sides of the Stranglethorn Customs were two completely different worlds. On one side are the civilians who had to leave their homes due to the war, and on the other side are the civilians of Adar who live and work in peace and contentment under the rule of the Stuart family. Although the refugees were pitiful, Bruno, as the ruler of the Principality of Adar, knew very well that he must not allow certain unstable factors to breed and spread in the eastern part of the empire because of a momentary weakness. Up to now, the number of spies and agents arrested by the Adar CIA in the Principality of Adar has exceeded 20. But if it were just these, it would be fine. In Bruno's eyes, there are far more unstable factors than these. The Adar Immigration Administration once provided Bruno with a set of data. Since the establishment of the Principality of Adar, the number of civilians who were denied entry by the Adar Customs has long reached 3 digits. As we all know, the Norman nobles were extremely unscrupulous in their exploitation of the common people and serfs. It was precisely because of the extremely difficult living experiences of the common people that many religious organizations were born and spread in the interior of the empire. A large number of the civilians stopped by Adar Customs were suspected to be followers of cult organizations. Bruno would never allow the followers of these organizations to live on the land of the Principality of Adar, nor would he show leniency to them just because of their civilian status. The only thing Adar Customs could do was to add more staff and double the original 4 entry inspection channels to 8. This is the bottom line of the Principality of Adar. And it is also Bruno's leniency towards the refugees. After all, even if the Principality of Adar has greatly improved its administrative efficiency, it cannot withstand the massive influx of countless refugees at one time. Not only will it cause chaos in social order and an increase in crime rates, it is also not in the interests of all Adar people. You know, now the speed at which the Principality of Adar accepts refugees is more than twice as fast as before. And the civil servants of the Adar Immigration Administration have been working overtime and complaining bitterly. It was under such circumstances that Marquis Soto's convoys successfully passed through the Stranglethorn Vale customs. For the first time in their lives, the brother and sister Verona and Johann set foot in the Principality of Adar in the east of the empire, and came to this wild and remote place in the eyes of the nobles. Those people don't even charge money? Riding in the swaying carriage, Johann couldn't help but sigh. Even though he had successfully passed the Adar customs inspection, Johann still had countless doubts in his mind. If the Principality of Adar is really as terrible as described by those nobles, then why are so many commoners flocking to this land? You know, on the way to the Principality of Adar, he saw many civilians, bringing their families, carrying their remaining food and money, migrating all the way to the eastern part of the empire. And you won't know until you ask. And you'll be shocked to find that most of these civilians have the same destination: the Principality of Adar. In fact, a long time ago, the Adar Immigration Administration and the Adar Central Intelligence Agency stopped promoting the various welfare and benefits of the Principality of Adar to the people, and stopped deceiving the people to migrate to the eastern part of the empire. Because that piece of land in the eastern part of the empire has long been talked about by the people, and lingered in the ears of countless civilians in the Norman Empire. Today, the Adar Immigration Administration does not need to continue its propaganda, as there are many refugees who follow in the footsteps of their relatives and friends and spontaneously migrate to the eastern part of the empire. But, as members of the Norman aristocracy, the Graf siblings didn't know much about these things. Therefore, everything they saw and heard along the way amazed them and gradually gave them some confidence, as they had been anxious. And just now, the experience of passing through the Stranglethorn Vale customs was also fresh in their memory. When passing through customs, Johann Graf habitually took out a few copper coins from his pocket as a reward for the Adar customs staff. But these staff members felt they were facing a formidable enemy and rejected his gift sternly. Build an honest and efficient Adar administrative system. Although the above words were hung on the wall on the side of the Stranglethorn Vale customs, it was not until he was sternly rejected by the customs staff that Johann finally realized the meaning of this sentence. In fact, in any noble territory except the Principality of Adar, asking for gifts from passing merchants and nobles has long become the norm. Although such behavior may not be very reasonable, it has been recognized by the vast majority of people, including the nobles. However, the Principality of Adar's clear attitude and the customs staff's complete compliance with the code of conduct are unique in Scorpio. It's really a bit unusual. Seeing this, even Verona, who was the first to propose seeking refuge in the Principality of Adar, couldn't help but sigh. She also knew that the staff of the Principality of Adar were only practicing their most basic professional ethics. But such ordinary behavior and reactions were like outliers in the countless noble territories where corruption was rampant and exploitation was rampant. The carriage moved slowly along the road. Although it was still quite a distance away from the city of Adar, Verona clearly felt the difference between this place and the west side of the Stranglethorn customs. Even though the territory of Kandy is much more stable than the interior of the empire due to its proximity to the Principality of Adar, it is still not worth mentioning when compared with the Principality of Adar. This piece of land seems like a paradise on earth, isolated from the rest of the world, without any disturbance or impact from war. In the endless farmlands of the Principality of Adar, the abundant autumn crops have been harvested and the winter crops have been planted. The Adar farmers, who finally had some free time, showed no sign of tiredness and had already started looking for work everywhere, turning the long peaceful Adar Principality into a bustling large-scale construction site again. It can be said that every winter is the time when the labor force in the Principality of Adar is the most abundant. Unemployed farmers become temporary workers, and the construction of many large-scale public infrastructure and public projects in the Principality of Adar also starts at the end of the year. If it had happened in the past, or in other noble territories, such a scene would never have occurred in winter, because once winter comes, the common people, who could only wear thin short clothes passed down from their grandfathers. All huddle in their huts, praying that the cold winter will pass as soon as possible. Civilians and serfs only worried about whether their stored firewood could last until the end of winter, and whether their remaining food could survive the cold winter of that year. As for major repairs and construction, actively responding to the call of the rulers to build roads, bridges, and city walls? Hee, that's something only a fool would do. Without the sharp knives and whips, no civilian would leave their homes and risk freezing to death or frostbite to work for their lords. But the problem is, this is the Principality of Adar, the territory of Adar. Bruno is a lord who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments. Civilians can be paid for their labor, and serfs can earn work points for their labor. As long as the labor they put in contributes to the Principality of Adar, they will surely receive equal compensation. Isn't this better than staying at home and warming themselves by the fire? Under the rule of Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar, the Adar textile factory was built, and the Adar department store stood tall. With the signing of the Treaty of Valens, wool and leather produced in the eastern highlands of the Odin Empire were all purchased by the Adar Chamber of Commerce at extremely low prices, and then transported directly to the port of Cologne in the north of the Principality of Adar through convenient sea transportation, avoiding the long and risky land transportation. In the Cologne industrial area, the Adar people will weave these wool and leather into clothes of different styles and prices, and then transport them to various parts of the Principality of Adar. Maybe the look and style of these clothes may not be good looking. But what time is this? In this era, common people never care about these things. Whether it looks good or not is secondary. As long as it can be worn, it's fine. As long as the price is affordable for civilians, and enough for the civilians of the Principality of Adar to withstand the severe cold. That is enough. After all, for the civilians who were used to living a hard life, these were good days that they had never dared to imagine. Before Bruno ruled this land, was there a winter when people didn't freeze to death? The only difference is whether more people die or fewer people die. In other words, except for the Principality of Adar, almost no steward of a noble territory dared to claim that no civilians froze to death that winter, because this would be deceiving the noble lords as fools. But these things that seem impossible to others have already become a reality in the Principality of Adar. So much so that when Marquis Soto's convoy approached the city of Adar, the Verona siblings were already dumbfounded. Aren't they cold? Johann stared at the scene in front of him. Countless workers were paving roads and building houses. It seemed that to the Adar people, the winter cold was just a trivial matter and could not stop them from working hard at all. But in other noble territories, cities and towns would be deserted in winter, and deserted streets were the norm in the inland of the empire. Maybe it's because they are all wearing clothes. Looking at the scene in front of her, Verona didn't know what to say. The reason was simple. The scene of the Principality of Adar before their eyes was completely beyond their cognition. Different from those noble lords, who wandered between the palace and the castle. The brother and sister, who lost their father at a young age and depended on each other for survival, have always been very concerned about the territory of the Graf family. Especially Verona. After personally supervising the implementation of forced labor and the collection of land taxes several times, she was very clear about the suffering and difficulties of the common people. Therefore, she could feel more clearly the uniqueness of the Principality of Adar. In this land, Verona could hardly see a ragged civilian. Most of the civilians in the Principality of Adar wore well-fitting clothes and walked on the streets and in the construction sites throughout the Principality of Adar. There was no fear about the future on their faces, only a faint smile and expectations for the future. It seems, for the Adar people, freezing to death has become a word that is extremely distant from their lives. But how is this possible? The poverty of the common people has almost become a reality that the nobles are accustomed to. Not only the nobles, but even the common people themselves have tacitly accepted this situation. It's as if a life of poverty and hopelessness is what ordinary people should experience. But Bruno completely shattered this inherent perception in the Principality of Adar. Although common people may not necessarily become rich or powerful, they definitely have the right and the qualification to live with dignity. Although this sounds simple, it is definitely not an easy task. Let's go into the city. Verona spoke first after taking a look at the busy civilians from a distance. Well, let's go into town. Hearing his sister's words, Marquis Johann Graf of Soto nodded quickly, with some excitement in his words. After all, when most of the nobles chose to wait and see where they were, or flee to the western part of the empire. Going against the current, and choosing the Principality of Adar, in the eastern part of the empire, as their destination undoubtedly required great courage. Although everything displayed by the Principality of Adar left them confused, it at least allowed the siblings to feel at ease, and made them understand that the Principality of Adar had a very deep foundation and powerful strength. At least, it is more than enough to protect the Graf family, and ensure that the inheritance of Marquis Soto can continue smoothly. Chapter 392. However, before entering the city, the brother and sister's convoy was stopped by the guards at the city gate. Dear Marquis Soto and Miss Verona, the Adar guards, dressed in standard police uniforms, nodded to the two guests who had come from afar. I regret to inform you that according to the temporary notice issued by the Adar government office, between November 1st and November 15th, convoys with more than 3 carriages are prohibited from entering the city during the day. If your convoy wants to enter the city, it can do so at night. Of course, you can also choose to take a horse-drawn carriage or rickshaw from the Principality of Adar and enter the city during the day. The leading guard pointed to several rickshaws waiting on one side of the road and spoke calmly. Hearing this, Verona couldn't help but look slightly fixed. This was not out of deliberate difficulty, but was due to the approaching winter and the construction of the Alhambra Palace, as another architectural wonder that will stand in the city of Adar. The Alhambra Palace not only employs a large number of people to build it, but naturally there will be a large number of vehicles responsible for transporting construction materials back and forth. During these few days, not only were construction materials and supplies being transported to the construction site, but it was also the time when countless refugees from all over the Principality of Adar poured into the city to work. Therefore, the Adar City Hall temporarily issued such a traffic restriction notice. But the Verona siblings, who had just entered the Principality of Adar, were not aware of this. There are restrictions on convoys entering the city of Adar, and, according to the guard, the gates of Adar City would still be open at night? Although it seemed a little unbelievable, the convoy of vehicles waiting in line at the city gate meant that the Adar people were not deliberately targeting the siblings. The vehicles waiting in line were lined up on one side of Adar Avenue, stretching for thousands of meters. In fact, Verona and Johann did not care about the so-called traffic restrictions, because this was the territory of the Stuart family after all. In the inland where countless aristocratic forces were intertwined, the siblings had long learned to calmly face the different treatments from various aristocratic leaders. But what surprised them the most was actually the greetings from the Adar guards. Since passing the customs inspection of Stranglethorn Vale, the two men hardly made any stops along the way, and the convoy also put away the emblems and flags representing Marquis Soto and the Graf family. But even so, the Adar guards on duty at the city gate still accurately called out the names of the two people. This also means that the information from the Stranglethorn Vale customs was already known to the guards in Adar City long before they arrived. How can we not be amazed by such efficiency in information transmission and speed in execution? Seeing this, Verona and Johann did not have the arrogance commonly seen in nobles, and did not argue with the guards. After instructing the driver and mercenaries to rest outside the city under the arrangement of Adar's guards, the brother and sister simply followed the local customs and hailed a rickshaw with the assistance of Adar's guards and entered the city with several personal attendants. They had only one purpose for this trip, which was to obtain the protection of Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar, so that the Graf family could survive in the chaos in the interior of the empire. After all, even though she knew that the Principality of Adar had extremely strict restrictions on the nobles, compared to the western part of the empire, and a certain prince of the Norman royal family, Verona was more optimistic about this land in the eastern part of the empire, and what she saw and heard in this land further strengthened Verona's opinion. You know, although the Graf family is dwindling in numbers, and only Verona and Johann are left in the family, the Marquis is still a Marquis after all, as an aristocratic family that has been operating in the interior of the empire for a long time. Among the many nobles in the interior of the empire, the Graf family possesses an intelligence network that is no less than that of the Norman royal family. Even among the many changes that have taken place in the Principality of Adar, Verona also knows a thing or two. Verona has always attached great importance to the rumors told by merchants and mercenaries. It was through those business travelers that Verona learned about the work-point system of the Principality of Adar, and the changes and reforms in the Principality of Adar. She also knew about the wonders that continued to rise in the Principality of Adar, had heard of the Adar people's ambition to sail far out to sea, and even knew the name of the Adar Central Intelligence Agency. In other words, Verona and the Graf family she represents are the imperial nobles who have the clearest and most objective understanding of the Principality of Adar. But, after all, these are just hearsay, and are only information obtained after cross-comparison. It was for this reason that when Verona made up her mind to go to the Principality of Adar, she was conflicted, and Johann, who made the final decision, felt quite guilty. Because, if the Principality of Adar is not what the siblings imagined, then the Graf family will not only lose their hereditary land, but will also suffer an extremely heavy blow. Until now, she finally came to this land in person, and saw with her own eyes the changes taking place on this land for the first time. This time, she wanted to measure this land with her own eyes, and see for herself whether it was worth betting all the chips of the Graf family on it. And it is obvious that, at least so far, the Principality of Adar has given the siblings a feeling that is completely different from the inland of the Empire. And it has also given Verona some confidence. The tentacles and intelligence network possessed by the Graf family give Verona far more leverage than other nobles. She hopes to use her lobbying to gain more benefits for the Graf family in this land in the eastern part of the Empire. After all, in Verona's opinion, the current Principality of Adar is like a huge ship that has just set sail. Only by boarding the ship as soon as possible can more benefits be gained for the Graf family. The rickshaw slowly passed through the city gate, and the vast streets of Adar finally appeared in front of the brother and sister. In the early winter, the city of Adar is still bustling with people. Perhaps it was because the people who were engaged in agricultural production on weekdays finally had some leisure time, and a large number of civilians poured into the city to work. So the city of Adar was even more lively than usual. Not only were there a constant stream of merchants and travelers coming and going, but many people even came from the surrounding villages and towns just to buy winter clothes in this newly opened department store in the city. In this era, many people have worn their clothes for who knows how many years. Their winter cotton-padded clothes have long been worn out, and traces of mending are everywhere on the old clothes. For many families, winter clothes are worn by grandfather, then father, then son, then grandson. Due to the difficulties in life, they may not be able to buy new clothes for many years, until the establishment of the Adar textile factory. Today, the large-scale use of the Genie machine and the prosperity of the sea trade route connecting the Odin Empire and the Principality of Adar have directly led to a significant reduction in the cost of ready-made clothes, coupled with a general increase in people's income. Buying a new piece of clothing for one's family has almost become a small goal that countless Adar people set for themselves in a year. Therefore, as winter approaches, many young people enthusiastically take their still-living grandfathers to the newly opened department stores to buy clothes. During this time, many ridiculous paragraphs also emerged in Idal Daily. For example, if I can buy a new piece of clothing this year, then my grandfather's old clothes can be passed on to my father. My father's clothes can be left to my mother. My mother's clothes can be given to my wife. And my wife's clothes can be worn by myself. And the cotton-padded clothes that I have worn for a long time can finally be passed on to my son. In short, this is not just a paragraph, but the status quo of many families. If a family can add a new clothes, it is almost equivalent to changing new clothes for everyone, which can be described as happy. Maybe someone will say what men and women. But when is this? It is good to have a thick cotton clothing. Where will anyone care about it? Sitting on a yellow car, Verona and Johann were like a bun into the city, staring at the two big eyes, curiously looking at everything around. Although they are nobles, they are used to luxurious banquets and golden light jewelry. But there is no city appearance in any city that can be compared with Idle City. The spacious and clean road, each with its own characteristics along the street, has a simple but rosy underlying civilian. And those small newspaper children who sip along the street. Compared with the Dar City, even St. Los, who is an emperor, is also difficult to reach. What is that? At this moment, Johann said suddenly. His words were slightly trembling. His voice was full of doubts. And he even revealed a little blank. Hearing that, Verona quickly turned her head and saw a few strange frames walking through the people not far away. 2 wheels. No livestock driven. Even from time to time, the sound of dingling was made. What is that? That's a bicycle. A gadget that the craftsmen of the Adar Public University have only recently created. The sales in Idle City recently are very hot. The driver of the charter of the car running pantingly. And by the way, with the guests behind, He introduced this new object that recently appeared in Idol City. Bike? Marquis of Soto Johann Graf repeated. Then he turned and looked at his sister, hoping to get a more detailed answer from Verona. Seeing this, Verona couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook her head. No way. Although the Graf family's intelligence network is second to none among the nobles in the entire Inland Empire. But this is the Principality of Idar, under the close investigation of the Idar Central Intelligence Bureau. Verona's information collected from the Principality of Idar, most of which came from business travel and mercenaries from all over the world. Obviously, this thing called bicycle should have just appeared shortly. Otherwise, this kind of fresh gadgets that can ride on the street should not be not mentioned. Let's talk in detail. Add money to you, Verona said. Okay. Hearing the words, the driver's heart was suddenly happy. In fact, as a carbon in Idol City, his favorite thing is to explain the unique fresh gadgets of Idol City for the guests who just came to this land. Whenever the driver saw the shocked looks on the guests' faces or heard their surprised exclamations, he would feel a sense of pride that is unique to the Idar people. Isn't you all the noble masters of you? But in our Principality of Idol, these things are all things you dare not think. And you have never seen something. Duke of Idar, Lord Bruno Stewart, but of those noseman nobles who can't catch up with horses. The driver had originally intended to praise the Principality of Idar. And now that the two guests sitting in the back had taken the initiative to add money, the driver became even more excited and started talking. To say this bicycle, it actually started to sell it not long ago. It is said that those craftsmen of the Idle Public University designed for many years before they finally put into production. To me, except for the Duke, which one of the short-sighted Norman nobles can have such a vision? This bicycle does not require animal power to pull, nor does it need to perform too much maintenance. You only need to sit up, and then kick your legs. The two wheels under the bicycle can turn around. And the most important thing is cheap. Those carriages of the aristocracy not only need to hire a driver, but also take care of the horses on weekdays. At least dozens of gold coins in 1 year. But if you look at this bicycle, you can only sell less than 500 copper plates in total. Even if you are an ordinary family, you could afford it for more than half a year. Although 500 copper coins may not seem like a lot. If someone in the family works, how much time can be saved on the road? If you spend less energy on the road, you can have more time and energy to devote to work. Wouldn't your income increase? If you ask me, when the driver wanted to talk down, Verona finally couldn't help but interrupt his words. Wait, you said. How much does this bicycle sell for? Less than 500 copper plates. If you buy that kind of cheaper, it only takes 400 copper plates. The driver answered truthfully. Verona and Jane glanced at each other, and could not help but take a breath. The common people were poor. The merchants were rich. And the nobles were both rich and powerful. This is undoubtedly the consensus of the ruling class of this era. But, according to the driver at this time, on the land of the Principality of Idol, it only takes half a year to make a family earn 400 or 500 copper plates. No wonder those civilians are rushing to the land in front of them. Although such income is insignificant for the nobles. For the common people, it is several times higher than that in the inland areas of the empire. Hearing the shocking sound of the two guests sucking air conditioning, the driver couldn't help smiling slightly. And his pride, as an Idar, was suddenly born. I heard it. Then, in fact, it is not necessary to take it for more than half a year. If a family has 2 adult labor, then most of them only take 3 months to get a bicycle. The driver began to mend his knife with great interest. Hearing this, Verona didn't know what to say. Why is the income of Idar's civilians be so much higher than other places? Duke of Idar, Brion Stewart, where did you get so much money to build this land? How can you build this remote and desolate land like this in such a short time? Perhaps other nobles will feel that this is actually the accumulation of Idal's principality for many years. But Verona knows clearly that this is indeed a change in a few years. She couldn't understand it. And she couldn't see through it. Chapter 393. The slightly cool breeze brushed across the treetops, and the yellow leaves were trembling in the cold wind. And then it will soon be swept to the corner of the street with the ants of the red sleeves in the city of Idal. On the wide streets of Idal City, a famous Idar person rode a newly bought bicycle and passed by on one side of the car. Those citizens who riding bicycles can't help but press the bell on the handle to get the crisp sound of the bruised bell, which attracts the surrounding passers-by people to look at the Indy. Most of these first batch of civilians who bought bicycles were the Idal, who lived on this land for generations. They witnessed the prosperity of the Principality of Idal, and witnessed the rise of the Stuart family. At the same time, these civilians have also supported the wind of the times. Although they could not be said to be extremely wealthy, most of them had enough food and clothing, and could afford new clothes and white flour. Even bicycles, which were just becoming popular in the Principality of Adar, were no longer out of reach for them. In the eyes of Idal, the civilians of these people riding their bicycles are their future portrayal. But it is a few years since he lived in the Principality of Idal. As long as I work diligently, abide by the laws of the Principality of Adar, and maintain the rule of the Duke, it won't be long before I can have such a life and ride a bicycle through the market. After all, these things are not out of reach. Do your best to work, or take the exam, or get a certain invention and creation. These methods may make your life leap in, and make your life no longer mediocre. Perhaps the life of civilians is still difficult. But now, they have at least the power to look forward to the future. Soon, the pornographic car passed through Idal Avenue, and turned into the Tin Road, which runs through East and West in Idal. This road, which is home to most of the important institutions and power organs of the Principality of Adar, doesn't usually have many people on it. However, today happens to be the day when the final list of admissions to the civil service exam is announced. Therefore, Jingsha Road was already crowded with people, whether they were candidates taking the exam or Adar residents who came to watch the excitement. They almost occupied half of the street. The siblings had originally planned to go to Adar Government Hall and Adar Immigration Administration to handle the immigration procedures for the nobility. And then, if time permitted, they even planned to visit Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar. Only, seeing the crowded streets in front of her, Verona couldn't help but feel a little confused. The Principality of Adar holds a civil servant exam every year to select qualified Adar civilians to take up important positions. Today happens to be the day when the results of the civil servant exam are announced. Seeing this, the driver explained enthusiastically. Public service exam? There were many words in the Principality of Adar that she had never heard of before. Not to mention civil service. Even examinations were not common in the inland of the empire, no matter what their background is. Any civilian who wishes to join the Adar government office or other Adar administrative agencies can sign up for the Adar Principality's civil service exam. The exam questions are different, but the prerequisite is that you must learn to spell and think. If you meet the test requirements, you can participate in the interview organized by the Adar government office. If you pass the interview, you can become a civil servant of the Principality of Adar and take up important positions after training. Hearing the driver's explanation, Verona couldn't help but be slightly moved. The Duchy of Adar abolished the fiefs granted to the nobility, making the Stuart family the sole rulers of the land. Originally, Verona was still wondering how the Duke would establish a complete ruling team to maintain the vast territory in the eastern part of the empire as the territory of the Principality of Adar expanded. After all, before this, every country on the continent maintained its rule through an aristocratic system ranging from dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, barons to knights. The dominant structure and administrative system of Principality Adar never preceded. And obviously, what was in front of him was the answer given by the Duke. Civilian. From among the countless Adar people, select outstanding civilians who meet the requirements to manage this territory. This is the answer given by Duke Adar. Although from the standpoint of the nobility, this means the deprivation of the nobility's power. But, since the Graf family has already made their choice and placed the future of their family on the shoulders of the Principality of Adar, it means that they have been prepared for a long time. Therefore, the more complete the situation of Principality Idal's principality to Verona and Johann, Verona's belief in immigration to Idal was more and more firm. But, can the common people of the Principality of Adar all read? Most of the news from merchants and mercenaries is related to the Principality of Adar's clean streets, powerful army, and perfect business environment. Therefore, even though the Graf family has the most complete intelligence network in the empire, Verona cannot know everything about Principality Idal. We have a school. Hearing this, the driver said proudly. Originally, the Duke only opened a 2-point academy to teach civilian children how to spell and read. But this year, after the war, most communities have opened several community schools. Besides, every issue of the Adar Daily will reserve space for people to learn spelling. Even adults, who are busy working to support their families, can learn spelling in their spare time. Although there is no profound truth in what the coachman said, these most ordinary civilians can often use the most plain, simple and unadorned words to present the current changes in the Principality of Adar. You know, in this era of prenatal education for everyone, there is not much use for ordinary people to learn spelling. But the civilians of the Principality of Idal obviously have no such awareness. Under the guidance of Bruno, even if they are the most embarrassed civilians in life, they also understand the use of spelling. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. But Bruno Stewart, the Duke of Adar, has linked together reform measures such as learning to spell and the civil service exam. How could this not shock Verona? Seeing is believing. In fact, ever since entering the territory of the Principality of Adar, the brother and sister have remained in a state of shock, gasping for breath from time to time. So much so that even their faces have become a little stiff. Let's stop here. Although it is still some distance away from Adar's government hall, Verona could no longer suppress her curiosity and wanted to see with her own eyes what kind of surprises the Principality of Adar would bring her. As you wish, young lady. When the coachman, who was originally a little disappointed, received a golden coin from Verona's servant with surprise, he immediately smiled. This is a gold coin. These corrupt Norman nobles are indeed very generous. Although the Principality of Adar is no longer the same as it used to be, and the income of civilians has also risen sharply, 1 gold coin is still considered a considerable income. After all, with just a few copper coins, you can buy the latest model of bicycle from the Principality of Adar. Moreover, if he didn't buy a bicycle, such a windfall could be used to buy new clothes for every family member. And he could even let his children learn spelling and reading at 2 Point Academy without worrying about food and clothing. Well, just learn to spell. In this way, whether he takes the college entrance examination or the civil service examination in the future, he will be working for the Duke. It is definitely a best way out. The driver happily drove the rickshaw away, and couldn't help secretly sighing in his heart that it was easy to make money from the Norman nobles. He then went to the city gate to get work. On the other side, Verona and Johann put aside their noble airs and walked towards the crowd with their servants. Today is the day to officially announce the list of civil servants who have passed this election. Unlike the preliminary list which was distributed to each community, the list of people who officially passed the civil service election will be publicly displayed in front of the Adar City Hall. This is not only to inspire the sense of honor of the new civil servants, but also to influence more Adar people. As soon as the news of the announcement of the list was released, almost all the candidates who participated in the interview could not sleep at night and came to Jingsha Road early to wait for the announcement of the list. After all, once you are lucky enough to be selected and successfully become a civil servant of the Principality of Adar, your future life path will be completely different from before. This is for His Excellency the Duke. Not to mention that you can get a stable salary every month. It is also a great honor when you talk about it. Ethan also arrived at Jingsha Road early. Although he passed the written test with the first place, the interview would eliminate 1/3 of the people after all. So Ethan was very worried and had been tossing and turning and unable to sleep recently. You know, after all, he is not like everyone else. He has studied systematically at the Double Point College. Most of the time, Ethan just squatted under the street light with an Idal daily, taking advantage of his free time to learn. And now, it's finally time to announce the list. The guards of the Principality of Adar were on standby on Jingsha Road early in the morning, in order to make it easier for the candidates to check the list. The guards even set up a special passage for the candidates and directed traffic on Jingsha Road to prevent congestion. The people of the Principality of Adar are also full of curiosity about this list. They all want to see which smart person will be lucky enough to be selected and will become a civil servant of the Principality of Adar. The total number of civil servants recruited this time is 461. Among them, the top 10 will be trained directly in the Adar government office and remain in office, while the remaining civil servants will be sent to various parts of the Adar Principality after training. In principle, a large-scale assessment of the official apes will be conducted every 3 years. The performance apes with excellent performance can get the opportunity to be promoted, and those who perform poorly will be surrendered or transferred. Donald Smith, 31 years old, from the Cape community of Sorenburg. Jordan Trump, 21 years old, from Merlin, D.C. Eric Wales, 26 years old, from. Prior to posting the list, the staff who belong to the Idal Affairs Department will first read the name of the candidates who passed the exam in order from low to high. and every time a name was blurted out, the crowd would cheer and exclaim one after another. The Idar people are simple and kind. Not only the candidates themselves, but also their families, relatives, friends, and even neighbors and classmates will cheer from the bottom of their hearts to celebrate this exciting moment. After all, this is the first time. This is the first time that civilians can rely on their own efforts to change their future life and change their destiny. When he heard his name came out from the mouth of the Official Affairs Department, no matter how much effort and sweat they had paid before, how much energy and time they spent were worth it, because their efforts were rewarded. From then on, they will become a business ape of the Principality of Idol, enter various departments of the Principality of Idol, or be assigned to the Principality of Idol. From then on, they could proudly say that they were civil servants of the Principality of Idar, not only serving the Duke of Idar Bruno Stewart, but also doing their best to maintain the prosperity and development of the Principality of Idar. The crowd was thunderous, and those candidates who had heard their names were all rejoicing, and those candidates who had not heard their names were full of nervousness and anxiety in their hearts. Non-selected, or the ranking is even more advanced? At the same time as people's minds are different, the staff of the Government Affairs Department also constantly read new names. Sherry Dawson, 19 years old, Valinos City, Nahan Ward. Why can't I give me? As more and more names were read out, Ethan became more and more nervous. Even though his scores are ranked first in the written test, who can guarantee that he can perform well in the interview? Although the more you read the name, the higher the grades. But the officials of Idal's Official Affairs Hall would read his name as soon as possible, so that he kept his heart and settled down a little. Third place, Herman Ram, 17 years old, from Man Fortress. As the top three began to be revealed, the people present were all holding their breaths, and listened carefully to these lucky people ranked among the top tests in the first big test in Idal. Second place, Fred Reminga, 23 years old, from the city of Idar. Hearing that everyone was uproar again, Idar's official ape test. The first places, this time, even officials in charge of singing the names of the government have reduced their speed. The people and candidates present were also widened, and they looked forward to looking at the idle official. Just like scolding disconnected dogs. After a long while, when he felt that he had attracted enough hatred, the staff of the Government Affairs Office finally said in a deep voice, First place, Essen Mells, 27 years old, from the city of Idar. Chapter 394. First place, Essen Mells, 27 years old, from the city of Idar. When the name Ethan Melson finally came out from the mouth of the government officials and echoed in the ears of all the candidates and the public present, LYST thunder. The simple Idar people may not know who is Essen Mells, but at this moment, everyone is cheering for him. After all, this is the first business ape test since the establishment of Principality Idol. As the first place in this test, the name Essen Mells will inevitably be well known to all Idalians, and will become an example in the hearts of countless candidates and children. Eisen is my son. My son has the first place. In the crowd, an Idar man who looked quite old and was dressed as a farmer shouted excitedly. The voice of the old farmer was very hoarse, and his face was full of wrinkles and scars, as if he had confirmed the countless bumps and hardships he experienced in his life. Now, this old farmer can't help but tears, and the tears of excitement have gradually flowed down from the corner of the eyes. His son not only was admitted to the official ape of Idol, but even won the first place. This is simply the ancestors bless. Eisen is my neighbor. He has been extraordinarily clever since he was a child, and his workmanship is also very diligent. He is a filial piety. Ethan squatted in the middle of the night under the street lights every day, and they should top the list. All the people who met Essen Mells seemed to be honored at this time, and from time to time in the crowd, Ethan's relatives and friends shouted shocked. At this very moment, Ethan just stood in place. His face was full of incredible expression. Ethan Mells. This is his full name. Just, how do you? I actually won first place. Written test first. Interview first. Comprehensive results are the same. As an Idar commoner, who was completely self-taught through reading the Idar daily, Ethan's biggest wish was to successfully become a civil servant. As for the first one, to be honest, Ethan had never had such a luxury. But I really did it. Daily and night's efforts were rewarded, and the spelling of the study of my own sleep and forgetfulness was finally recognized. After doing their best, The joy of achieving the goals is only the only candidates who break through many obstacles and eventually obtain the number of official apes can experience it. Ethan, you got first place in the exam. Ethan, cattle. Soon someone recognized Ian in the crowd. They rushed over with excitement, hugging joyfully, and even some people couldn't help holding Ethan a few sips. This is the first one. Maybe you can hold it a few times. You can also get a little luck. Thanks to all of this, if there is no business ape test organized by the Duke, and no Duke's hard-working cultivation, when will us civilians be in their early days? Finally, I couldn't help but shout it loudly towards the crowd around. Yes! As soon as this statement came out, everyone present suddenly woke up. If there is no Duke's establishment of the Adar Daily, if there is no Duke's order the establishment of a community school, if there is no Duke's call for the cost of idle to learn spelling, then he will be bound to the field in his life. But Bruno Stewart, the Duke of Adar, gave them a chance to redefine and rewrite their own lives. Long live Adar Principality. Long live the Duke. I don't know who took the lead. Candidates and people present have made sincere shouts. Civilians can also change their lives by their own efforts. What nobles can be done in addition to the Principality of Idal? No. No aristocracy can be like the Principality of Idal. The voices of the idle civilians rang through the sky. What they lack is an opportunity. And Bruno places this opportunity in front of all Idal. If you learn to spell well, you can get a business ape to touch your luck. Even those who are not well learned can be registered for joining the army. After all, the treatment of the Adar army is not bad. For these simple Adar people, this is enough. Long live Adar Principality. Adar. The Idal guards, who are responsible for maintaining order, are also bloody. But they are still loyal to maintain the order of this area. The ones who reacted the most to these calls were undoubtedly the brother and sister Verona and Johann, who were mixed in the crowd at the time. When the sisters and siblings finally returned from the deafening cheers, they looked at each other with an incredible expression on their faces. As a member of the Norman aristocratic class, when did they see such a scene? In the inland of the Normandy Empire, whenever the civilians saw the aristocracy, they were all humble and frightened and cowardly. Civilians would kneel on the ground in horror and carefully waited for the aristocratic lasters. But these people around them are really the cowardly and scaled civilians? Verona doesn't know. Johann also didn't know, although he did not say clearly. The previous Yellow Charter's calm expression and words were a little surprised by the sisters and brothers. They originally thought that this was just because the driver had pulled many aristocratic masters, so they could be indifferent. And now, the cheers of these civilians in front of him. The power contained in these Idal civilians surprised Verona. These people are still civilians, but they are completely different from those who live in the Empire. Inland of the Empire, nobles can scold civilians, although no one depends on relationships in name. If the aristocratic master is not so happy, there is not much difference between civilians and serfs. The life and death of civilians depends on the preferences of the aristocratic master. They can't see the future, and they can only stretch their panting at the foot of the nobles. But, in the Principality of Adar, in this territory located in the eastern part of the empire, the lives of civilians are completely different. That's right. This is still a land ruled by nobles. But Bruno Stewart, who is the Duke of Idal, did not make this land look like the Emperor's inland. Civilians can work, study, and do anything permitted by the laws of the Principality of Adar. They have the power to decide their own lives. It is precisely for this reason that the common people of the Duchy of Adar support the Stewart family, love the Duke from the bottom of their hearts, and are willing to defend the Duchy of Adar and maintain the rule of the Stewart family. After finally squeezing out of the crowd, Verona felt extremely complicated. Shouts such as "Long live the Principality of Adar" caused great shock to her heart. Even since the founding of the Norman Empire, no noble has been able to gain the support of so many common people and to mobilize their power so thoroughly. What the civilians presented to her made Verona feel both confused and shocked. She could feel that, under Bruno's leadership and with the support of the common people, the Principality of Adar was embarking on a completely different path from before. Perhaps before this, Verona didn't know whether this road could be taken. But, listening to the deafening shouts and watching the people's excitement, she seemed to finally realize the strength of the Principality of Adar and understood why this noble territory in the eastern part of the empire could easily keep the Odin Empire out. The Principality of Idar, the aristocratic leader in the Eastern Empire, is really terrifying. Idar City Hall. 2 cups of steaming coffee were neatly placed on the table beside the siblings by the staff, and the elderly Ford sat opposite the siblings. Ever since the anti-gang operation in Valence City ended, old Ford returned to Idar City without stopping to take charge of the situation. After all, he is the most respected person in the entire Principality of Idar, second only to Bruno. Old Ford used to be the steward of the Stewart family, who managed the Principality of Idar in an orderly manner. Now, he is the political official of the Principality of Idar, responsible for implementing Bruno's orders in every inch of the Principality of Idar. In this era, as a man in his 70s, old Ford can be considered long-lived. His waist was slightly hunched. His head was covered with sparse white hair, and the scars left from fighting on the battlefield with the ancestors of the Stewart family would still hurt from time to time. But even so, his eyes were still bright and seemed to contain the spirit of a young man. From a remote and desolate border noble territory to the dominant Principality of Idar today. Although old Ford was not like Lister, Mundell and other personal servants, who always followed Bruno around, he witnessed the changes taking place on this land with his own eyes. Although a long time ago, old Ford was particularly troubled by Bruno's extravagant spending and regarded him as the first prodigal in the history of the Stewart family. But as time went on, he gradually accepted Bruno's views, was amazed by many of Bruno's insights, and faithfully implemented every word of the young ruler. It is also with the dedicated help of old Ford that Bruno's ideas and orders can be carried out unimpeded in this land, and can be truly implemented on every Idar person. Therefore, even though he is old and frail, old Ford is still Bruno's extremely important support and Bruno's most trusted and capable assistant in the true sense. Have some coffee. This is a specialty of the Principality of Idar. The Honorable Marquis Soto and Miss Verona of the Graf family. Facing the 2 Norman nobles who came from afar, old Ford greeted them neither humbly nor arrogantly. During this period, there were more than 1 or 2 nobles who immigrated to the Principality of Idar. If it weren't for the fact that the Graf family was a little special, there would be no need for old Ford to come in person to receive them. You know, the Graf family is the most well-informed noble family in the inland of the empire. If we leave aside the Idar CIA in Bruno's hands, the Graf family's intelligence network is one of the best in the entire inland of the empire. Although the Idar CIA has the most well-trained intelligence personnel, don't forget that aristocratic families, like the Graf family, which have been rooted in the interior of the empire and have been operating for generations, should never be underestimated. So, if the Graf family's intelligence network could be taken over and incorporated, the overall strength of the Idar CIA would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Picking up the steaming coffee in front of her, Verona took a sip. It was a little bitter at first, but then she could taste the unique rich aroma of coffee. The Graf family hopes to become citizens of the Principality of Idar and contribute the intelligence network that the Graf family has been operating for generations. But at the same time, Bologna emphasized the term generational business and continued. The Graf family also hopes to get better conditions than other nobles. Really? In fact, old Ford had already anticipated Verona's proposal. After all, he is a marquis, and a marquis from the inland of the empire, both in strength and wealth. He is much stronger than Earl Dale and other nobles in the eastern part of the empire. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand that when you first arrive, you may be a little bit arrogant and fight for more rights for yourself. For example, old Ford's face was calm, without any sign of emotion. Although she knew that the possibility of agreeing was slim, Bologna still wanted to struggle. The Graf family's land. Impossible. Hearing this, old Ford interrupted Verona without hesitation. The Principality of Idar will never allow nobles to own autonomous territories. Miss Verona, you should have seen it when you came here. The lives of the common people under the rule of the Principality of Idar and the common people under the rule of you Norman nobles are completely different. The Principality of Idar will never allow the Norman nobles to hinder the development of the Principality with their actual actions, nor will they leave hidden dangers for the future of the Principality. Verona. Actually, what old Ford said was more or less hurtful. Although Verona wanted to refute, she had no choice but to accept that this was indeed the real situation in the inland of the empire. The civilians of the empire were miserable, and the civilians of the Principality of Idal lived in peace. Whenever the nobles who walked into the Idar government affairs department, they had to see the completely difference between the two. Since we can't keep the land, if the Graf family wants to give up the intelligence network they have built up over generations, They must at least give some benefits in other ways, Verona said pitifully. In fact, ever since they witnessed everything that happened in the Principality of Adar with their own eyes, Verona and Johann had decided to board the Principality of Adar's warship that was ready to go. But we have to talk about it, based on Verona Graf's understanding of the Duke. Since she has provided such help to the Principality of Adar, Bruno will definitely give her some benefits. You know, in addition to the intelligence network owned by the Graf family, the fact that Marquis Soto became a citizen of the Principality of Adar was itself a big news worth publicizing. A news that was enough to shock the nobles in the inland of the empire. Prior to this, all the nobles who joined the Principality of Adar, including Earl Dale and others, were small nobles in the eastern part of the empire. Therefore, they did not have much choice but to join the Principality of Adar. But the joining of Marquis Soto has a completely different meaning. The Graf family's intelligence network spread throughout the Norman Empire. This has almost become a consensus among the vast majority of Norman nobles. Such a well-informed noble would rather give up his fiefdom and travel to the eastern part of the empire to become a citizen of the Principality of Adar. This is undoubtedly sending a signal that can make the nobles living in the interior of the empire rethink their future. The choice of the Graf family means that the Principality Idol, located in the Eastern Empire, must have what they do not know, and enough to allow Marquis of Marquis to give up the huge benefits of the land. Bruno did not intend to wipe out the entire aristocracy of the Norman Empire. After all, the Stuart family, as the rulers of the Duchy of Adar, was itself a member of the aristocracy. Uniting all forces that can be united to allow the Principality of Adar to achieve more comprehensive development was the tone set by Bruno at the beginning of the reform. The support of the nobles can greatly consolidate the political power of the Principality of Idol, which can speed up the pace of the Idol people to explore overseas. Therefore, Bruno will naturally not be stingy for the Graf family, the first inland nobleman of Idol. Besides, the Graf family has an intelligence network throughout the empire, but the Adar CIA is no pushover either. In fact, Bruno had received the news long before Verona and Johann arrived in the Principality of Adar, and he convened Old Ford and others for many discussions. However, although there are preliminary countermeasures, this is not something that Old Ford can promise. Many words need to be said by Bruno himself, many honors and rewards need to be bestowed by Bruno himself. The Principality of Adar can indeed offer the Graf family better conditions, but not now. When the Duke returns to the Principality of Adar, I believe he will give you two a satisfactory answer, Old Ford said bluntly. Your Excellency the Duke? Lord Bruno is not in Adar City now. Hearing this, Verona couldn't help but wonder. Originally, Verona had planned to visit the young Duke who ruled this land with her brother. Old Ford did not deliberately conceal it, but said in a deep voice, according to my estimation, the Duke should now arrive in the port of Dorne. Chapter 395, Tower of Babel. According to the Treaty of Valence signed between the Principality of Adar and the Odin Empire, the Principality of Adar obtained two concessions. One of these places is the Port of Hobbs, located in the eastern highlands of the Odin Empire. Through the Port of Hobbs, the Principality of Adar was able to trade directly with the nomadic tribes living in the eastern highlands. Through maritime trade, both the Principality of Adar and the local nomadic tribes made considerable profits. In addition, the Adar people also recruited a large number of Odin people in the eastern highlands as miners to mine and explore mineral veins for the Adar people, providing the Adar Principality with a large amount of mineral reserves needed for its development. Those Odin civilians who have strong limbs but simple minds are all good at physical labor. In order to obtain enough living materials from the Adar people, they work very hard. After all, whether it is the Norman Empire or the Odin Empire, the lower-class civilians do not actually have much national justice and national hatred in their eyes. For them, being able to survive is the most important thing. Although the Principality of Adar was considered an outsider, the compensation it offered was extremely generous. You will get paid according to the amount of work you do, and the foreman in charge of supervising the work will not exploit you or even cut you off. Moreover, serving the Adar people not only allows the peasants of the Odin Empire to purchase daily necessities from the Adar Principality more conveniently, but also earns them envious glances from other Odin people. You know, the worship of the strong is almost engraved in the bones of the Odin people. The Principality of Adar defeated tens of thousands of cavalrymen of the Odin Empire on its own, and the Adar army stationed in the port of Hobbs turned the Pachania tribe into the dust of history overnight. Such a magnificent record is enough to inspire admiration in the hearts of Odin people and generate a feeling of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, the development of Hobbs Port is in full swing today. Not only are there countless merchants and craftsmen from the Principality of Idar, but there are also many peasants from the Odin Empire working as laborers. That development speed. The scale of the building is simply the old fairy fart. Extraordinary. Only, compared with the port of Hobbs, another concession of the Principality of Idal is far as attractive as Hobbs. Another concession of the Principality of Idar is the Port of Dorn, which is adjacent to the Forest of Beasts. Port of Dorn. On November 4th. The weather was sunny. Three three-masted warships belonging to the Idar Navy have already docked at the pier of Dorn Port. Perhaps it is due to the warm currents in the ocean. Or perhaps it is due to the vast forests of the Forest of Monsters and the obstruction of the mountains located in the northwest of the Forest of Monsters. Although it is already November, the cold wind from the Arctic ice field has not brought too much coolness to this port next to the World of Warcraft forest. The Stuart family's griffin flag fluttered in the wind, and the Idar soldiers were in high spirits. For Idal soldiers stationed in the Port of Dorn, today is an extremely important day in their lives. The reason is very simple. That is, Bruno is here. Their most respectful, most admired, and favorite duke is here, standing on the side of the boat. Bruno can clearly see the vast sea of forestry not far away. C1 Mu. Ancient wood towering. There. It is the terrifying Forest of Warcraft. It is located at the end of the plain not far away, as if it is a giant beast, and it is like a dark cricket curled on the earth. The vast forest sea, and the wood. Until now, the primeval forest at the end of the plain has always been sparsely visited by humans. Not only is it called a forbidden zone for humans by wandering poets, it is also a forbidden zone of life that makes countless adventurers hesitate and fear. Some people say that there are extremely powerful monsters in there. Some people say that there are countless wealth and treasures hidden in there. There are countless rumors like this, but only a few people dare to go deep into this forest. As for the reason, it's also very simple. During these hundreds of years, any adventurer who dared to rashly enter that forest was either crazy or stupid, and either died or was injured. And just a few decades ago, an Odin monarch who once did not believe in evil led tens of thousands of Odin's troops to die in the Forest of Beasts. This pushed the legend of the Forest of Beasts to its climax. From the cold and vast Arctic ice fields in the north to the vast sea at the end of the continent in the south. The name of the Warcraft forest is known to everyone, whether they are merchants or nobles, commoners or serfs. Sometimes, its name can even stop children from crying at night. And civilians often use words like "I'll throw you into the Warcraft forest if you cry again" to scare children who are making a fuss in the middle of the night. In addition, wandering poets and those down-and-out singers have created countless stories and songs related to the Warcraft forest, making the sky above this forest always shrouded in a veil of mystery. At least, before the 10,000 Odin cavalrymen of the Odin Empire, led by Odin Marshal Portia Mariano, raided Dorn, there had never been a precedent in the world for safely crossing this vast forest. And now, after the Church of Light and the Odin royal family, Bruno also knew this secret. The biggest danger in the Warcraft forest is actually a kind of magical creature, the Ebbinghaus snail, which possesses powerful spiritual power, even powerful enough to interfere with people's spiritual world and make people mentally confused. Only the cryostat from the Arctic ice field can keep people awake at all times and resist the influence and interference from the spiritual level. Therefore, in order to enable the Principality of Idar to achieve the goal of exploring the Forest of Monsters as soon as possible, Bruno sent out an expedition team consisting of dozens of Idar soldiers from Hobbs Port almost at the beginning of the construction of Hobbs Port to explore the Arctic ice field. This expedition team has only one mission, which is to collect enough ice crystals to provide the prerequisite for the Idar people to explore the Forest of Warcraft. You know, the Arctic ice field, as the coldest area on this continent, is one of the 4 major forbidden areas for humans on the continent, along with the Forest of Warcraft. Although there are not many ferocious beasts and terrifying magical creatures there, the extremely cold temperature is enough to make people feel scared. No one knows what is at the end of the Arctic ice field, and no one has ever been there to explore. All the members of the Idar expedition team were wrapped in several layers of thick cotton clothes. After writing a suicide note to their families in advance, they carried their burdens forward towards the endless ice field. Not only did they have to reach that land, but they also had to brave the wind and snow to mine enough ice crystals. and then transport those extremely cold rocks back through the ice and snow. This not only requires unyielding determination and extraordinary courage, but also is a great test of the physical, mental, and willpower of every expedition team member. And finally, they did it. After half a year of difficult exploration, the expedition members of the Principality of Adar not only brought back a large number of cryolite for Bruno, but also drew a route map to the cryolite veins, making the subsequent mining of the cryolite veins by the Principality of Adar extremely easy. Actually, no one knows why Bruno cares so much about the Forest of Monsters. And no one knows why Bruno is obsessed with the Ebbinghaus snail living in the Forest of Monsters. But Bruno had his reasons for doing this. The chaos in the interior of the Empire and the secrets within the Church of Light made it impossible for Bruno to free himself from thinking about things that had nothing to do with the development of the Principality of Adar. It is obvious that the exploration of the Forest of Monsters and the search for the Ebbinghaus snail will have a significant impact on the future of the Principality of Adar. Because, in the Wonder Atlas of the Wonder Construction System, there is a column, and its name is Hidden Wonders. Bruno discovered the Aset Basin, and then the Wonder Construction System unlocked the first Hidden Wonder Stonehenge that Bruno came into contact with, as two types of stone circles were erected on the land of the Principality of Adar. It was as if Bruno had stepped on the accelerator in promoting the process of magical industrialization, causing magical industrialization to flourish suddenly on the land of the eastern part of the Empire. When Bruno first learned about the secret of the Forest of Monsters and the existence of the Ebbinghaus snail, the Wonder Construction System also started automatically in Bruno's mind and made a crisp sound. Ding! Another new hidden wonder was unlocked by Bruno by accident. The name of this wonder is Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel is also known as the Tower of Babel. Legend has it that it was a tall tower built or expanded under the supervision of Nebuchadnezzar II, king of the New Babylonian Kingdom. It also appeared in the story of chapter 11 of the Bible, Old Testament, Genesis. As the wonders were built, Bruno, as the host of the system, had already formed a very simple idea. That is, wonders are all good things, and hidden wonders that require certain conditions to be met to unlock are the best of the good things. And Bruno can also say responsibly that the impact and changes that the Tower of Babel had on the Principality of Adar were absolutely earth-shattering. To put it in easy-to-understand terms, if the third technological revolution occurs on Earth, it will be another major leap in the field of science and technology after the steam technology revolution and the electric technology revolution in the history of human civilization. Then the role that the Tower of Babel can play is similar. Once this hidden wonder that Bruno is extremely optimistic about can be successfully erected on the land of the Principality of Adar, its huge role and the wide-ranging impact it can bring about will definitely not be inferior to the changes that magical industrialization has brought to the Principality of Adar. It was for this reason that Bruno personally went to the Port of Dorn, adjacent to the Forest of Beasts. Not only did he lead the elite agents of the Adar CIA, he also brought dozens of the top mages from the Adar Array Research Laboratory, including Anil. The governor of Dorn Port appointed by Bruno was named Rack Fry, who had always been Krell's deputy, and had served as deputy director of the Adar Central Intelligence Agency. He was both civil and military, and had both talents and accomplishments. Bruno's arrival also made the young governor of Dorn overjoyed. You know, the development, positioning, and direction of Port Dorn are completely different from those of Port Hobbs. Compared to the Port of Hobbs, which is currently under construction in full swing, Port of Dorn is obviously much quieter. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the geographical location of Port Dorn. The Port of Dorn was originally located in the territory of the Norman Empire, in the northeast of the territory of Dorn. It was the former fief of Yersin Paris, Duke of Dorn, one of the 5 regent dukes listed in the Regency Council, before the Odin Empire officially declared war on Brunner. In order to maintain peace with the Odin Empire, the second Prince Rise ceded the vast areas in the east and northeast of the Norman Empire, including Dorn, to the Odin monarch Ariel O'Sullivan. However, after the Principality of Adar signed the Treaty of Valence with the Odin Empire, the Principality of Adar obtained land covering the entire eastern part of the empire and the eastern part of the Valence Plain. This directly led to a significant reduction in the Norman territory remaining in the hands of the Odin Empire, leaving only the Dorn territory located north of the Albona River, adjacent to the Forest of Beasts, and the western part of the Valence Plain. However, since the western part of the Valence Plain was not defensible, after much consideration, the Odin Empire sold this land that once belonged to the Norman Empire back to the Norman royal family for tens of thousands of gold coins. Therefore, if the Principality of Adar is singled out as a separate force, then the Principality of Adar, the Odin Empire, and the Norman Empire basically used the estuary of the Albona River as the border point. The eastern part of the Valence Plain was controlled by the Principality of Adar. The western part of the Valence Plain belonged to the Norman Empire, and the area north of the Albona River in the northern part of the Valence Plain was ruled by the Odin Empire. As a result, the geographical location of Port Dorn becomes more or less awkward, whether from the perspective of commercial exchanges, water and land transportation, or border defense. The location of the city of Valence, near the mouth of the Albona River, is the important trading town on the border that the Principality of Adar is striving to develop and build. It not only serves as an important hub for merchants from the three countries to conduct trade, but also connects the trade routes between the three countries. It is an important border town of the Principality of Adar. But Dorn Harbor, how to say? Because it is adjacent to the Forest of Monsters. This territory, which once belonged to the Norman Empire, was one of the first towns to be ravaged by Odin's cavalry. The civilians either died or escaped, and even those who survived were captured by the remnants of Odin's empire and taken to the Armage Plain when Odin's army retreated. So, when the Principality of Adar took over this land, although it could not be said to be 1,000 miles of barren land, it was still full of broken walls and ruins and uninhabited. In addition, the location of Dornport is far away from the trade route. Therefore, at least until the passage through the Forest of Beasts is confirmed to be safe by the Adar people and officially opened, the residents of Dornport will probably always be mainly soldiers of the Principality of Adar. Get the soldiers ready. Tomorrow, we will enter the Forest of Monsters. Looking at Rack Fry, who had been standing beside him ready for battle, Bruno finally spoke in a deep voice. Clear. Chapter 396. My title is even longer than that of Dragon Queen. Actually, when Bruno took the initiative to propose to enter the Forest of Warcraft in person, the attitude of most people was strongly opposed. The Duke of Adar is the supreme leader and spiritual pillar of the entire Adar Principality. There can be no mistakes in Bruno's life safety, no matter if they are civilians or serfs, civil servants or soldiers. This idea is the consensus of almost all Adar people. You said, wouldn't it be better for you to just be an honest ruler? Leave the charge into battle to the soldiers under you, and you stay behind to command the overall situation and make overall decisions. This is what a qualified ruler should do. But old Ford tried to persuade him, but it was useless. Shabby tried to persuade him, but it was useless. Isabel tried to persuade him, but it was also useless. Rack Fry, the governor of Dorn, also wanted to persuade them, but when he saw Bruno's extremely firm eyes and listened to the Duke's unquestionable words, he reluctantly suppressed the idea of persuading him. It's useless to persuade him anyway. In this case, it's better to spend more effort and put more work on the security of His Excellency the Duke, so as to ensure his safety as much as possible. Rack Fry knew very well in his heart that if something went wrong with the Duke in the Forest of Monsters, then the good situation that the Principality of Adar had finally achieved would be ruined. After all, this young and vigorous Duke in front of me has not even left behind a single descendant. The residents of Dorn Harbor are all soldiers or civil servants of the Principality of Adar. They all perform their duties and are ready for battle at all times. There is no idle person. Therefore, the moment Bruno gave the order, the entire port of Dorn immediately took action. From the moment they arrived at Dorn Harbor, they were clear about their mission. All of them had only one task and goal, which was to ensure that this exploration of the Forest of Warcraft went smoothly. Only, what no one knows is, although on the surface, Bruno righteously rejected their advice and firmly demanded to go to the Forest of Warcraft in person. But in Bruno's heart, he was always more or less reluctant. MMP, who the H.L. would be willing to take the risk of going to the World of Warcraft forest when you can stay in the Sky Garden drinking tea and reading newspapers? If it weren't for the forced assignment of tasks by the Wonder Construction System. If it weren't for the smooth construction of the Tower of Babel. Even if Bruno was beaten to death, he would never come to this damn place like the Warcraft forest. Bruno has been working hard to develop the Principality of Adar, trying to improve the lives of civilians and enhance the overall national strength of the Principality of Adar. But, what is this for? Isn't the purpose to keep out the chaos happening in the inland of the Empire? Keep the secrets of the Church of Light away from one's life. Allow oneself to live peacefully in the eastern part of the Empire, and enjoy the happiness of being a noble at ease? In a nutshell, If it weren't for the system's pressure, Bruno might not even come to Dorne, let alone the Forest of Warcraft. As for the task that the system has given Bruno this time, in fact, it has no direct connection with building wonders. The wonder construction system has an extremely inconspicuous function, which cannot even be called a function. Before this, Bruno had always regarded it as a decoration with no effect at all. This function is the avatar frame title system located in the upper left corner of the system page. Bruno's only interaction with the title system occurred when the Hanging Gardens were first completed. Chapter 40. At that time, because the Sky Garden was completed, the Wonder Construction System activated the system mall and gave Bruno 160 brilliant points. And then, Bruno spent 99 brilliant points on the spot and bought a novice gift package. In this novice gift pack, in addition to crop seeds such as potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes, there are also some odds and ends, such as a Super Supreme Avatar frame, a host-exclusive title, and a System Mall New Year limited skin. In fact, according to Bruno's long-standing idea, things like these titles and avatar frames, as long as they are of some use, are not completely useless. Anyway, just treat it as an optional decoration. I don't really care about these things in normal times. They just look cool. And this time the mission lies precisely in the function of this title. Since Bruno has lived in this world for quite some time and built many wonders, the number of titles on Bruno's head has continued to increase. So much so that now, in the Wonder Construction System, Bruno's title has grown to an absurd length. Became the ruler of the Principality of Adar, the supreme military commander of the Principality of Adar, and the patriarch of the Stewart family, the liberator of civilians and serfs, the practitioner of the miracle that led to the country's downfall, the initiator of the New Sea route, and the advocate of convincing people with reason, recipient of the Order of St. George, defender and patron of the Protestant faith, the founder of the Adar School, the leader of griffins, the benefactor of snails, Lord Bruno Stewart, feared by all land beasts, sea creatures and magical creatures. Well, it's really long, and it even sounds like it has a bit of watered-down words. Fortunately, Bruenor is not the mother of dragons Daenerys Targaryen Stormborn, the Unburnt, Queen of Meereen, Queen of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Khaleesi of the Grass Sea, liberator of slaves and mother of dragons, ruler of Westeros and protector of the realm, liberator of Astapor, Missa and princess of Dragonstone. And he doesn't have to introduce himself all day long. Otherwise, Bruenor's title would definitely be comparable to that of the Mother of Dragons to test his weight. And the mission this time is precisely the so-called benefactor of the snail mentioned in the title. What does snail mean? It refers to the Ebbinghaus snail, a magical creature that has lived in the Warcraft forest for countless years. And what is the task that the system forcibly assigns this time? That is to prevent the snail's powerful mental power from dispersing everywhere, so that their mental power can be properly guided and unblocked. Actually, when Bruno saw this task for the first time, he just wanted to curse. I am neither a psychiatrist nor a veterinarian. So how can I dredge the mental power? This thing can dredge? What's the point of looking for yourself? But here's the thing. This task not only provides a detailed task flow chart, but also the rewards that can be obtained in the end are really great. What does it mean to give a task flow chart? That means an open book exam. Copy the answers. If the system has helped to this extent, and he still cannot complete the task, then Bruno will not have the face to face those time travelers he has seen in online articles. So, just as Bruno was thinking about how to complete this task, the next morning had quietly arrived. Since Bruno decided to go out himself, the number of people in the expedition team was not small. In addition to Bruno himself, there are also the mentally strong Miriam, the governor of Dorne Port Rackfry, agents from Adar CIA, battle-hardened Adar elite soldiers, and dozens of top mages from the Adar school including Arnell. All the team members together actually number nearly 50 people. What sounds even more outrageous is, since the information that Cryolite could resist the mental invasion of the Ebbinghaus snail was provided by the Odin people, Lark Fry brought a number of Odin captives, who were kidnapped from somewhere as the vanguard. These Odin captives were not only tied up with ropes by the Adar people, but also had shackles on their feet. At the same time, they had a small circle of ice crystals around their bodies, and were responsible for walking at the front of the team to explore the way. In this way, if any unexpected events occurred during the expedition, the Odin captives walking in front would be the first to go crazy. Stupid. or be attacked first, thus giving the Adar soldiers enough time to react. Although Bruno's honorary title of benefactor of the snail allowed him to get close to the Ebbinghaus snail, Bruno was wise enough not to raise any objections. Because even though Bruno knew that he would not be in any danger, other people didn't know that. If sufficient preparations are not made, Lark Fry will definitely hold Bruno's thigh and prevent him from going to the Forest of Warcraft. All in all, it's better to be prepared. Not to mention, it doesn't matter if there are more people. After all, this exploration is different from the previous ones. Bruno is going to complete a mission. Therefore, each of them carried a lot of things. In addition to the leading array of Odin, almost every member of the expedition was carrying a large bag of ice spar on the back, and a backpack alone weighed up to 1 or 20 kilograms. In fact, all it takes is a piece of cryolite to protect a person from the mental harassment of the Ebbinghaus snail. But these ice crystals are not just for the expedition team members to block out the mental interference of the Ebbinghaus snail. Bruno has another great use. Looking at the expedition team members neatly lined up in front of him, all ready to go and full of energy, Bruno said in a deep voice, "Set off." The Forest of Monsters, located a few kilometers north of Dorne Harbor, can be regarded as a genuine primeval forest. From a distance, it looks like a dark mass, giving people an extremely heavy feeling of oppression. As the Adar expedition gradually penetrated this dense forest, the true appearance of Warcraft Forest has gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Perhaps because countless tall and upright thousand-year-old trees block most of the sunlight. There are not many low shrubs in the forest. The ground is mostly covered with tangled tree roots and dead wood, with countless ferns, lichens and mosses attached. The crowns of the giant trees are intertwined. The trees are vigorous and powerful, and the branches are extremely thick. Those lush branches and leaves stretched out like layers of dark green curtains, covering everyone's heads and blocking the blue sky completely. Only a very small amount of sunlight could penetrate the gaps between the dense branches and leaves, projecting onto the ground, illuminating the way ahead for the expedition team. There are also many strange-looking vines clinging to the thick tree trunks. Whenever the wind blows, they will shake rhythmically together, giving people an extremely weird feeling. Although it hasn't rained for a while, the ground is still a little wet, and there are many puddles. However, although all of this was no different from an ordinary primeval forest, when everyone reached noon, some people still discovered the complete difference between the Warcraft forest and other forests. It was too quiet here, even revealing a dead silence that made people feel uneasy. No trails were found in it. Even the most ordinary insects had never seen it at all. The agent of the Central Intelligence Agency of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The Ebbinghaus snail can disturb people's minds, so it will naturally cause irreversible damage to the spiritual world of other animals. In addition, the perception of many creatures is much more acute than that of humans. This can only mean that we have gradually entered the range of the Ebbinghaus snail's activities. Hearing this, Miriam spoke first. With the hard work and training of the Adar mages, Millie's attainments in mental power have become completely different from her previous self. And this time, Million naturally participated in the operation of World of Warcraft. During this period, Adar mages led by Anil conducted a comprehensive study of mental power, and also launched a special project on the control and mutual induction of mental power. Therefore, with her mental power far beyond that of ordinary people, Millie's mental perception can completely help the expedition team discover the whereabouts of the Ebbinghaus snail more quickly. And she has become a necessary tool for Bruno to complete the system mission. "Can you detect the traces of the Ebbinghaus snail now?" Bruno asked quickly. The task flowchart given by the Wonder construction system is extremely detailed. But there is a prerequisite. That is, you must first find the Ebbinghaus snail. If they want to find the trace of the Ebbinghaus snail, Millie will need to show her magical power. Cryolite produced from the Arctic ice field is an extremely wonderful mineral. The reason why it can allow the wearer to remain sane when encountering a mental attack is that it can make the disordered mental power become gentle and controllable. Therefore, when the ice crystal stone was worn by Millie, her own powerful mental power was also enhanced to a certain extent. To sum it up in simple words, she has become the artificial radar of the expedition team. Miriam closed her eyes. Then, after hesitating for a moment, she finally opened her eyes. In the eyes of the people's expectations, Millen pointed out in the northwest direction of the team. "They are there. And a lot." Chapter 397, Putting Snails in the Refrigerator. In the morning of the next day, in the deep forest in the northwest of World of Warcraft, The first time I saw the live bodies, Ebbinghaus's big snails. This magical creature called the Ebbinghaus snail is actually a little smaller than Bruno originally expected. Because Bruno's reference is Miriam. According to Bruno's measurements, Miriam is about 1.68 meters tall, 47 kilograms and well, that's about it. The maximum mental strength that Millian can stimulate is about 317 mo. That's right. 300-7 Morris. Referred to as 317 mo. For a long time, the division of mental strength in this world has been very vague, and there is no clear boundary. Smart power. Weak mental strength. Medium mental strength. Slightly stronger mental strength. In short, it is probably just to enter the simple distinction. Perhaps for the masters who only know the spells of slowly swallowing. The strength of mental strength is not the key to measuring the strength of the mage. However, this is obviously contrary to the philosophy of the Adar school, and is also inconsistent with the Adar school's spirit of excellence and perfection. And it is difficult to meet the inevitable needs of the development of the Principality of Adar. After all, the mages of the Adar school are responsible for drawing magic circles and promoting the development of magical technology. Therefore, the Adar school created the first accurate unit of measurement for mental power and named this unit after Countess Millian Morris, the leader of the Mental Power Control Project. In order to create an instrument that can measure mental power, the mages of the Principality of Adar melted and extracted ice crystals and magic crystals, and conducted countless experiments on this basis. Under the joint efforts of the mage and Millian, a magic instrument that can measure the spiritual power that can be more accurate was finally created a few weeks ago. Whether it is a wizard or an ordinary person, as long as you try to focus your mental power on the ice crystal base at the bottom of the instrument, the new liquid metal inside the instrument will rise and fall according to the strength of your mental power. Then according to the amplitude of this liquid metal rising to determine a relatively accurate value of countless times. And 317 mo is the strength of Millian's spiritual power. At first glance, it may not seem that high, but, according to measurements, the mental strength of an average person is only between 7 and 23 mo, which is not even enough to make the liquid metal in the instrument rise a few millimeters. As the best in the Adar school, Annel's mental strength does not exceed 200 mo, but only reaches 149 mo. In this comparison, the strength of Millie's mental power seems particularly terrifying. As an ordinary person, Millian Morris has the spiritual strength of the spiritual power, which has reached more than double the spiritual strength of Annel Brad. It is no wonder that she can sleep endlessly for a month, and even insulated with sleepiness after high-intensity exercise. According to the conjecture proposed by Master Edal, 317 mo. This has almost reached the pinnacle of the spiritual power that an ordinary person can withstand. Therefore, after comprehensively analyzing countless data, the mages came to a preliminary conclusion that the strength of mental power should be proportional to the physical conditions and physical fitness of the mental power itself. But, when this expedition team led by Bruno walked in this deep and silent forest for more than a day, crossed the winding streams in the forest, walked through the muddy and rugged trails, and finally saw this magical creature with their own eyes, including Bruno, almost everyone present had the same slightly surprised thought. Is that it? In the minds of all the expedition members. Even though they already knew that the target they were searching for was a group of snails, they still harbored a trace of fear in their hearts. You know, that is not an ordinary snail. It is the Ebbinghaus snail. It is not only a magical creature, but also a powerful existence that can directly interfere with the human spiritual world. What's more, this is the Forest of Warcraft, as the biggest boss hidden in this forest known as the Forbidden Land for mankind. The domineering aura that comes to you at the slightest thought is definitely real, in everyone's subconscious mind. Even if the boss hidden behind the scenes is a snail, he must be extremely terrifying, with a strong aura and overwhelming pressure. Even Bruno himself naturally came up with such an idea. But the big snail in front of him seems to be so inconsistent with everyone's conjecture, according to people's previous speculation. Since the mental strength that a Millian can have is about 300 mo, what kind of horrible level of the spiritual power of the big snails of the Ebbinghaus snail? 10,000 mo? Or 100,000 mo? But no matter how much, according to the mage, as a magic creature that can carry the spiritual power that can carry extremely horrible scary. How can the size of the Ebbinghaus snail be as big as a hill? In fact, when Bruno was finally guided by Million. When he saw the big snails of the Ebenhaus inhabited in the forest, a feeling of loss appeared slightly in his heart, because among those snails, the tallest one is only about 2 meters tall, and the overall volume is about the same size as a hatchback on Earth, which is a far cry from the mage's original guess. The SH/LS of the Ebbinghaus snails are almost all dark brown, except for some colorful patterns on their SH/LS. The overall appearance is basically an enlarged version of an ordinary snail, and it definitely looks quite sloppy. And what made Bruno speechless the most was that, except for the griffin, all the magical creatures he found seemed to have an indescribable common characteristic: the heart. This is the same. The blue carved statue living on the French islands. And the same is true of these Ebenhaus snails, the hegemony of the world of Warcraft. Before Bruno even saw them, the snails retracted their heads into their SH/LS at lightning speed as soon as they discovered Odin's captives, who were tied up with layers of ropes. Do not misunderstand. The lightning here is not the name of a natural phenomenon, but refers to a lightning sloth that appeared in the movie Zootopia on Earth. In short, although the Ebbinghaus snails began to shrink back into their SH/LS when they saw the Odin captives walking in front, they had only shrunk halfway until Bruno arrived. Although he has strong mental strength and a sharp mind, his reaction speed is really not satisfactory. Is this the legendary Ebbinghaus snail? Looking at these very timid and slow-moving guys in front of him, Million could not help saying it was incredible. It seemed so. Hearing this, Bruno nodded affirmatively, although the big snails in front of them did not match their imagination. And at first glance, there was no card. But the difficulty of the system forcibly was reduced by the system. At least, it was much easier than Bruno had expected. Originally, Bruno thought that he would have to stay in Dorne for at least half a month, and could only leave after all plans were on track. But now looking at it this way, perhaps after this expedition is over, I can return to Adar City and enjoy the shameless aristocratic life, under the protection of the cryostat. Although the people present could ignore the mental interference of the Ebbinghaus snail, they still carefully protected Bruno in the middle before continuing to move forward. Accompanied by the guards, Bruno was finally able to closely observe the culprits that made the Warcraft forest a forbidden place for humans. In front of them, almost all of these big snails of Ebenum inhabited between the tall 1,000-year giant wood. Looking at it, about 1 or 20 looks, and he, finally, you can try to start your own performance according to the task process given by the miracle construction system. I will be safe. So, no matter what happens later, don't act rashly, Bruno suddenly said to the guards beside him. Then, before the guards could react, Bruno quickly stretched out his hand and pressed on the SH/L of the largest Ebbinghaus snail. Almost in an instant, Bruno's spiritual power burst out, as if some kind of communication link was formed between him and the Ebbinghaus snail. This is the benefit that the title of benefactor of the snail brings to Bruno. He gains the favor of the Ebbinghaus snail and has the possibility of forming a spiritual connection with the big Ebbinghaus snail, perhaps compared with the title of Lord of the Griffins, which allows one to directly command the Griffins. This effect seems much weaker, but Bruno is very open-minded. After all, it's better to have something than nothing. Bruno didn't have time to think about it, because at the moment the mental connection was completed, his body almost trembled violently. Even with just such a fragile link, he could still feel the extremely powerful spiritual power possessed by the Ebbinghaus snail. To know, although Bruno's magical power is almost entirely granted by the Wonder Construction system, his mental strength is not low either, even stronger than Anil, reaching as high as 187 mo. But compared with the mental power possessed by the Ebbinghaus snail, the gap between the two is like a gurgling stream and a vast ocean with a violent storm. More than 100,000. According to Bruno's current estimation, the mental strength of this largest Ebbinghaus snail may have even reached the level of million mo. This is the real horror. But this was obviously not the time to sigh. Bruno began to try to communicate with the Ebbinghaus snail on another level, hoping to communicate with the Ebbinghaus snail through this slightly weak spiritual connection. And this is also the most difficult part of the tasks assigned by the system. As long as you gain the trust of the Ebbinghaus snail and find an appropriate node in the extremely disordered and chaotic spiritual world of the Ebbinghaus snail, then everything that follows will become extremely simple. But this obviously cannot be accomplished in a short period of time. So much so that when Bruno finally pulled back his arm and gradually came to his senses, The guards present all looked at him with extremely worried eyes. Your Excellency the Duke. You are finally awake. Larkfred's tone was particularly anxious. You kept this posture for nearly half an hour. Fine. Bruno breathed a sigh of relief. As mentioned in the Wonder construction system, the cowardly Ebbinghaus snail has no subjective malice towards other creatures. The reason why humans who enter the Warcraft forest are either crazy or stupid, and why all creatures that appear in this forest are subject to various mental disturbances, is not because the Ebbinghaus snail did it intentionally, but because they simply cannot control such a vast spiritual power. If powerful wizards possess extremely strong mental power, they can draw more sophisticated magic arrays. However, if ordinary people like Millie possess strong mental power, it may not be a good thing, because the mental power that ordinary people can bear is limited. If it exceeds this limit, the mental power will become disordered and out of control. Millie's situation is better, but she can't have the same daily routine as normal people. But the situation of the Ebbinghaus snail is much more serious. The spiritual power they possess is far beyond the limits of their ability to control. So much so that they themselves are tortured by this majestic, but extremely chaotic spiritual power. Moreover, this spiritual power was even released into the forest of Warcraft through the special patterns on their snail SHLs. As a result, all living things that enter this forest will be disturbed. However, Bruno can solve the pain borne by the Ebbinghaus snail with the help of the Wonder construction system and the cryostome. Of course, this is conditional. The Principality of Adar will naturally gain enormous benefits from this. But that's all a story for the future. Then, Bruno turned around and waved to the mages of the Adar school, signaling them to come closer. He decided to take this opportunity to give these guys a good beating. After all, the Array Research Laboratory hasn't come up with anything new for a while. What about the engine you want? Not to mention the engine. Even the combination of magic technology and steam engine was not something these wizards could manage. Then, ever since you joined the Adar school, even though I'm your mentor, I haven't taught you many times personally. Bruno's words were full of regret. He paused, looked at the mages in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. But fortunately, you are all a group of smart talents. Through discussions with your fellow seniors, you have pushed magic technology to its current level. Upon hearing this, the mages present expressed their gratitude to their mentors, or their mentors' mentors. And today, I'm going to teach you a lesson here. As Bruno's words became more serious, the mages present pricked up their ears. As a powerful wizard and the founder of a new school of wizards, Bruno holds absolute authority in the Adar school. Therefore, there are not many opportunities to listen to the teacher's teachings. Every opportunity is very precious. What do you think? How can we ensure the survival of this giant Ebbinghaus snail in front of us while preventing this giant from causing mental shock to other creatures? After the question was raised, the mages present fell into deep thought. After all, the Principality of Adar has just started its research on mental power. So, the question raised by Bruno is actually a bit beyond the scope. Finally, Arnell spoke first. We can use the properties of the ice crystal stone to create a super large magic circle and find a way to suppress these mental powers, or ABA. After listening to the thoughts of the mages present, Bruno shook his head with regret and said, "Your ideas are too limited." After saying that, Bruno turned around and stood next to the Ebbinghaus snail. Look at this snail. Although it is very large, nearly 2 meters tall, and has countless patterns on its SHL, but no matter how many times its size increases, no matter how powerful its mental powers are, no matter what kind of magical creature it is, it cannot change the fact that it is a snail. As a snail, it naturally has the same living habits as a snail, such as hibernation. Hearing this, everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment. Them, as if realizing something. In layman's terms, as long as you put the snail in the refrigerator, that is, let it live in a cold environment, its body functions will make it hibernate, allowing these disordered mental powers to return to calm. In fact, most of the mages present already knew what a refrigerator was. This is a project currently being researched by the Civilian Technology Research Group of the Magic Technology Research Institute of Adar Public University. So now, what have you learned? Arnell, oh. Other mages, oh. Seeing that the people present did not show the reaction he wanted to see, Bruno finally said in frustration, "Think about the breadth of the problem. Everyone. Thinking deeply about problems is important. But thinking broadly is also essential. Nowadays, you only know how to study the magic array all day long. But sometimes you are just getting stuck in a dead end. Comprehensive knowledge is also important. Just like the Ebbinghaus snail in front of us. We only need to start from the essence of the snail. Build a big wooden box. And then put the cryolite and the snail that I asked you to bring into the box. Isn't the problem solved? What magic circle are you still talking about? What magic crystal conduction? There are only a few 100,000. No. Tens of thousands of gold coins in the treasury of the Principality of Adar. And you guys just squandered them all like this. It only takes a few simple steps. But you guys insist on using some magic array? When you encounter something, you should learn to look at the problem from multiple angles. Seeing that their mentor got angry, all the mages present hung their heads and listened carefully to the mentor's scolding. Mr. Mentor, it is indeed like a beacon on the road of life. As Bruno's hammering came to an end, everyone present began to move together. Bruno is responsible for communicating with the Ebbinghaus snail, and then through the conduction of the Ebbinghaus snail's mental power, he gathers the snails living in this forest together. The rest of the people were responsible for cutting down trees and making giant wooden boxes using local materials. An Ebbinghaus snail is placed in each box, and then cryostones are stuffed into the boxes as much as possible, causing the snails in the boxes to gradually fall into hibernation. Finally, the wizards took action and used magic marks to draw countless magic seals on the wooden box to prevent external forces from breaking it and the influence of other external factors, causing the Ebbinghaus snail to wake up from hibernation. All in all, everything was carried out according to the flowchart provided by the system, and the degree of task completion began to increase in an orderly manner. The matter of Ebbinghaus snail is solved. The rest is the Babylonian Tontion Tower. Bruno couldn't help but mutter to himself as he watched the scene before him. Chapter 398, The Battle of a Trapped Beast. While the Adar people, led by Bruno, were busy catching snails in the forest and stuffing them into their refrigerators. On the other side, the situation in the interior of the Empire has undergone earth-shaking changes. Reza's night attack on the central Great Plains was a great victory. The tragic scene of burning camps not only caused heavy losses to the Imperial Guard division that had just arrived at the front line, but also burned countless food and supplies, destroying the soldiers' hard-earned fighting spirit and morale. When the soldiers saw the camps that had long been burned by fire, and the corpses and wounded soldiers everywhere, the defense line that Pitzman had built with great difficulty on the Central Plains collapsed. The commander of the Imperial Guards, Count Jerry Cormy, was killed in battle, and countless soldiers fled in all directions. However, the army under Rez took advantage of the victory to pursue the enemy, removing all obstacles on the road ahead with great force. And in early November, they finally formed a siege against the imperial capital, St. Lawrence. Imperial capital, St. Lawrence. If you look down from the sky, the imperial capital of St. Lawrence is undoubtedly the city with the largest population and the largest area in the central part of the empire. Not only does it have the magnificent Norman Palace, but also numerous wizard towers, a magnificent regency parliament, and countless nobles of all sizes living on this land. According to rough statistics from previous years, the number of people living directly in the city of St. Lawrence alone is close to 200,000. If we add the agricultural population living around St. Lawrence, the total population of the entire imperial capital, St. Lawrence, could even reach 400,000. Such a population size is unique even in the entire empire. Towering city walls, fluttering flags. Even under the siege of countless armies, the imperial capital of St. Lawrence is still like a beast crawling on the land, intimidating attackers from any direction. Looking at the imperial capital so close to him from afar, a very complicated emotion gradually emerged in Reza's heart. Original. Under the instruction of Emperor Raphael Alexander, he just followed his teacher, Imperial Marshal Theodore Lawton, and commanded nearly 100,000 imperial troops to resist the invasion of the Odin people. But what he didn't expect was that his father's sudden death plunged the entire empire into turmoil in an instant. He was accused of patricide by his own brother, with Odin's cavalry burning, killing and looting in front, and Pitzman eyeing him covetously from behind. In order to negotiate peace with the Odin people, Rez had to suppress his hatred and cede a large amount of territory in order to fight for the throne. He personally led his army south and fought a bloody battle with the Imperial Guard division under Pitzman. During this period, the nobles in the western part of the empire chose to stand idly by, while the Duke of Madar in the eastern part of the empire rose strongly. So many unexpected events had happened around Rez, and so many soldiers had died, that when he thought about it now, he actually had a feeling that everything had changed and people had changed. This should all end, Rez murmured. Rez's voice was not loud, but it sounded particularly firm, and was clearly heard by dozens of generals standing behind him. Yes, this war lasted too long, and the entire interior of the empire fell into chaos, especially the territories directly under the imperial family, which suffered great trauma. However, Duke Adar in the eastern part of the empire and the noble group in the western part of the empire took this opportunity to gather refugees and accumulate strength. As long as we can conquer this fortified city, all our efforts will be rewarded. Upon hearing this, Marshal Teodoro echoed. Almost all the generals knew very well that with his overwhelming victory, Rez was on the verge of victory. It seemed that he was only one step away from ascending the throne and gaining the highest authority in this huge and ancient empire. But even so, the generals present still remained extremely vigilant, because even at this point, no one dared to be sure whether there would be other variables in this protracted war. After all, this is the imperial capital, St. Lawrence, and the core of the entire empire, faced with the towering city walls in front of them. No one dared to let down their guard. It is indeed the last city directly controlled by the eldest prince Pisman. But it also gathers all the soldiers and food that Pisman has mobilized from surrounding areas, making it a military fortress as solid as a copper wall and iron wall. And the area of this city is really too large. It took Rez's army nearly a week to complete the siege of the city, with the help of reserve troops transferred from the north. Whether it is for Pisman in the city, or for the second Prince Riaz outside the city, this will be a fierce battle. A crucial battle that determines the success or failure of the war. We have the support of nobles in various places. They provide us with a large number of grain and grass, and provide a large number of soldiers and military weapons. So, the entire army will rest for one day, and we will begin the assault tomorrow. We must capture this fortified city within half a month. Looking at these generals around them, Rez said deeply, regarding the tactics of attacking St. Los. Rez actually discussed with Marshal Terodo many times. Then, they finally came to a conclusion. That is, put all the soldiers on the battlefield, no matter how many lives were sacrificed, to conquer this huge city in the shortest possible time and occupy this last fortress of Pittsburgh. Because Rez really can't afford to delay. As early as his army arrived, Pittsman searched everything around St. Lawrence as food. And this also means that there are countless food and fodder in the city of St. Lawrence. If the food reserves that St. Lawrence already has are added, Pittsman can hold out for at least 3 months. It is really long in 3 months, because it has now reached early November. If the city cannot be captured before the arrival of winter, then unless the siege is lifted, Rez's army will have to spend the harsh winter in the wilderness. The clothing required by the soldiers, the supplies required on weekdays, the grains and money that this war needs to be consumed will continue to increase until it grows to an unacceptable astronomical number. Such a loss will be unbearable, and the longer it takes, the greater the chances of accidents happening along the way, including the Odins, the Western nobles, the Adars, and even the Basel people in the far south. These are all variables that Rez needs to consider. So, Rez only has one choice, and that is to attack by force. Only by taking the city in the shortest possible time can he end this protracted fight for the throne and bring peace back to this land that has been ravaged by war for so long. St. Lawrence. In the city, the spacious streets were deserted. The cool breeze blew through the empty streets, blowing up withered yellow leaves and dust, piling them up at the corners of the walls. The shops on both sides of the street were closed because no one was in the mood to stay open with war coming. Looking around, on the entire street, there were only those young and strong men who were temporarily organized, patrolling the street with unsuitable weapons and taking turns on duty at the street corners. Perhaps the day before, they were just an ordinary farmer, an ordinary trader, a father, or a son. But now, the royal guards organized them into a group of temporarily recruited soldiers. They were afraid of the coming war, but had no choice but to take up weapons that were not suitable for them. Because, to obey may lead to death, but to disobey will certainly lead to death. The vast majority of civilians hid in their flimsy houses. They gathered the last bit of food in their homes, and trembled as they looked at the towering city walls not far away. They are civilians, but they are not fools. The civilians knew clearly what kind of stalemate war would come to the city. A lot of people will die. However, they had no choice but to endure it silently. This time, civilians are not the only ones worried about the coming war. The nobles living in this city finally received equal treatment for the first time. As early as the moment when Pittsman officially declared martial law in the whole city. The imperial capital of St. Lawrence, this giant city standing in the center of the continent, has been shrouded in the shadow of war. Those nobles who were planning to leave, but had not yet left St. Lawrence, were surprised to find that they could no longer leave. For the first time, Pisman treated the nobles equally. They were all stopped by Pisman and forbidden to leave the city that was about to fall into the quagmire of war. Because he knew very well that once these nobles left the city alive, they would definitely turn to Rez's camp. They would definitely provide food and troops to Rez without hesitation in order to draw a clear line between themselves and him. So, in order to fully control this huge city, Pittsman imposed martial law in the city. Unless allowed, no one, including nobles, could easily step out of their own room. Under Pittsman's tough demands, the royal guards, who directly obeyed the royal family, were assigned to each city gate to ensure that Pittsman's orders were executed accurately. But even so, the situation in the city is still gradually deteriorating. People are in panic and prices are soaring. The next day, Curry Street, Freddie Monk was dressed in a rag and short civilian outfit. He looked around for a while, making sure that no one else was spying. Then he slipped into an inconspicuous tavern on the side of the street. "Yusef, bring me a glass of ale. And don't keep giving me that inferior stuff." Seeing that there was no one in the pub, Freddie Monk simply took off his old felt hat and said breathlessly, "The interior decoration of the tavern is very simple. No different from other taverns in the city. There was a simple wooden bar, and behind it was a dirty cupboard filled with a lot of opened and low-quality liquor, which was quite turbid in color. The space is not big, and there are several long wooden tables that are very roughly made and have a lot of stains on them. Even the stools on the side were crooked and unstable. Some were missing a leg, and some had only half a backrest. The nobles felt it was an insult to look at places like this for even a second. Even ordinary merchants and mercenaries did not come back. Only the common people living nearby would occasionally come here to buy some of the lowest quality beer. "How's the investigation going? What's the situation outside?" The owner of the tavern, Yusef, opened the cupboard, took out a half-drunk bottle of wine, poured a full glass for the visitor, and said, "This city has been surrounded, and this is the only one left. Drink it if you want." Freddie Monk was not picky. He raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp. Then he said, "It doesn't look like a good wine. It tastes weird. Vodka really suits me. Look at your behavior. There is no such good thing in this place. The city is in chaos, and prices have skyrocketed several times. Pittsman did get a lot of food, but he has too few soldiers available." After a glass of wine, Freddie Monk finally spoke seriously. "How long do you think Pitman can hold out? If we're optimistic, maybe a week? So short?" Yusef couldn't help but frown slightly. Although the name of the Royal Guard sounds impressive, they have rarely been on the battlefield. Even if they have the best weapons they can offer, they are just for show. As for those temporarily recruited militiamen, I feel that it would be difficult for them to defend for a week. You know, although the army under Rez's command cannot be compared with the army of our Adar Principality, it has been tempered by war after all." Hearing this, the tavern fell into silence. After a long while, Yusef finally spoke. "During this period of time, the city gates are under close surveillance, and it is difficult to send out news. The higher-ups want us to stay hidden for the time being, and put aside the idea of gathering information. You need to control the people under you and ensure your own safety first." Freddie Monk nodded and said in a deep voice, "I understand the truth. But there is one thing. I don't know why, but I always feel that something is not right. So after thinking about it, I still want to tell you something." "What?" Yusef asked in confusion. "Before, you asked me to keep an eye on the church. Just this morning, the people stationed near the church sent me news that people from the Church of Light have entered the palace again. The agents of the Adar CIA are all aware that there is something fishy going on in the Church of Light. So the church is also a key target of the CIA." Yusef groaned for a moment before continuing. "The church can continue to keep an eye on them, but everyone else needs to lie low and wait for what happens next." Before he finished speaking, there seemed to be a sound of a house collapsing outside the house. This is the sound of rocks thrown by the catapult hitting the house. It seems that the army outside is about to start the attack. Chapter 399. The city is broken. Yusef was right. The army outside the city did begin the attack. With Reza's order, this giant city that had stood in the center of the empire for hundreds of years finally experienced the baptism of war for the first time. Under the control of the soldiers, catapults roared, and the heavy stone bullets drew a perfect parabola in the sky, and then fell down with the force of thunder, turning the houses in the city into ruins. Although the soldiers under Reza's command had experienced war after war, they were only relying on their past experience to throw stone bullets. So, compared to the Adar soldiers who had studied mathematics and were equipped with telescopes to observe the enemy's situation, they were still far behind. All they could do was to throw the stones with the catapults. But where and what they would hit was entirely up to fate. As for hitting wherever you point, it is even more impossible to do. Only veterans with sufficient experience can lock onto a rough range based on their intuition and judgment, and then operate the catapult to repeat the previous steps again and again, while the catapults were throwing stones one after another. To the east, west, south and north of the imperial capital St. Lawrence, soldiers were already on the alert and, under the command of their respective generals, launched an attack on the giant city before them. The siege was commanded by Imperial Marshal Teodoro Lawton, and the second Prince Rez personally supervised the battle, vowing to conquer this giant fortress, which was like a solid wall of steel, in the shortest possible time. Following an order from Imperial Marshal Teodoro Lawton, countless soldiers carried or pushed numerous powerful siege weapons, and slowly advanced towards the nearby city of St. Lawrence. Ladders, flying bridges, battering rams. While the encirclement was being formed, the soldiers under Reza's command had already built countless siege weapons. At this moment, they finally came in handy. The scene of tens of thousands of soldiers attacking the city together was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Everywhere you look, it's all black, which brings a great visual impact to the defenders. The war drums rumbled, and the war flags fluttered in the wind. The siege tactics were formulated by Marshal Teodoro. No one likes to attack by force. Besieging without attacking is the most common strategy, because forcibly attacking a city means that the attacking army will suffer extremely huge casualties and cause extremely painful losses. But Rez had no choice at this time. The shortening of the war time can only be made up with the lives of soldiers. Under the decision of Marshal Teodoro, the siege was divided into two parts. As they rushed from the main camp to the city wall, the first row were all cannon fodder. Their role was only to consume arrows and the defenders' physical strength, dismantle the chevaux de frise, and push the weapons used for siege. For example, battering rams, ladders. However, in the process of rushing from the foot of the city wall to the top of the wall, the first row was filled with elite troops. All of them are veterans, who have been through many battles, and have extremely rich combat experience. Their goal is to climb the city wall in one fell swoop and open up the situation for the following troops. These veterans have the heaviest mission on their shoulders, because if the initial attack suffers a major setback, the morale of the army will undoubtedly suffer a very severe blow. On the city wall, the commander of the Royal Guards, Ian Padilla, looked at the soldiers coming towards him like a black tide not far away, and could not help but frowning. 4 directions, 4 fronts. The pressure he was under was really great, because although the imperial capital of St. Lawrence has towering city walls, and was built by pittsmen into a giant fortress with abundant food and grass, the number of defenders is limited after all. The disastrous defeat on the Central Great Plains caused heavy losses to Pittsman's most elite Imperial Guard division, compared with the time when the garrison was the largest in the past. The number of defenders in St. Lawrence City is now tens of thousands less. So even though he forcibly recruited countless young civilians to climb the city walls, Yin Padilla still did not dare to say that he was sure of success. Shoot! Looking at the soldiers coming in like a tide, Yin Padilla finally gave the order. Of course he knew that the people in the front were just cannon fodder to consume arrows, and most of them were temporarily captured strong men. But Yin Padilla had no other choice. Immediately, the defenders behind the battlements drew their bows and drew their arrows. Thousands of arrows fired at once. Dense arrows flew through the air, leaving corpses of the cannon fodder on the ground. But even so, those civilian soldiers who were frantically charging towards St. Lawrence did not dare to retreat or even stop, because standing behind them were the supervisors holding sharp blades. If they show even the slightest sign of cowardice, The members of the supervision team will kill them on the spot without hesitation. And even their families and relatives will be implicated. Therefore, they had to recall the appearance of their family members while staring with bloodshot eyes and rushing madly towards the city wall not far away. If you charge forward, there is still a slim chance that you can survive to the end. But once you retreat, what awaits you and your family is undoubtedly death. Damn it! These damn guys. Yin Padilla stared at the battle situation below the city wall. Although the attacking force of thousands of arrows left countless corpses, the distance between them and the city wall was shortening all the time. Delay them as much as possible, and don't let them get close to the city wall. Yin Padilla knew very well that once the army under the city wall successfully climbed up the wall, these newly recruited civilian soldiers around him would certainly not be able to compete with those battle-hardened veterans. But, under the encouragement of the supervisory team and the generous rewards promised by Rez, as long as someone fell, the soldiers behind would immediately take over that person's position and continue to charge forward carrying the ladders. The dense rain of arrows showed no mercy, and countless soldiers fell. However, with the crazy momentum of one after another, the distance between them and the city wall was constantly shrinking. Pang. Finally, with a distinctive sound, the thing Yin Padilla least wanted to see happened. The first ladder was placed on the top of the city wall. But this is only the first day of the siege. Hold it. You must hold it. Looking at those trembling civilian soldiers, Yin Padilla let out a roar. Just when the first ladder was placed on the city wall, the first wave of elite soldiers following the cannon fodder had also rushed over and began to climb the city wall using ladders. The falling stones and the hardwood, under the threat that the enemy might climb up to the top of the city walls at any time. The soldiers defending the city seemed to have overcome their fear. They used swords and axes to frantically hack at those soldiers who wanted to climb up to the top of the city walls, and push stones and wooden planks off the city walls one by one. Both sides suffered casualties, and the attackers suffered several times more casualties than the defenders. But, although his heart was bleeding all the time, Rez couldn't stop. That's all. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. After 3 days of unsuccessful siege, on the morning of the 4th day, Rez's army finally reached the top of the city wall of St. Lawrence. Rez said veteran soldiers who had been through many battles, while the defenders of the city were fully armed royal guards and temporarily organized civilian soldiers. But, to be honest, although the name of the Royal Guard sounds intimidating, they have never been on the battlefield before. Marshal Teodoro, who was commanding the siege, also keenly discovered the gap in the south wall. He immediately sent more elite troops to the city, intending to take down the south wall of St. Lawrence in one fell swoop. When Christopher followed his team and was urgently sent to the south wall, the place was already in chaos. There was chaos on the city walls. The attacking army and the defending army were fighting fiercely. Blood was flowing. Corpses were piling up, and the scarlet blood almost dyed the battlements red. As an honest civilian, had Christopher ever seen such a tragic scene? The only thing he could do was to stand there blankly with the saber in his hand, his legs shaking uncontrollably. But the defenders kept coming from behind Christopher. So even though he was extremely scared, he was still pushed forward by the soldiers, forward. By the time he came to his senses, those ferocious siege soldiers were only 3 or 5 meters away from him. His legs were trembling with fear. But when he really faced the danger between life and death, incomparable strength seemed to burst out of his body, and sudden courage ignited in his heart. At this moment, Christopher had only one thought in his mind. That is, he wants to go home. He doesn't care if he can kill someone. He just wants to stay alive, because he still has a wife and a son, and they are still waiting for his safe return in the city. The soldiers in front of him fell one after another. They fell heavily to the ground. The blood gushing from their wounds dyed the battlements red and made the bricks and stones under Christopher's feet particularly sticky. Finally, when the last soldier standing in front of Christopher suddenly turned into a headless corpse, he had to face the enemies whose armor was stained with blood. He didn't even have time to take a look at the other person's appearance before the sharp blade flashing with cold light came towards him. Clang. This is the sound of swords colliding head-on, between life and death. Christopher's instinct for survival made him suddenly raise the saber in his hand to block the oncoming attack. At this moment, there was no more distracting thoughts in his mind. He only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to live. He wanted to kill the enemy in front of him. This civilian, who was from a poor family and had never even killed a chicken before. clenched the saber in his hand, and swung it hatefully at the enemy in front of him. In that person's astonished eyes. With a whoosh sound, the saber in his hand pierced into the enemy's abdomen. Christopher, a commoner who has been extremely dutiful for generations, finally at this moment, for survival, murder, he struggled to pull out the saber that had stabbed into the enemy's body. The originally cold blade was now soaked in warm blood. Drops of blood dripped along the tip of the knife and fell onto the city wall under Christopher's feet. But this is just the first one. In front of him, countless enemies were running towards him. He chopped hard and swung the weapon with all his might, the cowardice in his eyes having long since faded away. Either the enemy dies or you die. The belief of returning home supported him to kill the enemies rushing towards him one after another. But, after all, he was just a civilian who had never been on the battlefield before. In a flash, Christopher suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, just like when he killed the soldier before. He was also hit by the enemy's sword. He only felt the weapon twisting violently in his abdomen, and his whole body was suddenly surrounded by a heart-wrenching pain. At this moment, his vision became blurry, and his hands and feet became weak. He seemed to feel his right hand loosen, and the sharp blade that he had been holding in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. The saber was drawn. Christopher fell heavily to the ground, just like the soldiers who had died before him. He felt like someone was stepping on him, making it hard for him to breathe. He felt the blood gushing out of the wound in his abdomen, and he felt his life slowly slipping away. The shouting and screaming in his ears seemed to have faded away from him. At a certain moment, he seemed to hear his wife's call and remembered his promise to his son. Finally, Christopher's eyes went dark as another honest civilian died on the wall of St. Lawrence. Marshal Teodoro's plan was successful. After suffering the casualties of more than 2,000 elite soldiers, Reza's soldiers finally occupied the south wall of St. Lawrence on the afternoon of the fourth day of the siege. The wide and heavy city gate finally collapsed under the repeated impact of the siege vehicles. This last fortress belonging to Pisman finally revealed a huge gap at this moment. Under the order of Marshal Teodoro, countless soldiers poured into the city like a tide. The fighting in the city continues. But at this moment, anyone could see that the defeat of the defenders was irreversible. The huge rock that had been weighing on Reza's heart finally fell down at the moment the city gate was breached. There were corpses everywhere under the city walls, and countless civilians, who were forcibly conscripted, were buried forever on this battlefield. Rez looked at the imperial capital not far away from afar with mixed feelings. For the crazy siege in the past few days, Rez suffered more than 40,000 casualties. But it was all worth it. This war, it's time to end. Chapter 400, The Norman Emperor is gone. The Norman Palace in the city of St. Lawrence. The majestic Norman Palace is still extremely luxurious. The cold wind of early winter blows across the gray and white marble columns, and the lavender curtains that symbolize the royal authority flutter in the wind. On both sides of the Avenue of Kings, there are statues of several generations of heroes and ancestors of the Norman Empire. Those statues, which are based on the founding generals, all show unparalleled perseverance and pride. As winter approaches, the green plants in the courtyard have turned a little yellow, but under the meticulous pruning of the gardeners, they still appear uniquely dignified. Some are square, some are winding, and the various shapes make the garden of the palace unique. Whether inside or outside the palace, the ground beneath your feet is spotless, and the fountain in the pool is still gushing out. But, amid the sound of rushing water, the palace ladies and attendants could not help but reveal their melancholy and confusion about the future. At this moment, although this luxurious palace in front of us is still majestic, beneath this majestic appearance, it vaguely reveals a hint of desolation. Although Pitzman ordered the news to be blocked immediately, the news that the Imperial Guard suffered a defeat in the Central Plains and St. Lawrence was besieged had already spread throughout the streets and alleys. And the Norman Palace in the city of St. Lawrence was naturally no exception. First the city gates were blocked. Then the entire city was placed under martial law. Under such circumstances, even a fool can see the serious situation Pittsburgh is facing now. So, these palace servants, who live in the Norman Palace and serve His Majesty the Pitzman, are all extremely anxious about their future. Not to mention, as the army outside the city began to attack the city, the stone bullets falling from the sky destroyed more and more houses. Everyone was worried that they would become another soul killed in this war. And can their family members outside the palace escape this disaster? To know Forcibly attacking a city means extremely tragic losses, and the soldiers attacking the city face a life or death test. Once the city gate is breached, so in order to allow the soldiers to vent their emotions, even though this is the imperial capital, the capital of the entire Norman Empire, looting and massacre is still inevitable. The soldiers might not dare to harass the nobles, but the unarmed civilians would inevitably suffer. It is precisely for this reason that even though Pitzman has repeatedly suppressed the rebellion, people in the palace are still uneasy, and panic continues to spread among the palace servants and attendants. The main hall of the imperial palace. The nobles and ministers who used to surround Pitzman were nowhere to be seen, and the magnificent main hall seemed particularly empty. The pure gold candlestick on the side of the stone pillar emitted a bright light. Under the swaying candlelight, the emblem of the Alexander family, of the Norman royal family, hanging in the center of the hall flickered. Pitzman sat on the large throne. He was originally arrogant, but now he looked quite lonely. There was a servant on each side of the throne, but in such a depressing atmosphere, the servants could only lower their heads and dared not make the slightest sound. When the news of the breach of the south gate reached the palace, even His Majesty Pitzman, who had always been arrogant, was a little breathless for a moment. Originally, according to Pitzman's expectation, he could at least hold on for several months, as long as he waited until the cold winter approached and it became inconvenient for the army to be supplied. He would have the opportunity to counterattack again. But what he didn't expect was, Rez actually made up his mind and attacked the city with all his might regardless of casualties. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to those civilian soldiers who had never been on the battlefield or received any training. At the same time, it also brought an unprecedented sense of crisis to Pitzman himself. Where's the Chancellor of the Exchequer? Where's the Minister of War? Where's the Lord Chancellor of the Pretty Seal? Where did they all go? Looking at the empty hall in front of him, Pitzman tightly grasped the armrests of the throne, feeling incredibly angry. Your Majesty, the Chancellor of the Exchequer said he was unwell. And then the Chancellor of the Keeper of the Seals said that As he was speaking, the servant beside him suddenly knelt down on the ground, stammering and crying. Where is the Duke of Dorne? I haven't seen Yersin Paris for several days. Pitzman paused, then suppressed his anger, and asked in a cold voice. The Duke of Dorne. The squire evidently knew where the Duke of Dorne was going. He hesitated for a long time before he said cautiously, Duke Dorne is probably going to meet Prince Riaz. Damn it! They are all damn traitors. They have always been the ones who urged me to seek the throne. But now, at this critical moment, they are running away faster than anyone else. Pitzman stood up suddenly and overturned the heavy table in front of him, his anger almost uncontrollable. At this moment, those noble officials who had previously worshipped him as the emperor and flattered him terribly had disappeared when Rez surrounded him. Only these few servants followed him and served him carefully at all times. His Majesty. The servant beside him tugged at the corner of Pitzman's clothes, tears in his eyes. At this time, the palace is probably in chaos. Right? Pitzman was a little dazed and sat back on the throne beneath him. As the emperor and the architect of the entire defense plan, he knew better than anyone what the fall of the South Gate meant. Most of the elite royal guards were stationed there, and the royal guards commander, Jan Padilla, was in charge personally. Once the South Gate fell, the entire St. Lawrence would be in danger, and his short-lived rule would soon vanish. Finally, the attendant beside him couldn't help but remind him, Your Majesty, we can't delay any longer. There are still nearly 1,000 absolutely loyal elites in the palace. They can still delay for a while. We should leave here quickly. Leaving? Where to? Hearing this, Pitzman couldn't help but smile bitterly. Which of the nobles is still willing to stand with us? They all stand behind Rez and oppose us. The imperial capital was under siege, and the city gates had been breached. The elite soldiers had long been lost. Besides a few attendants, he had long lost the support of any nobles around him. What else could he use to fight against Rez? No! At this moment, a vicissitudes of life voice came. In the light of candles, Bishop Fleming walked slowly out from the shadow of the marble columns. In the slightly surprised eyes of Pitzman, Bishop Fleming said in a deep voice, Your Majesty Pitzman, no matter where you go, the church will always be your most steadfast supporter. Looking at the bishop who suddenly appeared in the main hall, Pitzman couldn't help but say in a cold voice, Have all the soldiers outside the hall fled? That's not the point. Facing Pitzman's gaze, Bishop Fleming said in a deep voice, Your Majesty Pitzman, in the eyes of the church, Rez, who killed his father and his king, is not worthy of being the emperor of the Norman Empire. The church is willing to provide you with asylum, and the gate of the holy city of Bethlehem is open to you. If you are willing, one day, the Crusaders will help you return to St. Lawrence. Bishop Fleming. Gradually, a gleam began to appear in Pittsman's eyes. There is no point in worrying about how Bishop Fleming got in at this moment. As the emperor of the Norman Empire, Pittsman was naturally deeply impressed by the bishop in front of him. Bishop Fleming was appointed by Cardinal Camus Blanchard himself, and was the archbishop in charge of all matters concerning the newly established Church of Light in the imperial capital of St. Lawrence. Bishop Fleming's words undoubtedly clearly explained the church's position on this war. Church? He actually supports me? Thinking of this, Pittsman couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If what Bishop Fleming said is true, the holy city of Bethlehem is located among the mountains in the southern part of the empire. Its terrain is easy to defend but difficult to attack. There are countless believers and followers across the entire continent. As long as he could leave St. Lawrence alive, with the support of the church, he could completely revive himself in the southern part of the empire. The Crusaders' control by the Holy See and the surging public opinion would also make Rez hesitant. Pittsman had naturally also heard the rumors coming from the eastern part of the empire about the collusion between the church and the Odin Empire, and he had also heard the rumors about the Church of Light. But, at this moment, the olive branch extended to him by the church was almost impossible for Pittsman to refuse. Although Pittsman is arrogant, he also has the normal way of thinking. He is clearly aware that if he falls into the hands of his younger brother Rez, then he will inevitably lose his head. After all, this is not the first time that a struggle for the throne has occurred within the empire. There are precedents. So, Pittsman stared at Bishop Fleming in front of him and asked in a hoarse voice, "Will the church really support my rule over the empire?" Hearing this, Bishop Fleming nodded affirmatively. Of course. In the eyes of the Church of Light, you are the only legitimate heir to this land. The fighting in the city is still going on, but the originally deafening shouts of killing had become increasingly faint. It's easy to see. The defenders' resistance is coming to an end. The loss of the south gate of St. Lawrence was like a fuse that destroyed the fighting will of the defenders in the city like a prairie fire. Most of them were originally civilian soldiers who were forcibly recruited. Now they see that the situation is hopeless, and they are facing a siege army as fierce as wolves and tigers. How can they remember any military rules and discipline? Naturally, they dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. However, after all, St. Lawrence is the largest city in the middle of the empire, even if it was overcome the gates of the south in the afternoon of the fourth day. But after the army of Ritz basically controlled the situation and killed the guards of several other gates, it was the morning of the fifth day, except for a very small number of soldiers loyal to Pittsman, who were still fighting around the palace. The entire city of St. Lawrence, except for the palace, was completely controlled by Rez. When Rez finally stepped into the city again under the protection of soldiers at noon on the fifth day, many nobles living in the imperial capital of St. Lawrence had already knelt in a row at the city gate under the leadership of Yersin Paris, Duke of Dorne. Looking around, there were as many as 30 or 40 nobles kneeling at the door, and even the lowest ranking one among them was an earl. As for the viscounts and barons below the earl, pooh! Are those lowly nobles qualified to welcome His Majesty Riaz? If you want to welcome His Majesty Rez into the city at the city gate, you must at least be an earl. Right? Your Majesty, the true emperor of the great Norman Empire, the Paris family is willing to swear allegiance to you. Duke Dorne knelt at the front of the noble queue and spoke first. Before this, Duke Yersin Paris of Dorne had always been Pittsman's most staunch supporter, for the simple reason that Rez gave his family's fiefdom to the barbarians of the Odin Empire. But now, who cares about the fiefdom? Being able to keep one's life and title is already a special blessing. Looking at the nobles who kneeling in front of him, Rez's heart was also very emotional. Although at least half of the people were forcibly left by Pittsman after the defeat of the Central Plains. But Rez knew very well, most of the nobles who were able to stay in St. Lawrence at that time were more inclined towards Pittsman. But now, when they saw that the situation was hopeless, the nobles before them all abandoned Pittsman without hesitation, hoping to submit to him. Seeing that Rez had not spoken, the old Duke of Dorne trembled all over and continued. The reason why I failed to pledge my loyalty to your Majesty in advance was because of that rebellious and close-minded man in Pittsman. He not only humiliated us at every turn, but also imposed heavy taxes, causing the wrath of the entire empire. Today, His Majesty Rez finally resumed the capital. The crowd present, all of them felt sincere. At this moment, Rez didn't have the leisure to pay attention to the nobles in front of him. But he still said in a deep voice, "Everyone, get up." After that, under the guard of the soldiers, he walked towards the city. Returning to the city where he had lived for a long time, Rez felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He was grateful for the victory, but he did not let it go to his head. If you are not the ultimate victims, I am afraid that today's situation will be completely reversed. At that time, I am afraid that the nobles standing behind them will be like Duke and worship in front of Pitsman. But time will not be reversed. And he is the ultimate victim. With a long sigh, Rez walked through the city gate and rode his horse towards the city. The streets in the city were very deserted, with a lot of bloodstains and corpses on the streets. Due to the large-scale use of catapults by the attacking army, many houses on the roadside have been reduced to ruins, with a large number of broken walls and bloodstains. No doubt, after the army entered the city, they still went through extremely brutal battles before they finally captured the huge city before them. The gates of the Norman Palace have been damaged in many places. Under the leadership of Marshal Teodoro, the soldiers under Rez are searching for surviving enemy troops among the ruins. However, the moment Marshal Teodoro saw Rez, he hurried towards him, revealing a hint of anxiety in his expression. "Your Majesty Rez." Teodoro Lawton seemed a little hesitant, seeing Marshal Teodoro's expression. Rez, who originally felt that he had won the game, couldn't help but feel nervous and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Teodoro answered hard, "It's Pitman. Your Majesty, we didn't find any trace of Pitsman in the palace. It seems that he escaped." Chapter 401 The Duke is assassinated. "It's Pitman. Your Majesty, we didn't find any trace of Pitsman in the palace. He seemed to have escaped." Marshal Teodoro's words were like a sudden bomb, exploding suddenly in Rez's ears. The original confidence and assurance of victory disappeared without a trace in an instant. "What did you say?" Rez felt his head was a little confused, so much so that he froze on the horse's back. Marshal Teodoro made a bitter face and repeated, "Pitman. He seems to have escaped. We searched the entire Norman Palace, but couldn't find any trace of him. Find him. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find him for me," Rez said in a deep voice. "We have gone through so much trouble and suffered so much loss before finally breaking into the city. If we still let Pitsman escape, the consequences will be unimaginable. After all, Pitsman has the blood of the Alexander family running through his body. If he wins over the nobles and sets up a new regime in other parts of the empire, the entire empire will be in turmoil. This would only make Rez's army exhausted, and the entire empire would have difficulty getting a chance to recuperate." Teodoro naturally knew the consequences of Pitsman's escape. Seeing this, he looked serious and quickly replied, "Yes." After the war, the city of St. Lawrence was left with only broken walls and ruins. The area around the Norman Palace was slightly better, but the civilian residential area located near the city wall was undoubtedly the most chaotic place in the entire city. For the soldiers who had just experienced a life and death test, it was finally time to divide the spoils. They began to wreak havoc in civilians' homes. Although they did not commit massacre, they broke into the homes with impunity and stole all the property in the homes. After all, this is the reward given to them by Rez. If there were no temptation of huge sums of money, who would risk their life for the nobles? Although the soldiers under Rez's command had experienced countless wars, they were not as disciplined as the Adar people after all. In addition, Rez ordered a full-scale search for Pitsman. So, for 2 whole days, the civilians of St. Lawrence suffered. You know, when defending the city, Pitsman sent countless young and strong civilians to the battlefield. So at this moment, the victorious siege army naturally did not restrain themselves at all. There was already anger in their hearts. If any civilians dared to stop them, what would be waiting for them would only be sharp blades and butcher knives. 2 days. Rez's troops will loot for 2 days. Only after tomorrow can the reconstruction of St. Lawrence begin, and the civilians living in this city will survive this disaster. However, in this vast city, not every corner is filled with looting and chaos. The area around the Norman Palace, Alfaro Street lined with wizard towers, and Wilson Cathedral in the north of St. Lawrence may be the only areas in the entire city that maintain peace and stability. The soldiers naturally did not dare to provoke those powerful wizards, who could cast spells. As the only important stronghold of the Church of Light in the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, Wilson Cathedral was naturally under the protection of the Crusaders, and was safe. The night is long and the moon is dim. As night fell, the crescent moon hanging high in the sky cast a faint light in the night, and almost the entire outline of St. Lawrence City was shrouded in the dark night sky. There are no bright lights here like the Principality of Idar. The few lights come from around the Norman Palace, the outer city walls, and the soldiers on duty patrolling the streets with torches held high. In Wilson Cathedral in the north of St. Lawrence, Bishop Fleming held up a bright candlestick and pushed open the door of the underground dark room in the flickering candlelight. "Your Majesty Pittsman," he greeted softly. "This secret room is very large and spacious inside. It has a main hall for receiving guests, as well as a study, bedroom, dining room, and even a small room for servants." Pittsman escaped from the palace with only a few people, only 4 or 5 loyal personal attendants, so he didn't feel crowded at all. When Bishop Fleming pushed the door open, Pittsman was sitting in the spacious main hall in a daze. If it were an ordinary day, he certainly wouldn't have the leisure to do so. But now that St. Lawrence had been breached by Rez, and he had been brought to this dark room by Bishop Fleming with nothing to do, he had time to carefully recall everything he had experienced before, and had some rare leisure time. Seeing Bishop Fleming pushing the door open, Pittsman couldn't help but frown slightly. When Bishop Fleming took him to escape through the secret passage, Pittsman had no time to think about why there were secret passages connecting the church and the palace. He was only thinking about whether he could regain the throne with the support of the Crusaders. But when he finally arrived at the dark room in the basement of Wilson Cathedral, he had time to sort out everything that had happened before. And this thought, naturally, my mind was filled with doubts. The Church of Light has never interfered in secular affairs, and has been indifferent to events such as the succession of the throne. After all, the Norman royal family and the Church of Light, one is theocracy and the other is monarchy. It can be said that they have nothing to do with each other. But now, not only had Pittsman heard rumors about the connection between the church and the Odin Empire a few days ago, but Bishop Fleming of St. Lawrence Diocese had also directly welcomed him into the church. All the nobles who had supported him in the past had defected, but the Church of Light, which had previously had nothing to do with him, took the initiative to stand up. Although Pittsman is not very smart, he is at least not a fool. So, anyway, he didn't believe what the church told him. "Why did the crusader outside the door stop me when I wanted to go out just now?" Pittsman said with some displeasure, although Bishop Fleming had always been respectful to him. To be honest, Pittsman could not see any respect for the Norman royal family from those crusaders. Hearing this, Bishop Fleming couldn't help but smile and replied softly, "All of this is for the sake of your Majesty's safety. Rez is a traitor who killed his king and his father. If he ignores the status of the Church of Light and sends his troops into the church without authorization, how can he protect your Majesty? You said before that the Church of Light would help me regain the throne. Right? Of course. As long as your Majesty can do as we say, it will be easy for you to regain the throne," Bishop Fleming said confidently. "According to what you said?" Pittsman asked coldly. Hearing this, Bishop Fleming nodded. "We will arrange for you to sneak out of the city as a soldier of the Crusaders. After you leave the city, you will first go to the Holy City to meet His Holiness the Pope. At that time, His Holiness the Pope will naturally give you guidance." "An audience?" Pittsman stood up suddenly, glaring at the bishop in front of him. Pittsman knew very well what it meant for him. As a member of the royal family of the Norman Empire and the Emperor of the Norman Empire, to audience with a so-called theocratic leader. "Your Majesty, calm down. I just came here to inform you. I hope we can work closely together in the future." Seeing Pittsman's glaring eyes, Bishop Fleming knew that there was no possibility of continuing the conversation. So he turned around and walked out of the dark room, leaving Pittsman and several servants in the dark room furious. Keep a good look at him. Don't let anything go wrong. And don't let the Pope's plan get in the way. After walking out of the door and giving orders to the Crusader soldiers on both sides, Bishop Fleming regained his smile and walked towards the stairs leading to the ground. Clear. Western Empire. A group of noble carriages and horses with a large entourage had just crossed the Chishui River, which borders the Stewin Basin and the Carter Plateau, and were heading towards the nearby Carter Plateau on the muddy dirt road. Looking around, it turned out that the total number of Lin Zongzong's entourage and attendants was about 100 to 200 people. If they were not a noble family, they would definitely not be able to support a convoy of this size. Moreover, in addition to the large number of attendants, there were even 50 or 60 fully armed elite knights in front and behind the convoy. Although the armor they wear is completely different from the standard armor of the Imperial Army, it is superior to the standard armor in terms of workmanship and defensive capabilities. The knights leading the way in front of the caravan held colorful flags in their hands. The flags were painted with different patterns and emblems, and fluttered in the cold wind of early winter. Among these many flags, the most eye-catching one is naturally the cheetah emblem of the Carter family. That's right. This is the convoy of Duke Carter and Fabian Asimov. Just a few days ago, he had personally met with another great duke in the western part of the empire, Duke of Rune, Monku in blood, in the Stuen Basin. Although the road was a little bumpy, Duke Carter didn't feel it was uncomfortable. You know, his car was built by the best craftsmen in the western part of the empire. Not only is it extremely luxurious, it is also inlaid with gems and plated with gold foil. Whether you look at it from a distance or up close, it gives people an aura that keeps strangers away. In the luxurious carriage, Duke Carter frowned tightly, his heart filled with worries. The western part of the empire did not suffer much from the struggle for the throne. Apart from the influx of refugees, the chaos of the war did not bring much impact and trauma to this land. But, since a few months ago, the concentration of magic power in the western part of the empire has begun to decrease at a relatively slow rate. In fact, at the beginning, Duke Carter did not pay too much attention to this phenomenon. After all, the concentration of magic power in any place can never remain unchanged forever. And the flow of magic power in the air is also a normal phenomenon in the eyes of mages. If a natural phenomenon such as a magic storm occurs somewhere, it will definitely affect the concentration of magic within a certain range. But the problem is, this naturally occurring fluctuation always has a cycle, sometimes even just half a day, and the originally reduced magic concentration will be increased again. However, the decrease in magic concentration in the western part of the empire seemed to have no end, and the speed at which the magic concentration was decreasing was also accelerating. What's even worse is, originally, Duke Carter thought that the decrease in magic concentration only occurred in his own territory, but the messenger from the Duke of Lun in the Stuen Basin. But he was suddenly shocked. In just a few months, the magic concentration in the western part of the empire has dropped by a quarter. This is definitely not a normal phenomenon. If it were any other noble, they would just watch helplessly as the concentration of magic power decreased. But this is the western part of the empire. The ones most affected by the decrease in magic power concentration are undoubtedly Duke Carter and Duke Rune, the two largest noble families in the western part of the empire. Behind each of them, there are dozens of mages serving them. Even the mages of the Ethan School, whose sphere of influence covers the entire western part of the empire, have more or less connections with these two nobles. Therefore, led by Duke Carter and Duke Rune, all the nobles and wizards in the western part of the empire were mobilized, vowing to thoroughly investigate the hidden cause behind the decrease in magic power concentration, and relying on their strong control over the western part of the empire. They actually found out something. For example, church. According to the information collected by the two dukes, after countless comparisons, Bishop Olson of the Inquisition finally caught the attention of the nobles in the western part of the empire. The magic power in the western part of the empire is slowly gathering towards the Cecil Mountains in the west of the empire at an extremely slow speed. Bishop Olson, who was affiliated with the Inquisition of the Church of Light, led a team of crusaders into the Cecil Mountains around the time when the concentration of magic power began to decrease. More importantly, not only did these crusader soldiers not wear the crusader armor that they were usually proud of, but they were all wearing rags and short jackets that looked like civilians. What on earth is the church doing? Sitting in the carriage, Duke Carter's thoughts were in a mess, and his head was in a mess. Although Duke Rune had some resistance to the existence of the Church of Light in the western part of the empire, Duke Carter still had some expectations for the church in his heart. Perhaps, is this just a misunderstanding? Moreover, during this interview, many of the opinions and ideas raised by Duke Rune made Duke Carter more or less hesitant, because among these proposals, in addition to recruiting refugees, there are also contents such as recruiting soldiers, training troops, building weapons, and constructing fortresses. To the peace-loving Duke Carter, this is simply hard to describe. To know, the news of the capture of St. Lawrence had not yet reached the western part of the empire. Therefore, in his opinion, Duke Rune's actions were most likely intended to break the neutral and restrained stance of the western nobles and participate in the fight for the throne. But just as Duke Carter fell into deep thought, the carriage under him suddenly shook violently, and Duke Carter's forehead hit the carriage. The pain in his forehead made Duke Carter quite unhappy. He could not help but roared, "Damn it! What are you doing?" Only, before the servants outside the carriage could reply, the moment he finished speaking, an extremely sharp crossbow arrow, in a flash, it broke through the wooden board of the carriage, passed through the flying wood chips, and fiercely nailed into Duke Carter's chest. Phew! Duke Carter felt a tearing pain in his chest, and blood was flowing. Chapter 402 Super Large Signal Transmission Tower. Duke Carter is dead. Although there were a large number of knights and guards around the convoy, he was still pierced through the heart by a sudden arrow and died in an instant. The news of Duke Carter's assassination spread throughout the western part of the empire at an unprecedented speed in a very short time, shocking all the nobles living in that land. To know, this is a duke, one of only 2 dukes in the western part of the empire. No one had heard any rumors about the assassination in advance, and there was no way to find out who was behind the assassination. All the people involved in this assassination were death warriors. After a successful attack, they did not even have the desire to escape. They committed suicide one by one, leaving no trace or clue. This also made the already turbulent situation in the western part of the empire even more tense, and the aristocratic rulers living in this land were even more insecure. After all, since even a duke-level noble could not successfully escape this assassination, if the target of the assassination was changed to other nobles, they would probably not be able to escape death. No one knows. Will such assassinations continue? Will I be the next noble to be assassinated? Moreover, in addition to the news of Duke Carter's death, the significant decrease in magic power concentration also has a real bearing on the interests of every noble. It is precisely for this reason that, although the western part of the empire still appears calm on the surface, in the hearts of almost all nobles, there is a sense of urgency that a crisis is approaching. Only, while the nobles in the western part of the empire were distressed by the impact of the decrease in magic power concentration and worried about their own safety, on the other side of the continent, Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar and ruler of the eastern part of the empire, had some rare leisure time. Without exaggeration or flattery, the Principality of Adar's ability to act and execute is absolutely unmatched by any other force in the world. Bruno originally thought that he would have to stay in Dorne for at least half a month. But in fact, after the first exploration of the Warcraft Forest came to an end, Bruno had become idle and returned with the ship in mid-November. As for the remaining trivial matters, Bruno's soldiers and officials could completely solve them on their own. Following Bruno's orders, transport ships belonging to the Adar Chamber of Commerce transported countless cryostat stones dug from the Arctic ice field to the port of Dorne by sea, in units of tons. These ice crystals that arrive at the port of Dorne will be loaded onto trucks and transported to the depths of the Forest of Warcraft in the shortest possible time, and then temporarily made into one oversized refrigerator after another. The innermost layer is the Ebbinghaus snail, followed by a layer of cryolite, then a layer of wooden box, then another layer of cryolite, and the outermost layer is a special wire mesh cover made by the Adar Steel Works. Anyway, according to the common sense Bruno learned in his previous life, in a cold environment, the snail can use its own secretions to form a membrane to seal the SHL opening, thereby protecting its soft body from the cold. Therefore, there is no need to worry about whether the snail in the refrigerator will be frozen to death. In short, this series of operations and steps is to ensure safety while ensuring that the Ebbinghaus snail living in it can stay in a stable sleep state for a long time. At the same time, in order to prevent any fish from slipping through the net or any lone snails, the Adar people also conducted a comprehensive search of the Forest of Warcraft. The cryostat that was originally tied to Odin's captives was taken off, and they walked back and forth in the Forest of Beasts under the escort of Adar's soldiers, who were fully armed and wearing cryostat. If Odin's captives are not crazy, it means that there are no fish that have slipped through the net. If Odin's captives are crazy, it means that we can make up for the loss and fill the gap in time. With the concerted efforts of Adar's soldiers, the entire exploration and packing work was completed in only about a month. After ensuring that all the Ebbinghaus snails living in this forest had been packed into boxes by the Adar people and put into hibernation, this forest, which was originally called the Forbidden Area for humans, is actually no different from an ordinary forest. All the Ebbinghaus snails have fallen into a deep sleep and have been packed into boxes. But the Adar people's mission has not been completed. Bruno has no intention of moving these Ebbinghaus snails living in the forest of monsters to another place. After all, although these magical creatures have fallen into a deep sleep and their disordered mental powers has subsided, this is only temporary after all. If something goes wrong during transportation and it wakes up in a crowded area, it will be a big disaster. Bruno would never allow such a risk to happen. Therefore, under Bruno's order, the Adar army established a completely closed military base deep in the forest of monsters. The biggest function of this military base is to house these Ebbinghaus snails that have fallen into sleep, at least until the Tower of Babel is successfully built. They will all remain dormant in the military base. That's right. The ultimate solution to the Ebbinghaus snail is the Tower of Babel. Isn't the reason why Bruno was so busy and took special care of the Ebbinghaus snail just for the Babylonian Tower of Babel? According to the wonder effects provided by the Wonder construction system, the role that Babylon's Tower of Babel can play is almost equivalent to an alien version of a super-large signal transmission tower. The existence of the Tower of Babel can completely make the huge and chaotic spiritual power possessed by the Ebbinghaus snail stable and controllable, so that this huge spiritual power can radiate outward at a fixed frequency. This means, as long as the Adar people can complete the research and development and application of signal receiving and transmission devices with the help of the Wonder construction system, then another major change in the Principality of Adar will come as scheduled, and long-distance information transmission will no longer be just a thin concept on paper. By then, whether it is the ocean exploration that Bruno is now vigorously promoting, or the intelligence communication of the Adar CIA, the way of information transmission in the entire Adar Principality will become completely different. For the now booming Principality of Adar, this can be regarded as a huge change that will change the world. The construction of such a super wonder as the Tower of Babel has naturally been put on Bruno's agenda. Although there are two wonders under construction in the Principality of Adar today, the construction of Adar Public University, which takes up the most funds and manpower, is nearing completion, and the construction of the Alhambra Palace does not consume many resources. Therefore, almost as soon as Bruno returned to the city of Adar, he set the construction plan of the Tower of Babel as the top priority for the Principality of Adar in the future. As the construction site of the Tower of Babel, a large number of people poured into the port of Dorn adjacent to the Forest of Beasts, making this originally extremely empty and barren port city suddenly become extremely lively. The originally simple port terminal began to expand, and migrant worker communities sprang up one after another. A large number of ships transporting materials travel back and forth between Port Dorn, Port Havre and Port Cologne, making ocean transportation in the waters near Port Dorn unprecedentedly prosperous. In Bruno's opinion, although the current port of Dorn is nominally just a concession of the Adar people, and most of the territory of Dorn is also controlled by the Odin Empire, but who knows what will happen in the future, whether through peaceful negotiations or war. The Forest of Beasts and the Dorn region located north of the Forest of Beasts are places that Bruno must take. This is the core interest of the Principality of Adar, and there is no room for negotiation. End of November. The temperature in the eastern part of the empire has become increasingly cold. Most of the civilians in the Principality of Adar put on their newly bought cotton-padded clothes, which made most of them have happy smiles on their faces. As for the homes of wealthy businessmen and nobles, they all installed new floor heating systems built by Riverside Properties. Compared with traditional fireplaces, this new form of heating is obviously more comfortable. So much so that in the Principality of Adar today, fireplaces have gradually become a customary decoration in living rooms. At the same time, two pieces of intelligence from the Adar CIA were placed on the table in front of Bruno by Claire. Both pieces of information had nothing to do with the Principality of Adar. But in Bruno's opinion, neither was good news. A piece of intelligence came from the central part of the empire. After such a long and fierce battle, the second Prince Rez finally successfully broke through the gate of the imperial capital St. Lawrence and occupied the capital of the Norman Empire. Although it was a little earlier than Bruno had expected, it was not unexpected. After all, whether judging from the quality or quantity of the soldiers in the hands of the two men, Rez's chances of winning the battle for the throne are slightly higher than Pitzman's. Only, with the help of the people planted by the Adar CIA in the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, Bruno also obtained some information that was strictly blocked by Rez. For example, the eldest prince, Pittman, who proclaimed himself emperor in St. Lawrence, ran away. In addition, according to the intelligence provided by the frontline agents and the analysis of Adar's intelligence personnel, when the city was about to be captured, Bishop Fleming, who frequently traveled between the Norman Palace and Wilson Cathedral, undoubtedly became the #1 suspect who helped Pittsman escape. The church may have taken action. This is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous signal for Bruno. You must know that before this, no matter how the power changes in the Norman Empire, the Church of Light will strictly adhere to the principle of neutrality and will never let itself be involved in any dispute. But now, perhaps for some reason, the Church of Light could no longer hold back? Was it because of Protestantism? Bruno didn't know the secrets that might exist in it, but his heart was involuntarily hanging in the balance. As for the second piece of information on the table, it came from the western part of the empire. On the surface, this information has nothing to do with the current Principality of Adar. Bruno never worried about the concentration of magic in the eastern part of the empire, because the eastern part of the empire has always been known as a place with scarce magic. Not to mention that the decrease in magic concentration only occurred in the western part of the empire. Even if it occurred in the eastern part of the empire, Bruno would not be afraid at all. As the saying goes, as long as the magic power in my territory is thin, then the reduction in magic power concentration will not hurt me. The magic industrialization promoted by the Adar school does not rely on the magic power free in the air, but relies on the concentration and condensation of a large amount of magic power, and then transmits it through magic lines. Bruno also doesn't have to worry about his own safety. Not only is Bruno himself a powerful wizard, but the Adar CIA agents beside him are all top-notch experts, and all of them are loyal to the Stewart family. But the continued decrease in magic concentration made Bruno think of the eastern part of the empire today. If the concentration of magic power in the western part of the empire continues to decrease, will it gradually evolve into another eastern part of the empire, becoming another place with little magic power on this continent? In Bruno's opinion, this is very possible, since the Adar CIA was established not long ago, and its penetration into the western part of the empire was very limited. He was unaware of Duke Rune's suspicion of the Church of Light, nor did he know that Bishop Olson of the Inquisition had entered the Cecil Mountains. But, on the way to the Asset Basin, Bruno actually discovered the skeletons and relics of the Crusader soldiers in the Almes Mountains. If Bruno's guess is correct, whether it is Pittsman's escape or everything that happened in the western part of the empire, perhaps there is some connection with the seemingly harmless Church of Light. Thinking of this, Bruno couldn't help but frown and fell into deep thought. Claire. Exist. Hearing this, Claire quickly agreed. As the director of the Adar CIA, Claire was naturally keenly aware of the implicit connection between the two pieces of information. So he stood beside Bruno with extreme seriousness, waiting for the Duke's next instructions. After all, my title of Duke was conferred by Rez. So, you should arrange for someone to visit His Majesty Rez and tell him that Pittsman's escape might be related to the Church of Light. Yes. Etc. Bruno thought for a moment and added, we should also send envoys to the western part of the empire. Whether the nobles in the west believe it or not, they should give Duke Rune a few words. It would be best if we could establish an office of the Principality of Adar in the western part of the empire. You should discuss this matter with Old Ford. For Bruno, whether it was Rez or the western nobles headed by Duke Rune, the Principality of Adar was qualified to have an equal dialogue. And he had no fear at all, because the number of armies they both have, the area of territory they rule, the population under their jurisdiction, these data are all laid out in the open. On the contrary, Bruno was always feeling uneasy about the secrets that might be brewing in the Church of Light. As you wish, Your Excellency the Duke. Chapter 403 John Bull's House of Lords? After receiving Bruno's order, Claire left in a hurry. As Bruno's confidant and the director of Adar CIA, Claire knew clearly what kind of weight the Church of Light held in the Duke's heart. Compared to other forces, the CIA has actually put the most effort into the Church of Light. But the results achieved are minimal. Because what the Church of Light hides is really too deep. Even clergy at the bishop level may not know exactly what the Church wants. Whether it's Mike, who once served as a cardinal, or Will Roche, the former commander of the Crusaders, who has now defected to the Principality of Adar. Even they, the core forces who were once trained by the Church, only have a vague understanding of many things. Although Adar agents have been trying to use money to corrupt the clergy outside the Church, the useful intelligence they get from them is still pitifully little. Moreover, the accuracy of much of the information is questionable and difficult to cross-check, which has instead added a lot of work to the intelligence personnel of the Adar CIA. So, although the current Adar CIA sounds so awesome, Claire knows very well in his heart that this is far from enough. At least, there is still a big gap from the requirements of our Lord Duke. The establishment time is too short. There are too few people available, and the coverage is limited. All of the above. These are all problems that the Adar CIA has put on the table. Due to the shortage of manpower, most of the intelligence personnel of the Adar CIA are now distributed around the Principality of Adar. A little further away is the central part of the empire, with important cities like the imperial capital, St. Lawrence. As for places like those in the western part of the empire, far away from the Principality of Adar, it's not that the Adar CIA doesn't want to deploy personnel. It's really because it doesn't have the capacity. That is why, when the Graf family came to this land in the eastern part of the empire and took the initiative to decide to join the Principality of Adar, Old Ford attached great importance to it. If the Adar CIA can successfully integrate the Graf family's intelligence network throughout the empire, then the business capabilities of the Adar CIA will undoubtedly soar. So, not long after Claire left, Old Ford walked into Bruno's study wearing a thick coat. It was Claire who urged you to come here. Bruno took a sip of steaming coffee and said with a smile. Seeing this, Old Ford did not hide it, but nodded very seriously. The Verona siblings have lived in Adar City for a long time. As for the CIA, Claire has also had people conduct several investigations. They should sincerely want to join us. Since Your Excellency the Duke has returned, you must give us a reply as soon as possible. If it were an ordinary aristocratic immigrant, there would be no need for Bruno's personal approval. But the problem is, the Graf family is no ordinary noble family. Although the Graf family, which holds the title of Marquis of Soto, is not considered the most powerful family among the many nobles in the Central Empire. But the intelligence network possessed by the Graf family can just make up for the shortcomings and deficiencies of the Adar CIA in many aspects. Therefore, this makes the seemingly weak Verona siblings qualified to negotiate with Bruno and fight for more rights for themselves. Before this, because Bruno was temporarily away from Adar City, the Verona siblings had been delayed for a long time. But now that Bruno has returned to the Principality of Adar, they naturally cannot delay any longer. Although according to Bruno's idea, it would be better to train the personnel of Adar CIA personally. But the increasingly frequent actions of the Church of Light forced Bruno to make arrangements as soon as possible. Bruno also made the decision to incorporate the intelligence network that had been run by the Graf family for generations out of his vigilance against the Church of Light. To know if the Church of Light rebels, then it will definitely be a much more terrifying opponent than any other force on this continent. After all, not only are there countless secrets hidden behind the Church, but it also has a large number of believers. Granted, the Crusaders' numbers might not seem large. However, with the power of the Church of Light, once the Church decides to intervene in worldly power, it can easily raise a very large army in a very short period of time. Nowadays, the influence of Protestantism is mainly distributed in the eastern part of the empire, and the indulgences issued by the Church did not cause a large-scale backlash in a short period of time. Even though the development of Protestantism was very good, it still failed to shake the foundation of believers accumulated by the Church over hundreds of years. And once the Church is really determined to intervene in the disputes in the secular world, the Stuart family, as the guardians of the Protestant faith, will inevitably become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of the Church of Light. Because the ideological conflict between the Church and Protestantism is absolutely the most direct and inevitable. I have already read the conditions proposed by the Graf family. Bruno paused, thought for a moment, and then continued. In fact, in many aspects, we can discuss, but some requirements must be changed. So what you mean is? Old Ford asked cautiously. Bruno looked at the sky outside the window, touched his slightly deflated stomach, and said, "Let's eat first, and talk while we eat. Man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will feel hungry." Although the affairs of the Graf family are really important, when discussing things, one always has to fill one's stomach first before one has the energy to think. The cook who was in charge of Bruno's diet had already mastered a large number of cooking methods under Bruno's careful training. The dishes she made were very much in line with Bruno's taste, and finally allowed Bruno to escape from the misery of breaded meat, steak and French fries. By the time Bruno and Old Ford walked into the restaurant, A steaming stove had already been placed on the table. Hot pot. In Bruno's mind, cold winter and steaming hot pot are a perfect match. Imagine that it is a cold winter day outside, and there is a steaming hot pot in the room. After eating, your whole body will be warm. If you add a spicy hot pot base, it will be especially comfortable. Hot pot naturally involves boiling meat and vegetables. Therefore, there are a wide variety of vegetables and meat on the table, including baby cabbage, chrysanthemum, and even a beautifully presented fruit platter. If it were anywhere else on this continent, even if you were a noble, you wouldn't be able to see these extremely fresh green vegetables on your winter dining table. But in the Principality of Adar, vegetable greenhouses are no longer such rare and precious things. Not to mention other places. Just on the hillside outside the city of Adar, there are many vegetable greenhouses that have been built in recent years, one after another, and they are all full of vegetables that are growing vigorously. So, at the beginning everyone was amazed. But now most people have become accustomed to it. It's just leafy green vegetables. The Adar people are not those unworldly bumpkins from the inland of the empire. As for the meat, the Lord's kitchen selected the best parts of cattle and sheep. And then the fat cook with superb knife skills was in charge of the cooking herself. Although it is not cut into slices as thin as cicada wings, the thickness is even and the texture is clearly visible. By the time Bruno sat down, the fat cook had already lit the fire below, and the thick soup in the hot pot was already bubbling and boiling. The base of the pot is spicy, with a lot of chili peppers floating on it. It looks red, which makes Bruno salivate. Hurry up and sit down. Bruno waved at Old Ford, signaling him not to be restrained. For Old Ford, although he had always been trusted by his lord the Duke, he had only had meals with him a few times, let alone eating from the same pot with the Duke. So he was a little nervous. These red things, although Old Ford had tried hot pot, a cooking method invented by his own Duke, and praised it highly, he couldn't help but hesitate when he saw the peppers floating on the bottom of the pot. But this cannot be blamed on Old Ford, because the cultivation of peppers has just started this year after all, and it is still quite unfamiliar to many people. It is also the first time that Bruno has used it to entertain guests. This is chili pepper. It may feel particularly spicy when you eat it for the first time, but it can remove dampness and dispel cold. Eating a moderate amount will have great benefits for the body. Seeing this, Bruno introduced it enthusiastically. Chili is a good thing. Bruno's favorite thing on weekdays is chili. But before that, since he did not have enough glory points in his pocket, he could only be thrifty, and did not dare to buy pepper seeds for planting in the system mall. Therefore, it was not until this time that the first batch of peppers in Adar County was produced. Can it also remove dampness and dispel cold? Hearing this, Old Ford was immediately moved. After all, he is old, and it is inevitable that he will develop various diseases as he gets older. Therefore, he naturally developed a great interest in the chili pepper that his Lord Duke highly praised. After Bruno picked up a piece of blanched beef and put it into his mouth, Old Ford then picked up the beef and put it into his mouth. You know, even Old Ford, who is a high-ranking official, does not often eat beef, because beef is, after all, livestock needed for farming, and the number of animals to be slaughtered each year given by the Department of Agriculture has clear limits. At the moment of entrance, in addition to the tenderness of the beef itself, the stimulation brought by the spicy taste also burst out in Old Ford's mouth. In just a moment, a faint red glow appeared on Old Ford's face. Huff! He couldn't help but take a few gulps of the cold water beside him and said, "This taste is really strong. You'll get used to it. I've specially asked someone to prepare the sauce. Dip your food in it first, and it shouldn't be that spicy anymore," Bruno said with a smile. Hearing this, Old Ford couldn't help but nodded. It must be said that although it tastes hot, for Old Ford, the spicy taste brings a unique attraction. The two of them sat around a table and had a hearty meal. When they had almost finished eating, Bruno asked, "What good ideas do you have about the Felona siblings?" In fact, Bruno already had some preliminary considerations in his mind, but he still wanted to hear what Old Ford thought. After all, in Bruno's opinion, it might not be a good thing to realize some of the things he had imagined now, because it was a bit too early for the current Principality of Adar. But in order to fight against the Church, Bruno must unite all the forces that can be united in the shortest possible time. This naturally includes giving more favors to the nobles who surrender to the Principality of Adar. Old Ford wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth. pondered for a moment, and then said, "The issue of land is the bottom line of the Principality of Adar, and there is no room for negotiation. As for the Verona siblings, I have two immature ideas for now," Bruno asked calmly. "Oh, tell me about it. In my opinion, Miss Verona is a noblewoman with some talent. She is completely different from those Norman nobles, who only know how to eat and wait for death. Perhaps she can be granted a certain official position and given enough respect and status. But it must be strictly stated in advance that the official position of the Principality of Adar cannot be inherited by the descendants of the Graf family." Bruno nodded upon hearing this, picked up another piece of the blanched meat, dipped it in the oil dish, and continued, "What about the other idea? Another idea is to set up an institution that is only responsible to you. Nobles can serve in this institution, but they only have the power to propose opinions and plans. They cannot directly interfere in the daily affairs of the Principality of Adar, let alone interfere with the administrative law enforcement of civil servants." "Good job. Old Ford is indeed the person this Duke trusts the most." The moment Bruno heard Old Ford's second idea, his heart was suddenly filled with a feeling of extraordinary relief. Isn't this politics? Oh no! Isn't this the House of Lords of John Bull's Parliament? In John Bull's House of Lords, members included descendants of the royal family, hereditary peers, life peers, judges of the Court of Appeal, and archbishops and bishops of the church. By the time Bruno crossed over, the House of Lords had undergone several reforms, and its powers were relatively limited, although they still have the power to veto bills and can review bills passed by the House of Commons. They mainly ask oral or written questions to the government and debate various policy issues issued by the government. Prior to this, in fact, this idea had already appeared in Bruno's mind. It was for this reason that Bruno specifically called Old Ford to see what he thought about the resettlement of the Graf family. Only, Bruno has always felt that it is too early to launch such an institution at this time. And even if a similar institution is to be launched, he will impose stricter restrictions on the relevant powers. For example, it's enough to just give some suggestions. Don't think about going through all the other twists and turns. But what Bruno didn't expect was that Old Ford also put forward a similar point of view. And since even Old Ford thinks it is feasible, then it seems that the relevant institutions can also be arranged. After all, as the ruler of the Principality of Adar, Bruno himself is a member of the aristocracy. Although he is now constantly supporting civilian officials of humble origins, it is impossible for him to kill all the nobles with one blow. Bruno thought for a moment and finally made up his mind. Regarding the establishment of the Senate, the Government Affairs Office will have to draw up a plan in the next few days. The powers granted to them are mainly to question and supervise the work of the Government Affairs Office, and to put forward their own ideas regarding the problems of the Principality of Adar. Of course, there is no need to be too anxious. As for the Graf family, we can reserve a noble seat for them. As for whether it can be hereditary, you can discuss it first. After the plan is prepared, I will weigh it. In addition, you also need to conceive a House of Commons composed of civilians. As for the power, it can be a little greater than that of the House of Lords. But there is no need to rush this. If you can come up with it within 3 to 5 years, you will have completed your mission." Hearing this, Old Ford couldn't help but be stunned. But he still suppressed the trembling in his heart and replied in a deep voice, "Understood." Chapter 404 SSSS Level Wonder. Completed? Actually, Bruno has always been quite conflicted about the establishment of the House of Lords and the House of Commons. If they were given too much power, it would be detrimental to the Stuart family's rule over the Principality of Adar, and would go against Bruno's original intention. However, if the power granted is too small, it will be difficult to play the positive role that Bruno wants to see. It will not make much difference whether it is built or not, and it will not play a role in attracting nobles to join. Therefore, although Bruno had ordered Old Ford to carry out preparations and planning, he gave a relatively slow schedule for the progress of the preparations. In conclusion, according to Bruno's current idea, in the future of the Principality of Adar, the House of Lords composed of nobles and the military forces of the Principality of Adar will be directly responsible to themselves. That is, to the Stuart family. As for the House of Commons, which is composed of civilians and talents from all walks of life, it will be closely linked with the Government Affairs Office and become an important support for maintaining the operation of the Principality. But it is obvious that the definition of power between the House of Lords and the House of Commons is far from being easily summarized in just a few sentences. Bruno must find a balance. A balance that can both maintain the rule of the Stuart family and promote the development of the principality. After all, he didn't want to be the first confused noble monarch in the other world like Charles, the first of John Bull's family, or Louis, the 16th of Gallic Rooster. The topic of forming a suggestion institute undoubtedly aroused old Ford's interest. So the two of them simply sat around the table, with steaming hot pot, and asked and answered questions. As the discussion on the relevant content became more and more in-depth, even the extremely experienced old Ford, as the highest official of Adar's government office, had to marvel again and again at the ideas and prospects of his own duke that transcended this era. In his opinion, many of Bruno's ideas are far-sighted. Awesome, my Lord Duke. It was at this time that the little maid Avril coughed softly, then ran over cautiously. She should have stood next to Bruno and waited for order. But the aroma of hot pot evoked the muffler in her heart again and again. This was then slipped into the kitchen to fill her stomach with the permission of Bruno. Your Excellency the Duke. Although I had filled my belly, Avril still glanced at the hot pot on the table in a little bit, and then said softly, those great engineers, who only know how to spend money to build things. They just sent a message that the Adar Public University on the other side of the river has been built. Hearing this, Bruno's eyes suddenly lit up. You know, this is much earlier than the engineers originally estimated. Bruno said seriously. Really? Avril nodded quickly and said seriously. This is the news that has just been delivered. The entire university campus area has been fully completed and is waiting for you to personally inspect it. Just as Avril's voice fell, Bruno also heard a crisp sound suddenly. Ding! As the host of the Wonder Construction System, Bruno was very familiar with this voice. Ah! This beautiful sound. Isn't this the system notification sound when the new wonder is completed? Although what made Bruno speechless was that the system's notification push speed was even a little slower than Avril's manual delivery speed. This was not the key point. The most important is, the Adar Public University, which was highly hoped by Bruno, was finally built to be built. You know, for this wonder, the Principality of Adar paid a huge amount of gold coins, mobilized a large number of manpower, and spent a lot of manpower and material resources, which can even be compared with the sum of several previous wonders. Thinking of this, Bruno couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Finally, it was built. Your Excellency the Duke. I will take my leave now. Ford naturally saw the excitement in Bruno's heart, so he didn't delay at all. After worshipping Brion, he left in a hurry. He benefited a lot from the conversation with Bruno, and the collision of thoughts from the souls of the earth and the natives of this world also made many new concepts and ideas emerge in old Ford's mind. Although the completion of Adar Public University was a pleasant surprise, he did not know the significance of the completed wonder to the Principality of Adar, so he could not wait to go back and sort out his thoughts. As for Adar Public University, it's right there anyway. You can't get away. And there's actually not much difference whether you go a day earlier or a day later. Seeing this, Bruno nodded. At this moment, his heart was full of surprise after the completion of the wonder, and he really had no interest in continuing to discuss the division of power between the House of Commons and the House of Lords with old Ford. I know. Go ahead and do your thing. Holding the excitement in his heart, Bruno said towards Avril. After saying that, Bruno turned around and walked towards his study. The completion of Adar Public University is of extraordinary significance, as the news of the completion of the wonder was confirmed by the system. Several pop-up windows popped up in the interface of the Wonder Construction System. Bruno naturally had to return to his study to think carefully. You know, the last time he went back to the study to check the system message was when he just traveled to this world. After closing the main door of the study and sitting upright in his chair, Bruno took a deep breath, activated the system again, and entered the interface of the Wonder Construction System. In Bruno's opinion, this might be the closest I've ever been to a SSS level wonder. And can he win the first SSS level wonder since he passed through? Depending on the answers given by these big engineers. As the system message slowly came into view, Bruno clutched the armrest of the chair tightly, his heart pounding, and his eyes were fixed on the slowly unfolding message interface. 1, 2, 3. When Bruno counted to the fifth S carefully in the most clumsy way, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Hard work pays off. With Bruno's huge investment, after including Oxford University, Alexandria Library, and a series of classic buildings designed and built by great engineers, Idar Public University finally lived up to expectations, and was rated as a SSS level wonder by the Wonder Construction System. This is great news for Bruno. What makes Bruno feel very much looking forward to? According to the description in front of the system, the rating of the SSS level will bring a completely different spectacle bonus effect. Only, when Bruno looked at the overview interface about the Wonder bonus with great anticipation, he couldn't help but freeze there. Senseless. Or stupid? At this moment, no words could express Bruno's complicated feelings. Actually, the bonuses from the first two wonders were rather mediocre, and there were no highlights unique to 5S level wonders, so they did not cause much excitement in Bruno's heart. For example, Temple of Science and Technology. The mathematical ability of all personnel associated with Idar Public University has been greatly improved. The ability of students to learn science and engineering subjects has been significantly improved, and the scientific research level of students and researchers has been improved. Literature and business boom. Economic theory research results have received widespread attention. The learning ability of liberal arts and business students has been greatly improved, and the probability of new theories being born has increased. The above two wonder bonuses were within Bruno's expectations, so he didn't feel that much of a surprise. But what made Bruno feel extremely confused was the third wonder bonus brought by Idar Public University. Unlike the text descriptions of the first two bonus effects, the content of the third wonder bonus only has a line of extremely brief characters. But it is this string of characters that makes him feel an indescribable feeling. Idar Public University's third wonder bonus. The Forgotten Past.mp4. Seeing this, Bruno rubbed his eyes hard with his hands. But, that's right. What appeared before his eyes was always this extremely concise file name Forgotten Past.mp4. And behind this string of characters, there is something that looks like a play button. What is this? This is the third wonder bonus that Idar Public University has brought to itself? So, the third wonder bonus that Idar Public University brought to itself is actually a video? Bruno leaned back in his chair and stared at the file name for a long time before he finally recovered. The bonus effects granted by wonders cannot be changed, and the videos obtained by building SSS level wonders obviously cannot be meaningless. You know, Bruno had only encountered this kind of wonder effect that would not bring group benefits to the Principality of Idar when he was building the Namur Fortress. But even an ordinary wonder of the SSS level allowed Bruno to gain powerful strength that was enough to look down on many magicians. Therefore, after Bruno calmed down, he became more curious about the video pushed to him by the system. Forgotten Past? This name must have a meaning. And it is definitely not one of those crappy soap operas from the previous life that only focused on looks. Who knows, it might even bring unexpected benefits to me. Thinking of this, Bruno did not hesitate at all. He just moved his consciousness and lightly clicked the play button of Forgotten Past.mp4. In an instant, Bruno only felt that his consciousness seemed to be wrapped by an invisible force and pulled into another world. And when he opened his eyes again, although there was no familiar melody or the Green Dragon logo at the beginning of the movie, i.e. the screening license number XXXX no XX, Bruno was still clearly aware of. This film, called The Forgotten Past, has begun. The camera seems to be looking down from the sky, passing through the clouds from top to bottom. As the dense clouds were left behind by the camera, the originally blurry picture quality 480p gradually became clear Blu-ray 4K plus Dolby Atmos. The first thing that caught Bruno's eyes was a boundless and strange continent. This continent may be very large, but due to the lack of a scale or other reference points, Bruno was unsure of the actual area of the continent. If I were to estimate roughly based on the time and distance the camera moves, it would probably be much more vast than the continent I'm on now. Then, the camera turned. A bustling and crowded crowd suddenly appeared in front of Bruno. People's clothing was not much different from that of ordinary civilians in the Norman Empire, and there was no distinctive style. They were just rags with patches on their clothes. Even the noise in the crowd was not much different from the tone of the Normans. Judging from the density of the crowd alone, this is probably a fairly large city. Whether it is the city walls, streets, or the surrounding architectural styles, there is not much difference from those cities in the Norman Empire. On both sides of the street are stalls selling fruits, vegetables, and other freshly baked bread, as well as daily necessities woven by the vendors with their own hands. They are of various colors and are quite complete. The child held his parents' hands, looking around, walking and stopping along the way, as if he was full of curiosity about everything around him. The film presents Bruno with a picture of a harmonious and comfortable life. Although the social productivity is not high, it is no different from the world Bruno lives in today. At least so far, Bruno has not gotten any useful information from this video. Could it be that? Is this the legendary clickbait title? But this shouldn't be the case. Just as Bruno was daydreaming about the situation in the film, a team covered in white robes finally appeared at the edge of the camera. The moment they were seen, not only did the background music in the video change abruptly, but even the crowds on the street dispersed to both sides, consciously leaving the middle of the road empty. The camera's perspective began to zoom in. And Bruno, I finally saw clearly the attire of the group of white-robed people who suddenly flooded into the camera. There was not a single trace of color on them. Not only was he wearing a pure white robe, but he was also wearing a pointed hood that only exposed his eyes. Looking around at the vast expanse of white, Bruno couldn't help but have a rather weird feeling. The head of the white robe held a torch, and he thought of words in his mouth. And on his neck, a series of golden brilliance was shining under the sun. Whenever a person in a white robe passed by them, the civilians crowded on both sides of the road would, without exception, lower their heads and make the sign of the cross on their chests. Cross! Is this the former Church of Light? Thinking of this, Bruno couldn't help but tremble in his heart. At this moment, Wonder Construction System. Is he showing me the history hidden by the church? An era without any written records? Chapter 405, Killing God. A team of people in white robes is slowly passing in front of the camera. Even though Bruno's heart was filled with trembling, he still followed the movement of the camera, carefully observing the team in front of him. Not only the attire of the man in white robe, but everything that appeared in Bruno's vision was firmly imprinted in his mind. If the scene presented by the Wonder Construction System in front of him was really the history covered up by the Church of Light. To know, in Bruno's view, the existence of the Church of Light and what is hidden behind the church are always the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the Principality of Adar. As long as the truth is not revealed, Bruno will not relax his vigilance against the Church of Light. Now that the scene of the Wonder Construction System was unfolding before his eyes, and since it might be related to the Church of Light, Bruno would definitely not miss it. This is definitely a rare opportunity. Only, what is this doing? Parade? Rally? Or is it some kind of fanatical ritual? Bruno didn't believe that someone would have the time to cover himself in a white robe and walk alone with a torch in broad daylight. And just as Bruno's mind was filled with, when questions arise one after another, the camera of the film finally began to turn. And the field of view that was originally directly behind the camera was finally presented completely to Bruno. What the hell is that? Even Bruno, whose mission was to build wonders, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at this moment. Turned out to be, just in front of the team, a huge building made of huge stones was located at the end of the road not far away. The architectural style is quite similar to the pyramids of the previous Mayan civilization, but it is much larger than the Mayan pyramids. The whole structure is a huge conical building made of gray-white giant stones. Looking around, there are hundreds of huge rocks. The surface of each boulder is carved with exquisite decorative patterns, and the patterns on it seem to depict fascinating stories and myths. What's even more amazing is that many of the patterns are inlaid with a large amount of gold as decoration, and even the joints between each huge stone are covered with gold foil. Whenever the sun shines, the whole building shines brightly, giving people a feeling of solemnity and dignity, as if looking down on all living beings. The base of the building is square, with 4 steps facing due north, due south, due east and due west. Almost every step is covered with gorgeous carpets, and there are burning torches on both sides, making it look extremely expensive. At the top of this building is a large square temple. There are nearly 100 intricately carved round stone pillars on the east and west sides of the temple, and several statues made of pure gold on the north and south sides. Although Bruno could not see the person on the statue clearly due to the distance and the resolution of the film, he could roughly guess that the person depicted on the statue should be a messenger and disciple under the command of the God of Light. Even on the walls of the temple, there are giant candlesticks made of pure gold, with flames burning brightly inside, making a whirring sound from time to time. To know, even though this temple is located on the top platform of the conical building in front of us, it has an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. As for the total construction area of the entire building, it can naturally be imagined. And at this moment, as the camera angle changed, Bruno finally saw the whole picture of the city for the first time. It is a city much larger than the imperial capital, St. Lawrence. The entire city extends around the Mayan pyramid-like building. But what is extremely inconsistent with a giant pyramid-shaped building that consumes a lot of pure gold decoration is, although the entire city is vast and has a large population, the poverty and hardship of the civilians are clearly visible. On one side is a wonder made of pure gold and huge stones, and on the other side is the people struggling among starvation. But it was those people who were living in extreme poverty who still worshipped the temple built of gold and huge stones, and offered their already meager money and food. The huge contrast presented by the scene before him made Bruno slightly moved. As the camera kept changing, the team of white-robed men had already climbed up the huge pyramid. The white-robed leader bowed his head with every step. Every time he stepped onto a step, he would bow to the towering temple from afar, then stand up and walk upwards. Every time you go up a step, there will be two people in white robes staying on both sides of the stairs. Finally, by the time the leading white-robed man finally arrived at the square in front of the temple, all the people who had followed him had stayed on the stairs. He took a deep breath, solemnly raised the torch in his hand, and stepped onto the sacred fire platform at the entrance of the temple. Call. As the flame on the sacred flame platform was lit again, the whole city seemed to fall into silence at this moment. Time passes by. If the flames hadn't been still burning, Bruno would have thought the film had frozen. After all, after lighting the sacred fire, the man in white robe knelt on the ground without saying a word, as if waiting for something big to happen. When Bruno was getting a little annoyed, almost in an instant, a flash of light suddenly flashed across the sky. And then, as Bruno stared in amazement, the originally bright sky gradually cracked open, as if there was a pair of eyes hiding behind the sky and peeking. That feeling makes people tremble, even though Bruno was only experiencing all this from the perspective of a bystander at this moment. This scene, which was far beyond Bruno's own imagination, almost left him speechless. A moment later, in the originally broken sky, suddenly, complex light spots of various colors could be vaguely seen. Then, a huge shadow began to gradually form and continued to solidify in the air. Could this be God? When this idea suddenly appeared in Bruno's mind, he couldn't help but be stunned. Whether it was the information Mike brought out from the Church of Light or the answer given by the Wonder Construction System, Bruno was 100% sure that the gods of this world were completely dead. But if the figure in front of him who could tear the sky apart was not a god, Bruno could not find any other explanation. Bruno murmured to himself, "So, the era in the film should be when God still existed." Bruno trembled all over at the thought. Although this was only the effect of the Wonder Construction System before my eyes. As an outstanding young man of the new era who grew up under the core socialist values, the moment I saw God, Bruno's heart was suddenly filled with all kinds of complicated emotions. This is indeed unscientific, but this is a fact that once happened. Therefore, Bruno could only accept it passively. However, what made him feel extremely fortunate was that, at least in the era when he was reborn, there were no gods in the world he lived in. The shadow of the god quickly solidified, and Bruno, who was a bystander, could clearly hear the murmur of the man in white robe who was kneeling on the ground. "The great God of light, your devout believer, Holen Barati, on behalf of all the creatures living in this world, pays tribute to you." Really? Is the figure that has descended near the holy fire the legendary God of Light? Bruno opened his eyes wide, staring at the figure that did not look like a human. Only, the body and face of the god seemed to be always shrouded in a layer of light golden light. Although he was standing there, his entire body looked like a mosaic, and his real face could not be seen at all. Although gods, which were beyond Bruno's imagination, must possess some unpredictable power, Bruno knew that the God of Light was dead. So he was not too nervous, and his thoughts became more flexible. So here comes the question. As the Duke of Adar, Bruno had naturally seen the statues and paintings of the God of Light with his own eyes. However, the gods worshipped in the Church of Light clearly have real faces. A pair of eyes, a nose, and a mouth under the nose. No different from a human face. Suddenly, Bruno seemed to have a flash of inspiration. He thought of two possible explanations. One explanation is that the Church of Light simply used its brush to depict the face and image of the God of Light according to its own fantasy. But it is obvious that when we know that gods really exist, such behavior is not respect and worship, but blasphemy against gods. Another explanation is, thinking of this, Bruno couldn't help but frown tightly. My own idea, is it really possible? In Bruno's opinion, another explanation is, knowing that the god is dead. The one worshipped by the Church of Light is not actually the god of light at all. But if they are not worshipping the god of light, then what else could they be worshipping? Bruno couldn't help but shook his head. Never mind. Let's just keep reading. As the shadow of the god finally solidified around the holy fire, not only the white-robed man kneeling on the ground, but almost all the civilians in the city, without exception, knelt on the ground, trembling all over. This is God. Even Bruno, who was a bystander, could clearly feel the panic and fear in the hearts of the civilians. Only, this kind of fear and terror doesn't seem to be something that should appear in these devout believers. Right? Although Bruno does not believe in God, he knows that if he is a qualified believer, then when he sees the God he believes in, shouldn't he express tension and anticipation? What the hell is this expression of fear and cold sweat? But, in the next moment, the words spoken by the white-robed man kneeling on the ground really made Bruno completely stunned. The great God of light. When the kneeling man in white robes spoke again, his words seemed to be less timid and more determined. Indeed, the man in white robes still knelt at the feet of the god, but a fierce look suddenly flashed in his eyes. Go to HL. At the moment the words fell, the god shrouded in the ball of light seemed to be stunned. But, almost in the blink of an eye, a dazzling and blinding light enveloped the entire lens almost in an instant. And wherever the eyes could see, there was a dazzling light. Although he was just a bystander, the sound like a landslide seemed to pierce Bruno's eardrums. In the previous life, Bruno had seen short videos of nuclear bomb explosions on the internet. But compared with the dazzling light and deafening sound at this moment, explosions of that scale seemed like child's play. So much so that when the screen suddenly went black, Bruno was a little confused. What happened? What did I just see? Was that an explosion? But, what kind of existence is it? And how powerful is it to create such a world-shaking explosion? Bruno didn't dare to imagine. Nor could he imagine. The man in white robe, the god of light, a violent explosion, and the last words of the man in white robe, go to HL. Bruno seemed to have discovered many secrets that he had never known before. But many new doubts arose. He vaguely remembered the introduction of the natural wonder given by the Wonder Construction System when he first discovered the Friend Islands. See Chapter 141 for details. The fallen gods fell from the void, and the scattered divine power caused disasters. After that huge explosion, the continent was torn apart. In other words, is the explosion that I am witnessing with my own eyes the same one that once caused the death of the gods? If it is like this, then what he saw was not the past of the Church of Light, but the god-killing action launched by humans even earlier. So, that time, the god who was killed by the violent explosion was actually not any other god, but the god of light worshipped by the Church of Light. Humans wiped out the gods? Although this sounds incredible. But what made Bruno feel even more incredible was the man in white robe who said go to HL to God himself is the man who is wearing a cross, making the gesture of the Church of Light, and showing great respect for the God of Light, a believer of the Church of Light? If so, does that mean many years ago, the Church of Light used some unimaginable means to personally wipe out the gods it worshipped? It was at this time the video that had originally been black seemed to have changed slightly. A line of subtitles. Finally, it appeared before Bruno's eyes. 50 years before the explosion. Film. It's not over yet. Chapter 406, The Forgotten Past. The film was very long, but Bruno watched it very seriously. After all, this opportunity to watch the movie was hard-earned after he spent a lot of manpower and resources to build the first SSS-level wonder in the Principality of Adar. The content is full of practical information, telling the story of the past that has been forgotten by the world. It took Bruno more than 2 hours to finish watching the entire film. For the first time, he fully understood the reasons for the fall of gods and the great oath that mankind had made. That kind of soul-stirring and speechless shock is almost impossible to express in words. The fallen god, a shocking explosion, the rupture of the continent, the forgotten past, the difference between magic power and divine power, even the mutant corpse that he had found on the coast of the Principality of Adar. Through this film, Bruno finally connected many things that seemed unrelated at first. It also made Bruno realize that many things that confused him actually had some kind of intrinsic connection. At that time, there is only one land in this world, a giant land mass without any magic power, called the original continent by the system. and all the people living on the primitive continent share a common belief in the God of Light. That's right. In that era, the God of Light was the common belief in the hearts of all human beings. The devout believers regarded the God of Light as the only savior of mankind. They spontaneously formed an organization recognized by all mankind. And this was the origin of the Church, the earliest church of light in the world. But people's belief in the God of Light does not come from the Church's propaganda and teachings, but from the common threat faced by all mankind. Mutant. You know, that was an era when magic didn't exist. Humans are simply unable to compete with the mutants who have strong limbs, ferocious in brutality with just their own hands. Even though all living humans spontaneously united together, they were still retreating step by step under the crazy attacks of the mutants. And just when mankind has reached the most critical moment to decide their own life and death, a god called the God of Light appeared. The existence of the God of Light gives mankind hope for survival. The barrier drawn by divine power stopped the mutants from advancing. It was at that moment that the God of Light, the God who saved mankind, became the common belief in everyone's mind. As if in silence, the Church began to be built. The number of believers gradually increased. The Church of Light was born. And with the protection of the God of Light, everything was moving in a good direction. But the barrier drawn by divine power is not stable. Every time a period of time passes, mutants will break through the barrier set by the gods, break into human towns, and kill and wreak havoc. At this time, devout believers will hold grand ceremonies and pray for the arrival of gods. When the God of Light returns to the world, the barrier will be repaired, and mankind can once again enjoy a decade or even decades of peace and stability. But just 50 years before the explosion, this routine and script was broken. By chance, let a group of pioneers discover the greatest secret in the world. A secret that can instantly destroy all human beings' faith. That is, the existence of mutants is actually intentional by the God of Light. They are the embodiment of God's evil thoughts. The slaughter of humans by mutants and the repeated breaking and repairing of the divine barrier are all for one purpose: the power of faith. The God of Light saved humanity from the brink of extinction, and simple humans naturally developed the most pious and sincere faith in the God of Light. The power of faith, although it sounds illusory, is the source of God's power. With the support of the endless power of faith, the gods who control this world can gain enormous benefits. As for humans, in the eyes of gods, humans are nothing more than livestock used to collect the power of faith. There is no difference between them and the cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. So, those pioneers who discovered the truth made an oath and swore an oath of blood. They want to kill God. They want to use their own mortal bodies to destroy the God's control over humans. They have to rely on humans' own strength to shake a supreme being that is powerful enough to change the rules. Maybe this will cost them a heavy price. But everyone knows, only by breaking free from the control of gods can human beings truly decide their own destiny and have their own dignity. Fortunately, they finally found a way, because at the same time as they discovered this secret, they also made another shocking discovery. At the edge of the barrier, at the intersection of the gods' evil and good thoughts, a new power is being born. And this power, it is called magic. If we say that divine power and the power of faith are of the same origin, both are a kind of power that comes from gods or can feed back to gods. So the magic, it is undoubtedly a brand new power that is not controlled by anyone or God. And the most surprising thing is, the existence of magic power not only conflicts with divine power, but can even isolate the birth and gathering of the power of faith. So, a huge, earth-shaking plan gradually emerged before all the pioneers. This is what caused the explosion. During the years of preparation, many pioneers fell, but more and more joined in. Among these people there are civilians, merchants, soldiers, and people in power. And there are also high-ranking officials of the Church of Light. Over the past few decades, humans have tried every possible way to study the application of magic. After all, this is the only kind of strange energy that humans can find, which can directly conflict with divine power and isolate the existence of the power of faith. When the gods just came and the divine power has not yet gathered, use magic to isolate the existence of the power of faith, and use this as a guide to create a huge explosion, completely obliterating the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all humans. The above is the common expectation of all pioneers. With repeated experiments, this plan to kill gods, which had been planned for decades, finally officially kicked off the 50th year after humans discovered the truth. And obviously, humanity seems to have succeeded. Although the original continent was shattered and countless humans died on the spot. But humanity's goal was accomplished. And the God of Light died. The film is over. And Bruno also withdrew from the film constructed by the Spectacle Construction System. More than 2 hours later, the scorching sun in the sky had already tilted toward the west. And the window panes were also dyed with a layer of light golden sunlight. Bruno just sat there straight, motionless, and without saying a word. At this moment, he was feeling extremely complicated and was speechless for a moment. Although he is a time traveler and the chosen one in the online novels, Bruno knows clearly that he seems to have no qualifications to comment on this explosion. To comment on this crazy act of killing gods. Bruno didn't know how such an explosion was caused. And how humans in the past relied on the existence of magic and amazing creativity to create an explosion more terrifying than a nuclear bomb explosion. Through that act of killing gods, humans successfully broke free from the control of gods and even directly wiped out the gods, who had previously been above humans. But the price paid was undoubtedly extremely heavy. You know, an explosion that can cause the original continent to fall apart and turn past history into dust will inevitably cause countless deaths and injuries. Although the pioneers were well prepared, many migration teams were deployed away from the center of the explosion. But it was obvious that most of them died. Only a small number of people succeeded in rebuilding a new human civilization on the piece of land under Bruno's feet. But, for some reason, these survivors not only forgot the history that should not have been forgotten, but they even rebuilt the Church of Light. The God of Light is dead. What the hell are you teaching me? Thinking of the pressure the church brought to the Principality of Idar, Bruno couldn't help but grit his teeth. Fortunately, although the film did not allow him to figure out what the Church of Light is currently planning, it at least gave him some information about mutants. According to the information Bruno got from the end of the film, after losing the restraint of the gods, God's evil thoughts. In other words, the source of power that created mutants has been completely out of control. It is obvious that the continent where Bruno is now is not a place where the evil thoughts of gods reside. So naturally there are no mutants. But other continents may not be so lucky. Thinking of this, Bruno seemed to suddenly realize something, and quickly stood up and walked to the map hanging on the wall. Ocean currents. As if to confirm the guess in his heart, Bruno slowly traced on the map with his finger while speaking. Finally, Bruno's finger fell on the continent not far away. The Lost Land. At this moment, Bruno was almost certain that the mutant skeleton that drifted along the ocean current came to the Lost Land on the other side of the ocean. There, it is the place where the evil thoughts of the gods still remain. Because only with the support of the power of the gods can these mutants survive for thousands of years. I hope Captain Hausen and his men all goes well, Bruno muttered. What Bruno saw and heard today undoubtedly shocked him greatly. Many doubts that had been lingering in Bruno's mind were finally answered at this moment. Although Bruno still couldn't figure out what the Church of Light was hiding. But at least, he had understood what had happened in this world and had grasped the clues. Even in the dimness, with what he now knows, Bruno can clearly realize that he has begun to gradually clear the fog that shrouds the church. The magic power in the eastern part of the empire is thin. The concentration of magic power in the western part of the empire is declining. And the existence of magic. It seems that it can block the gathering of the power of faith, right? Finally, the knock on the door interrupted Bruno's thoughts. And Mondale's concerned voice came from the gap in the door. My lord, are you all right? Bruno raised his head and glanced at the sky outside the window. It seemed that he had stayed in the room for a long time today. Bruno stretched his body and moved his slightly stiff neck. Thinking that he had not moved much since dinner, he simply ordered, "Get the frame ready. Let's go to Idar Public University." Although the Wonder bonus has taken effect and the glory points given for building the Wonder have been issued, Bruno has never seen the completed Idar Public University with his own eyes. After all, this SSSS level Wonder cost a lot of money, and it would be a bit unreasonable if you don't go and take a look at it. Okay. After hearing the Duke's instructions, Mondai outside the door was immediately motivated and went to prepare the frame. Across the Idar River, this complex of buildings, known as Idar Public University, is the most historic wonder in the Principality of Idar that took the longest time to build, covers the largest area, and cost the most manpower and material resources. So much so that while the university was being built, a populous town gradually took shape around the public university. Many of the residents were refugees and craftsmen who built the university. After the university was completed, they simply settled down nearby under the arrangement of the Government Affairs Office. The concentration of population means that there is a large amount of labor and business opportunities here. Many businessmen began to open factories and workshops in this new town, recruiting workers and actively adapting to the booming magical industrialization in the Principality of Adar. Bruno never intended to control all the industries in his own hands. Instead, he provided considerable convenience to the production and operation of merchants. After all, in many cases, the existence of a market economy is of great benefit to social development and the improvement of productivity. Before this, Bruno's reason for forcibly acquiring shares in the nobles' industries was more to tie them to himself. As for ordinary merchants, Bruno would naturally not force them to buy or sell. So, as more and more refugees poured into this land, the industry and commerce of the Principality of Adar became more and more prosperous. Back when Adar Public University was just being built, this place was still a wasteland. But now, there are many roads and houses around Adar Public University. When Bruno's car arrived here, countless people had already gathered around Adar Public University. Most of them were civilians who had heard the news of the completion of a public university and came here to watch the excitement. Of course, not all of them. I will work hard for 200 days and get admitted to Adar Public University. Leave no regrets. Never forget your responsibilities. Never give up. Prepare for the exam with passion. Work hard. I want to go to college. Obviously, these are students from 2 Point Academy, who are being led by their teacher to visit the future academic holy land of the Principality of Adar. Looking at these students in front of him, Bruno's heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable sense of pride. The slight anxiety that watching the film had caused me before disappeared without a trace in this instant. With the existence of the Wonder Construction System and the people of the Principality of Adar, Bruno is confident that he can eliminate all threats of injury on his way forward, whether it's the Church of Light, mutants, or anyone else. Chapter 407: A Miracle That Is Hard to Replicate. Open your eyes and take a closer look. This is the only academic sanctuary open to the common people in the entire empire. As long as you work hard and can pass the entrance exam of Adar Public University in the future, no matter what your background or family background is, you can become a member of Adar Public University. If we can become one of the students of Adar Public University in the future, it will be a supreme honor for everyone. You should know that the earth-shaking changes that are taking place in our Adar Principality today are not only due to the wise decisions of the Duke, but also due to the extremely important contributions made by the researchers of Adar Public University. The carriage had just stopped when Bruno heard a familiar voice through the curtains of the carriage. I lifted the curtain slightly and peeked out. Really, the owner of the voice was none other than the current president of 2 Point Academy, Alan Woodard. He was speaking passionately, encouraging the students who were planning to take the Adar Public University entrance exam next year. Since Mr. Nicholas stepped down as the president of 2 Point College and became the executive president of Adar Public University, Alan Woodard, a diligent teacher at 2 Point College, was personally nominated by Bruno and promoted to become the new president of 2 Point College. Alan Woodard was originally just picked up by agents of the Adar CIA during the chaos in the northern part of the empire. See Chapter 243 for details. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable when he first came here, but as time went by, he fell in love with this land in the east of the empire without exception, became a staunch supporter of the Adar regime, and did not dare to be careless in teaching his students. The students he taught also achieved excellent results in the first major examination of the Principality of Adar, which is why he was personally appointed by Bruno as the new dean of 2 Point Academy. Almost as soon as Bruno arrived here, Alan Woodard discovered this convoy engraved with the Stewart family emblem. So, when Bruno stepped down from the carriage, Alan Woodard had just finished his exciting speech, and with a stern look on his face, he trotted in front of Bruno. "Your Excellency the Duke." Alan Woodard forced a smile on his face and greeted him excitedly. Bruno nodded and said, "Why did you suddenly want to bring the students here?" "I heard about the completion of Adar Public University, so I plan to let the students see this top academic sanctuary in Adar with their own eyes, and try to set a goal for the students." Alan Woodard replied quickly, "Not bad. If the number of students enrolled at 2 Point College can double next year, I will personally present you with the Outstanding Teacher Award," Bruno said casually. "Make sure to complete the mission." Upon hearing this, Alan Woodard's expression froze, and he immediately made the promise. As a northern immigrant who had recently immigrated to the Principality of Idar, although he now held an important position, what Alan Woodard desired most was undoubtedly the recognition of the Duke. Furthermore, although the requirement to double the number of students admitted to Double Point College next year sounds a bit demanding, it is actually not difficult. After all, the number of new students admitted by the entire Idar Public University this year is only in the hundreds. The admission base is here. In addition, the number of students enrolled in 2 Point Academy this year has increased by almost 1/3, and they have even begun planning to set up branches, let alone doubling the number. Alan Woodard felt that if he worked harder, he might be able to triple it. Everyone knows very well that by next year, the number of candidates taking the Idar Principality Civil Service Examination and the Idar Public University Entrance Examination will increase significantly compared to this year's number of candidates, especially the number of students who registered for the Idar Public University Entrance Exam. The changes that Idar Public University has brought to this land are visible to everyone. In addition to the magic industrialization reform vigorously promoted by the Idar School, in the second half of this year, the research and development and mass production of bicycles also made the name of Idar Public University appear on the front page of the Idar Daily again and again. Before this, the number of applicants to Idar Public University was limited mainly because people had not yet fully understood what a university was for. Most of the civilians' families are not wealthy and can only barely make ends meet. If my child is admitted to a public university, do I still need to pay for tuition and living expenses? Can my family support a student who is completely out of work? These external factors are issues that civilian candidates need to consider. So in the eyes of many people, university, this thing sounds like a very high-end thing. It is not something that ordinary people can handle. But, with the introduction of a series of relevant policies and the changes that took place in the Principality of Idar, the civilians also seem to realize that if someone in the family becomes a student of Idar Public University, it will not only not be a burden to the family, but can even become the hope of the entire family. For example, the Holden brand bicycles that are now ridden on the streets are named after their designer. This is an opportunity for yourself and your descendants to become famous. And it is said that in addition to the bicycles that have already been put into use, Idar Public University also has many research projects that amaze ordinary people. Like a car that can run by itself, a boat that can move by itself. Although these projects sound incredible, they are no longer impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, this is the Principality of Idar, where miracles happen. As the creator of all this, Idar Public University has naturally become an academic temple in the eyes of ordinary people, shrouded in an unfathomable mysterious aura. Not to mention, the Idar City Hall also provides tuition waivers and food subsidies to students from poor families, and offers a variety of support policies. Not only does it not require the family to spend any money, but if you save a little, you can even supplement the household expenses. When students successfully graduate from Idar Public University, the salary and social status they can obtain may even be better than that of ordinary civil servants. Bruno also casually chatted with Alan Woodard about the current enrollment situation of 2 Point College and the future education of the Principality of Idar. Then he waved goodbye to Alan Woodard and the students behind him and stepped into the campus of Idar Public University. Chatting with his subordinates from time to time is Bruno's habitual way of understanding the current situation of the Principality of Idar. He could hear their personal opinions from these people, and then integrate them with his own future development plans, so that he could finally find the systems and policies that suited the development needs of the Principality of Idar at this stage. After all, many things cannot be copied. As for the future of the Principality of Idar, even though he is a time traveler, Bruno can only move forward by feeling his way forward. Idar Public University. When Bruno set foot here again, it had changed from the last time he came. The West Campus, which is dominated by buildings from Oxford University, is considered the core area of the entire Idar Public University. Although there were no green trees on campus because it was already winter, the neatly trimmed flowers, plants and trees did not give the campus the slightest hint of desolation. The entire campus combines the characteristics of French and English gardens. The corners of the campus adopt the natural layout of English gardens, with large areas of naturally grown flowers and plants as typical features. The part just before entering the campus adopts the French garden axial symmetry technique. The main axis extends in a straight line from the building, and the other parts are arranged symmetrically around the axis. The great engineers of the Principality of Adar carried out key decorations near the central axis. Most of the most beautiful flower beds, statues, and fountains are arranged on the central axis. The road classification is quite rigorous, with clear organization and strict order, constructing an unprecedented magnificent garden landscape. A sense of solemnity and elegance can be felt everywhere. Bodleian Libraries, Hertford Bridge, All Souls College, Radcliffe Reading Room. These characteristic buildings of Oxford University have all been perfectly restored on this land. In addition, the characteristic buildings of famous universities, such as Cambridge University and Imperial College London, have also all been copied to the campus of Adar Public University as they are. Not to mention the great engineers of the Principality of Adar. Even Bruno, a time traveler, could not help but admire the distinctive building standing at the Adar Public University. Your Excellency the Duke, this place is simply... At this moment, Mundell on the side was so shocked that he was speechless. As Bruno's personal valet, he was considered well informed. But looking at the solemn and elegant buildings in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. Shock! A shock that came from deep within his heart enveloped Mundell almost in an instant. After seeing this, I can't help but want to take the test and give it a try. Mundell felt his throat a little dry. This is exactly the effect we want. Bruno chuckled. It is true that a SSSS level wonder is worthy of being a SSSS level wonder. Even if buildings such as Oxford University and the Library of Alexandria are excluded. The characteristic buildings from other well-known universities are enough to be recognized as wonders. So many wonders gathered here together, and the feeling it brings to people is almost difficult to describe in simple words. These buildings have their own characteristics, and coupled with a similar overall style, they all stand together, which is naturally unforgettable. At this moment, on the campus, the scientific researchers, craftsmen and mage apprentices of the Principality of Adar were also busy with the moving work. Now that Adar Kilometer University has been completed, research bases such as the Magic God Research Laboratory and the Magic Technology Research Institute, which were originally located at the foot of Mount Almes, have naturally been moved here. Like Bruno and the others, they were shocked by the huge building complex in front of them almost the moment they arrived here. Exciting, inspiring, enthusiastic. Today is a holiday for all scientific researchers in the Principality of Adar. For them, this huge building complex in front of them is their new home. Before this, many of them had heard more or less about the grandeur and magnificence of Adar Public University. But hearing is not as good as seeing. Hearing about something and seeing it with one's own eyes can give people two completely different feelings. The Duke is willing to spend so much manpower, material resources, and financial resources to build an academic sanctuary of this scale. Doesn't this just highlight the importance that the Duke places on these researchers and their research results? So, the moment he saw Bruno, Arnell rushed over excitedly. It's so shocking. It's so shocking. This place is simply amazing. Arnell Blood looked so excited that he could only repeat what he was thinking over and over again. He himself is a nobleman, and his father is the Duke of Rouen in the western part of the empire. What he has seen and heard is far beyond the reach of those other scientific researchers of common origin. But even so, when had Arnell ever seen a complex of this scale? Even in a recognized wealthy place like the western part of the empire. Even his father, Duke Rouen, who was in charge of the western part of the empire, could never build a complex of this scale. Not to mention how many great engineers would have to work together and exhaust their lifelong talents and experience to design these buildings. The huge wealth required and the manpower and material resources required alone are not something that any noble could afford. But the Principality of Adar did it. Indeed, in the eyes of most people, the mission of Adar Public University is no longer just an academic sanctuary in the Principality of Adar. It is a reflection of the comprehensive strength of the Principality of Adar. It is a testimony to the Stuart family's strong appeal and ability to act. In Arnell's opinion, no force, no nobleman, can replicate the miracle of the Principality of Adar. Stay calm. Compared to Arnell's excitement, Bruno had become relatively calm. As long as you can complete the heavy task entrusted to you by the Principality, you will be worthy of such a large-scale building complex. Right, Arnell said excitedly. That's exactly what I came to tell you. Your Excellency the Duke, we have already built the steam engine you requested. As for the train you mentioned earlier, we have also overcome the difficulties and have a prototype. Why not use this as a gift for the completion of the university. Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but have a bright look in his eyes. Chapter 408 Steam Locomotive. Good news always comes one after another. Original. The completion of Idar Public University made Bruno particularly excited. And now, the tools led by Arnell brought Bruno a bigger surprise. Bruno had actually discussed the steam engine with Arnell and others a long time ago. But although this thing that was born during the Industrial Revolution sounds simple, it is not easy at all when you actually start to build it. Boring machine, cylinder, mold, gas pipe, condenser. Which of these things doesn't require design and development from scratch? Which one doesn't require a lot of manpower and material resources to improve and produce? This takes time. And that's a lot of time. You have to know that everything in the Principality of Idar was created from scratch. Bit by bit. By the hands of mages and craftsmen. Different from other mage schools. Mages are regarded as the chosen ones. In the Principality of Idar, mages are just a special profession. They can indeed enjoy a higher social status than ordinary people. But they are no different from other people. After all, mages' control over magic is innate. And they can only be considered lucky. And as the wonder bonus of the Great Lighthouse continues to take effect. In the past year, more than 50 children with magical talents have been born in the city of Idar alone. But the skills of the craftsmen are acquired through their own efforts. And they are gained through their own hard work and sweat. Between a wizard and a craftsman, neither is much nobler than the other. Even under Bruno's deliberate guidance, skilled craftsmen can often gain more respect. So, during this period of time, the mages led by Anil have gradually formed a tacit understanding with the skilled craftsmen. The craftsmen are responsible for designing complex construction drawings, while the mages are responsible for creating various parts through magical industrial means to provide backup support for the craftsmen's research. For example, the Holden brand bicycles that are now popular in the Principality of Idar were developed and produced with such cooperation. As for steam locomotives, although Bruno had always hoped that the steam engine could be put into use in the Principality of Idar as soon as possible, he also knew that the production and assembly of various parts was by no means an easy task. But what he didn't expect was that with just a few words of advice from him, the magicians and craftsmen actually built a steam engine. You mean, the steam engine has been developed and can be installed on a train? Bruno suppressed his joy and confirmed it again and again, although he still had no idea why the Duke called this steam locomotive a train. Arnell nodded seriously. That's right. Then take me to see it, Bruno said quickly. For Bruno, the arrival of the steam locomotive was undoubtedly great news. It was like someone delivering a pillow to him when he wanted to take a nap. It solved the pressing problem that Bruno was facing now: employment for the refugees. It is well known that in the process of establishing the Idar Public University, Bruno accepted a large number of refugees and made them work on this land. But you have to know, building wonders cannot be the lifelong work of these refugees. Therefore, during the process of building the wonder, the supervisors responsible for supervising the progress of the construction will also make a comprehensive evaluation and score the performance of these refugees. Factories and workshops that need to recruit workers will recruit capable people based on the workers' daily performance and the ratings they receive. In most cases, when a wonder is completed, most of the workers have found a suitable place to work, can obtain a stable source of income, and take root in this land. But Idar Public University is much larger than other wonders, and naturally a lot more people were mobilized for its construction. So much so that even though public universities have been built today, nearly half of the staff still have not found suitable jobs. Therefore, both Old Ford, who was in charge of the Government Affairs Office, and Lister, who was in charge of the Idar Immigration Administration, were overwhelmed during this period, and even began to actively suggest to Bruno that he build a few more wonders in order to provide enough jobs. And just today, the news that the steam locomotive was successfully completed undoubtedly provided the workers with another possibility for building railways. Now that the steam locomotive has been built, the construction of railways must be put on the agenda, starting from Fortress Man in the south and ending at the plains of Valens in the north. If such a railway running through the Principality of Idar from north to south is built, then the entire Principality of Idar will benefit greatly from it, whether in the dispatch of soldiers or the transportation of goods. Nowadays, the army of the Principality of Idar is mainly scattered in Idar City, Main Fortress, Namur Fortress, Valence Plain and other places. If a war breaks out, The dispatch of the army will inevitably take a certain amount of time. But if the rails can be laid smoothly, and the steam locomotive can be built and put into operation, then every corner of the entire Principality of Adar will be closely connected. The prototype of the steam locomotive has been placed by the wizards and craftsmen in the square in front of the Radcliffe reading room, covered with a black curtain. All around were craftsmen and mages who were involved in the development of steam locomotives. Looking around, there were more than 100 people there. This gift from you seems to have been planned for a long time, Bruno said to himself. Hearing this, Arnell chuckled and scratched his head. Lift it up and take a look. Clear. Upon hearing the order from their lord the Duke, the craftsman beside the prototype car excitedly lifted the curtain covering the car body. And a huge black thing immediately came into Bruno's sight. Since it was just a prototype, the craftsman didn't pay too much attention to the appearance. It was covered with spliced steel plates and screws, making it look particularly ferocious. To others, this may just be a strange-looking lump of iron, which may even look a little scary. But in Bruno's eyes, this big guy is particularly kind. You know, this is the source of power for the Principality of Adar for a long time in the future. Bruno walked up, tapped on the steel plate, and asked, Can this thing run? Able. Arnell followed Bruno closely, even pushing Mondel aside, and said confidently, We have done tests near the foothills of Mount Almes. As long as we lay rails under this steam locomotive, it will not only be fast, but also be able to carry a lot of cargo. To be honest, when the prototype of the steam locomotive was officially launched, even Arnell himself was shocked. After all, the vast majority of design and research and development work is done by craftsmen from the Principality of Adar. And the main task of the mages is to manufacture the corresponding magical machines and produce the parts needed to build magical motorcycles. Until the steam locomotive was officially put into use, Annel and the mages had not yet seen the complete blueprints. So, when the steam locomotive finally roared and gradually accelerated on the rails of the test site, almost all the mages were confused. Unknowingly, they, together with the craftsmen, had created such a huge thing. Arnell originally thought that Bruno would also be surprised and praise him repeatedly. However, Bruno's face did not show any surprise, and he still had a calm and peaceful expression. In fact, Bruno was also very excited. But when he thought of the train in his previous life, his excitement faded a little. Just barely enough. But it can be considered as making do. That being said, it's really good. Bruno nodded slightly. You are worthy of being the Duke. No matter what happens, you can keep a normal mentality. All craftsmen and mages who participated in the research and development of steam engines and the construction of steam locomotives will be rewarded with an additional 20 gold coins each. In addition, a list must be drawn up within 3 days, and rewards and commendations will be given based on the size of their contributions, Bruno said in a deep voice. To be honest, perhaps 20 gold coins are nothing to Bruno. But, for ordinary civilian craftsmen, this is already a huge sum of money. Almost as soon as Bruno finished speaking, everyone present smiled and couldn't help laughing happily. But, looking at the excited craftsman in front of him, Bruno changed the subject and continued. The successful development of the steam engine does not mean the end of the scientific research mission. The improvement of the steam engine and the reduction of losses, these aspects require continuous research and experiments. As long as you work hard, the Principality of Adar will not treat you unfairly. Seeing this, the craftsman's smiles faded a little, and most of them nodded seriously. Don't worry, Your Excellency the Duke. We have already made some progress not only in developing steam engines, but also in developing the magic-powered vehicles you mentioned, Arnell said seriously. Hearing this, Bruno nodded with satisfaction and said nothing more. In fact, before developing the steam engine, Bruno had other ideas in his mind, such as directly skipping the steam locomotive and developing a magic train powered by magic. Only, this idea did not last long and was rejected by Bruno without hesitation. A magic-driven train certainly sounds more high-end and classy, but both the cost and the difficulty of research and development are much higher. And, if it is used to transport goods and troops, a steam locomotive is actually more than sufficient. If it is driven by magic power, then the amount of magic power required is definitely a huge amount. And the only solution Bruno can think of is to combine the magic transmission system with the railway. But, use magic crystals and source stones to lay rails. Even though the Principality of Adar is wealthy today, it cannot spend money like this. In addition, bulk cargo does not require very high speeds, and the construction cost is naturally as low as possible. Therefore, after repeated considerations, the plan of giving priority to the research and development and production of steam locomotives was decided. But this does not mean that the magic-driven solution has been abandoned by the Adar people, including Bruno. Almost all the mages and craftsmen who are familiar with the relevant aspects have a dream of building a car. But this car does not refer to a train that can roar on the rails, but a magic car that can achieve four-wheel drive. It is a magic chariot that can be equipped to the Adar army. It is a brand new creation that can make the Principality of Adar take a leap forward. Just imagine, if the above ideas can be realized in time, the entire Principality of Adar will undergo an earth-shaking change. Not only the Principality of Adar, but the situation of the entire continent will undergo tremendous changes. Also, we may need to establish an Adar railway administration in the near future. We will then send a few capable civil servants to study and investigate. Bruno thought for a moment and added, also, I plan to hold an opening ceremony at Adar Public University at the end of the month. Your steam locomotive is one of the most important inventions since the establishment of the public university. At that time, we may also have to commend the mages and craftsmen who have made outstanding contributions. You should prepare in advance. Taking advantage of the completion of Adar Public University and the arrival of steam locomotives, Bruno intends to promote them well and cultivate the Adar people's spirit of hard work and craftsmanship as soon as possible. Hearing this, Arnel quickly agreed, as you wish, Your Excellency the Duke. Perhaps before this, Arnel didn't care about ordinary craftsmen and was proud of being a wizard. But the experiences during this period have changed his view and made him realize clearly that even ordinary people who cannot use magic can also create amazing miracles. Moreover, if more Adar people can be encouraged to engage in scientific research through further publicity, the pressure on Arnel's shoulders will undoubtedly be much lighter. From the Radcliffe Reading Room to Hertford Bridge, to the Bodleian Library, Alexandria Library and other buildings included in the campus. The campus of Adar Public University is so vast that by the evening he had not yet completed his tour of the entire campus. From time to time on the road, one can see great engineers who participated in the construction of the campus. Perhaps Bruno did not know them, but none of these great engineers did not know the young Duke in front of him. Almost as soon as they saw Bruno, these usually extremely arrogant engineers would come running over to ask Bruno about his well-being, and also try to find out the construction time of the next wonder indirectly. You know, even though they personally participated in the construction of Adar Public University, they also felt deeply moved by the vast campus in front of them. No one does not want their name to be known by the world. And as participants in the construction of Adar Public University, they are naturally grateful to Bruno for his promise at that time. See Chapter 307 for details. So when Bruno dealt with these big engineers with a smile and returned to the main entrance of the campus again, night had already fallen, and the lights in Adar Public University behind him were already on. Those solemn and elegant campus buildings appear even more magnificent under the light, making people feel awe. Above his head was the brilliant starry sky in the night, and the bright moonlight was pouring down. Looking at the scene in front of him, the scene in which Bruno had seen gods tearing the sky apart in the film seemed to be replaying before his eyes again. Mondale, Bruno suddenly said. Yes, Your Excellency the Duke. Do you think Captain Housen can come back safely? With the Duke's protection, they will definitely be able to come back. Mundell seemed to see that Bruno was worried and said carefully, I hope so. Chapter 4097 Golden Cities. Morning. Lucky Salazar. Good morning. Indomitable Angelo. The early morning sun shines on this land on the other side of the ocean, and the withered yellow branches and leaves seem to remind us that winter is coming quietly. Walking on the dirt road in the city-state, Salazar Knox smiled and greeted his companions, with whom he had no previous interactions. Since returning to the city-state of Padilla, Salazar has gained a new title, the Lucky One. And those friends, who were originally just nodding acquaintances with me, became obviously much more enthusiastic towards me. In recent times, Salazar could clearly feel that he seemed to have suddenly become a well-known figure in the entire Padilla city-state. Being chased by mutants and forced to jump into the sea is certainly not something to brag about. But the important thing is, after he jumped into the sea, he was luckily rescued. The person who saved him came from another continent, from a mysterious country called the Principality of Adar. Salazar's knowledge of the Principality of Adar came only from Captain Hausen's few words. But even so, he was clearly aware of the powerful strength possessed by those Adar people. After all, not to mention how complete the equipment they were wearing was. The fact that they were able to cross the ocean and come to this land with their strong ships and powerful guns was enough to explain a lot of problems. And, as the first native resident of the Lost Land to come into contact with the Adar people, Salazar witnessed with his own eyes the Adar people carrying the still-living mutants onto the ship, and saw how they killed and injured more than a dozen aggressive mutants without sacrificing a single soldier. By chance and coincidence, Salazar has now become the guide of the Adar people on this continent, leading the soldiers of the Principality of Adar to explore this relatively unfamiliar land time and time again. After passing through the noisy streets and turning 3 or 2 corners, Salazar finally arrived in front of one of the few houses in the city that looked particularly magnificent. This is the temporary residence of the Adar people in the city-state of Padilla. Under the threat of mutants, the value of houses in the city-state of Padilla is not measured by currency, but by the number of mutants killed to determine what kind of house you are qualified to live in. So, when Captain Hausen dragged a long string of mutant corpses through the city with blood-stained chains, this house, one of the best in the Padilla city-state, naturally became the temporary residence of the Adar people. The flag symbolizing the Stewart family, the rulers of the Principality of Adar, was hung high on the flagpole on the roof. On both sides of the gate, there is a fully armed Adar soldier on duty, and under the eaves opposite the house. Even though the Adar people have been here for quite some time, there are still many idle residents who cast curious glances at the Adar soldiers on guard from time to time. Certainly, a single building certainly could not accommodate a whole ship of Adar soldiers. So this was just one of the temporary settlements of the Adar people in this land. As the commander-in-chief of the ocean-going fleet, although the indigenous residents of the Padilla city-state did not show any hostility towards the arrival of the Adar people, Captain Hausen still maintained due vigilance and distance. Except for him and his personal guard stationed in the city-state of Padilla, most of the Adar soldiers remained on the warships and built a temporary camp of a certain size near the coast. "I'm here to see Lord Hausen," Salazar spoke to the soldiers on both sides. As a guide serving the Adar people, Salazar had to report to the Adar people's base every morning. The soldiers guarding the door were used to it and just gave him a quick check before letting Salazar in. The first floor had been converted into a living room and reception room by the Adar people. After greeting several Adar soldiers seated in the hall, Salazar went upstairs. Boom, boom, boom. "Come in." Hearing this, Salazar pushed the door open and saw Captain Hausen staring at the map on the wall in a daze. The map hanging on the wall was a gift given to the Adar people by the elders of the Padilla city-state a few days ago. Of course, with Captain Hausen's approval, the Adar people also presented several sets of standard armor for Adar soldiers as a thank you. For the indigenous people living on this continent, this lightweight and highly protective standard armor is definitely a rare treasure. Your continent is not small in size. Captain Hausen couldn't help but lick the corners of his slightly dry mouth. It looks quite large. But as I mentioned to you before, most of this continent is unowned land occupied by mutants. Even traveling on the road between the two city-states would be quite risky. Not to mention exploring those forests and mountains far away, Salazar said with a wry smile. During these days, he spent most of his time accompanying Adar soldiers in exploring the forests around the Padilla city-state. In just 1 week, the number of mutants he encountered was almost more than what he had seen in the past 6 months. If it weren't for the fact that the Adar soldiers were able to escape safely every time with the help of their weapons and equipment, and had not promised to give him a generous reward, Salazar would have disappeared long ago. Captain Hausen nodded slightly, but his eyes were still on the map hanging on the wall. The city-state of Padilla is located on the southwest coast of the Lost Lands, and for this reason, it was the first city-state to come into contact with the Adar people. During these days, through communicating with the indigenous people living on this continent, Captain Hausen has basically figured out the situation in the Lost Land. First, humans are not the masters of this continent. Countless mutants occupy most of the land, and humans can only huddle together for warmth and build city-states one after another on the edge of the continent. The number of residents in these city-states varies. Small and medium-sized city-states like Padilla have nearly 10,000 residents, while some large city-states may even have a population of more than 100,000. That's right. The existence of mutants has caused poor communication between the city-states, so that even now, there is still no stable and large political power formed in this land. only a large number of independent city-state neighbors. Moreover, the ruling systems of various city-states are also different. For example, the Padalila city-state, where Captain Hausen is now, is a human city-state with the Council of Elders as its core. The 3 elders in the Council of Elders control all matters in the city-state and are responsible for organizing soldiers to resist the invasion of mutants. In addition, there are city-states with family ties as the core of rule. City-states with the most powerful local warriors as leaders. The ruling structures and forms are numerous and varied. Secondly, according to Captain Hausen's understanding, in addition to small and medium-sized city-states like Padilla, there are 7 most powerful city-states on this continent, and they are called the 7 Golden Cities by the local indigenous people. Compared with other small and medium-sized city-states, the 7 Golden Cities are closer to the inland, occupy more fertile and abundant land, support a larger population, and possess more powerful military forces and armies. In addition, each city in the 7 Golden Cities has a unique holy place. It is precisely because of these holy places that the 7 Golden Cities can stand safely in the inland of the Empire where mutants are densely populated. Although no one has ever been to the 7 Golden Cities, and even because they are located inland, they have no connection with other city-states. But in this vast land, the legend of the 7 Golden Cities has always been circulating. It is said that no one knows the exact location of the 7 Golden Cities. Only those warriors who can cross the deep forest alone while being surrounded by mutants can be qualified to join the 7 Golden Cities and live in that rich land full of gold and silver. But to Captain Hausen, such unfounded rumors were irrelevant to the story. The Lost Lands left an impression on the Adar people as a large number of city-states with loose connections and a vast area of unowned land. In Captain Hausen's opinion, although the existence of mutants is a bit troublesome, in a sense, this is actually good news. At least, it was for this reason that when the Adar people first set foot on this land, they did not encounter much resentment and hostility from local forces. The Adar people's possible future development activities will probably not encounter too much obstruction. After all, in this land, the territory of the city-state only includes the city-state itself, and the rest of the place is unowned land occupied by mutants. If the Adar people built towns and demarcated territories here, they would only need to focus more on the mutants roaming around. Although the Principality of Adar is far away from the Lost Land, and Captain Hausen had doubts about the overseas expansion plan when he first set sail. But, after arriving here, Captain Hausen was extremely surprised that this land, called Lost Land by his own Duke, indeed possessed a large number of extremely rich natural resources. In addition to the common gold, silver, copper and iron, there are countless other minerals. For example, when Salazar fell into the water, the token that the Adar people found on Salazar was made of mithril. You know, for the Principality of Adar, mithril, a special metal widely used in magical equipment, can be called a precious resource of strategic level. So, during the time they came to this land, in addition to gathering intelligence about this continent, the Adar people also began to try to trade with the local indigenous people the city-state of Padilla. Even a very ordinary canned vegetable can be exchanged for precious minerals from local residents. That, Salazar hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, Lord Hausen, I heard someone say, are you ready to leave here? Upon hearing this, Captain Hausen did not deny it, but nodded affirmatively. We have been stationed here for more than half a month, and we have basically figured out the situation of this land. It is time for us to go back and report. After receiving a positive response from Captain Hausen, Salazar couldn't help but look a little nervous. Will you come back then? After all, during the days he served as a guide for the Adar people, Salazar became more and more impressed by the Adar people's powerful military strength. In addition to hunting down a large number of mutants when they first landed, the Adar people even took the initiative to attack and wiped out a group of mutants that had been entrenched in the forest near the city-state in one fell swoop. Although the Adar people's goal was to capture a few mutants and bring them back for research, and to understand the mutants' living habits and fighting habits. But, for the simple residents living in the city-state of Padilla, this is undoubtedly a great thing. Moreover, because the strength of the Adar people was so terrifying, Salazar, who served the Adar people, was also respected by the local residents. The strong are respected. In this land plagued by mutant invasions, powerful forces often have many privileges and are respected by more people. The Adar people, who were able to cross the ocean, were undoubtedly considered strong in the eyes of the local natives. So, at least for Salazar himself, he absolutely did not want the Adar people to leave like this. The people on this continent do not have the intrigues that existed in the Norman Empire. Under the threat of mutants, the conflicts between people and between city-states basically have only one purpose, which is to compete for limited survival resources. So far, the Adar people have not shown any aggressive side, and trade with the local residents has also brought considerable benefits to the Padilla city-state. Therefore, in addition to curiosity, the local indigenous people still have great respect for these Adar people from overseas. Of course I will come back. Captain Hausen nodded, as a matter of course. In addition, I plan to take a few local residents to the Principality of Adar to meet the ruler of our Principality of Adar, the Great Duke of Adar Bruno. Go to the Principality of Adar? Is it on the other side of the sea? Hearing this, Salazar's heart moved, and he couldn't help but say, "Look, can I? You?" Captain Hausen turned his head with a smile and looked Salazar up and down. "What we need is an envoy who can make decisions on behalf of the Padilla city-state." But Captain Hausen paused for a moment before continuing. "As the first guide hired by the Adar people, and the first drowned person they saw after arriving in this land, you do have the qualifications to go to the Principality of Adar." Although he had been stationed in this land for more than half a month, Captain Hausen knew clearly that his familiarity with this continent was definitely not as good as that of indigenous people like Salazar, who had lived on this land for generations. In his opinion, it was far from enough to just travel the route and find out the news about the lost land. He had to bring a few people back with him to successfully complete the task assigned by the Duke. For example, only by bringing back living mutants can the mages and scholars of the Principality of Adar conduct further research. Only by bringing back the envoys of the city-state of Padilla can the Duke make a more thoughtful decision. After all, this will be directly related to the Principality of Adar's development plan for the lost land. Then I will go and ask the elders for instructions. I'm sure they will agree to my request," Salazar said eagerly. Hearing this, Captain Hausen thought for a moment, then nodded. "No more than 5 places." Chapter 410, Principality of Adar. Here we come! The Adar people have begun packing their luggage and preparing to leave. So, today, Salazar naturally did not need to lead the way for the soldiers of the Principality of Adar. Nor did he need to go to the forest near the city-state to have a series of friendly exchanges with the mutants. After greeting the Adar soldiers, who had already become familiar to him, Salazar walked out of the house happily, opened his arms, and let the light golden sunlight shine on his body. The sun in the sky was still the same sun, and the temperature outside was quite chilly. But after getting Captain Hausen's promise, Salazar suddenly felt that he had become a different person. That's the Principality of Adar, a powerful and mysterious country located on the other side of the ocean. Although Salazar only knew about the Principality of Adar from the few words he heard from the Adar soldiers, it was enough to make him curious about the Principality of Adar, and even make him yearn for it, because according to the description of Adar soldiers, the Principality of Adar is simply a paradise on earth. The lighthouse of Alexandria standing in the Marin district, the fortress of Namur standing on the banks of the Solon River, the hanging gardens built on the hillside. These magnificent buildings are all symbols and proof of the powerful strength of the Principality of Adar. Through conversations with Salazar, the Adar people learned about the many differences of this continent. During his communication with the Adar people, Salazar heard about the magical land on the other side of the ocean. According to the Adar people, although the Duchy of Adar is nominally only a vassal of the Norman Empire, it is actually a completely independent duchy, and the only powerful country on that continent with the ability to sail on the oceans. The Adar people have 3-masted warships that can traverse the seas, magical artillery that can destroy the world, and a well-trained and powerful army. Besides, there is also delicious white bread, the Stuart family's original work point system, and a fair and honest administrative agency. And more importantly, the Adar people don't have to worry about the existence of mutants, nor do they have to worry about their own survival, because there are no mutants at all. As a native of the Lost Lands, Salazar's hatred for mutants is almost ingrained in his bones. His parents, his friends, those who were close to him almost all died at the hands of mutants. Not only Salazar, almost all the indigenous people have lost friends and relatives to the sharp teeth and claws of mutants in their life trajectories. Perhaps it is for this reason that, after seeing the powerful strength of the Adar people that is enough to easily kill the mutants, The local indigenous people naturally develop a sense of intimacy with the Adar people. So, Salazar felt excited at the thought that he might be able to become a member of the envoy group and follow the Adar ships to see the world on the other side of the ocean. This sentence is a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, Salazar not only quickened his pace, but also walked towards the center of Padilha's city-state. He would report this exciting news to the elders of the presbytery as soon as possible. Standing alone on the terrace on the second floor of the house, Captain Hausen looked at Salazar's figure from afar as he disappeared at the end of the street. Captain Hausen finally made the decision to invite the envoys of the city-state of Padilla to visit the Principality of Adar, after weighing the pros and cons several times. This not only demonstrated to the people of the city-state of Padilla that the Principality of Adar was willing to live in peace, but was also the choice made by Captain Hausen for the upcoming expansion plan. As the commander-in-chief of the Adar Ocean Fleet, Captain Hausen shoulders a task that is far heavier than it appears on the surface. For example, Captain Hausen's experiences and observations, as well as the advice he gave to Duke Bruno Stewart of Adar, will greatly affect the Principality of Adar's development of the entire Lost Land. As early as when Captain Hausen led the three-masted warship of the Adar Navy to set sail, Bruno met with Captain Hausen alone and explained many matters about the Lost Land. The choice of expansion plan is undoubtedly an important issue. Different colonial expansion policies will have completely different impacts on the future of the Principality of Adar. Even within the same country, there are many different ways in which the expansion methods and ruling policies it adopts in different locations. For example, in Bruno's previous life, the form of rule adopted by John Bull over colonies, such as India, was somewhat similar to the ancient Xia dynasty's policy of control. It employed local officials and dignitaries and preserved the culture, customs, and social structure of the local residents. As for the American continent, John Bull mostly migrated merchants, soldiers, craftsmen, missionaries, and other people from various industries to settle in the colonies. However, this method of colonization also has obvious disadvantages. That is, when the power of the colonies is relatively weak, the sovereign country can still exercise long-arm jurisdiction, but if the power of the colonies gradually increases, it will be difficult for the descendants of the first batch of colonists to develop a national identity with the sovereign country, and independence will become the ultimate choice. The distance, the needs of the country, the development level of the colonies. All of the above are issues that need to be taken into consideration. Moreover, Bruno had mentioned the relevant issues to Captain Hausen long before he arrived in this land. Perhaps it was because Bruno himself lived in a peace-loving country before he traveled through time, and he did not like to kill or plunder indiscriminately. As Bruno's subordinate, Captain Hausen was naturally deeply influenced by his lord the Duke. Since mutants are the primary enemies in the minds of humans in this land on the other side of the ocean, Captain Hausen will naturally not stir up internal strife and wield the butcher knife against his own people. To quietly assimilate the indigenous people living on this land, let them voluntarily join the embrace of the Principality of Adar, and under the leadership of the Adar people, eliminate the threats hidden in the depths of the jungle. This is Captain Hausen's most real idea now. If the rulers of the city-state of Padilla were smart people, they would naturally understand that only by joining the Principality of Adar can they have a bright future. The adjutant at the side pondered for a moment and said, "But if they don't want to, then, apart from the ruler of this city-state, all the indigenous residents living in this city-state will have a bright future." Captain Hausen said calmly, as he looked at the city-state in front of him. The residence of the Council of Elders is located in the most central part of the city-state, right next to the largest market in the Padilha city-state. Only, unlike the market in the Principality of Adar, it is not easy to survive in this continent that is invaded by mutants. Therefore, the wild grasses and fruits in the forest, captured prey, and simple weapons for self-defense are the most important goods in the trading market. The teeth of the mutants serve as currency here and become hard currency in the market. No way. Different external environments create completely different social conditions. In this land, only those who have the ability to fight against mutants can have the capital to survive. The more powerful the warrior, the higher the social status, and the more wealth he will naturally gain. As for the mage, the situation in the Lost Land is completely different from that on the continent, where the Principality of Adar is located. Here, divine power and magical power are intertwined. Even for a newborn baby with magical talent, it is difficult to use magical power effectively, and the time spent chanting spells increases exponentially. So, compared to mages, Powerful warriors are more respected. If you want to make money, the most convenient way is to hunt mutants. The teeth of the mutants are the only currency accepted by all city-states on this continent. The market in front of me is bustling with people. Only, at this moment, Salazar had no intention of strolling around the market. He walked straight through the crowd without stopping and hurriedly pushed open the door of the elder's residence. After Salazar recounted his conversation with Captain Hausen today in front of the three elders, the reactions of the three elders present were almost identical to his own. Invite 5 envoys to go to the Principality of Adar? Listening to Salazar's description, the three old men in front of them couldn't help but be slightly moved. The Principality of Adar is really on the other side of the ocean? The one who spoke was the old man sitting in the middle, who was also the most respected elder in the entire elders group. The full name of the great elder is Sherman Goodberg. Although he was not the most powerful warrior in the city-state when he was young, he was the smartest one among all of them. It was also under his leadership that the indigenous residents of the Padalila city-state began to try to set traps and explore the living habits and population size of mutants, so that they could make more complete preparations in advance when the Beast Tide arrived in the early spring of each year. That's right. Beast Tide. The term Beast Tide is the nightmare in the hearts of all the indigenous people living on this land. On this continent, although the cold winter is difficult to get through, this season is often the most relaxing time for everyone, because the severe cold in winter will not only make humans unwilling to step out of their homes, but those mutants that were originally extremely active will also become much quieter. But when the cold winter passes and the warm winter comes, in this season of revival, the mutants often launch a massive attack on human city-states. For small and medium-sized city-states like Padalila, the arrival of every Beast Tide will undoubtedly be a battle that determines the life and death of the people. When facing the Beast Tide, everyone, regardless of gender, age or status, will go to the city wall and fight with their lives to resist the ferocious beasts from the depths of the jungle. It is precisely for this reason that when the elders, led by Grand Elder Sherman Goodberg, saw the powerful weapons and equipment possessed by the Adar soldiers, they showed great goodwill towards the Adar people. Can't the Council of Elders see the Principality of Adar's ambition to expand its territory? Of course you can see it. If the Principality of Adar had no ambitions for this land, then why did they hire guides to explore everything on this land? Why did they capture mutants for research? And why did they mark and record the locations of various resources? As the helmsman of the city-state of Padilla, the elders headed by Grand Elder Sherman Goodberg saw far more than Salazar did. But, even though they were clearly aware of the Principality of Adar's ambition to expand its territory, the Council of Elders still had goodwill towards the Adar people. Because in their hearts, compared to the Principality of Adar far away on the other side of the ocean, the mutants are the archenemy that Padilla faces. Not to mention, in recent years, the scale of the Beast Tide suffered by the city-state of Padalila has become larger and larger, and the threats it faces have become stronger and stronger. Not to mention being wary of the Adar people who have just arrived on this land. Even whether the Padalila city-state can resist the Beast Tide in the spring of next year is still an unknown. The mutants are getting stronger every year, but humans are always standing still. If what Captain Hausen said is true, then the Principality of Adar, located on the other side of the ocean, should be a much more powerful country than the city-state of Padilla. It may even be on par with the legendary 7 golden cities. Looking at the great elder's changing expression, Salazar hesitated for a long time before he mustered up the courage and spoke boldly. 7 golden cities. You know, on this continent, the legendary 7 golden cities that can keep mutants out can be regarded as a common comfort in the hearts of all human beings. So, when everyone present heard that Salazar compared the Principality of Adar, which was far away on the other side of the ocean, with the legendary 7 golden cities, their expressions were moved. I'll go there myself. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, the great Elder Sherman Goodberg suddenly spoke. After all, the so-called Principality of Adar is thousands of miles away. If we just go there. Before he finished speaking, another elder was interrupted by Sherman Goldberg. If we don't get help from other forces, how many more Beast Tides do you think we can survive? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell into silence. In the process of resisting the last wave of Beast Tide, the city-state of Padilla suffered the heaviest blow in decades, and nearly 40% of the powerful warriors in the city-state were killed. If the Beast Tide remains strong in the early spring of next year, the city-state of Padalila, which has stood on the west coast of the continent for many years, will probably become history. And the great elder felt warmed in his heart when he thought of the armor given by the Adar soldiers. He had seen those sets of armor with his own eyes. The forging craftsmanship was so sophisticated that it was simply impossible for the city-state of Padalila to replicate it. Now that the Adar people have invited him to go to the Principality of Adar, it proves that the mysterious country on the other side of the ocean has no obvious ill will towards the residents living on this land. So, he has to fight for it. He wants to win the support of the Adar people, no matter what the cost. He wants to ensure that the people living in the city-state of Padalila can survive the beast tide that will come after the beginning of next spring. Chapter 411 Adar Military Officer Academy. Under the threat of mutants, most of the people in the Lost Land have developed the habit of being decisive and resolute, because any slight delay may put them in an irretrievable situation when facing the threat. Since the great elder Sherman Goodberg has made the decision, and the city-state of Padilha is indeed facing the threat of the beast tide, then the next step is a team of 5 envoys, led by the great elder Sherman Goodberg and Deputy Salazar, was formed in a very short time, and a list was sent to Captain Hausen, November 23rd, 538 in the Gregorian calendar. With the first horn of the early morning, the 3-masted warship Explorer swept away the corpses of mutants floating on the sea, carrying the delegation from the Padalila city-state and the mutants roaring in the cabin, and finally embarked on the journey back to their homeland, on the coast of the Lost Land not far away, in addition to the indigenous residents of the Padilla city-state who came to see them off. A group of 20 Adar soldiers lined up neatly and saluted with standard military salutes towards the warships that were gradually moving away. They will stay on this land as the Adar garrison and continue to collect all the information about this land for their colleagues who have left. Standing on the deck of a 3-masted warship, Sherman Goodberg, the great elder of the Padalila city-state, looked at the land that was gradually disappearing from his sight. He looked at the rolling waves in the distance, and a rather complicated emotion gradually emerged in his heart. This year's great elder is nearly 60 years old, but this is the first time that Goodberg has left the land behind him, the Principality of Adar. Although this name has been mentioned over and over again in these days, lingering in my mind, but when he actually stepped onto the Adar ship and followed these Adar soldiers to the land on the other side of the ocean, he still couldn't avoid the tension deep in his heart. If the Adar people's attitude towards the Padalila city-state is not what he expected, if he fails to get reinforcements before the beast tide arrives, then what should he do? Finally, after a long time, Sherman Goldberg slowly raised his head. The sails of the 3-masted warship were fully drawn, and the sturdy bow broke through the oncoming waves. At this moment, his eyes had become extremely firm, because behind him are countless residents of the Padalila city-state who are waiting for news. And his conversation with the Adar people will also be related to the future of the entire Padalila city-state. Late November. Principality of Adar. Although the winter wind has become biting, the entire Principality of Adar is still bustling with activity. The Adar Railway General Administration was officially established a few days ago. Both the refugees who had just entered the Principality of Adar and the workers who were originally engaged in the construction of the wonders once again flocked to another large-scale construction site. From Man's Keep in the south to Valence Plains in the north, a railway that passes through important industrial and commercial towns such as Adar City, Melon District, Sorenburg, and Cologne Industrial Zone has officially broken ground on this land. Once this railway is completed, it will inevitably become a major transportation artery running through the entire north-south Principality of Adar, allowing the entire eastern part of the empire to be more closely connected than ever before. Of course, at the same time as the railway was being planned, Adar Central Station, located on the southwest side of Adar City, was also being built, as a replica of New York's Grand Central Station. Although Adar Central Station's wonder rating is only SS level, and can only provide 100 brilliance points after completion, but having some points is always better than having none. Bruno is not picky at all in this regard. After all, as long as you have glory points in your hands, you can exchange them for enough good things from the Mall of the Wonder construction system, which will be of great benefit to the future of the Principality of Adar. In the previous life, New York Grand Central Station was located in the center of Manhattan, New York, and was built by the Vanderbilt family, the king of American railways. It is not only a famous landmark building in New York, but also a public art gallery. You know, the scale of this station is extremely large. There are 44 platforms alone, not to mention the more than 60 tracks leading to the train station. So, Bruno planned to make some changes to this wonder. For example, the number of rails would definitely not be enough. Let alone now. Even when the Principality of Adar occupies the entire continent, it would not be able to use such a large number of rails, because the city of Adar is located in the easternmost part of the empire. Although it can be regarded as a transportation hub in the eastern part of the empire, it is not a transportation hub for the entire continent. So in Bruno's opinion, it would be enough to retain only a dozen or 20 railway tracks. As for the rest of the place, although New York's Grand Central Terminal was hailed as a public art gallery in the previous life, it is not a real art gallery after all. Right? Therefore, Bruno planned to use the saved building area to build an exhibition hall that records the development process of the Principality of Adar, which would also enrich the cultural life of the people of Adar. Of course, this is not enough. Bruno even asked the chief engineers of the Principality of Adar to reserve the location of the bus station in advance. In this way, when the magic cars driven by magic power are put into use in the future, the long-distance bus terminal of the Principality of Adar will be ready. The laying of railways, the construction of Adar Central Bus Terminal, and a series of large-scale infrastructure projects not only provided a new source of income for those who were originally facing unemployment due to the completion of Adar Public University, but also allowed the Adar Immigration Administration to continue to accept refugees who were blocked from entering the Principality. And it's very important that, because when the other wonders were being built, the people on the construction site were able to find a suitable job once the wonders were completed. So the possibility of unemployment was not taken too seriously by the refugees. But after the construction of Adar Public University was completed, when nearly half of the people could not find suitable jobs and were once again facing the risk of losing their source of livelihood, naturally, a potential sense of crisis gradually arose in the hearts of these refugees. After all, they were indeed anxious for a while before the Adar City Council officially announced the large-scale infrastructure plan to build railways. This makes them work harder, hoping that their performance can be seen by the supervisors, so that they can get a higher score and find a good place to go after the project is completed. Of course, the reason why these refugees are unable to find jobs is not because of a surplus of labor, because the manufacturing of many large-scale production machines requires the Adar steel plant in the Golan Heights to be produced. The construction and popularization of new machines such as the Jenny also takes time, and merchants and capital from all over the world are constantly pouring in. So, these current problems will always improve with the passage of time. But even so, Bruno was not idle. He not only tried his best to increase employment opportunities in the Principality of Adar by expanding the scale of the Stewart family's industry. At the same time, it also called on merchants to further expand their investments and allowed them to gradually deliver goods and industrial products to the inland areas of the Kingdom of Basel and the Norman Empire through the sales channels of the Adar Chamber of Commerce. Even if the worst happens, we can distribute land to the refugees for farming after the winter is over. Right? The Principality of Adar is indeed thriving in the winter amid the shouts of railway workers. Only, during this period, the Principality of Adar did not develop entirely according to the trajectory originally planned by Bruno. For example, the opening ceremony of Idal Public University was not held in accordance with the original plan. To be honest, the opening ceremony is just a gimmick, taking the opportunity to increase the cohesion of the Principality of Adar and show the comprehensive national strength of the Principality of Adar to the people of Adar. This is the most real purpose of Bruno's opening ceremony. That is why, if we really want to hold an opening ceremony, we naturally have to make sufficient preparations. How to demonstrate national strength, how to organize the people, how to carry out propaganda. All of these require the Government Affairs Office to free up staff to arrange them. But the sudden change in the situation in the interior of the empire forced Bruno to temporarily cancel the opening ceremony of Adar Public University and leave the task of demonstrating the country's strength to the New Year celebration of the Principality of Adar. And there is only one reason for all this. That is, the long-awaited church finally ended in person at the end of November. November 27th, 538 in the Gregorian calendar. This should have been an usual day. But on this day, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, Camus Blanchard, the Cardinal of the Church of Light, announced that the exiled Crown Prince Pitzman was the only legitimate heir to the Norman Empire. The Church of Light declared that the second prince of the Norman Empire, Res Alexander, was ambitious, killed the king and his father, persecuted the people, and disobeyed God, and was disliked by the God of Light. Therefore, The church refused to recognize Reza's rule over the Norman Empire. And on November 27, 538 in the new calendar, it supported the eldest prince Pisman as emperor in the holy city of Bethlehem and established the Second Norman Empire. When the news came out, the whole country was shocked. The situation in the empire, which had been gradually calming down, became confusing again. The imperial nobles, who had originally thought that they had escaped from the vortex of war, were completely panicked. To know, since the founding of the Church of Light and the establishment of the Norman Empire, the Church, as the representative of theocracy, has never interfered in the regime change in the Norman Empire, nor has it expressed any objection to the succession to the throne. Therefore, the admission of the bright church undoubtedly caught everyone off guard and trembled. This has never happened in so many years. And for the new Res regime, this is undoubtedly an extremely heavy blow. Because there are simply too many believers in the Church of Light. The inland of the empire was different from the Principality of Adar. And the Alexander royal family did not control the direction of public opinion. In addition, the common people only have a vague understanding of many things. Therefore, with the deliberate propaganda of the church, Reza's reputation among the common people almost reached a new freezing point for a time. This should have been the time for him to consolidate his position, win over the nobles, and begin to recuperate. But the entry of the church undoubtedly completely disrupted his rhythm, and the impact on Rez was enormous. And it wasn't just Rez who was affected. When Bruno received the intelligence from the Adar CIA from Claire, he was also extremely shocked. The time and method of entering the church were much faster and more direct than Bruno had originally expected. But what Bruno didn't know was, it was precisely because of the widespread spread of Protestantism in the eastern part of the empire that the rulers of the Church of Light felt the potential crisis, which brought forward the time for the church to take action. After all, the Stuart family and the Principality of Adar, as the guardians of Protestantism, are different from any other forces. The faith spread by Protestantism is a major event that directly affects the foundation of the Church of Light. The church's entry made the entire Principality of Adar more tense than ever before. For 3 consecutive issues, the Adar Daily used front-page headlines to recount the various evil deeds the church had committed, criticizing its suppression of civilian thought and the extravagance of the church's top brass. In addition, the Adar Daily also published a special interview with Will Roche and others, and gave a detailed introduction to why they left the church and defected to the Principality of Adar. Under Bruno's deliberate public opinion offensive, Protestantism had become the absolute mainstream in society, at least in the eastern part of the empire, except for a very small number of stubborn believers. But this is far from enough. Although the Church of Light has not yet shown obvious hostility towards any party, under Bruno's order, Adar Public University and Adar Military jointly issued the notice on the establishment of Adar Army Officer Academy. The contents of the notice include: part of the campus area of Adar Public University will be designated as the temporary base of the Adar Army Officers Academy, and outstanding officers and soldiers will be selected from the Adar Army to study at the Officers Academy. In fact, as the weapons and equipment of the Adar Army gradually changed, Bruno had long come up with the idea of establishing a special military academy. Moreover, during the battle with the Odin people, Adar's army had already exposed many potential problems. But the question is, even if an officer academy is built, who should teach? Including Bruno. No one had ever come into contact with brand new weapons and equipment such as magic rifles and magic cannons before. So all research on military strategies had to start from scratch. So, in addition to requiring Sam Layton, Sarah Corrin and other senior generals of the Adar Army to study new tactics, Bruno had already exchanged relevant military teaching materials from the system mall. After so many days of preparation, it is finally time for the Adar Army Officers Academy to officially open. Chapter 412 Joint Action. Most of the instructors at the Adar Army Officer Academy are outstanding middle-level officers selected from the Adar Army. Most of them have participated in every important battle since the founding of the Principality of Adar, and have extremely rich combat experience. But, as they grow older and suffer from illnesses and scars from fighting on the battlefield, although they have rich experience, it is actually a bit difficult for them to follow the Army's high-intensity training. Therefore, Bruno simply transferred them from the front line and placed them in the newly established Adar Army Officer Academy. Perhaps, other noble lords may not have realized the value of veterans, but Bruno clearly knows the changes these veterans can bring to Adar's army. Every one of them has experienced the baptism of war and personally felt the danger and anxiety of escaping death. These guys, who had been in the army for most of their lives before Bruno started the military reform, knew clearly the shortcomings of the army and the common problems faced by soldiers. Therefore, it is most appropriate to gather them together to study and simulate the new tactics of the Adar army in the rear. This will not only allow these veterans, who have served the Stuart family for most of their lives, to be well resettled, but also allow them to train officers and soldiers who come for further studies and enhance the combat experience of the Adar army. It can be said to be the best of both worlds. In order to show his importance to the military academy, Bruno personally served as the dean of the Adar Army Officers Academy, becoming the only dean in the minds of countless Adar officers in the future. The threat from the Church of Light did not cause much commotion in the Principality of Adar, except for the nervous Adar ruling class, including Bruno. The people of the Principality of Adar continued to eat and drink as usual, presenting a peaceful scene of living and working in peace. And, under the potential threat of the Church of Light, the huge state machine of the Principality of Adar began to operate more efficiently. The laying of railways was put on the agenda, and the enrollment and construction of the military academy were also proceeding in an orderly manner. In the Valence Plain in the north of the Principality of Adar, the Verona siblings, who had received Bruno's promise, were also busy. In this era, the concept of the House of Lords is undoubtedly extremely advanced. Although Verona also understood that according to Bruno's usual ruling style, it would be almost impossible for the House of Lords composed of nobles to seize power. But at least, it should sound a little better, right? The reason why she and her brother, Marquis Johann Graf of Soto, came to the city of Valence, located northwest of the Principality of Adar, was to complete the task assigned by Bruno. The reason is very simple. Since I have promised you the position you want, then you have to prove that the intelligence network that your Graf family has always been proud of is not just a facade. Right? Although the anti-gang storm launched by Old Ford in the Valence Plain has ended, the appearance of the city of Valence has been completely renewed. But the investigation and evidence collection of the Adar CIA has never ended. Because those Adar people who were abducted to various parts of the continent by slave traders and human traffickers have not returned yet. Although in this era, such things can be said to be extremely common, and it is not uncommon for extremely poor people to be forced to sell their children due to life pressures. But this is the Principality of Adar. I can't say anything else. But at least under my rule, although the lives of the common people are worry-free, at least they are gradually getting better. Even if a family is in real difficulty, they can try to apply for relief from the Government Affairs Office and will never be forced to sell their children. So, those Adar people who were trafficked to other places could only have been trafficked in a way that allowed them to leave the Principality of Adar. It is even possible that they were knocked unconscious and taken away in the wilderness or in the dark. For Bruno, a time traveler, such behavior is a heinous crime. Therefore, the task that Bruno assigned to Verona and her brother was very simple. That was to fully cooperate with the Adar CIA's operations before the New Year celebrations began, and rescue those Adar people who could find out the trafficking locations. In fact, when Verona heard Bruno's order for the first time, her first reaction was some disbelief. After all, in the eyes of the vast majority of nobles of this era, the life and death of common people is really an insignificant matter. But Bruno did the opposite, and would rather spend a lot of energy to rescue those ordinary people who were kidnapped. In Verona's view, this was exactly something that made people feel puzzling. But no matter how confused she was, the task assigned by Bruno had to be completed. So much so that during these days, Verona Graf went back and forth to the temporary prison in Valence almost every day. And here, she finally saw for the first time what professionalism meant. There is a very clear division of labor among the various institutions in the Principality of Adar, and almost all captured human traffickers are interrogated by the Interrogation Department of the Adar Public Security Bureau. The officers of the Torture Department are all good hands drawn from the grassroots teams of the Adar Public Security Bureau. They have even received special training in criminal psychology and other aspects. So it is natural for them to capture these prisoners. In their view, torture and forced confessions are the most backward and unreliable methods, and interrogation is a very scientific matter. Adar Public Security Bureau officers usually prepare a schedule for interrogations well in advance. Then the prisoners are thrown into a dark solitary confinement cell for a few days in advance, allowing them to think carefully about their lives and summarize the crimes they have committed. For the prisoners, every minute and every second in the solitary confinement cell is extremely difficult. In addition, Adar police officers would interrogate the prisoners separately to eliminate the possibility of collusion, which made the prisoners worry all the time whether their accomplices would confess first. Coupled with verbal stimulation and a series of words, like leniency to those who confess and severity to those who resist. Even the most stubborn criminals at first will often spill everything in their mouths. He even told the story of how he stole a few pieces of black bread from the street when he was a naked child. After all, if their accomplices confess first, they will be faced with even more severe punishment. Therefore, after witnessing Officer Adar's interrogation methods and approaches with her own eyes, when Officer Adar placed a thick stack of completed transcripts in front of Verona, Verona had become extremely calm. The mission of the Adar Public Security Bureau has been completed. And the next step is the Graf family and the Adar CIA. Just a week ago, Verona had revealed the Graf family's intelligence network and its deployment across the empire, and formally submitted a list of personnel scattered across the continent to the Adar CIA. Although these intelligence officers who have served the Graf family for generations have not undergone the same rigorous training as the Adar agents, they have unique and huge advantages. That is, the depth of their hiding is far beyond the reach of the newly established Adar CIA. These spies who serve the Graf family may be tavern owners or marginal figures in the caravan. But what is commendable is that they have been hiding in various parts of the empire for more than 10 years, or even dozens of years. Even if a noble leader wanted to check out the spies within his territory, he probably would not list these old people who have lived there for several years, or even more than 10 years as suspects. More importantly, the Graf family is well aware of many secret transactions and crimes, such as which areas the slave traders like to operate in, and which nobles are backing these people. Although it cannot be said to be 100% accurate, it can be almost accurate. So, based on the information provided in the transcript, Verona can easily circle the current location of those abducted Adar people. This greatly facilitated the operations of the Adar CIA and saved a lot of manpower and material resources. Don't worry. With the Graf family's arrangements scattered across the continent, we are able to rescue those trafficked Adar people. Verona looked at the Adar intelligence officer who was in contact with her and made a solemn promise. For her, the significance of this operation is not only to save people, but also to demonstrate the Graf family's strength in gathering intelligence. It is the first step for the Graf family's intelligence network to gradually integrate with the Adar CIA. Therefore, she naturally attached great importance to it. Hearing this, the intelligence officer nodded and said affirmatively. That list alone has proven the capabilities of the Graf family. These Graf family spies will serve as non-staff members of the Adar CIA. When the time comes, they will work together with the Adar agents to rescue the Adar people who have been trafficked to various parts of the Norman Empire. What about the Kingdom of Basel? Although the Graf family's intelligence network was mainly distributed in the inland of the empire, and rarely involved countries such as Basel, she still couldn't help asking. After all, according to the information he had obtained, a large number of these people were sold to the Kingdom of Basel, located in the southeast of the Norman Empire. Those Adar people who have fled to the Kingdom of Basel will all be handled by our agents. Those guys, I'm afraid they are already impatient. Just as the Adar intelligence officer told Verona. While Verona was thinking about demonstrating the capabilities of the Graf family, the Adar agents, who had been eager to try, had already officially landed in the south of the Kingdom of Basel on a ship of the Adar Navy, under the personal leadership of Krell, the director of the Adar CIA. Actually, as the director of the Adar Central Intelligence Agency, there was no need for Krell to come in person, and he did not offer to take charge of the operation in the Kingdom of Basel. What's more, this is the critical moment when the Church of Light officially intervenes in the situation of the Empire. So the workload of the Adar CIA can be imagined. But, even though Krell had not applied for it, Bruno still appointed Krell as the commander-in-chief of this operation, with full responsibility for rescuing the Adar people who were trafficked to the Kingdom of Basel. Thinking of this, Claire's heart couldn't help but be slightly moved. Recalling the past events. See Chapter 18 for details. He was originally just a coolie sold to a salt field by slave traders. But by chance, he was noticed by the Duke and joined the Adar army. He then participated in several wars, and gradually became the current director of the Adar CIA. Although he could not be said to be second to none, his position in the Principality of Adar was high enough to be considered powerful. But, in stark contrast to his own fate, Claire's mother and brother were sold to the Kingdom of Basel, adjacent to the Principality of Adar, as slaves. Obviously, Although he had never said it explicitly, the Duke had already figured out his family situation. That was why before leaving, he personally handed him a note with the location of his family written on it. When Claire thought of what the Duke had done, he felt his whole body tremble. That's right. Strictly speaking, my parents are not Adar people. But are the people to be rescued this time only Adar people? Of course not. A large number of Adar soldiers in the army and Adar CIA agents are not native Adar people. They were once just civilians at the bottom of society. Just like Claire. Many of them have relatives deep inland, suffering from bullying and oppression. It is precisely for this reason that this operation is taken so seriously, and the Adar CIA has spent so much energy conducting investigations again and again. This is not only to demonstrate strength to the people of the Principality of Adar and rally their hearts, but also to tie all the soldiers firmly to the warships of the Principality of Adar. Hello, respected Duke Stein. Looking at the Basel nobleman walking towards him, Claire quickly calmed down his emotions and suppressed the emotions deep in his heart. When Duke Stein saw Adar's army landing in his territory again, his face was a little stiff. But he finally smiled bitterly and nodded. The last time the Adar people landed, although ostensibly to avenge the attacked Adar nobles, they not only killed a baron in their own territory, but also emptied most of their savings in the treasury, and built a continuous chain of sugarcane and rubber plantations in their own territory. Although Duke Stein was extremely dissatisfied with this at the time, the Adar people had the upper hand over him after all. So he had to compromise and choose to cooperate with the Adar people. But, as the cooperation with the Principality of Adar deepened, he gradually discovered that following the Adar people honestly didn't seem to be a bad thing. By selling goods shipped by sea from the Adar Chamber of Commerce and providing industrial raw materials to the Adar people, his own wealth is constantly increasing. Therefore, if the person he was facing was not the director of the Adar CIA, Duke Stein would not be so nervous. After all, the arrival of the Adar Chamber of Commerce often brings huge profits, while the arrival of Adar agents usually makes the entire noble territory uneasy. And, Claire's next words. A chill even rose from the soles of Duke Stein's feet, making his hands and feet cold for a moment. Duke Stein. Claire slowly raised his head and said calmly, "My dear brother was captured by the nobles under your command. Chapter 413 to you. Know me? No time to check for typos. Post it first." When Claire finished speaking, Duke Stein suddenly felt unwell. Just over half a year ago, Baron Henrik from the Principality of Adar was assassinated in the southern part of the Kingdom of Basel. With this as a trigger, Adar CIA agents broke into his castle in the middle of the night and pulled him out of bed. See Chapter 346 for details. That's just a baron. To put it nicely, he was a nobleman. But to be frank, the Baron Henrik who was assassinated was just a marginal figure who was insignificant to the Principality of Adar. But even though he was just an insignificant marginal figure, he almost cut off the inheritance of the Stein family, which made him feel extremely thrilling every time he thought about it. This time, Krell, the director of the Adar CIA, stood in front of him and righteously claimed that his closest family members were captured by the nobles under his command? This is simply asking for his life. Being an ordinary baron, he had to live in fear for a long time. The Stein family's savings for generations were plundered by the Adar people, and he was even awakened by nightmares every night. And now, Adar CIA chief's younger brother. Just hearing the name, I'm afraid it's countless times more serious than the last time. You have to know that the person standing in front of him is the director of the Adar Central Intelligence Agency, the most powerful intelligence and spy chief in the Principality of Adar. Lord Claire. Duke Stein felt like he was about to cry. He himself never dared to provoke these ferocious Adar people. But why were the nobles under him seeking death in various ways all day long? The most important thing is, it doesn't matter if you seek death, but don't drag yourself into it. At this moment, Claire had no interest in taking advantage of Duke Stein. After all, Duke Stein had always been very cooperative with the Adar Chamber of Commerce, and could be considered the most important partner of the Adar Chamber of Commerce in southern Basel, based on the principle of joining if you can't beat them. A large number of goods and commodities produced in the Principality of Adar were landed in the territory of Duke Stein, and sold to various parts of the Kingdom of Basel in the name of Duke Stein. Although Duke Stein also made a considerable profit from it, the bulk of the profits were definitely taken away by his own Duke. Since Duke Stein is now considered a friend to the Principality of Adar, it is not appropriate to come up with the Basel scalpel plan. Otherwise, who will help the Adar Chamber of Commerce sell its products. Therefore, Claire did not make it too difficult for the Basel nobleman in front of him, who knew when to advance and retreat. After a simple knock on the door, he roughly told him the purpose of coming here. And when Duke Stein heard that there was not much blame or questioning in Claire's words, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as he relaxed, he couldn't help but feel secretly frightened. Duke Stein collected a lot of information about the Principality of Adar during this period. He also knew some information about recruiting civilians to join the administrative agencies and allowing civilians to hold official positions. But even though Duke Stein knew the news, he still felt that this was just a means for the Principality of Adar to recruit refugees and to deceive civilians. But when he saw the CIA director in person, he had to believe the rumors about the Principality of Adar. According to what Claire just said, Duke Stein has clearly realized the CIA director in front of us was actually a genuine civilian in the past. If not, how could his mother and brother be sold to the kingdom of Basel by human traffickers and appear in his own territory? Thinking of this, Duke Stein felt more and more that the Principality of Adar, located north of the kingdom of Basel, was indeed an unfathomable and mysterious country. Commoners hold official positions, and serfs are liberated. Which of these facts happening in the Principality of Adar is not incredible? But in the Principality of Adar, this is a living reality. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Lord Claire, please let me lead the way for you. Although Duke Stein himself was a Duke-level noble, he did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Claire, who did not have any title, and he did not have the courage to show his noble status, because the Adar CIA really left a deep impression on him. Then I'll trouble you. Claire nodded, but did not refuse Duke Stein's kindness. After all, he is the director of the Adar CIA, deep in a foreign country. He represents the Principality of Adar and his own duke. So naturally he has to show the momentum and extraordinariness of the Adar people. And, when it comes to rescuing abducted civilians, the most difficult part is actually finding out where these Adar people are. But these things have been almost all found out by the Graf family. That is, the non-staff members of the Adar CIA. The task on my shoulders is not too heavy. Even if I am not in charge, the Adar agents can fully handle this job. So, the Kray people naturally had to go and pick up their brother and family and bring them home, so that they could leave this land with their heads held high, which would not disappoint the Duke's kindness. Duke Stein warmly welcomed Claire into a luxuriously decorated aristocratic carriage. And then, with a large group of people, and under the escort of Agent Adar, they slowly drove towards their destination. The carriages of the nobility were naturally extremely luxurious, and the interiors of the carriages were all decorated with precious gems. But Claire knew very well in his heart that the reason why Duke Stein could enjoy such a luxurious life and rely on the mountains of gold and silver behind him was all accumulated bit by exploiting the blood and sweat of civilians and serfs. In contrast, although the living conditions of his own duke are also good, while benefiting himself, he also allows all the people living in the Principality of Adar to live a better life, and makes all Adar people look forward to the future. It's not just the Principality of Adar, but also the Connie territory on the west side of Stranglethorn Vale, and the eastern highlands of the Odin Empire. As the Adar people gradually moved out of the eastern part of the empire, these originally barren and backward areas underwent tremendous changes under the influence of the Adar Principality. The Duchy of Stein, located in the south of the Kingdom of Basel, is naturally no exception, since the Adar Chamber of Commerce built numerous plantations in the Duke of Stein's territory. The number of Adar ships docked at the port to load and unload goods has increased day by day, and the dirt roads in the Duke of Stein's territory have long disappeared. In its place was a brand new road that was repaired by the Adar Chamber of Commerce. Although the purpose of building the road was to allow the Adar Chamber of Commerce's convoys and goods to pass more smoothly, the funds for the road construction also came from the money stolen from the Duke Stein's treasury. However, the repair of the road has indeed made travel more convenient for local residents. The plantations opened on this land naturally continued the usual methods and routines of the Principality of Adar. After the civilians and serfs employed by the Adar people fully realized the benefits of the work point system, they naturally worked extra hard. There is no need to whip or threaten with words. Working on the Adar plantations has almost become a dream job for local people. Although working on the plantation is tiring, the copper coins you receive every month are real money. As long as you work harder, you can earn more, and there will never be any phenomenon of salary arrears. As a result, A large part of the arable land in the Duke of Stein's territory was gradually converted into plantations of tropical cash crops such as rubber and sugarcane, forcing the Duke of Stein to purchase food from the Adar Chamber of Commerce. Although Duke Stein knew in his heart that purchasing food from the Adar people would mean letting the Adar people control the food lifeline of the entire dukedom. But you can really make a lot of money by growing rubber and sugarcane. Anyway, the Adar people already had the upper hand over him. So he just gave up. And even if something really went wrong, I definitely wouldn't be the one starving. It was almost afternoon when Claire's convoy passed through the endless plantation. Viscount Creamer, who had already received the news, was already standing by the roadside with his entourage waiting, although it was unclear why Duke Stein suddenly visited his small viscounty. But, after all, the Duke is the Duke, and he is also his own lord. So naturally he has to be given enough face. Then, when Viscount Creamer saw the Duke's convoy slowly approaching from afar, he hurriedly led his entourage to meet them. Even while walking, he was still thinking in his mind about the reason why the Duke suddenly came. Most of the southern nobles of the Kingdom of Basel have the tradition of sending their subordinates to do business. And Viscount Creamer, as a vassal of Duke Stein, naturally contributes a considerable amount of wealth every year. Could it be because I donated a large sum of gold coins in the first half of the year and was appreciated by the Duke? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed to Viscount Creamer, especially after his Lord Duke got in touch with those legendary Adar people. Every time the caravan under his name went out, it would bring a huge sum of profit to Duke Stein. It must be a good thing. After all, which lord would not value a vassal like me who is well behaved? Seeing Duke Stein's motorcade slowly stop in front of him, Viscount Creamer quickly tidied up his clothes and greeted them respectfully. Your Excellency the Duke. What caught Viscount Creamer off guard was, before he could finish his words, Duke Stein interrupted him rudely. Where is Lady Agnes? And Renee Cabral? Where are these two? Claire Cabral. This is the full name of Claire, the CIA director in Adar. And Renee Cabral is, of course, the name of Claire's younger brother. Only, Viscount Creamer was stunned at this moment. He could naturally hear that the Duke had a rather gloomy tone in his voice. But the question is, what the hell is this talking about? Lady Agnes? I have never even heard of it. These two. Viscount Creamer was unable to react for a moment, and could only look at the butler beside him, wanting to know who the two people suddenly mentioned by the Duke were. Only, the butler naturally didn't know who this was. Never even heard of it. He could only look at Viscount Creamer standing beside him with a bitter look. They are two commoners, or serfs, who should be working in your castle or farm. Duke Stein seemed to realize that it was unlikely for a viscount to pay attention to the name of a commoner. So he added with a cold face, Civilian? That's easy. That probably meant that he had hit the Duke's frame? Or was he being disrespectful to the Duke? Thinking of this, Viscount Creamer quickly replied, My Lord Duke, why don't you go to the castle and rest for a while? I will ask the butler to catch them, if they dare to. Thinking that Claire, who had not yet gotten off the car, might have heard Viscount Creamer's words, Duke Stein quickly shouted at Viscount Creamer, Shut up. Go find that person now, and then invite him to your castle respectfully. If Lord Krell's relatives suffer any injustice, just wait and see. This script is wrong. Viscount Creamer was somewhat confused. His Excellency the Duke came here specifically to find two civilians, and asked me to invite them respectfully? In addition, who is Lord Krell? Before Viscount Creamer turned his head, he saw a young man in Adar's standard military uniform slowly getting down from another carriage. Surrounding the young man were Adar soldiers wearing griffin emblems on their chests. As a vassal of the Duke of Stein, Viscount Creamer naturally knew that his lord had some kind of connection with those Adar people. And as early as half a year ago, the news that the Adar agent had traveled thousands of miles and stabbed to death a baron who had attacked the Adar nobles had already spread throughout the land. So, the nobles of the Principality of Adar have long become someone who can walk sideways in the southern part of Basel. It seems like I'm in trouble? Viscount Creamer and his trusted men, who realized the situation belatedly, turned their noble territory upside down as quickly as possible. An hour later, they finally brought a mother and son, who were poorly dressed and skinny, from Viscount Creamer's private farm to the castle. When he saw the woman with gray hair and a thin face, even Claire, who had always been extremely resolute, couldn't help but have red eyes. But as the director of the Adar CIA, he could never cry easily. So, He forced himself to turn his head, clenched his fists tightly, and said to his brother in a trembling voice, "René Cabral, do you still recognize me?" Chapter 414, Paper Money. Paper Money. René Cabral thought he heard a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Then, he raised his head cautiously and looked at the young man who was standing up and walking towards him. Priceless. This was the first impression Claire left on his brother's mind. After Bruno carried out military reforms in the Adar Army, the ranks of active officers in the Adar Army were divided into 3 grades and 10 levels. The 3 classes in the 3 classes and 10 levels represent lieutenant, colonel and general respectively. Lieutenants are divided into second lieutenant, lieutenant and captain. The rank of school officers is divided into major, lieutenant colonel and colonel. General officers are divided into brigadier general colonel, major general, lieutenant general, and general. As the director of the Adar CIA, although Claire Cabral is independent of the army and reports directly to Bruno, he also has a clear military rank. Lieutenant General of the Adar Army. The Adar military uniform, specially customized for general officers, is dark gray in color and made of top-quality leather from the Eastern Highlands. A light gold ribbon pendant passes under the epaulette on the left, complementing the general medal on the chest. The pattern on the border of the shield is decorated with olive branches, a symbol of peace. In the center of the pattern are intertwined swords and guns, representing the powerful combat capability and indomitable will of the Adar Army. On top of Claire's head, the light golden griffin cap badge representing a general was located in the center. The dark black brim was decorated with silver brim flowers, and the hat wall was decorated with a light golden hat ribbon. It was enough to be called the most classic and domineering military uniform in the entire continent. Only, as the face under the military cap gradually became clearer in René Cabral's memory, his eyes couldn't help but become a little dull. Although it had been a long time since the last time the two brothers met, and Claire's face had changed to some extent. But the sharp angles and high nose bridge on Claire's face were gradually becoming similar to the face in René Cabral's memory. Claire? Although René Cabral had mustered up his courage, there was still a hint of trembling and disbelief in his voice. This is Viscount Kramer's Lord's Castle. If it weren't for the fact that the elegantly dressed officer in front of him looked so much like his brother, he would never have dared to speak out. After all, I am just a commoner. The attendants and soldiers in the small hall had already retreated. Claire suppressed his excitement, strode forward, and said in the calmest voice possible, "I'm Claire. Claire Cabral. It turns out, it really is." For a moment, René Cabral felt his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Not long ago, the servants under Viscount Kramer searched almost the entire Viscount's territory in a high-profile manner to look for him and his mother, which made René Cabral feel extremely nervous. You know, serfs like them, the lowest class, don't even have the simplest personal freedom. So how could they possibly catch the eyes of the nobles? The biggest possibility is, if I didn't do well enough, I might have offended a powerful noble, or even implicated my family. But what the servants did next was completely beyond his expectations. Not only did they push him into a noble carriage that only noble lords could ride in, they also asked him about his well-being and whether he had ever been oppressed or humiliated. The seat cushion of the carriage was extremely soft to sit on and felt especially silky to the touch. So much so that René was half squatting and half sitting in the carriage almost the entire way, for fear of dirtying the clean and luxurious carriage. He thinks, either I am crazy, or Viscount Kramer and his servants are all crazy. If he were asked to choose between the two possibilities, René Cabral still felt that there was a greater possibility that he would go crazy. And now, he seemed to understand something. All this is because of my brother. As a local serf of the lowest level, René Cabral naturally had no idea what Claire's military uniform represented, let alone what kind of power his brother now possessed. But there was one thing he saw very clearly. Those servants and attendants who had treated him arrogantly in the past now seemed like a group of aggrieved quails when facing him. And all they said were compliments and compliments that he had never heard before. Next to René Cabral, Madame Agnes was already in tears. Even though there had been huge changes over the years, she still recognized her own flesh and blood at first sight. As the lowest serf, she never dared to hope that she could be reunited with her other son. The daily toil and hardship left her with no time and energy to feel sad and lonely, and she could only rely on her own perseverance to get by. Although she is only in her early 40s, Her hands are already covered with calluses. She has suffered numerous injuries on her waist and legs. And even her eyes are a little blurry. But now, my son miraculously appeared in front of me. She had not noticed Claire's respectable attire at all. Nor had she forgotten where she was. She only knew that the man standing in front of her was her eldest son, whom she thought she would never see again in her life. It's past. Claire hugged his elderly mother and said firmly, I came here this time, just to take you home. Go home. But your brother and I haven't saved enough money to redeem yourself. And, Lady Agnes said hesitantly, it doesn't matter. I have already mentioned it to Duke Stein. And he dare not refuse. Claire said affirmatively. Duke Stein? As serfs working for Viscount Creamer. Lady Agnes and her brother Rene may not know about the Principality of Adar. But they have definitely heard of their lord's lord. In their eyes, Viscount Creamer is already a big shot who can decide his own life and death. And now, when Claire suddenly brought up Duke Stein, their minds were in a mess. That's the Duke. But from the tone of Claire's voice, it seemed as if escaping from the sea of suffering was just a simple matter. Don't talk nonsense. That's the Duke. Mrs. Agnes seemed a little anxious, fearing that Claire's words would bring him bad things. After all, in the eyes of common people except those in the Principality of Adar, there is a gap between nobles and common people that cannot be crossed in a lifetime. If a commoner dares to talk nonsense about a noble, it is a heinous crime. However, his younger brother Rene looked at Claire's attire with some curiosity. Even though he was not a noble, his brother was probably no longer the same as before. I am now the director of the Adar CIA and Lieutenant General of the Adar Army, not to mention Viscount Creamer. Even if Duke Stein were here, he would not dare to stop you from leaving. At this moment, Claire's tone was full of pride and a desire to be recognized by his loved ones. He has always been a very low-key person. Even though he is in a high position now, he is still very modest and knows when to advance and retreat. However, in front of his family, he is unwilling to hide anything. Adar. Rene had some impression of this name. The plantations run by the Adar Chamber of Commerce have spread throughout the entire territory of Duke Stein. So even though he is just a serf without personal freedom, he has heard a lot about it. Working in the plantation of the Adar Chamber of Commerce is almost everyone's dream job. Rene, from today on, you are not only my brother, but also a citizen of the Principality of Adar. Only in the Principality of Adar can the common people have a bright future. Like you? Yes. Like me, Claire said with a smile. Whether in the Norman Empire or the Kingdom of Basel, the rescue operations led by the Adar CIA can be said to be unexpectedly smooth. No one would care about the life or death or stay of one or two serfs, even though they knew it was done by the Principality of Adar. The nobles were unwilling to make enemies with the Principality of Adar, which occupied the eastern part of the empire, for the sake of serfs that could be bought with a few gold coins. Therefore, when December just arrived, most of the Adar people who were abducted by human traffickers had already returned to the land of the Principality of Adar. Only, these rescued Adar people will not go back to reunite with their families immediately, but will first be settled in a temporary camp specially set up by the Adar Immigration Administration. They will be quarantined and examined there, and learn about the changes taking place in various parts of the Principality of Adar. The Adar Public Security Bureau will first contact their families before they are sent back home. The Adar Daily did not publicize this matter in a big way, because this would be news that the Duke would personally announce to all Adar people at the New Year celebration. But even so, the people of the Principality of Adar had already heard the relevant news, causing an uproar throughout the Principality of Adar. After all, from ancient times to the present day, is there any noble who can, like Bruno, make the lives of civilians no longer just numbers on paper? No! This alone can make the people of the Principality of Adar stand up straight and proudly say that they are Adar people. But, while the Adar CIA was busy rescuing people everywhere, Bruno was not idle at all. In fact, he was busier than before. Indeed, the unique administrative system and power structure of the Principality of Adar relieved Bruno of a large amount of scattered and trivial work. But in some aspects, Bruno still had to take care of them personally. For example, banks. The establishment of Adar Public University has provided important support for the discipline construction and talent training of the Principality of Adar. The two extremely significant bus, Temple of Science and Technology and Literary and Commercial Boom, have played an extremely important role, especially economic subjects, as the second most important subject in Adar Public University after science and engineering. The cultivation of economic talents is highly valued by Bruno. After all, as the status and reputation of the Principality of Adar gradually rises, there will undoubtedly be more and more merchants and civilians entering this land. The arrival of merchants will bring a large amount of gold coins, and the presence of civilians will provide a large amount of manpower. Inflation, deflation. These economic phenomena are no longer just concepts on paper, but realities that may occur on this land at any time. As a time traveler from Earth, Bruno clearly knows the problems that these economic issues may bring to the Principality of Adar. So, the cultivation of economic talents can be said to be imperative. They do not need to have advanced knowledge of economics, nor do they need to carry out complex modeling and calculations. As long as they can maintain the relative stability of the economic order of the Principality of Adar, that is enough. Fortunately, Adar Public University is worthy of being a SSS-level custom wonder, and the bonuses it provides are also very impressive. The buff of Temple of Science and Technology can improve students' ability to learn mathematical knowledge. The Cultural and Business Boom buff can increase the speed at which students absorb economic knowledge. All in all, under the influence of the Double Gain buff, at least for the Principality of Adar, the establishment of the Adar Central Bank is no longer a very distant thing. Even a large number of economics students studying at Adar Public University have begun to participate in the construction of Adar Central Bank led by Bruno, in addition to studying economics. Bruno's plan was to first build two banks. One is the already established Adar United Savings Bank. It is similar to the 4 state-owned banks in the previous life. It is a commercial bank serving the vast majority of people, and is responsible for routine business such as accepting public deposits and issuing loans. As for those off-balance sheet businesses that sound quite complicated, there is no rush at all, because the Principality of Adar is not able to handle them at the moment, and everything needs to move forward step by step. The other is the yet-to-be-established Adar Central Bank. It is similar to the central bank in the previous life, responsible for macroeconomic regulation and not doing business with individuals. In the future of the Principality of Adar, one of the most important functions of the Adar Central Bank is to issue currency. Yes, paper money. Bruno always felt that the monetary divisions of this era were too crude and direct, especially when he just came into this world. The monthly income of a commoner was only 20 or 30 copper coins. This thing can't be broken into 2 halves to spend, which is really inconvenient for ordinary people, which leads to the most primitive bartering. So, as the Church of Light pressed on step by step, the situation in the empire became more complicated, and the economic talents of the Principality of Adar gradually emerged. Bruno finally made up his mind. We must issue the Principality of Adar's own currency. Chapter 4:15, Kavala, who is good at managing the country, and Bruno, who is diligent in his work and loves his people. Bruno has always believed that only by having our own currency can we become a truly economic power. The many drawbacks of the physical currency currently in circulation on the continent also gave Bruno the idea of reforming the monetary system of the Principality of Adar. If it were in the past, Bruno would definitely not dare to touch the monetary system. But today, the Norman Empire is in pieces. Piesman claimed to be the Orthodox Empire and established the Second Norman Empire with the support of the Church. Rez raised his arms at St. Lawrence and announced the birth of the Third Norman Empire. At the same time, the calls for independence from the Western noble group grew louder and louder, and the Odin Empire in the north once again began to eye this chaotic neighboring country. So, external factors that may affect the reform of the monetary system have gradually disappeared. The progress of the magical industrialization of the Principality of Adar and the government credibility established by Bruno during this period also gave the Principality of Adar the internal conditions to carry out monetary system reform. But currency reform is easy to say. But if we really want to reform it, how should we reform it? And what should we change it to? This is what makes Bruno most anxious. Although the prestige of the Stuart family is at its peak in the current Principality of Adar, and the credibility of the Government Affairs Office is widely praised, it is definitely not an easy task to exchange the heavy copper coins in the hands of the common people for a light paper currency. Can paper money really be used like copper coins? Bruno was 100% sure that such an idea would definitely become a doubt in the hearts of all Adar people. That is why Bruno will continue to accumulate people's trust in Adar City Hall during this period and deepen their dependence on this land. Only when the people of the Principality of Adar have enough trust in the Adar government office and the Stuart family Can the reform of the monetary system be gradually promoted? And Bruno intends to do it in one step and directly issue credit currency. Certainly. Set your goal first. You can take steps slowly, one step at a time. But you must not rush into things related to the economy. The gold standard certainly has its advantages. But once the growth rate of gold production is lower than the growth rate of commodity production, the circulation basis of this type of currency will be greatly weakened. Same. Even if we do not adopt the gold standard, but adopt the silver standard or the copper standard, the same situation will occur. And obviously, the rapid development speed of the Principality of Adar is obviously not suitable for the gold standard monetary system. Moreover, the stock of precious metals such as gold is also an important factor restricting the Principality of Adar from adopting the gold standard or a gold standard-like system. Indeed, the gold standard has its own advantages. It can reduce the uncertainty of exchange rates between different currencies and prevent one country from having a privileged position in trade and exchanges. But what Bruno wants is a privileged position. As the ruler of the Principality of Adar, Bruno wants the Principality of Adar to have a privileged status that no other country has. So, although credit currency seems to be a big step forward, it will not cause too many problems as long as it is implemented step by step in practice. Otherwise, why would Bruno need our public university to train a large number of forward-thinking economic talents? Why is it necessary to set up a special Adar National Statistics Bureau to collect various data on the Principality of Adar? In his plan, the denominations of the first edition of banknotes of the Principality of Adar will be based on the previous life, namely 10 cents, 50 cents, $1, $5, $20, $50, and $100. And the 1 yuan paper bill corresponds to the copper coin. The $20 note corresponded to the silver shilling. Spray prevention warning. Copper coins do not mean all copper, and silver coins do not mean pure silver. For example, the silver dollar of the Qing dynasty is a silver dollar with lead inside the silver skin. As for the issuance of paper money, Bruno is not in a hurry to achieve this goal in one step. Civil servants of the Adar Principality's government office, Adar Immigration Administration and other institutions will be the first to adopt paper money as a monthly payment method. Large-scale infrastructure projects located in the Principality of Adar will also issue paper money to pay workers' wages. Certainly, considering that paper money has just been born, it takes some time from issuance to acceptance. So, the people of the Principality of Adar can exchange paper money for heavy currencies such as copper coins and silver shillings at the Adar United Savings Bank. These metal currencies can still circulate freely. After all, people's confidence in paper money needs to be cultivated bit by bit. As long as the Adar Central Bank can strictly control the issuance of banknotes and keep the value of banknotes stable, then in time, banknotes will become the currency favored by the vast majority of Adar people. I believe that students who have carefully studied economic knowledge such as the rediscount rate and the reserve requirement ratio will not make too many mistakes. Bruno is still very confident about this. The same goes for those students. As one of the first batch of students at the Faculty of Economics of Adar Public University, Kavala feels that his life has undergone earth-shaking changes in the past 6 months. In fact, when they first enrolled, the School of Economics was not as popular as several other colleges. After all, not to mention students like them who came from common families. Even the descendants of big businessmen had no idea what economics was. What is economy? Anyway, according to the School of Economics, they are studying a discipline that studies how people produce, circulate, distribute, and consume all material and spiritual resources. But this definition sounded too general and out of touch with reality, and they were confused at first. But soon, as the textbooks were distributed one by one, Kavala felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Trading methods, monetary system, and the impact of the economy on the national economy and people's livelihood. For the first time, he realized that these things that were so close to his daily life could actually be summarized as such a profound and mysterious knowledge. The series of extremely typical economic phenomena mentioned in the book, such as inflation, deflation, and stagflation, opened his eyes. During his studies at Kabbalah, he looked at the world from a completely new perspective for the first time and thought about everything around him from an economic perspective. At first, since the theory of economics is very advanced, the things taught by the teachers are very limited. They can only rely on the textbooks written by the Duke they think to further understand. However, no one knows when the knowledge that was originally difficult to understand suddenly became easy to accept. And their understanding of economic theories is also changing with each passing day. Not only the knowledge related to knowledge economics, but even the most difficult math courses in daily life do not seem so difficult to understand. Of course, they didn't know that this was actually the effect of the double gain buff brought by Adar Public University. They just thought it was the result of their own accumulation of strength. However, the improvement in learning ability did not make the students of Adar Public University complacent, but instead made their thirst for knowledge even stronger. Except for 3 meals a day, they spend almost the entire day in the library or study room of Adar Public University, studying what they have learned. Even when I meet students from the Polytechnic Institute, I can explain my understanding clearly. It was during this day-to-day study that the news of the preparation for the establishment of the Adar Central Bank finally reached Kavala's ears. At this moment, he was full of confidence and increasingly aware of the responsibility he shouldered. Their fate was changed because of Bruno Stewart, Duke of Adar. And now it is time for them to repay the duchy. So, even though they had a heavy burden, Kavala still managed to balance the tasks of learning knowledge and preparing for the bank. And he also believed, with the establishment of the Adar Central Bank, the name of the School of Economics will surely resound throughout the Principality of Adar. The preparations for the Adar Central Bank have been put on track, and Claire successfully returned to the city of Adar in mid-December. The first thing he did when he returned to the Principality of Adar was to report to Bruno. Almost as soon as he entered Bruno's study, he fell to his knees. It is kneeling in the physical sense. It made a loud noise, and almost choked Bruno, who was eating breakfast. Actually, in the Duchy of Adar under Bruno's rule, even if one kneels, they usually only kneel on one knee, which means loyalty to the Lord. But Claire suddenly fell to his knees, and Bruno felt pain just by listening to it. Your Excellency the Duke, Claire Caraber, I am willing to serve the Duke as a pioneer forever, no matter what it takes. Claire's words were quite sincere. After all, if it weren't for Bruno's support, how could he have reunited with his mother and brother, who were thousands of miles apart? From a civilian to the director of the Adar CIA. Such a transformation and leap would be incredible even on Earth in Bruno's previous life. Not to mention this era when civilian lives are worthless. But Bruno actually did it. He promoted Krell from a salt field laborer all the way to the position of director of the Adar CIA. These alone were enough to drive Claire crazy. Not to mention that he was specifically asked to bring his family to live in the Principality of Adar. Is everyone in your family healthy? Hearing this, tears welled up in Carol's eyes. This is a touching feeling from the heart. Bruno is a duke, but he is very concerned about his family. In this era, Claire's excitement can no longer be described in words. Okay, that's great. Claire looked at Bruno excitedly and sobbed sincerely. All right. Hurry up. You are the director of the Adar CIA. Show your might. Seeing Claire like this, although Bruno looked nonchalant, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. The people of this era. What a group of simple and lovely people. Sending Claire to personally go and fetch his mother was just common sense to Bruno. But to Claire, it was a huge favor. Hearing this, Claire quickly stood up and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Then he saw the vegetable sandwich in Bruno's hand. At this moment, the tears that had been held back flowed again involuntarily. Other nobles would love to eat delicious food and live a luxurious life every day. But their own duke not only cares about the survival of ordinary people, but also doesn't care much about his own life. In his opinion, Bruno was experiencing the living conditions of ordinary people firsthand. Your Excellency the Duke, is this what you usually eat? Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but look at the vegetable sandwich in his hand. Then I understood in an instant. This is a misunderstanding. The nobles of this era did not know what a balanced diet meant. Nor did they know what was the healthiest way of eating. They would eat a roast suckling pig for one meal, and fill their stomachs with all kinds of sweets early in the morning. All in all, whenever Bruno saw the nobles' recipes, he felt a little creepy. If I also eat that way, it would be unfair if I didn't gain weight. On the other hand, Bruno's breakfast. The outermost layer of the vegetable package is freshly picked lettuce, wrapped with a small amount of black rice, a little chicken breast, an egg, a little grilled fish fillet, and some colorful fruits and vegetables, and also smeared with my favorite salad dressing. Compared with the two, Bruno's breakfast does look a lot simpler. Even because the vegetable sandwich is inconspicuous in appearance. To outsiders it might seem that Bruno is just eating a bunch of vegetable leaves. But in fact, both the taste and the ingredients are top-notch. And it's healthy. It is not greasy, and will not make you fat. It conforms to the balanced diet pyramid, and has a perfect nutritional combination. Originally, Bruno had planned to have Claire have breakfast with him. But now it seems, well, he should continue to maintain his bright and majestic image. Thinking of this, Bruno said righteously, if civilians can eat it, why can't I? As he spoke, he finished the rest of the vegetable bag in one gulp. And Claire, who was watching from the side, was even more moved. This is my Lord Duke, a nobleman who is not fussy about details, kind to the people, and diligent in government affairs. Bruno naturally didn't know what Claire was thinking. He picked up the handkerchief beside him and wiped the corners of his mouth. Not bad. Not bad. It tastes really good. It seems that the fat cook's cooking skills have improved a lot in these days. Give her chicken legs next time. Didn't I tell you to give me a day off to spend time with your family? Why are you reporting in today? No. No. Your Excellency the Duke. The CIA must have a lot of things piled up. I'll go there right now. And I'll definitely go. Before Claire finished speaking, Bruno waved his hand and said in a commanding tone, All right. All right. Today is the opening ceremony of the Football League. You, bring your family, and come with me to watch the game. As for the CIA, of course, they'll be watching over there with Baumel and his men. So nothing will go wrong. Trust is trust. But as the Adar CIA continues to expand, Krell will definitely not be able to handle all the work by himself. So naturally he has to give others the opportunity to gain experience. And at this moment, Claire's eyes were once again soaked with tears. As you wish. Your Excellency the Duke. Chapter 416 opens. Adar Football Super League. The Football League mentioned by Bruno is fully called Adar Football Super League, abbreviated as Adar Super League. Today, it happened to be the day when the first football league of the Principality of Adar officially kicked off. Since there were very few entertainment activities in that era, Bruno naturally attached great importance to this competition, which he personally ordered and organized. Certainly, this is certainly not because of Bruno's personal preference. Instead, it is to enrich the spiritual and cultural life of the people of the Principality of Adar, and to add some healthy and uplifting entertainment to the ordinary lives of the people of Adar. Otherwise, the few ways for ordinary people to relax are to get together and play cards or mahjong. Instead of doing this, it would be better to guide their interests towards sports. That's right. That's it. Then, at Bruno's instruction, Claire went back to pick up his family to watch the game, while Bruno got on the carriage that had been waiting for a long time and slowly drove towards the Fidmir Stadium in the east of Adar. The Fidmir Stadium is located on the easternmost side of Fidmir Street and is the first extra-large football stadium built in the Principality of Adar. And here, naturally, it became the venue for the first Adar Football Super League. Although the stadium is not a spectacular building and did not require much manpower and material resources to build it, its scale and the number of spectators it can accommodate are also remarkable. In fact, at the beginning, Bruno originally wanted to build a Maracana stadium directly, but the wonder bonus is not good enough. And the Principality of Adar currently does not have the realistic conditions to build a new wonder that consumes a large amount of steel while building a railway. So, the construction of the Maracana Stadium has been put on hold. But even so, the number of spectators that Fidmil Stadium can accommodate has reached 4,000. If it were in the previous life, such a football field would only be considered ordinary. But in this era, it can be called a unique super-large building. The opening of the Adar Football Super League is undoubtedly a big event. So as early as a week ago, the Edal Daily opened the event of the Edal Super League and the pre-sale of tickets. Moreover, after the Football League starts, Adar Daily will open a special page to introduce relevant matters and progress of the Football League. The existence of tickets is just to limit the number of people watching the event at the scene. Bruno had no intention of making back his money from the tickets. So, the ticket prices were not too high. And even any Adar citizen with a stable job could afford it. To know, in this era of extreme scarcity of entertainment activities, a large-scale national event like the Adar Football Super League is enough to arouse the interest of the vast majority of Adar people. Almost as soon as the ticket pre-sale business started, most of the tickets were sold out. And, Of course, Bruno would not use his own money to organize such a large-scale football match at a loss. This is not his style. He also wants to make money. In addition to ticket revenue, other revenue items such as advertising revenue and football betting revenue are the real sources of profit. Not only the Normandy family, but the Adar textile factory. These large factory companies controlled by Bruno took advantage of the promotion. There are also many emerging private business guilds in the Principality of Adar, such as the Uncle Del Fried Chicken Chain, Stewart Department Store, Bradley Artisan Workshop, etc., which have long seized this opportunity and become one of the sponsors of the Adar Football Super League. With the support of these businessmen with a keen sense of smell, Bruno can recover a large part of his costs just from advertising fees and ticket revenue. Not to mention, in Bruno's hands, he also holds the football betting business specialized by the Stewart family. No matter what era it is, football betting is definitely a lucrative business. The Stewart family's football betting, both in terms of betting methods and final profits, far surpassed all its peers of the time. Wrong. It's not about surpassing, but about crushing. The way to play by betting on winning or losing is just the simplest. If you win, by how many goals? If we lost, how many goals did we lose? You can even bet on when a goal is scored and who scores it. Wrong. It is used to perform gaming activities. In order to maximize the income, the Idol Football Gaming Company hosted by Bruno not only set up a statistical department responsible for analyzing the data and winning percentage of various teams, but even hired students from the Mathematical Institute from the Public University of Idol to calculate and design a variety of complex odds. This is called an internship. Not only can students receive wages, but they can also accumulate credits required for graduation and find future employers in advance. Naturally, students from ordinary families also flock to this. So, under the summary of many factors, this is almost a sale that is stable. When Bruno's frame finally arrived at Fitmill Stadium, the place was already bustling with people. The cultural, sports and entertainment activities that the people of this era can participate in are undoubtedly extremely scarce. After all, in most places, if they can't even guarantee basic food and clothing, how can they possibly develop a cultural and entertainment industry? But here's the thing. This is the Principality of Adar. The problem of food and clothing of civilians has long been properly resolved. And playing cards and mahjong have also become the favorite of many elderly people. Football, which spread from the military camp of the Principality of Adar to the general public, has long become a hobby for many young people. During the weekly holidays, many people would gather with a few friends and run freely in the open space outside the city. These scenes that seem incredible to people in the mainland have already become a living reality in the Principality of Adar. After all, when people no longer have to struggle for life and no longer worry about what to eat tomorrow, they will naturally be in the mood to relax and have fun. Adar Football Super League. Listen to this name. What a fresh word. In the past, everyone just played it casually to relax their body and mind. But no one thought that this thing could be turned into such a big deal by the Duke. That's a full 4,000 audience. For the Principality of Adar, such a large-scale gathering of people is unprecedented. The entire Fitmill Stadium was packed to the brim. And the police officers from the Adar Public Security Bureau, who were temporarily assigned here to guard the stadium, were all so busy that they were dizzy. The people who came here naturally did not know how many audiences had. But even so, they also shocked. Because of looking at it, the crowd was dull. Even though they were in the Principality of Adar, it was the first time they saw such a scene. If it weren't for the police officers from the Public Security Bureau, who were always working hard to maintain order in the stadium, a stampede would have been inevitable. Until the people who waved the tickets passed through the crowds, they gradually took the number on the tickets one by one. And the police officers of the Idol Public Security Bureau responsible for maintaining order were relieved. Although the league has not yet started, people are already full of anticipation. They sit in their seats and look around, their curiosity almost written on their faces. You know, this is the opening game of the first Adar Football Super League. Not only can you broaden your horizons, but it is said that you can also see the Duke in person from afar. Not to mention the attractiveness of football to the people. You can see Bruno's face alone. So that many Adar people are rushing. Because, with the continuous development of the Principality of Adar, Bruno's prestige in the Principality of Adar has already surpassed all officials and nobles, reaching an unprecedented peak. In addition, The ticket prices are completely affordable. So many people take advantage of the weekend to bring their families to the Fidmil Stadium to witness the rise of an emerging sport with their own eyes. As the supreme ruler of the Principality of Adar and the Duke of Adar, Bruno naturally does not need to squeeze together with these ordinary civilians. Therefore, the engineers in charge of supervising the construction of the Fidmir Stadium specially set up a high platform in the center of the audience seats on the south side of the stadium. There are the VVIP seats for Adar's high-ranking officials and nobles. The location of Gout I not only avoids the dazzling light, but also can overlook everything in the entire stadium. In addition, due to safety considerations, engineers also set up special emergency hedging channels. Standing on the high platform and overlooking the people who had already taken their seats, Bruno felt that he was so damn awesome. He stretched out his hand and waved it toward the people. Then, the voice of long lives of Idol and the Duke's long lives are endless. Just 2 words. Comfortable. Bruno felt extremely excited whenever he saw these most lovely people. The people regard Bruno as their savior and benefactor. And isn't Bruno also relying on the Adar people in front of him? He knew very well in his heart that these people shouting loudly in front of him were the foundation for maintaining his rule and his strongest backing. Let the people have a better life. This is what Bruno wants to do long ago. If it is not because of the advice of the bright church step by step, Bruno has to put more time and energy to the military construction and national strength of the Principality of Idol, let alone the football league. Even if it is a spectacle of the Roman beast field, it is estimated that it has been created. Your Excellency the Duke. While he was thinking about it, Claire, who had returned, had already come to Bruno's side with his family. On the side, René lowered his head cautiously, but he couldn't help but use the light of his eyes to cast his nervous and curious eyes towards Bruno. Even though he is just the most common civilian, he also understands that the young man in front of him is the lord of his brother's loyalty, and the Duke Idol Duke who can make Basil's southern aristocracy trembling. On the way here, René had imagined the face of this powerful duke again and again. At this moment, he was extremely shocked, because Bruno is too young. So young that it's unbelievable. But it was such a young nobleman who won the support of countless Adar people. René naturally heard the shouts of the Adar people, sensed the sincerity from their hearts, and saw a completely different picture of the Principality of Adar. Just like what my brother mentioned. Here, it is a land where civilians can have dignity. But soon, a sharp whistle broke the noise of the people, as the players from both sides stepped onto the green field in the center of the Fidmir Stadium. The opening match of the Adar Football Super League finally began. The players wearing blue jerseys are the new Adar campus football team, which is composed of students from Adar Public University. On the other side, wearing black jerseys, is the Guthries Football Club, which was established by the Adar Chamber of Commerce. Among the 22 players running on the green field, Pele Orlando, wearing the black number 7 jersey, is undoubtedly the most eye-catching one. The concept of football club was actually first proposed by Bruno. He originally wanted to emulate Real Madrid in his previous life and establish a professional football club named after the Principality of Adar, or the Stuart family, to fulfill his desire to become a club owner. But, Royal Idol? This name is a bit too high profile? Although it is very consistent with my temperament. But, now I haven't yet proclaimed myself emperor and established a country. Bruno was indeed proud of the current state of the Principality of Adar. But he still kept a very clear head. If this is named, not only is it completely inconsistent with his diplomatic philosophy of staying put and developing first, but it is also tantamount to declaring to everyone his ambition to establish an independent country. In some things, although everyone's heart is clear, they must not be spoken in brightness. If Rez and Pitzman United start fighting and first attack their own Principality of Adar, it will inevitably affect the current booming development situation of the Principality of Adar. So, Bruno had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and set up the Guthries Football Club in the name of the Adar Chamber of Commerce to realize his former dream. Furthermore, under the current situation, Bruno felt that the opposing team might not dare to play in the name of the Stuart family. What a joke. That's the team named after the Duke. Bailey Orlando's figure flew on the green field. Every pass and goalkeeper of the players will make a shout and shout on the audience. The other side of the Idol Public University campus football team has not been established for a long time, but also made every effort to defend the opponent's offensive again and again. At this moment, Whether they are young people who love football or ordinary people who are accompanying their families, all eyes are drawn to the black and white ball on the green field. No doubt, after today, football will become a national movement of Principality Idol. It's much better than before. At least they have learned to abide by the rules. And they will not be fat at a time when they don't say anymore. Bruno laughed with satisfaction. Actually, that's just because they know you're watching the game here. So the Football Association has prepared a lot of substitute referees. Hearing this, Claire said cautiously, Bruno. Chapter 417, The Shocked Padalilla Mission. Before you have time to check the wrong words, send it out first. December 26th, 5:38 in the Gregorian calendar. There is no cloud. Calm and quiet. On the 33rd day of our ocean voyage, we are about to arrive at the Principality of Adar. Everything is fine. In the cabin, Great Elder Sherman Goldberg put down his pen and closed his diary, on which the ink was still wet. He gently rubbed his slightly sore wrist and gazed at the boundless sea outside the window. Since the explorer set sail in the land, it has been doing for more than a month in the endless sea of sailing. The great elder of the city-state of Padalilla also measured the vastness of the ocean for the first time, and became more aware of the dangers that may exist in ocean voyages. Along the way, they experienced strong storms and turbulent waves. Even this three-masted warship that the Adar people are proud of is just a solitary boat in the boundless ocean. But what made the great elder Sherman Goldberg's blood boil was, according to Captain Hausen, they have already entered the territorial waters of the Principality of Adar, and are under the control of the Adar Navy. A month is short and long. The reason why he had a lot of it was that just a month ago, the Principality of Adar was still a mysterious country that made Sherman Goldberg feel extremely far away. And now, in just 1 month, this powerful country on the other side of the ocean will finally appear before the eyes of the Padalilla delegation. But a month is also a long time, because the days of sailing on the ocean can be described as extremely torment. The tumbling huge waves and the bumps in sailing have made the elder's weak body tortured for a long time. But, after all, Lauthan, the journey, will pass. At this moment, Shadan Goldberg just wants to see it with his own eyes. What kind of appearance is this mainland on the other side of the ocean? Just 2 days ago, the explorer Sanma battled boat across the French islands. However, the Adar soldiers, who were obsessed with the Principality of Adar, had no desire to stop there. Instead, they passed by the Fren Islands and continued to sail towards the Merlin district. But at that time, Sherman Goldberg saw the flags flying on the Faroe Islands, and the Adar merchant ships traveling to and from the Faroe Islands. And, as the distance from the Principality of Idol is getting closer and closer, he can see the giant cargo ship merchant ships sailing on the sea from time to time. Although he did not see thousands of ships, he saw many huge battleships. Everything he saw ignited Sherman Goldberg's curiosity and excitement far more intense than before. He wants to know what kind of country is one party that can break through the blue waves, cross the ocean, and reach a far-reaching land. We're here. We're here. I don't know how long it was, but suddenly there were bursts of shouts from the deck, accompanied by Saricha and others. The elder Siaman Goldberg also led the cabin of the people of the Padalilla military mission and came to the deck of the explorer. At this moment, the idle naval soldiers who had traveled away were all ecstatic and tears in their eyes. Yes, they are back. They are finally back. In fact, before they set off, the naval soldiers never thought that they would be able to return safely, and many of them even left letters to bid farewell to their families. If they do not return safely within half a year, these letters will be delivered to their families by the soldiers who remain in the Principality of Adar. And now, I'm back. A simple sentence is far better than thousands of words. Although it is only half a year, they have experienced the difficult and dangerous obstacles of ocean navigation again and again, passing by with death again and again, from the Principality of Adar to the Lost Land, and then from the Lost Land back to the Principality of Adar. This period sounds extremely simple round trip, but it is actually an extremely thrilling exploration and adventure. Alexander's big lighthouse still stands on the Adar coast. The newly built Venice Armor is already far away. A fishing boat travels to and from the fishing port terminal. A merchant ship is full of countless goods. Captain Hausen looked at the land nearly in front of him, and his pride and excitement in his heart had long overflowed with words. No matter where he is, The Principality of Adar will always be the backing and harbor of the people of Adar, no matter where he is. Bruno Stuart, Duke of Adar, will always be the lord to whom he can swear allegiance until death. At this moment, they live up to the entrustment. At this moment, they return their reputation. They became the first warriors to discover the New World, and the first Adar people to realize ocean voyages. The cabin of the explorer was filled with the huge treasures of gold and silver they brought back, as well as the novelties they exchanged from the city-state of Padilla. In addition, the mutant species from the land of the landed in the corner of the cabin was dull, and news about the other continent had long been deeply printed in the minds of each Adar soldier. The Duke of Adar. Duke, we're back. Looking at the coast nearly not far away, Captain Hyacinth's voice was firm and powerful. Merlin's Special Economic Zone. The then governor of the Merlin district was standing on the top of the lighthouse, looking through a telescope at the Adar Navy warship flying the Adar flag. Explorer, it's them. They're back, Sabai murmured. Although the Adar Navy soldiers, led by Captain Hausen, have an extremely strong desire to return home. But, however, they still slowed down their sailing speed so that the Merlin Special Zone could get the news of the explorer's return in advance. After all, it was not just them who came back this time. There was also a delegation from the city-state of Padilla. Although there was no need to hold a grand welcome ceremony, the Adar government office had to make some preparations so that His Excellency the Duke could get the news in advance. Therefore, as early as this morning, Shabi had actually received intelligence from the Farron Islands, confirming that the Explorer three-masted warship had returned safely and entered the Adar Navy's actual control area in the Merlin Gulf. The Explorer? Hearing this, the adjutant beside him was surprised. In fact, even with new warships like the three-masted warship, most people did not think that these soldiers, who went on long voyages, could return safely. But they really came back. The guide ship, which had been ready for a long time, slowly left the port, guiding the Explorer to gradually dock. Shabi was the first to board the warship and made eye contact with Captain Hausen. Haven't seen you for half a year. Captain Hausen's face became much more haggard, but because he had specially tidied up his face and appearance before arriving, there was not much difference except for his slightly yellow and thin face and thin body. But, as the governor of the Merlin Special District and a high-ranking official of the Principality of Adar, Shabi is well aware of the risks along the way. The only thing the sailors of the Explorer could rely on was a route map provided by the Duke. Apart from that, they were far away overseas and had no other support to rely on. Thanks for your hard work. Looking at Captain Hausen returning from his voyage, Shabi couldn't help but give him a big hug. We are all doing this for the Duke, and for the Principality of Adar. Captain Hausen was slightly moved when he was suddenly hugged by a colleague he hadn't seen for half a year. Although it feels a bit weird, but it feels so comfortable. That familiar feeling is back. We have discovered a new continent on the other side of the ocean, which is rich in a wide variety of mineral resources. In addition, I also brought back a lot of good things, and an envoy from another continent. Before Shabi could speak, Captain Hausen spoke first. There is only one purpose for ocean exploration, and that is to gain benefits for the Principality of Adar. The generals and officials of the Principality of Adar were well aware of this. Therefore, Captain Hausen naturally had no need to hide anything. Not to mention, if we don't describe the lost land on the other side of the ocean in a good way, who would be willing to go to the other side of the ocean to open up the land? There really are other lands? Hearing this, Shabi couldn't help but gasp. Before this, the reason why the Principality of Adar always adhered to the sea-watching strategy of ocean voyages was entirely because this was a decision made by Bruno himself. As for Old Ford, Shabi, Lobita and others, although they have always supported their Lord Duke unconditionally, they have some doubts about whether the overseas land really exists. And now, since Captain Hausen has confirmed it, and he has even brought an envoy from another continent, the existence of the land is naturally certain. The only thing left for them to do is to assist His Excellency the Duke in perfecting the Principality of Adar's overseas expansion plan, and try their best not to hinder the thriving Principality of Adar. Captain Hausen's words meant that the Duke's decision was once again proven to be completely correct. His Excellency the Duke is indeed farsighted. This is simply God bless the Stuart family. You know, although the Principality of Adar may face threats from land today, this threat is still within the controllable range, and will not affect the Principality of Adar's overseas expansion plans at all. Besides, Judging from Captain Hausen's tone, that lost land on the other side of the ocean really seems to have great potential. Yes, there is indeed a large piece of land on the other side of the ocean. Captain Hausen confirmed again. In fact, the area of that continent is not less than the land under our feet. Bigger than the Principality of Adar? Shabi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In his opinion, if it could be the same size as the Principality of Adar, it would be worthwhile for the Principality of Adar to spend time and energy to develop it. But Shabi obviously misunderstood what Captain Hausen meant. No, I mean, it's bigger than all the countries on this continent combined. As the words fell, Shabi was speechless for a moment. If the Principality of Adar could occupy that land. Thinking of this, Shabi couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Captain Hausen's trip can be said to have made great contributions. Where is the mission you mentioned? Yes. Captain Hausen turned around and pointed to one side of the deck. Over there. The members of the delegation, headed by the great elder Sherman Goodberg, were staring blankly at the Adar coast right before their eyes. They had also imagined what the Principality of Adar would look like. But, looking at the busy streets not far away, the bustling crowds, and the densely packed shops, Sherman Goodberg was speechless for a moment. The houses are lined up one after another. The Adar people who heard the news have already gathered around the dock, looking at the warship that has just returned with curious eyes. What amazed the great elder the most was that this city near the coast seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. The population living in this city alone might even be 10 times the total population of the city-state of Padilla. Although the civilians' clothes were not luxurious, everyone could wear a thick cotton jacket. But looking back at myself, even though they were members of a diplomatic mission representing the city-state of Padilla, the clothes they wore were extremely simple, even worse than the most ordinary civilians in the Principality of Adar. It's a bit embarrassing. But what is more is speechless shock. The strength possessed by the Principality of Adar has completely exceeded the limits of what he could imagine. Ambassador Sherman Goldberg, Mr. Accompanied by Captain Hausen, Shabi slowly walked behind the great elder Sherman Goodberg. Until this moment, the great elder finally came back to his senses. He straightened his shabby clothes and asked very respectfully, "You are Governor of the Merlin Special District, Executive Vice President of the Adar Government Office, Shabi Vargas." Shabi extended his hand and greeted in a deep voice, "Sherman Goldberg, the Grand Elder of the Padilla City-State." At this moment, even the knowledgeable Sherman Goldberg's voice trembled slightly. Etc. Merlin District? Sherman Goldberg felt a little dazed. Isn't this Adar City? Of course not. Shabi nodded seriously. This is just the Merlin District on the east coast of the Principality of Adar. It is one of the most important ports in the Principality of Adar, and is more than 80 kilometers away from the city of Adar. Sherman Goldberg. More than 80 kilometers. Although in the eyes of the Adar people, 80 kilometers may not be a very far distance. But for Sherman Goldberg, this is absolutely an incredible thing. Because during the voyage, Captain Hausen did not actually reveal to him much information about the Principality of Adar. So, he could only speculate and judge based on the known information. When Sherman Goodberg thought of the 3 acres of land in the Padilla city-state, and the nearly 10,000 people in the city-state, the confidence in his heart was instantly reduced by more than half. And for a moment, he even felt a little dry in the mouth. "Mr. Ambassador Sherman Goldberg, please stay in the Merlin District for a few days. We will arrange a special train to take you to Adar City to meet His Excellency the Duke." Hearing this, Sherman Goldberg nodded naturally. In fact, he didn't know what a special train was. But since he had already arrived at the Adar people's territory, he might as well show his best attitude and do everything according to the Adar people's instructions and arrangements. Anyway, the purpose of Sherman Goodberg's trip was to obtain help and support from the Principality of Adar. But it was obvious that he did not feel that he had the capital and confidence to have a dialogue with the Principality of Adar. Chapter 418. The Shock Padilla mission continued. As night falls, the stars shine brightly. The night waves beat against the rugged rocks. But Warner Street on the coast was still crowded with people. Neatly arranged magic street lights lit up the dark night and extended into the distance along Warner Street. Normally, at night, the fishing port in Merlin District falls into silence. But today, curious local residents even blocked the roads around the dock. They stared with wide eyes and looked around the cordon set up by Adar police officers. As for the reason, it's also very simple. The 3-masted warship Explorer that left the Principality of Adar half a year ago has actually returned. When this news gradually spread throughout the Merlin district, almost everyone's heart trembled. Their first reaction was naturally disbelief. Until they saw with their own eyes the Adar Navy warship marked Explorer anchored in the port area. The Adar people certainly knew that half a year ago, hundreds of Adar naval soldiers had traveled far away by ship, and they had also heard about the danger of this incident from others. So, when he heard that these soldiers had actually returned successfully, he naturally couldn't bear his curiosity and headed towards the port dock not far from his home. Completely different from the commoners living in other noble territories. Although these Adar people are just ordinary commoners, under the influence of the social atmosphere of the Principality of Adar, they are still quite curious about the other side of the ocean and maintain great interest in everything in the Principality of Adar. After seeing off the envoys from the city-state of Padilla, the Adar soldiers began to unload the cargo from the alien continent that was piled up on the Explorer. The cabin contains not only the most common mineral resources such as gold, silver, copper and iron, but also magic crystals, source stones, and mithril, which are extremely scarce strategic materials for the Principality of Adar. Captain Hausen knew clearly the purpose of his trip. He was going to the Principality of Adar as a vanguard, so the quantity of each metal deposit was not large. But he tried to bring back more types of resources, so that his lord the Duke could make more appropriate decisions. Looking at the ores that were exposed in the port area, not to mention the people, even the Adar soldiers, who were in charge of transportation, could not help but secretly click their tongues. No way. Although the quantity of each mineral is limited, the types are extremely numerous. The ores that were moved out of the cabin almost cover all the mineral resources they can imagine in their minds. The richness of the ocean is naturally visible. Be careful. Many of the things here are one of a kind. The soldiers who returned with honor naturally did not need to load and unload the goods by themselves. But they still stayed in the port area and were reluctant to leave. Instead, they carefully watched their colleagues carry the proceeds of the trip out of the cabin. Because this is their pride. Despite everyone's pessimism, they obeyed the Duke's orders and carried out the first ocean voyage in the history of the Principality of Adar. Every kind of mineral carried down by the soldiers is a testament to their achievements and gains on this trip. And it's not just ore. Captain Hausen, that's in the cabin. Finally, Shabby walked towards Captain Hausen with a frown on his face. The mutants, tied up with heavy chains by Adar soldiers, were imprisoned in the deepest part of the cabin. The long journey also made them suffer time and time again. So at the beginning, no one discovered the imprisoned beasts. That's a mutant. It's the most widely distributed creature in the Lost Land. If we expand our territory overseas, it may be the biggest obstacle we face. We have worked together to kill quite a few mutants, and also captured a few alive for your research. Upon hearing this, Captain Hausen said in a deep voice, "Those mutants actually came from the Lost Land? Why? Have you heard of it?" It seems that Shabby is no stranger to mutants, which makes Captain Hausen quite confused. Seeing this, Shabby lowered his voice and said softly, "When we were building the Venetian arsenal, we found a corpse floating in the sea. Later, we found 5 corpses on the coast of the Principality of Adar. According to the Duke, those corpses seem to be a kind of creature called mutants. The corpses of mutants near the Lost Land are almost all over the coast." Hearing this, Captain Hausen said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, Shabby's eyes widened almost the next second. As the governor of the Malin Special Economic Zone, he is too clear about the Duke's importance to these mutation. It is precisely because of the emergence of mutants that the Principality of Adar has successively established several specialized agencies, and even established the Adar Coast Guard, to specifically search for traces of mutant corpses. And now, Captain Hausen actually brought back a living mutant. This is definitely a great achievement. This matter must be reported to His Excellency the Duke immediately. As for these mutants, they fall under the jurisdiction of the Abnormal Affairs Investigation Department of the Adar Central Intelligence Agency and the Institute of Magical Creatures. I will go find someone to come over right away. I understand. Captain Hausen nodded. The Merlin Hotel is located just opposite the port terminal and is one of the most upscale hotels on Warner Street. The owner of the Merlin Hotel is the Adar Chamber of Commerce, which is backed by the Stewart family. As the first luxury hotel chain under the Adar Chamber of Commerce, and the most luxurious hotel in the entire Merlin district, it naturally became the place where the Padilla city-state delegation stayed. Standing on the terrace of the room, an indescribable feeling gradually emerged in the heart of the great elder Sherman Goodberg. Apart from the lack of modern facilities such as television and telephone, the hotel rooms are actually no different from five-star hotels on Earth. Not to mention, the Padilla delegation stayed in a luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel. The soft sofa allows you to sink into the cushions almost entirely as soon as you sit down on it. The floor beneath your feet is made of smooth, polished, high-quality wood, and is covered with a layer of luxurious cashmere carpet. The lights in the room were completely lit by magic lamps, and there was no trace of flickering candlelight. Except for the elder, who has always been stable. Almost all the members of the envoys were shocked by the suite in front of them. The appearance was like Louis entered the Grand View Garden. In their inherent impression, a hotel is nothing more than a big bunk bed with a table and a chair. And tonight, it was almost the first time they realized that a hotel room could be decorated like this. The lights outside the window are bright but not dazzling. The bright lights and countless people make the Merlin district not deserted even at night. It's just a special district of the Principality of Adar. On the wall of the room hung an administrative map of the Principality of Adar, including the Fortress of Man, the Merlin district, the city of Adar, the plains of Valens. This was the first time that Great Elder Sherman Goodberg saw the complete map of the Principality of Adar. Then, he was silent for a long time. Such a vast land, so many people, and those magical streetlights that are still bright at night. As a native of another continent, the Great Elder naturally didn't know the application of magic technology, let alone the principle of the shining lights. But this did not prevent him from realizing the huge gap between the Principality of Adar and the city-state of Padilla, since the explorer docked in the morning. So, in fact, during the day today, they had already measured the land they were on, with their feet under the reception of Adar officials. Magnificent wonders, prosperous commerce, and ordinary people living and working in peace and contentment. He saw all of this and kept it in mind. Even though this was just the tip of the iceberg of the Principality of Adar, it was something that Great Elder Sherman Goodberg would never forget. Indeed, this is indeed a land that has not been invaded by mutants. But even though the city-state of Padilla is located on such a continent, Sherman Goodberg knows clearly that he can never create such a miracle. We're going to Adar the day after tomorrow. We represent the city-state of Padilla. So don't be so impatient all the time. The Great Elder turned around and scolded the other young members of the delegation, including Salazar. They are all well-known figures in the city-state of Padilla. But their performance today was like that of country bumpkins entering the city, which was unbearable to watch. But Elder, these are really delicious. Do you want to try it? Salazar swallowed the fries he was chewing and pointed to the food on the table. It was fast food they packed from Uncle Dell's fried chicken restaurant at the introduction of Adar officials. Since fried foods such as hamburgers and French fries can firmly capture the taste buds of the Adar people, they will naturally be of great appeal to these indigenous people who come from poor backgrounds. You know, in the city-state of Padilla where they live, they might not even have black bread in their daily diet. The boss squinted and frowned. But the unique aroma of fried chicken lingered in his nose again and again. He reached out, took the chicken drumstick that Salazar handed over, and took a small bite. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Crispy and delicious. The juice from the fried chicken immediately overflowed and stained the crispy skin that had been fried into a golden brown. It smells so good. When has the Great Elder, who is nearly 50 years old, ever tasted such food? For a moment, thinking back to the city-state residents who were still living in extreme poverty and facing the threat of mutants at all times, the corners of his eyes actually became slightly moist. How is it? Is it delicious? Salazar couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the Great Elder nodded vigorously. And these? Salazar quickly moved aside, leaving the sofa to the Great Elder. Eat now. Look around and learn more these days. The day after tomorrow, we will go to Adar City. As if he had sensed the complicated emotions in the Great Elder's heart. Salazar nodded quickly. Adar City. The news from the Merlin district has been delivered to Bruno's desk. Captain Hausen, who had just set foot on the land of the Principality of Adar, rushed over as soon as he completed unloading and introduced his exploration and discovery of the new world to Bruno. The only things that the Wonder Construction System can show you are the resource distribution of the lost land and the route maps to various places. Therefore, Captain Hausen's observations naturally have a crucial impact on the Principality of Adar's next plan. Indeed, the lost land on the other side of the ocean is indeed dotted with extremely rich mineral resources and does have indigenous people. Moreover, during these years, the local indigenous people have never been able to form a large empire with a unified political order, which means that the development plan of the Principality of Adar will not encounter much obstruction from humans. But good news and bad news always come one after another. The existence of mutants made Bruno feel complicated. What are mutants? The description of mutants has been clearly told in a film called The Forgotten Past. MP4. They are non-human creatures born from the evil thoughts of God. The only value of their existence is to force humans to rely on gods for survival, so that gods can gain stable power of faith. And obviously, although the earth-shattering explosion that year successfully caused the fall of the god, it did not kill all the mutants at the same time. Instead, the remaining evil thoughts of the god tended to get out of control, causing these non-human creatures that loved hunting humans to continue to multiply. During this period, the discovery of several long-dead mutant corpses on the coastline of the Principality of Adar began to make Bruno wonder whether there were mutants in the Lost Land. And now, Captain Hausen's return gave his leader a positive response, which made Bruno feel a little disappointed. But it was also within his expectations, because according to Captain Hausen's description, although the mutants are far stronger than ordinary beasts, no matter how ferocious the mutants are, they can only surrender to the artillery and firearms of Adar's soldiers. Thinking of this, Bruno felt relieved. The results I achieved in promoting the industrialization of magic did not disappoint me. You mentioned earlier, you brought back a delegation from a foreign continent? Yes. They come from the city-state of Padilla. Captain Hausen nodded, and then added, a small city-state with a population of nearly 10,000. No matter what kind of power they are, we must always treat the delegations coming to the Principality of Adar with courtesy, and let them know the strength of the Principality of Adar. When the time comes, arrange a special train to send them here, just as the last trial operation before the steam locomotive is officially opened. We will arrange a meeting with them after the New Year celebrations are over. The latter sentence was said to Mundell, who was standing beside him. Hearing this, Captain Hausen couldn't help but smile and nodded. I see. Governor Shabby means the same thing. Chapter 419, The First Run of a Steam Locomotive. The steam locomotive mentioned by Bruno refers to the passenger and freight trains running between Adar City and Merlin District. With the official launch of steam locomotives, the railway laying task, led by the Adar Railway Administration, has already been put on track. Only, different from the original plan, the first railway to be laid was not the main artery connecting Fortress Man and the Valence Plains that runs through the north and south of the Principality of Adar, but the short inner-city railway connecting the city of Adar and the Merlin District. After all, the city of Adar is the center of the Principality of Adar, with a large population and prosperous business. The Merlin District is the largest seaport in the Principality of Adar, with countless merchant ships and cargo ships passing through every day. If there could be a railway connecting the two, then the speed of personnel deployment and cargo transportation would be directly raised to a higher level. The distance between Adar City and Merlin District is only 80 kilometers. So, after mobilizing countless Adar people, it only took more than a month, and an entire railway connecting the two places was fully opened. Adar Central Station is still just getting started. But that doesn't matter. It would not take much manpower and time to temporarily build a simple freight station outside the city of Adar. As for the special train, the freight section at the back operates normally, and a separate carriage is reserved at the front for the Padilla delegation. This should be considered a special train, right? Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day when the Padilla delegation went to Adar City, under the personal leadership of Merlin Governor Shabby. The convoy carrying a group of people quickly passed through several busy streets and arrived at the temporary station located in the southwest of Merlin's Special District. Sitting in the carriage, looking at the streets and houses gradually moving away from him, a hint of doubt came to the heart of the great elder Sherman Goodberg. What is this special train? When the Adar people mentioned the special train to him, they did not actually reveal much information about the steam locomotive, only saying that it was a new means of transportation that would soon be running across the land of the Principality of Adar. But, looking at the luxurious carriage he was in, alright, although this thing is indeed much more luxurious than the convertible 360 degrees panoramic sightseeing two-wheeled donkey cart of the Padilla city-state, it is far less shocking than the Principality of Adar itself. After all, during these days, he had fully witnessed the wealth and prosperity of the Principality of Adar. After seeing so many of those densely packed houses, His horizons had also broadened a lot. Although the carriage is indeed extremely exquisite and detailed, it is a little disappointing compared to the Adar people's evaluation of it as a groundbreaking new means of transportation. Only, after walking for about 10 minutes, the convoy stopped in front of a factory on the outskirts of the Merlin Special District. Here it is. The great elder Sherman Goodberg slowly got out of the car, looked around, and was a little confused for a moment. This is the temporary station we built for the special train. You will take the train here to the city of Adar. The Adar official at the side replied politely. Wasn't the carriage just now a special train? Of course not. Hearing this, the great elder felt as if his cheeks were slightly blushing, and he nodded quickly to hide his deep embarrassment. Yes, the impression that the Adar people had left on him was that they were very secretive, with unpredictable strength hidden beneath their modest appearance. And the special train that the Adar people were talking about could not be just a carriage with luxurious decorations. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel ashamed of his previous wild thoughts. At the signal of the great elder Sherman Goodberg, the Padaliyah delegation followed closely the leading Adar soldier and walked into the temporary station that had just been built with full of doubts. The exterior of the entire station looks very simple, even dilapidated. Let's put it this way. The whole building looks like an oversized rye baguette lying on the ground. Even if you travel all over the Merlin Special District, you probably won't be able to find any building as shabby as the temporary station. It's no wonder that the great elder was suspicious, although he still didn't know what a special train was. It sounded like a high-end, classy thing, and it couldn't be associated with the building in front of him at all. If the Adar people had not treated the delegation he led with courtesy in recent days, and if the city-state of Padilla had not had anything that the Adar people might take seriously, the great elder would have even thought that this was a trap set by the Adar people. There were many Adar soldiers and police officers on duty at the station, and it seemed that there were also merchants coming and going and constantly bringing their goods here. And when the members of the Padilla mission finally passed through the long security corridor and the temporary waiting hall, a strange-looking lump of iron suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This thing must be made of iron. If they were used to make weapons or armor, these iron blocks could probably be used to forge hundreds of sets of armor and swords. Right above, these were all the thoughts that appeared in the mind of the great elder Sherman Goodberg at the first moment. The elder does not know what the Adar artificial iron pimple is for the reason, but he knows clearly. In the city-state of Padilla where he lived, the soldiers who fought for the city-state could not even get a suitable iron weapon or a set of suitable armor. After encountering mutants, many people could only fight them with the fire sticks in their hands. Today, the most sophisticated weapons and equipment in the entire Padaliyah city-state are the 5 sets of sophisticated Adar standard armor and standard weapons that the Adar people gave to the Padaliyah city-state as a return gift when they just arrived at the Lost Land. This is not because Padilla City has no iron ore. On the contrary, there are many iron ores that Padilla can be mined, and they are extremely high-quality iron ore. But the limitations of the Padilla city-state in iron smelting technology became the biggest obstacle for them to make iron tools. In this era, due to the lack of iron-making technology, even the soldiers of the Norman Empire can only be a short sword. Naturally, there is no need to think that Padilla city-state is like a small city-state located on the other end of the ocean. And here, the Principality of Eder has been extravagant to make this with a large amount of iron ore. Even though he is well-known Sherman Goodberg, it is not clear what the stuff in front of his eyes is. Standing on the platform and looking to one side, there are dozens of black iron boxes connected behind the iron lump, and it is hundreds of meters long from beginning to end. This made the great elder secretly smack his lips in amazement. The Adar people are really good at making things. What can't you do with so much iron? Why do you have to make a big lump of iron? That's it. The words of the officials of the Railway Bureau sounded in the ears of the elders. This is the special line we prepared for you, and the first steam locomotive traveler of the Principality of Edal. Steam, wait! What do you say? The Dadar's words surprised the elders. He certainly heard what the Adar people said, but if you want to associate the stuff in front of your eyes with a mobilized car, this will undoubtedly have great courage and amazing imagination. Looking back, when he looked at the huge monster in front of him again, the great elder felt that the worldview and values he had cultivated over the years were collapsing and shattering at an extremely terrifying speed. Or, since he saw the idol, the elder Sherman Goodberg's worldview and cognition has begun to shake, and until now, it has completely collapsed. What are you following? he can't understand. However, because the words of the Adrera have been verified again and again. The elders also know that the Idol people will not make a joke with such a thing. And this means, what the Adrera said is not arrogant. This big piece in front of him, maybe it can really move. Thinking of this, he forced himself to abandon the concept of preconceived before, but carefully examine the behemoth in front of him with appreciation. Don't mention it. Although the front of a steam locomotive looks like a pitch-black lump of iron at first glance, if you look closely, you can actually appreciate a different kind of beauty. The official version of the steam locomotive was obviously much more beautiful than the sample Bruno saw at the time. But this so-called beauty can only be said to be relative. Bruno is a pragmatist. So, his requirements for steam locomotives are very simple. As long as it is usable, durable and easy to maintain, that is enough. So, responsible for the production of steam locomotive land artisans did not add too much useless decoration, but retained a simple style. The entire front of the car exudes a strong industrial style, and the angular front looks particularly tough. Although the shape of the front of the car has nothing to do with words like exquisite and delicate, the seemingly extremely rough outline and lines seem to have infinite power, bringing a different kind of beauty to everyone present. Unlike common carriages, the wheels under the body of the carriage are connected by roots. Although it is unclear why this is the case, the rails under the body of the carriage suddenly gave the great elder inspiration. After receiving the permission of Idol officials, Seaman Gudberg, the elder who was nearly 50 years old, jumped on the platform and jumped to the rails in front of the steam locomotive. The rail trail built with steel directly extends towards the distance. In the middle of the two parallel rails, a horizontal pillow wood is laid on the scum of gravel roads. He looked at the wheels of the steam locomotive, and then at the rails under his feet. Then, the great elder felt like he had an epiphany. The wheels of the steam locomotive are perfectly fitted in the rails. If countless horses are used in front of these iron pimples, maybe it can really move quickly. Presumably, Principality Adur does have such strength. But if this is the case, isn't the vehicle on the railway lighter and better? After the sudden understanding, the elder was in confusion again. Let me tell you one thing. If Bruno knew what the great elder was thinking at this moment, he would definitely be amazed by the great elder's jumping thinking. The bridge such as the Mara train is not just a clip in the movie, nor is it just a ridiculous farce in modern times. In fact, the phenomenon of horse-drawn trains was once very popular and extremely common all over the world. New York, London, Izmir, Amsterdam. The British guy calls it urban animal rail public transportation system. Under normal circumstances, the power that the horses can emulate on the railway are extremely amazing. Only 2 steeds are required to drive a double-layer carriage, with a total number of not less than 50 people. Bruno even considered introducing horse-drawn trains into Adur, and establishing a public transportation system for the city. And this plan has even been approved by many officials of the Government Affairs Department. However, there is one to say that this long-distance intercity passenger and cargo transportation is obviously not realistic to rely on horses. So, Bruno naturally still depends on steam engines to achieve. However, as the number 1 of the Padilla mission, the elders naturally divided between the 2 things visiting Idol City and Mara train. Therefore, he thanked the idol's tolerance, and followed the reception staff of the General Administration of Railway to enter the special carriage he was riding. When the members of the delegation stepped into the carriage, they all widened their eyes, because they felt that they seemed to be back in the luxury hotel on Warner Street on the Adur seafront. Although it looks like a strong industrial style outside, the decoration inside the carriage is not bad at all. Fortunately, the members of the envoys have already opened their horizons these days, so after being shocked slightly, they are also safe. There is no way. The strength of the Principality of Idol is placed here. Even if people are playing with flowers, the messenger present will not feel strange. As for the appearance of the steam locomotive, that's because people don't care at all, and the indescribable industrial style becomes more and more pleasing to the eye the more you look at it. Only, as a sharp whistle sounded from outside the carriage, the envoys present began to feel a little uneasy. Woo woo woo. The next second of the whistle sounded, the entire carriage suddenly began to shake violently. At this moment, even the great elder Sherman Goodberg, who felt that he had understood the so-called principles of steam locomotives, became nervous. What's wrong with this? Is the horses driving the previous car? Horse. Dear Mr. Sherman Goldberg, The steam locomotive you are riding is not driven by horses. Hearing this, the accompanying Adar official explained with a smile. Although the Adar official who answered the question had a smile on his face, he felt in his heart that the old elder seemed to have a bit of a problem with his brain. He had already said before that this was a brand new means of transportation. So why was he always focusing on the horses? Horses are so pitiful. Why do we let them pull carts? What? No horses? Alright. At this moment, the worldview that the elders couldn't easily piece together collapsed again. The plot of the big horse car before the relationship, it was all made up by my own brain. Chapter 420 What to do. The Adar people are too strong. Car moved while the two people were talking. With a series of continuous vibrations, the scene outside the window began to move gradually to the rear of the train at an extremely slow speed. The great elder Sherman Gudberg sat on the sofa with a depressed look on his face, still muttering to himself. No horses. There is no horse. If there were horses in front of the train, the movement of the vehicle would still be understandable. But if not, the operating principle of the steam locomotive is completely beyond the great elder's cognition. This all originated from the Duke's idea, and was developed by the craftsmen of Adar Public University. Even in the entire continent, only the Principality of Adar can do it. Seeing the great elder looking somewhat bewildered, an Adar official nearby explained. Adar Public University? That's right. The most talented people in the Principality of Adar gather there. Under the guidance of the Duke, they have created an Adar society that is completely different from the past. Being admitted to Adar Public University is even the ideal in the mind of every young person in Adar. While talking, the wheels under the car body began to gradually accelerate, and the vibration of the car body gradually became regular. And as the speed increased, it gradually became weaker. The great elder touched the transparent car window glass with his hand, staring blankly at the scene outside the window. The gradually accelerating steam train had left the makeshift station behind, and the originally blurry fields in the distance gradually became clearer as the train got closer. The operation of a steam locomotive is far from smooth, but in this era, it is good enough. The scene outside the window flashed by bit, and the elder had no time to appreciate the scenery along the way. As a recognized wise man in the city-state of Padilha, at this moment, he had already fallen into deep thought. According to the statement given by the Adar, the steam locomotive that the messenger is now in does not require any animal power to drive, but provides motivation for a material called the water vapor by the Idol. Boiling water in a kettle produces steam, and as the steam continues to expand, it will push open the lid of the kettle. Yes, the principle of steam locomotive is so simple, and the accompanying Idol officials do not think that this kind of fact that is about to know about the prematureness of the Idol is needed. After all, even if you know the principle of running the steam locomotive, how can those harmonious friendships that can't even refine the steel, how can it be re-engraved with these miracles that happened in the Eastern Empire? After hearing the stories told by the Adar people who were accompanying them, the great elder was a little confused for a moment. On one side, the kettle is boiling water. On the other side, the train is speeding. He thinks, if it weren't for the Adar people's explanation, even if I stared at the train for my entire life, I probably wouldn't have connected these two seemingly unrelated things together. As for the rest, thinking of this, the great elder turned his head and looked at the young city-state residents who accompanied him on the diplomatic mission to the Principality of Adar. All right. From the moment the train starts, including Sarah Cha, these guys tightly held the seat armrests next to their own. Even if the palm had been soaked by his sweat, he did not dare to spread it. Even with a few people's complexion, it seemed a little pale. You know, these people are city-state warriors who can fight against mutants. You guys, the handrail is about to be torn apart by your scratches. Looking at the performance of several people, the great elder Sherman Goodberg scolded them with dissatisfaction. It was not until they heard the familiar and powerful voice of their great elder that the young men felt a little relieved. Like the great elder, they looked at the scenery passing by outside the window. The speed of steam locomotives is actually not fast, but, in this era, it is already considered one of the best new means of transportation in the world. And this ambassador from Padilha City is obviously not realized. The most important role of steam locomotive is not to transport passengers, but to transport supplies, or fodder, heavy weapons. These materials facing great transportation problems in the past have become much easier to transport after having the railway. Wrong. It cannot be said to be easy. The transportation of these materials can even be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. After all, steam locomotives will not be tired, let alone countless human and livestock. From now on, wherever the railway goes, it will be firmly controlled by the Principality of Adar. This, the most terrible place. In the future, when the railway running through the Principality of Adar from north to south is successfully built, from the southernmost man fortress of Eder, the Valence plain at the northernmost side of the Principality of Eder, I am afraid it only takes only 1 day. In this way, once the Principality of Adar is threatened by war, the mobilization of soldiers and the transportation of food, fodder and military equipment will be completely different from the current Principality of Adar. This almost doubled the overall strength of Adar's army. The Great Elder might only be able to see a small part of the changes that the steam locomotive could bring to the Principality of Adar. But even so, it was enough to make him feel a little worried. That's right. Not joy, but worry. Indeed, he came to the Principality of Adar this time in the hope of getting help from the Principality of Adar and conducting a certain degree of trade with the Principality of Adar, so that the Padalea city-state could survive the beast tide in the coming year. And the stronger the Principality of Adar is, the more effective the help the city-state of Padilla can get. But the power comparison between the Principality of Adar and the city-state of Padilla has to have a limit after all. Before this, although he had some estimation of the strength of the Principality of Adar, he had not imagined that this principality located on the other side of the ocean was so powerful. Even the comprehensive national strength of the Principality of Adar has far exceeded the limits of what he could imagine. This is undoubtedly a problem that makes the Great Elder Sherman Goodberg extremely entangled. It is undoubtedly a good thing that the Principality of Adar is strong. But the problem is, the Principality of Adar is too strong. It was so powerful that even the Great Elder Sherman Goodberg, who thought he was knowledgeable, did not have the confidence to talk to the Duke of Adar on an equal footing. Looking at the scenery outside the window, the Great Elder frowned tightly. These days, he has been thinking about a problem. That is, the conditions that I had originally prepared. Can they still convince the Duke to lend a helping hand to the city-state of Padilla? Will the Principality of Adar really travel thousands of miles to help the people of the city-state of Padilla who are threatened by mutants? Even if the Principality of Adar really lends a helping hand to the city-state of Padilla. So, can Padilla city-state still exist outside the Principality of Idal? After these days of exploration on this land, the Great Elder Sherman Goldberg has clearly realized the Principality of Eder is fully eligible, and has the strength to put aside Padilla City, who is only nearly 10,000, and open up the country on the other side of the ocean with his own Tinum and Prophet artillery. Even the Principality of Adar can completely rely on its own military force to grab what they need. If the Duke of Adar is really determined, even if all the city-states in the southwest of the Lost Land are combined, they will not be able to resist the attack of the Adar people. And the only thing he can rely on is the goodwill that the Adarians showed when they landed. Yes, the city-state of Padilla is indeed located in a land rich in resources. But in the face of the extremely disparate power comparison, the rich minerals cannot gain enough benefits for the city-state of Padilla, but may instead arouse the Adar people's desire for that rich land. Look at the original ore by the ship. Those stones, whose uses they had no idea what they were used for, were regarded as treasures by the Adar people. The Elder can just assert that the Idal will never give up plans to open up territory at the other end of the ocean. Since it can't be hit, is it better to join in? When this idea suddenly came from the Elder's mind, he was almost startled by himself. Although he had seen with his own eyes the stable life led by the people of Adar, deep in his heart, he naturally had a trace of doubt and caution about this mysterious country that suddenly appeared before his eyes. Or, his pride, as the Grand Elder of the Padalilla city-state, made it difficult for him to make such a decision. But, as the strength of mutants has continued to increase in recent years, and their numbers have continued to increase, the Padalilla city-state is almost at the point where it must make a decision. In just a few years, there are only 7 left. And where should the future of the Padilla city-state go? The steam locomotive was still moving slowly along the predetermined track. But the Great Elder's thoughts were like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, deviating from the thoughts and plans he had made when he left his homeland. On January 1st, 539, the weather was fine for all the Adar people living in the eastern part of the empire. This is undoubtedly an extremely important day in their lives, because this will be the first new year that the people of the Principality of Adar have spent on this land since the Principality of Adar was officially established. Nowadays, the civilians living on this land are no longer just the native Adar people. With a continuous influx of refugees from all over the continent, the population growth curve of the Principality of Adar is almost showing an explosive growth trend. Under the overall planning of the Adar Immigration Administration, the total population living in the Principality of Adar has even approached the 1 million mark. A large amount of originally barren land was reclaimed, and a large number of factories and shops sprang up like mushrooms after a rain. In agriculture, the cultivation of high-yield crops such as corn and sweet potatoes has become more and more common, and the emergency food reserves of the Principality of Adar have continued to grow. In terms of business, although the Principality of Adar does not provide special policies such as tax exemption for merchants, the stable and harmonious social environment in the eastern part of the empire and the clean and honest administrative system make the Principality of Adar unique in the current chaotic situation. In terms of religion, through Mike and Will Roche's dedicated missionary work, the remaining poison of the Church of Light in the eastern part of the empire has been eliminated, especially after the Church of Light officially announced its intervention in the chaos in the empire. Protestantism worked closely with the Adar daily to launch a massive wave of public opinion boycotting the Church of Light throughout the Principality of Adar. At this point, the influence of the Church of Light on the Principality of Adar has been almost completely wiped out. And this also means that once a little friction occurs between the Principality of Adar and the Church, at least within the Principality of Adar, there will no longer be any unstable factors that affect the friction. The location of the New Year celebrations. Bruno chose the newly established West Campus of Adar Public University. No way. Who said she was a SSSS level wonder? That scale, that pattern, that momentum. Not to mention the Principality of Adar. Even if Bruno said that the Adar Public University was the top treasure in the history of contemporary human architecture, I'm afraid no one would dare to refute it. Because this is an irrefutable fact. Bruno put a lot of effort into building this university. Not only did he bring a large group of the best engineers, but he also perfectly restored the most spectacular and majestic iconic buildings in the major universities of the previous life. He can be said to be the epitome of the architectural art of the other world. English-style promenade, French-style garden, Russian-style sentry post, American-style toilet. When various architectural styles come together and blend perfectly, what is presented to the people of Adar is a shock that cannot be described in words. Just as Bruno had imagined, the Adar Public University located on the banks of the Adar River alone made the New Year celebration 2/3 successful. All the Adar people who participated in this New Year celebration, that is, 800 soldiers, 800 civil servants, and 2,000 people from all walks of life in Adar, including farmers, workers, and businessmen, all felt a great shock the moment they entered the venue. Although the New Year celebrations have not officially begun and the Duke has not yet delivered a New Year's speech, they already have a common and firm belief in their hearts. They must make sure their children or descendants are admitted to Adar Public University. What is the card face? This is the card. To this day, the various treatments of students at Adar Public University have been widely circulated among Adar residents. Free tuition, meal allowance, and housing allowance are the most basic welfare policies. In addition, the students' destinations after graduation, their social status in the Principality of Adar, and their endless development prospects have made the attention to Adar Public University soar, even surpassing the Adar Civil Service examination, which ranks first in popularity. And this New Year celebration is held at Adar Public University, which is equivalent to the Duke personally supporting Adar Public University. Bicycle, steam locomotive, even the magic industrialization that has gradually penetrated into every citizen. All of these are closely related to His Excellency the Duke and Adar Public University. Who doesn't want to leave a name in history? Who wouldn't want to be remembered like Matteo Holden? To know, whenever the people of Adar see people riding Holden bicycles, Matteo Holden's voice, appearance, and smile will suddenly appear in front of their eyes.